Chapter 81. The van took turns driving. Perhaps because they had successfully escaped the dust devil, their vision had cleared. But to Tang Tian, it looked as if the sandstorm was about to end. Look, that's the shelter gate, right? Li Feiyong, in the passenger seat, was slightly excited. After all, not only had they made it back successfully, but they also brought a truckload of supplies. The reward they received would probably provide them with plenty of food and drink for a while, and their living conditions would be greatly improved. The van slowed down, stopped at the checkpoint for inspection, and then drove directly to the entrance of the planting area. Upon hearing they had returned, Lin Jiqiu hurried out with a group of researchers to greet them. Seeing the instruments, equipment, and materials, especially the preserved seeds, brought tears to his eyes. It's great to still have so much. This way, we can continue our research. It will definitely be of great use to the shelter in the future. Coincidentally, the planting area was already experimenting with planting the seeds that had been brought back. Yang Gan also came to check it out and followed the researchers downstairs. Seeing this scene, he was naturally delighted. Don't worry, you definitely get your rewards. Just go to the Redemption Center and claim them. The team returned, everyone rejoicing. But Shen Boyun immediately reported the mutant creature sighted at the Research Institute to Yang Gan and Lin Jiqiu. The latter withdrew a bit of a smile. Lin Jiqiu had previously sensed something was going to happen at the Research Institute, but he hadn't expected it to actually happen. Yang Gan, on the other hand, was extremely worried about the mutants. Mutated creatures have changed appearances, and their habits have become completely unfamiliar. They might even be more aggressive towards humans. And it's actually more suited to living amidst natural disasters. How can those struggling to survive in the apocalypse defend themselves? Even with this thought, he still said, we keep an eye on these matters with the researchers. Go to the medical station first and check if you're injured. Tang Tian knew she wasn't injured, at most a mental issue, but despite the others' concern, she was taken to the medical station. A physical examination revealed no major issues. Her results surprised the medical staff, as they looked just like a normal person before the apocalypse. Even if someone caught in a sandstorm didn't have any external injuries, allergies or asthma were commonplace these days. But Tang Tian and Tang Yi hadn't experienced any of these injuries. It was a first for them. Tang Tian thought for a moment, then, to change the subject, asked, "How's Shen Boyun?" The boys went to another clinic, and Shen Boyun, having been entangled by such force, was more likely to have internal injuries. The medical staff said they were still checking. Tang Tian nodded, and then she and Tang Yi decided to go to the exchange center to see what kind of reward they could get. After a break, they arrived at the exchange center. Orders were immediately given, and the logistics staff delivered boxes of supplies, including Yin Huai. He looked at the supplies with envy, thinking to himself, luckily, he has this connection. I have to tell my family about this when I get back. Ah, Miss Tang, you're here? We still have supplies. Take a look at these. When Yin Huai saw Tang Tian and Tang Yi, he quickly stepped forward to explain earnestly, not forgetting to give them plenty of compliments. You're truly worthy of the name Miss Tang. I worked at the exchange center myself, and this is the first time I've seen someone earn so much for taking on a mission. Tang Tian glanced at him, and replied calmly, I'm not going alone. We're a team, and only by working together can we succeed. Yin Huai choked on his words, and said no more. The rewards and supplies were quickly delivered. Tang Tian examined the items, and saw that they were indeed a rich reward, with everything a person needs to survive. But the food was the largest, and the Tang family didn't need it. Furthermore, such quantities couldn't be carried in backpacks alone, transportation was necessary. After considering it, Tang Tian decided to consult with the others first. Back at the medical station, Shen Boyun and the others had also completed their examinations. Thankfully, the vine slime wasn't poisonous. Although there were marks on the body, Tang Tian's quick attack and her generally good health meant that no serious damage was done. Tang Tian discussed exchanging supplies with the others. She wanted to divide most of the food into other items she needed. Unlike her, the others still prioritized food, and since they could get a free portion, they naturally agreed. Besides, they knew Tang Tian didn't need it. It was just that they already had a good relationship with Tang Tian and Tang Yi, so they only allocated the rewards after double-checking. After the agreement, the two sisters were about to return home with Tan Tan, when they unexpectedly ran into Wu Yongming and Yang Gan at the entrance of the medical station. Judging from their demeanor, they might have come specially. The leader, who always had only a faint smile, was also smiling now. After a few pleasantries, Tang Tian understood the underlying meaning. It was simply because she could single-handedly carry an entire team. Such talent was a rare commodity at the shelter, and anyone with discerning eyes wouldn't let her go. Furthermore, insiders don't have the same freedom as outsiders, free to come and go as they please. That's why there are so many groups. Of course, with Tang Tian's abilities, if she were to settle down, she not only have the support of the government, but they also certainly treat her well. The only concern was that she suddenly leave Area S, or even join an official shelter in another area, thus tragically losing a key figure. But Wu Yongming's words made her feel a little uneasy. I heard you have a mother at home, and you must have protected her well. But if you can enter the shelter, we guarantee better benefits, and your mother will be able to get paid work directly. What do you think? Tang Tian wasn't surprised that the government would conduct a background check. She just saw the faint heat in Wu Yongming's narrow eyes, as if he was forcing her to make a decision right then and there. Now, only the Tang family remained in Jiangnan Liyuan. Outside, there was nothing but the rustling of wind and sand, so quiet that even her own heartbeat could be heard. Frankly, humans are not suited to long-term survival in such an environment. So Tang Tian actually had the idea of eventually moving into the shelter. After all, she already accumulated a few waves of goodwill, which was more than enough for the early stages. But that didn't mean she had to be forced into something she didn't want to do right now. Director Wu, I understand what you mean. I actually thought about it. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Wu Yongming's eyes widened, and Yang Gan's face showed anticipation. Tang Tian paused before continuing, I heard they're building a base recently. The facilities, benefits, and amenities will surely be better than they're now. I plan to wait until then to move in. Director Wu, isn't this a reassurance? Wu Yongming's expression shifted slightly, and his lips twitched. Before he could speak, Tang Tian interrupted him. If there's nothing else, we go back. Oh, by the way, if there's another opportunity to trade, I come back. Tang Tian finished, and she, Tang Yi, and Tan Tan left. Wu Yongming watched them from behind, his brows furrowed. Finally, he sighed deeply, his voice slightly resentful. Tell me, how on earth did these two young women manage to find so many supplies? We dug deep, and now we can't find anything nearby. Everyone's luck really varies. Yang Gan knew he was holding a grudge, so he didn't reply. Wu Yongming stood with his hands behind his back, squinting at him. His already tiny pupils made it impossible to discern the emotions hidden within them. Yang Gan, no matter what, we must get the Tang family to join our shelter. We can't lose them. After Tang Tian and Tang Yi returned home, Wei Mingxiao finally felt relieved. She either calculated the time to prepare the meal or told them to take a quick shower and rest. She had previously prepared a lot of smoked and marinated food, all cut and served. She also made braised fish, garlic-flavored spare ribs, 5-spice pork egg rolls, blanched shrimp, tofu balls, and some stir-fried vegetables, making it look like a New Year's Eve dinner. But honestly, if this sandstorm continues, it really won't be until the end of the year. Wouldn't it be another new year after the end of the year? But because of the apocalyptic disaster, the weather was chaotic, and even time had become strange, making it difficult to tell the correct flow of time. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Tan Tan had a hearty meal, slept soundly, and drove to the Redemption Center the next day. At that very moment, Shen Boyun, Cheng Jing, and Li Feiyang arrived, each receiving their allotted portions of supplies. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were also carrying supplies. Yen Huai, skilled at reading the atmosphere, probably understood that this must have been an agreement, so he didn't say anything further. His work was already done. Since Shen Boyun had returned to his home in the shelter, reuniting with Yan Chanhua and Shen Yaogui, he also came to help. Unexpectedly, there were two strangers beside Yan Chanhua. Wait, isn't this reward wrong? The authorities shouldn't make such a mistake. The woman was about the same age as Yan Chanhua, perhaps even resembling her. Her face was slightly darker, thin with cheekbones, but with a large mole on the left side of her chin, which he could always feel when he touched it. She winked at Yen Huai again. Xiao Huai, are these supplies correct? Don't worry, Aunt, they're all correct. My cousin exchanged them for supplies, Yen Huai explained. It was at this moment that the woman spotted Tang Tian and Tang Yi moving supplies. Clearly, they were carrying more to the car than here. She immediately asked, are they them? We're on this mission together, so why do they seem to have more supplies than us? Tang Tian naturally heard this, but pretended not to hear. Completely ignoring her, she and Tang Yi got into the car and drove away from the center. The woman felt a pang of anger at this attitude, but before she could say anything, Yin Chanhua said helplessly, Sister, that family used to be our neighbors. They're fine. Besides, they exchanged supplies for more food, and the other supplies just took up space, so of course it looked like there was more. Isn't it better to have food? It turned out that the woman was Yan Chuanhua's eldest sister, Yan Shuangmei. The Yin family had 3 children. Yin Shuangmei was the eldest, Yin Chunhua the second oldest, and a younger brother, Yin Lei. Yin Lei's 2 sons were Yin Shu and Yin Huai. Yin Shuangmei's family had already perished in the disaster, and she had moved with the rest of the crowd from shelter to shelter. Later, Yin Lei arrived with his family, and the siblings finally felt they had each other's support, so they continued to struggle. Afterward, Yin Chunhua and the others also entered the shelter, bringing the Yin family together and giving them the motivation and direction to live. Yin Shuangmei, with only her younger siblings and no family left, knew she would rely on them to survive. Because she was their eldest sister, Yin Chunhua and Yin Lei offered their help whenever possible. However, this also led to Yin Shuangmei's quick-wittedness, which wasn't always pleasant to hear. Yin Shuangmei rolled her eyes, but she felt unconvinced. That girl looked thin and petite. Could she possibly be getting paid more than her nephew? And her attitude was truly abysmal. But the Yin family currently relied almost entirely on Yin Chunhua's family, so she had no choice but to swallow her anger and remain silent. After returning home, Tang Tian and Tang Yi deposited the rewards they had received into the system warehouse, and began a new round of sorting in the spacious warehouse, arranging them according to order and type. Although the field of vision remained the same khaki color, the wind had died down considerably, and visibility was now around 10 meters. That morning, Tang Tian added a little more vinegar to the bowl of shepherd's purse and pork wontons in front of her. The vinegar was made from the system's vinegar barrel, and tasted exactly the same as before the apocalypse. Next to the dining table, a radio, always fully charged, sat. After some tuning, it soon began to broadcast news from the official Spring City radio station. After several natural disasters, people had gradually gained experience. When the persistent sandstorm finally subsided, they knew it was nearing its end. So, for the past few days, everyone in the shelter had been busy cleaning up the dust entering through the ventilation vents, and already underway plans were proceeding smoothly. There was even more time and manpower available, with people going out to hunt gerbils and apprehend criminals within the shelter, who would be sentenced according to the severity of their crimes. Later, such dangerous tasks were mostly assigned to prisoners. Tang Tian chewed her delicious wontons. Now, they listened to these news reports as if they were daily news. If there was one area of the shelter currently facing a shortage, it was probably the medical center. Both medical staff and medicine were in short supply, and the dust storm had left many people with residual symptoms, some even fatal. Just as she finished her soup and wiped her mouth, Tang Tian suddenly received a personal message from the shelter. Fortunately, he downloaded a large number of e-books before the apocalypse, most of which covered skills he didn't possess, including communications. After connecting the radio, Yang Gan's voice, slightly anxious, said, "Miss Tang, to cut to the chase, do you have any hard pills?" After Tang Tian inquired, Yang Gan sighed and explained, it turned out the person suffering from the illness wasn't someone else, but Wu Yongming, whom she met a few times. He was already extremely exhausted, and recently, he'd been busy building the northern base, another round of hard work. But Wu Yongming had become accustomed to all this, and it didn't seem like a big deal to him. However, during discussions with the Q area shelter, the director suddenly rejected the invitation to join the construction effort. It sounded as if he was planning to establish his own territory. This was truly earth-shattering news. Building a base wasn't just an official order, it was imperative for the future of the survivors. Who could have imagined that a region would dare to disobey orders and act arbitrarily? Wu Yongming contacted the Q area shelter several times, persuading him with both reason and emotion, and the Q area shelter director finally changed his mind. But he actually wanted to build a base with other wealthy areas, even explicitly stating that he didn't want to cooperate because this area was too backward. This infuriated Wu Yongming, but he actually had his own agenda. Before the apocalypse, Q area had numerous farms. When the disaster first struck, they were busy relocating and protecting their livestock, which is why a few remain. Later, after some stability, Q area built underground and indoor breeding facilities, resuming animal husbandry. Now that it's yielding results, many surrounding areas are looking to trade livestock. He had also visited Area S, but unfortunately, the other party refused. The discovery of the gerbils temporarily resolved the meat problem, and they stopped discussing it. But now a base is being built north of Spring City. If Area Q can be included, the livestock industry there will also belong to Area S. Tang Tian, Chen Boyun, and others brought back a lot of seeds and saplings from the research institute last time, but now they're short of livestock. That's why he was furious, and his heart was filled with resentment, causing him to suffer from heart problems. The medical station in Area S was so busy treating the survivors that it was overwhelmed. The specialized medicines that had been collected and stored in the warehouse had been exchanged for those wealthy people in the shelter. By the time Wu Yongming needed them, there was nothing left. Getting the survivors to vomit it out again would probably be impossible. In a moment of desperation, Yang Gon thought of Tang Tian. Although he had also taken a lot of medicine back from the shelter, he wasn't sure if Tang Tian had any specific medication. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before replying, "Deputy Captain Yang, you always known me. I do have some medicine, but I can't just give it away for free, right?" "Of course." Yang Gon immediately agreed. The most important thing now was to treat Wu Yongming. The shelter couldn't be without a leader. After agreeing, Tang Tian packed up the medicine and drove to the shelter. After a period of cleaning, and with the sandstorms now only occasional, even the outer layers of dust had been cleared, and the area was almost back to its pre-storm state. In the distance, several trucks could be seen, heavily laden with dust, likely bound for a specific location for disposal. After registering, Tang Tian continued on to the medical station. Along the way, she could see her former university, its dormitories, and its cafeteria. The medical station, located 2 kilometers away, was located on a site that had once housed a hospital. Because it was a hospital, it also had wards. After parking the car, Tang Tian followed the address Yang Gon had given her, and went upstairs to the ward. Wu Yongming's ward was in the far corner, quiet there, and the hallway was even quieter, as if these wards weren't actually meant for patients on the lower floors. The closer she got to the ward, the louder she could hear the noise inside. "Hong Sheng is really going too far. Keep contacting me. Even if it's harassment, I have to make him agree to sign the agreement to build the base." Ahem. Yang Gon's voice followed. "If Hong Sheng doesn't want to, will the authorities just let it go? Director Wu, take care of your health first." Then came an elderly man's voice, sounding vaguely familiar. "Yes, Yongming, you're responsible for the lives of thousands of people in this entire shelter. You can't be the first to collapse." Tang Tian's brows flickered with suspicion, but she knocked on the door first. When Yang Gon opened the door and saw her, his gloomy expression instantly brightened. He stepped outside and said cheerfully, "Miss Tang, you're here?" Tang Tian got straight to the point. "I happen to have some of those medicines you mentioned. They're useless to me right now. How about we exchange them for some supplies?" "Of course. I discussed this with Director Wu, and he's willing to trade." Just then, Wu Yongming appeared in the ward and asked who it was. After Yang Gon agreed, he took Tang Tian inside. What the latter didn't expect was that the old man was none other than the Jade Guanyin. That Jade Guanyin looked like something no ordinary person could possess. No wonder he could wander freely around the shelter. It turned out he had such a powerful backer. This time, even Wu Yongming and Yang Gon were surprised. They hadn't expected Tang Tian to already know Old Man Wu. However, one day, the former did see his father in a very good mood. It was the first time he had been like that since the apocalypse, and he was holding 2 boxes of his favorite tea. Could it be that the seemingly high-quality tea was also obtained from Tang Tian? How many more surprises did she hold? Thanks to this son, Old Man Wu lived a comfortable life. Although his hair was gray, he still looked energetic. Seeing the medicine again, Old Man Wu, crutch in hand, smiled and said, "Women are truly as capable as men. Yongming, Miss Tang is a rare talent. You must protect her well." At this point, Wu Yongming felt a pang of depression. How could he not want this talent? It was she who ignored him, but seeing that Tang Tian even had scarce medicines around, he paused and thought, silent for a moment. Old Man Wu, who had known her beforehand, then said, "Little Tang, I see you seem to be very fond of those gold and silver treasures. Grandpa still has some left at home. I have someone bring them over. See if you can trade?" Tang Tian agreed with a faint smile. Wu Yongming's long, narrowed brows again, and he added, "Miss Tang, this is an exchange of supplies in the name of my Wu family. However, if you can help the shelter, you also be part of the reward. What do you think?" After hearing this, Tang Tian understood Wu Yongming's intentions. It's simply to get her involved in this Q-zone thing. Yang Gon took Elder Wu away first, and used the intercom to contact someone to bring their belongings. In the ward, which was simpler than the one in the apocalypse, only 2 people were present. They stared at each other, neither of them speaking first. "What exactly is the mission?" Tang Tian asked calmly. Wu Yongming breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this means she's 70% or 80% committed. It's not difficult. We just need to go to Q-Zone and negotiate with Director Hong there to agree to jointly build the base. Wu Yongming patiently explained, But when he mentioned someone, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Tang Tian shook her head. He won't even listen to the authorities, so how could he possibly listen to us? It's better for us to be self-sufficient. For example, gerbils are edible and reproduce quickly. We could easily capture a few and raise them. We just need to take good care of them. Wu Yongming choked as he listened. How could he possibly tell Tang Tian his inner thoughts? After all, they were outsiders. Besides, who knew if eating too many gerbils would have any side effects? Those animals from before the apocalypse were still more reassuring to eat. Wu Yongming pursed his lips, then spoke in a half-painful voice. He still hoped that Area Q could be merged. And from what he knew, Hong Sheng had been deputy director, but had recently become director, and had changed the previous shelter. Perhaps his refusal was just his own will, so he wasn't convinced. He also promised that if this could be accomplished, the reward would definitely be even greater than before. Tang Tian's eyes shifted, and his heart perked up. Chapter 82. But I can't go alone, can I? After hearing Tang Tian's words, Wu Yongming, whose heart had been in his throat, finally settled back down. With that answer, it was likely a sure thing. Of course not. We arranged for personnel. After all, this is a major incident, if you consider it that way. Wu Yongming's brows were etched with fatigue. He raised his hand and rubbed his Jingming acupoint, adding, besides, the military strength in Area Q is weak, and the shelter is comparable to ours. They shouldn't have much offensive power. Tang Tian said nothing, simply setting down a bag of medicine and, with a forced smile, saying, I can see that Director Wu really wants this to succeed. I can certainly help, but there's a price to pay. Wu Yongming was speechless, but after just a few encounters, and what he heard from others, he had a pretty good idea of what kind of person Tang Tian was. But it's the end of the world. There are simply too many people like this in the apocalypse, a staggering number, not to mention the young woman before him, who possesses considerable strength. After the agreement was reached, Tang Tian left the ward. Coincidentally, Yang Gon and Old Man were still at the medical station, and they had already sent someone to bring them supplies. Presumably, both before and after the apocalypse, they also appreciated jadeite. The box contained a scattered collection of jade pendants, weighing over 2 taels in total. These were the last of the Wu family's valuables. They would be gone even if they were squeezed out. In addition, there were a few barrels of Tang Tian's favorite fuel, also part of the Wu family's supplies. That was about all. Tang Tian nodded, completing the transaction. She escorted Old Man Wu away first, then explained their earlier discussion to Yang Gon. It seems Director Wu still wants. Yang Gon didn't finish his words, but sighed softly and changed the subject. Since it's his order, I just follow it. For something this serious, the armed team has to go. I remember you were there last time to rescue them, and the injured members are mostly recovered. It seems there are also people you know well. You can continue to join as a non-staff member. After briefly explaining everything, Yang Gon left for the meeting and would inform Tang Tian when the results were in. Tang Tian also left the medical station and drove back. She thought it might be another long journey, so she needed to prepare in advance. Opening the system again, Tang Tian used the valuables she had received from Old Man Wu to buy gold, and the gold column suddenly had about 4 million gold coins. Tang Tian opened 2 ability slots for each person because she realized that improving attributes like defense, endurance, and speed alone would consume 5 or 6 ability slots, leaving little for other abilities. Therefore, the more ability slots, the better. Afterwards, she would gather the ingredients, prepare delicious food, and then eat the supernatural dishes on the day of departure. After waiting all day with no sign of anything, Tang Tian decided to take the initiative and go check out Tangnan's black market. She made her way to the tunnel, and thankfully, the black market hadn't left yet. After greeting the people at the entrance, she successfully entered the tunnel again. This time, however, she noticed that there were far fewer stalls. She wondered if they were packing up and preparing to leave, as the sandstorm had subsided considerably. She strolled around, but found nothing she was looking for. Deep in the tunnel, she saw Tangnan, surrounded by a still-burning fire. She and a group of people were gathered around it, discussing something. You're here. Perhaps someone had warned him in advance. Tangnan looked up, saw Tang Tian, stood up, and dusted himself off. Tang Tian then noticed that she also had a long sword at her waist, similar to the one she used. Though Tang Tian hadn't met Tangnan or Tang Zirwei much, she knew from Tang Haifeng's character that she had been the unknown, voiceless, and uninfluential person in her family. But now, she had even become the deputy leader of an organization, proving that Tang Haifeng had misjudged her again. She was far superior to the useless Tang Zirwei. It's perfect. I was thinking of contacting you sometime. We found an abandoned jewelry store on the road earlier. There were a lot of jewels buried in the dust. No one would want them, but since you mentioned it, let's see if you want them. Although jewelry was a third-tier item, with wild valuables becoming increasingly scarce, Tang Tian wasn't picky. Soon, someone brought over a bag of jewelry. The diamonds, pearls, and gemstones inside were all covered in a thin layer of dust, as if they had lost their former brilliance. But Tang Tian took it out and secretly checked the system. They all had real money, so she asked, "I take them all. What do you need?" Then just like last time, we asked for food and water. The food Tang Tian brought last time had almost been consumed, and the birch sap, which was cool and slightly sweet, not only quenched their thirst but also gave them a stronger feeling, much to their satisfaction. But they didn't think Tang Tian would bring any more, since they didn't think she had any more. Besides, before they got it, they drank whatever they had, dissolved it, and at most added water purification tablets. "Where are you going next?" "Will Tang meet them?" Of course, she wasn't going there for Tang Nan, but for the black market. "We've been in District S for a long time. It's time to leave, also to find more supplies." "But we've been around Spring City before." According to Brother Long, we stopped by District Q next door to continue trading. In Tang Nan's eyes, Tang Tian was just a financial sponsor with plenty of supplies. It wouldn't hurt to tell her about his plans. When they met financial sponsors in other districts, they would tell her about it. Occasionally, some would come specifically to do business. Tang Nan didn't want to lose Tang Tian as a buyer. "I heard that District Q is arguably the wealthiest of the northern districts because of its livestock industry. We sometimes do business with official shelters." Tang Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then why haven't I seen you doing business with the District S shelter?" Tang Nan shrugged, a look of slight resignation on his face. To be honest, District S's economy wasn't very good before the apocalypse. The large population was due to the university town. After the apocalypse, I went with Brother Long to see the shelters in Area S, and they were indeed one of the more backward ones, so we didn't think there would be much business there. Black marketeers are still businessmen, especially at this critical moment, when profit is paramount. Tang Tian agreed, telling them to wait while she drove over the supplies, and Tang Nan agreed. So, the former hurried back and loaded the minivan with food. Over the past few days, the sap extractor had also produced a batch of birch sap, which she also packed and loaded into the van. For the rest, she would temporarily use well water. After returning to the tunnel to complete the transaction, Tang Nan looked at the box of birch sap with delight, and her delight at the water source turned to astonishment. Somehow, she felt as if they shouldn't have left Area S. Of course, Tang Tian also bought some things, especially fuel and precious medicine, before returning home satisfied. That evening, the Tang family had just finished dinner. Tang Yi was clearing dust from the yard in Area Q, and Tang Tian was using exercise equipment to digest her food when she finally received news from the shelter. "Tang Tian, are you busy?" Chen Boyun's voice came from the other side. But since he was originally a member of the armed team and even held the position of captain, it wasn't surprising that he was giving orders to a non-staff member like himself. "No, go ahead." Then the conversation turned to the journey to Area Q's shelter. Tang Tian guessed that the plan was to depart within the next 2 days, so she ate some supernatural food in advance. The time was finally set for tomorrow morning, and she could eat more supernatural food to complete the trip. After saying goodnight, Tang Tian quickly fell asleep, waking at dawn the next day. After breakfast, there happened to be no dust storm outside. The yard had just been cleaned, and a thin layer of sand and dust had formed on it. However, the blue sky and the sun were a little clearer. Tang Tian didn't bring Tan Tan with her this time. This Q's own shelter was different from the research institute. There were too many outsiders. If anything went wrong, there was still a chance they could capture him with a wave of people. A loyal dog's fate in the apocalypse wouldn't be good. Although there wasn't a dust storm, Tang Tian still took full protective gear, donned goggles, and then packed her backpack and set off. Most of the villas in Jiangnan Liyuan were in ruins, silently shrouded in a pale ochre. Unexpectedly, as Tang Tian walked out the gate, she saw a military vehicle emblazoned with national flags, its rear compartment facing her. Tang Tian. Someone leaned halfway out and waved at her. It was Shen Boyun. Tang Tian hurried over, and he extended a tactical gloved hand, adorned with a military uniform. The height of the vehicle was quite high. Tang Tian took his hand and stepped into the vehicle. Looking around, she saw that most of the people she had met before were seated. Nearly 20 people filled the 2 rows, front and back, including the deputy captain from last time. Seeing more young women, The all-male team naturally became more restless. But they had already sensed a connection between her and the captain, so they mostly exchanged pleasantries. Tang Tian politely responded. Unlike the research center, Area Q was right next to Area S. With normal driving, it would take just over half an hour to reach the area. Finally, the vehicle stopped at a gate that resembled a wall. Since they weren't on a combat mission, they didn't carry any obvious weapons, keeping them on their backs. After registering at the checkpoint, the vehicle slowly drove into the shelter. Tang Tian glanced out the window and discovered that this shelter actually looked more like a town than the S area's shelter. Besides the green belt, the area was a forest of steel. Along the road, there were many open shops and other basic amenities. In the distance, you could see high-rise residential buildings, storage facilities, and so on. It was much more popular than the S area. No wonder even Tang Nan and the others chose to come here. The economy in Q area was indeed much better than that in S area. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped again at the office building. This was probably an ordinary pre-apocalyptic office building, but it was the tallest and most conspicuous structure in the area, making it a suitable centerpiece for the shelter. After confirming their identities with the front desk, someone went to report, and they had to wait on the first floor. Tang Tian observed the melancholy faces of the crowd, remaining silent, occasionally listening to gossip she was unaware of. It was rumored that Hong Sheng had been the deputy director of the Q district shelter, a radical, and the previous director was rumored to have passed away due to illness. There must be something going on here. However, Hong Sheng didn't seem to be afraid of the chaotic armed group, and actually allowed them to go to his office. Hong Sheng looked like a middle-aged man with a leonine face. The corners of his mouth were always downturned, as if he looked down on everyone, including the armed group from S district. Tang Tian stood aside, silently observing the two sides' negotiations. The tension in the room was almost frozen. But halfway through, she felt that Hong Sheng was a complete tyrant with delusional ambitions. Whether she tried to reason with him, appeal to his feelings, or treat him as an investment, Hong Sheng always rejected her proposal with a nonchalant and dismissive attitude. Okay, stop wasting your time. I'm only meeting you today because Wu Yongming was once my comrade. Hong Sheng waved his hand, his expression gradually becoming impatient. Besides, Area A is almost completing its central base, and we rarely approve applications for shelters from other areas. Other bases are also under construction, and they definitely each manage their own operations. We in Area Q have our own industries, enough to be self-sufficient in the apocalypse. We don't need all this nonsense. The deputy captain's face darkened, and his tone became more serious. Captain Hong, are you trying to disobey orders? Hong Sheng sneered. Order? Order? Bullshit! Did the higher-ups even pay attention to our northern districts before the apocalypse? Now it's the apocalypse, and economy and power are what matter most. I'm afraid Area A will even come knocking on our door. As Tang Tian listened, she felt that Hong Sheng's thinking was completely at odds with theirs, and that such negotiations were bound to fail. Failure wasn't a big deal, after all. Wu Yongming wouldn't say anything if they returned like this. A younger member of the team blushed crimson and blurted out, "How can you be a comrade with our director? And don't think we don't know what happened to the previous director." The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere immediately changed. But the words were already out, and there was no way to stop them. Hong Sheng's face darkened, his mouth drooping. His eyes suddenly filled with gloom, and all patience vanished. With a slam of his hand on the table, a group of armed men suddenly rushed in, apparently ambushed long ago. I'm doing this for Wu Yongming's sake. Since his men are so impolite, don't blame me for teaching them a lesson. Shen Boyun and the deputy captain argued, but they couldn't force Hong Sheng to change his mind. Besides, if they actually unearthed their weapons, they'd likely be executed on the spot, something Hong Sheng could do. So, in the end, the entire team was taken into custody awaiting sentencing, and Wu Yongming might have to coordinate. Damn it! The deputy captain punched the wall, venting his inner anger. Shen Boyun sighed deeply, and said to Tang Tian, "Sorry to have dragged you down with me. It's okay. It was Director Wu who asked me to do it." Tang Tian agreed only to get more supplies beyond food. It was only after seeing it with her own eyes that she realized just how infuriating Hong Sheng could be. But, judging by his final reaction, was there really a hidden reason behind the previous director's death? Hong Sheng's mood didn't improve until nightfall. However, since they had come specifically from District S to negotiate, he couldn't actually put them in a detention center, so he remained nearby, effectively in solitary confinement. But as a radical, Hong Sheng wouldn't change his mind no matter how many people tried to persuade him. Instead, he felt He was perfectly right. Those who turned a blind eye to everything had their weaknesses. Swish. Swish. A corner of the curtain fluttered slightly for no apparent reason, even though the window was clearly closed. Hong Sheng turned around in surprise and shouted, "Who?" No one answered, but a faint reflection appeared in the window. He hurried forward to open it, only to see the partially lit shelter. Swish. The wind seemed to creep up to the table, blowing a pile of documents to the floor. Hong Sheng picked up a copy with trembling hands. As luck would have it, it was the base merger agreement. The previous director had actually always wanted to merge immediately. If it weren't for Hong Sheng, the plan might have been advanced even further. Hong Sheng's heart pounded wildly, suddenly remembering someone's shout during the daytime standoff with the S District Armed Forces. He didn't believe it, but how could there be a breeze in such a closed room, and by such a coincidence? Whoosh! A sudden icy breath brushed against his ears. Hong Sheng shuddered, turning back to see a half-invisible figure in front of him, flickering in and out, all gray and white, floating back and forth. The height was a bit like the previous director's. "Ah! What is that? Get out of here!" Hong Sheng screamed involuntarily, and waved his hands wildly. His foot accidentally stepped on a folder, causing him to slip and fall forward, his forehead slamming against the corner of the table with a thud. The semi-invisible figure swayed for a moment, watching blood slowly seep from the ground before drifting out through the crack in the window, all the way to a similarly sealed room. It was only here that it revealed its true form, a snow-white figure with a featureless face and dressed in human-like clothing. It swayed and landed in front of Tang Tian, quietly waiting. Tang Tian pursed her lips, waved her hand, and the figure vanished. And this, of course, was also a culinary ability, an SSR-level delicacy at that. Snow meringue. The cool, silky glutinous rice ice skin was chewy and bouncy, and could be filled with any number of fillings. But this time, Tang Tian settled for the simplest one with light cream filling. I've been wondering what this supposed humanoid superpower was like, but I didn't expect it to be similar to a ghost, and could even use weapons, giving it an extra attack power and a long range. This superpower was perfect for assassinations. However, before the assassination, Tang Tian wanted to try another tactic, ideally one that could be done without anyone noticing. Seeing the full picture through Xue Mingyang's eyes, she was extremely satisfied. This director Hong, he collapsed before she could even exert any effort, and then, looking around, all the members of the S-Area Arm team had fallen asleep, including Shen Buiyun. Because I needed to use my superpower, just in case, I naturally needed everyone else to log off temporarily. This matter would probably be resolved tomorrow. Shen Buiyun slowly awoke, and upon noticing the commotion outside, he also jolted awake. How did he fall asleep? I usually had missions where I stayed up all night, so I shouldn't have fallen asleep so easily, especially under these circumstances. He glanced over and saw that everyone was asleep, except Tang Tian, who was sitting in the corner, half asleep and half awake. Shen Buiyun didn't wake Tang Tian, but instead woke each team member. After everyone woke up, Tang Tian also opened her eyes, and stretched out leisurely. Before they could discuss anything, the door opened. "Sorry, you can leave now. Our new director wants to see you." Shen Buiyun and the other team members were all surprised, not noticing the slight curve at Tang Tian's lips. Just as Hong Sheng fell, the guard outside noticed him and came in, taking him to the medical station. However, the blow was too severe, and current medical care wasn't as advanced as it was before the apocalypse, so Hong Sheng still died. Since the apocalypse, superstitious people have been on the rise. Coupled with the already existing rumors, the people at the Q area shelter became even more convinced that it must have been the previous director who had come to claim his life, frightening Hong Sheng to death. Whatever the cause of his death, it was time for someone else to replace Hong Sheng, the director who had only been in office for a few days. If he was a radical, after this incident, the rest of his faction wouldn't dare act rashly. Thus, those opposing, more conservative figures, smoothly assumed the directorship once again. The new director, hoping to merge the bases, not only quickly released Shen Buiyun, Tang Tian, and the others, but also signed the agreement and sent them on their way. Faced this turmoil, the members sitting in the car on the way back looked at each other in bewilderment, speechless. Who could have imagined so much could happen in just a dozen hours? What a coincidence! And they woke up, perhaps still thinking it was all a dream. But regardless, their mission was accomplished, and that was more important than anything else. Seeing they hadn't returned for a day and a night, Wu Yongming had already guessed what was going on, and was almost ready to send another team. Even if the agreement wasn't signed, the armed forces and Tang Tian had to be rescued. But to his surprise, They not only returned but also brought such miraculous news, including the news of Hong Sheng's death, which filled him with joy. He suddenly felt like Tang Tian was his lucky star, always keeping her word, and so he generously provided the agreed-upon compensation. Tang Tian even drove the truck and hauled it away, making the entire process almost effortless. It seemed like a win-win situation for both sides. After the sandstorm gradually subsided, its duration shifted. At first, the wind stopped blowing for most of the day, then for a day, then two, then even a whole week, making it seem like we were back to that lull, only to return again. Until this day, Tang Tian was preparing to clear the sand from the yard again. She figured this would be one of her last attempts, as the amount she could clear was dwindling. Since the wind had stopped blowing outside, she also wanted to dismantle the homemade metal barriers she'd been reinforcing, and put them back in storage, where they might find use later. Tang Yi came to help, and Tan Tan, seemingly aware they were leaving, hurried after them. But after opening the door, the sisters' eyes widened. The endless blue sky was dotted with a few cotton candy-like clouds, and the golden sun reappeared. The air quality was still slightly worse, however, the remaining dust hadn't completely dissipated. These scenes didn't even have the initial lull. Tang Tian believed the sandstorm was truly over. Woof woof. Tan Tan ran around the yard, his tail wagging, his mood similarly joyful. The dust storm receding was certainly a good thing, but Tang Tian still wondered if there would be other natural disasters in the world in the future. Chapter 83. For 3 days straight, the weather was glorious and sunny. The shelter hadn't contacted Tang Tian again, perhaps they were fully focused on building the base. Tang Tian hadn't contacted the shelter either, so the two had been out of touch for a while. Wei Mingxia took advantage of the beautiful sunshine to quickly take out the bedding to dry. Tang Yi also often took Tan Tan for a walk, as the latter's experience was far more demanding than that of an average large dog. This leisurely routine felt like a throwback to an afternoon before the apocalypse. Tang Tian ate, drank, and exercised for a while, her mind perking up again. She was in a good state to go out. But she felt that if she wanted to acquire more valuables, she would either have to fleece those around her who had them, or go to another major city. The people in the upper section of the shelter almost always stayed where they were, avoiding going out whenever possible. If they still had them, they probably wouldn't throw them away easily. Gold, in particular, might even be used as currency after the base is built and better, more authoritative laws and regulations are enacted. Well, until then, let's just grab what we can. So this time, Tang Tian took the initiative to contact the shelter. She lied, claiming she found a batch of supplies in an unattended underground warehouse, and wanted to trade them. Since the shelter was in the crucial period of building the base, they immediately agreed and arranged to meet to inspect the supplies. But this time, Tang Tian wasn't going to try to get away with using dried vegetables and meat. With the apocalypse still ongoing, wild vegetables and wild animals were hard to come by, except in the fenced-off plantation areas. Even the gerbil population had dwindled by half, which might arouse people's suspicions. As for the packaged pickles and dried goods, she couldn't let her luck run wild. Finding large quantities every time seemed odd. Tang Tian's system was actually quite suitable for cooperation with the authorities. Give it enough time, it might even be able to feed the entire shelter. But Tang Tian worried that if she disclosed it, not only would her family be invited for tea, but the situation would also become increasingly complicated and troublesome. Perhaps because she had been controlled by Tang Haifeng, Jiang Yao, and others in her previous life, even if the authorities could protect and treat her well, it wasn't clear what would happen to others. Human nature was fickle and uncontrollable, and she didn't want to take any chances. Also, the equipment in the system was almost entirely food-related. If there was a machine that could anonymously transfer supplies, she could directly transfer any excess, silently and without a trace. So this time, Tang Tian chose a non-food, but equally important, commodity. Sugar. She had already purchased a sugar-making machine, and the field she sourced her food from could also yield sugarcane and, sometimes, sugar beets. Both crops were highly suitable for sugar production. When the Tang family craves something, a single piece of sugarcane is enough for them to eat for several days. The rest goes into making sugar. So to date, besides the stockpiled sugar from before the apocalypse, Tang Tian still has a lot of unused sugar. As for another equally important seasoning, salt, Tang Tian hasn't yet developed a stable production system. She only occasionally harvests salt in her workshop, so she plans to leave that for later. The sweetness of sugar not only saves lives, but also has significant applications in industry, chemistry, and medicine. It might even be more valuable than food. So that morning, after breakfast, Tang Tian drove a mid-sized van loaded with all the packaged sugar to the shelter. Bright sunlight reflected off the windshield, the sky clear and the air crisp. The car's thermometer read around 25 degrees Celsius, and with the window open, a gentle breeze caressed my face, a faint whiff of dust. But the wind was now clear, and my vision had returned to its former clarity. The earth was bare, the soil cracked, a desolate and silent scene, a scene of withered life. Tang Tian drove, the only sound around her being the roar of the engine. Not far from the shelter's gate, Tang Tian looked up again, and was surprised to see a new wall ahead. The wall looked very sturdy, and she wondered how high and thick it would eventually be. However, the shelter's former gate was no longer there. Tang Tian frowned, but fortunately, the distance was not far. She used the intercom to contact, and got the correct gate's location. It was still a few hundred meters away, but at the speed she was driving, it shouldn't be a problem. The gate to the quasi-base was indeed 3 or 4 times larger than before, with workers still working nearby. Some were discussing documents, while many more were doing manual labor. Thankfully, there were sentries and gates for people and vehicles to enter and exit. Tang Tian completed her registration as usual and drove to the office area. Yangon had already had people waiting. The temperature was neither too hot nor too cold, making it comfortable enough to wait a little longer. The sight of the truck full of sugar still left the officials' mouths agape, and then they were filled with excitement. A truckload of sugar like this must have weighed at least several hundred kilograms. Even if it wasn't used industrially, it would be a huge help in the food supply alone. What Wu Yongming had said privately was indeed true. Could they find so many supplies just by searching? But perhaps fearing she changed her mind, they immediately accepted the sugar and offered it in exchange for various supplies Tang Tian desired. And because sugar was so precious after filling the entire car, Tang Tian left without a word, returning with a full load. And on the way, perhaps the authorities were also trying to fill up the manpower. After all, building a base requires a lot of resources. In short, Tang Tian returned home safely. She packed up the supplies and placed them by category in the system warehouse. Looking back, she realized she had already stockpiled 8 or 9,000 liters of the fuel she'd been longing for, and the medicines for common ailments, which could be saved up like candy. And most of this, you could say, she gotten it for free. It really feels good to get something for free. Is it ready? It's time to eat, Wei Mingxia called out to Tang Tian, bringing the last dish from the kitchen. Tang Tian regained her composure, closed the system, and headed for the dining table. The table was still filled with steaming, freshly prepared home-cooked dishes, stir-fried cabbage noodles, tofu with tomato sauce, crispy prawns, and stir-fried lamb with scallions, each emitting a rich aroma. After a hearty meal, Tang Tian showered. Given the temperature, she probably didn't need to turn on the cooling system. The mother and daughter still chose to sleep on the first floor, drawing the curtains and replacing the mats with quilts. Night fell, the moon and stars shimmered, a seemingly everyday experience, a perfectly ordinary night. Tang Tian's usual alertness was first awakened. She yawned before slowly opening her eyes. To her surprise, however, the room remained pitch black, as if covered by a thick blanket. Tang Tian felt confused, but then instantly sensed something was amiss. She fetched her alarm clock, and the time displayed on it was clearly early morning. A few days ago, during that exceptionally fine period, the sun would rise punctually each morning, bringing with it a warmth and boundless vitality, urging everyone on Earth to begin a new day. But this day was different. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stood up and ran to the window, drawing open the curtains. Her pupils trembled slightly at the sight outside. The sky outside the window was still a deep, dark purple, and in the distance, a round, bright moon shone with an unusually soft, bright light. The stars twinkled, reflecting each other, stretching endlessly, even merging with the lights on somewhere on the ground. Everything seemed exactly as it had been before Tang Tian went to sleep. But Tang Tian knew the difference had already been made. Time is always right, but the weather these days is prone to change. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia also rose. Fully awake, they were met with disbelief at the darkness outside the window. Am I still dreaming? No, I think this might be a new type of natural disaster, only even more bizarre than before. Tang Tian, with a serious expression, drew the curtains again. Turning his hand, a round ball of light appeared in his palm, emitting a bright glow. You mean, the sun didn't rise as usual? Does that mean the world will remain in darkness forever? Wouldn't that be polar night? Tang Yi's face, even in the light element, was gloomy. She seemed to have grasped the gravity of the situation. Polar night does exist in some areas, But it's not this severe, and it will eventually end. If this is truly polar night, then when will it end? Tang Tian slowly shook her head. Honestly, I don't know. I can only count the days like any other natural disaster. But thankfully, we have a system. At least, we won't have to worry about food and drink. We just have to avoid any unusual situations. Wei Mingxiao sighed. Besides, we're still building the base. I wonder if that will be affected. As the three had discussed, polar night arrived. When the people in the quasi-base noticed that the sun hadn't risen, but instead remained in darkness, they were indeed in a state of panic. But later, they discovered that other than that, the temperature hadn't fluctuated dramatically, and no mutated monsters had appeared. Adding to the officials' urgent reassurances, the panic finally subsided somewhat. But in the darkness, lighting was essential. Coincidentally, the previous salt storm had damaged the power towers in the area, making it impossible to power the entire shelter. So, for the time being, only the most important areas were powered. Electricity was available, and other areas also used various generators to supplement it. The upper echelons had already received generators and fuel, and some families had already begun generating their own electricity. But many civilians lacked these supplies, and could only continue to endure the darkness, which was much more bearable than the previous extreme cold and heat. Construction work at the base could not be halted and had to continue, so lights were installed at various construction sites, and work continued. Thankfully, the gerbils had also vanished, at least not interfering with the construction work. But the bad news was that without these gerbils, the available meat supply also decreased. During the period of frequent gerbil appearances, the people in the shelter ate gerbil meat almost daily. Any leftovers were preserved by making jerky, pickling, and pâté. Now, without gerbils, they can only rely on the remaining meat for energy. The planting area is a key area of the shelter's care. Lin Jiqiu and others have already advanced their research on crops. By then, those crops will likely have to be traded privately with District Q to ensure mutual access. So, most of the electricity is going to those crops, and currently, more is being grown indoors. Furthermore, Wu Yongming and Yang Gan are still worried about potential complications. The base not only needs to coordinate with neighboring districts to continue construction, but also needs to accelerate progress. After studying light attribute abilities, Tang Tian discovered that they don't seem to have as many uses as other abilities. In the polar night, they're more likely to be used for illumination. Now that the polar night has arrived, using light balls for illumination requires a higher level ability. So Tang Tian created supernatural dishes like tamagoyaki and sweet and sour ginger, and whenever daylight arrived, she would create balls of light to represent the sun. And even if the Jiangnan Liyuan, with only her family, was lit like a single light bulb, no one would deliberately visit. There were probably no strangers around. After collecting the gold coins earned from the gourmet shop, the gold coin column had over 5 million. As usual, Tang Tian opened 2 supernatural slots for each person, and then began spending the gold coins en masse. First, she upgraded the farmland to the highest level, level 5, and then purchased equipment. After buying a batch of the old equipment, Tang Tian chose to purchase 2 new pieces of equipment, a stone mill and a braising pot. The stone mill can process grains like rice, wheat, and beans into flour, paste, and other products, allowing for a wider range of food. As the name suggests, the braising pot is specifically designed for braised dishes. Unfortunately, a braising pot can only braise one part of a dish, not all at once. Wei Mingxiao also braised dishes at home, often adding several parts at once. The aroma wafted through the room, making everyone salivate. Unsure of the difference between the system's braising pot and the real one, Tang Tian still eagerly retrieved a generous portion of beef from the warehouse, intending to make a pot of braised beef. She also noticed that her stamp collection had accumulated, indicating they had survived the apocalypse for several more days. However, as their survival progressed, the amount of items they could redeem with stamps increased. Tang Tian calculated that this time stamps were just enough to redeem a new piece of equipment, so she exchanged them all. Ding! You have received 1 yogurt pot. It turns out that this yogurt pot functions similarly to a soda or candy machine, and the yogurt it produces can also be used to restore spiritual power. The production cycle is longer, but the recovery rate is increased. Tang Tian started the machine without hesitation, placed a piece of fruit inside, and the yogurt jars began to be made. When it was finished, a can of blueberry yogurt automatically appeared in the warehouse. This yogurt was filled in a container similar to a can, and it could be drunk by simply pulling the ring. But speaking of blueberries, it was time for her to try learning the purple ability. After purchasing the recipes for the other colored dishes, Tang Tian took a quick look at them. It was midnight now, and purple dishes did have abilities that were very suitable for use at this time. She then opened the purple recipe book and quickly found the power, dark vision. This power allowed her to see clearly at night without the aid of light. Bright light could easily reveal her whereabouts, but with this power, she could navigate the darkness with ease. But wouldn't this visual power, like clairvoyance, consume a lot of mental energy? Tang Tian's scalp tingled whenever she thought of that exhaustion. So she made a low-grade blueberry popping toast and ate it. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the blueberries and cheese complemented each other perfectly. Indoors, she couldn't tell the difference, but after using the power frequently, she could actually feel it waiting for her to activate. "Come on, Tantan, let's go for a walk." Woof. Tantan had been chewing on a toy in his den. Hearing he could go outside, he quickly spat out his mouth and trotted over excitedly. It wasn't clear if Jiangnan Liyuan had electricity, but none of the streetlights were on. Away from her villa, Tang Tian discovered she could clearly see other scenes, including the ruins, the pothole ground, and the dry land. But she still knew she was in darkness. If it were a more sophisticated dish, I wonder if there would be other changes? Thankfully, this time, she had night vision, which is crucial in the polar night. The Tang family and the others spent some time in the polar night. Tang Tian had once attempted to visit the market in the shelter to see if anyone had valuables to exchange. She discovered that outsiders were temporarily restricted, likely because they were focused on building the base, and even she was being treated equally. So she gave up. But the downsides of a lack of sunlight were quietly taking their toll on everyone. Insomnia, lethargy, and fatigue were minor issues, but most people were already experiencing a lack of energy and a loss of time. Some, already on the brink of mental collapse, were experiencing hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. Several accidents, both large and small, occurred on the construction site. Most importantly, many people had finally exhausted their earlier gerbil meat, and were now living on compressed biscuits and edible plants distributed by the shelter. But these barely filled their stomachs, and were far from enough to continue working. But the construction base was now in dire need of labor. Even the cheapest daily bricklaying jobs offered a guaranteed daily income, so many people still wanted to work. Some of them were criminals, serving minor offenses in labor camps, doing heavy labor and receiving only enough food to sustain them. The serious criminals, who hadn't yet been dealt with, were also subjected to labor camps, but the workload was even heavier, the food was even less, and they were forced to work faster. Their suffering was unbearable. Therefore, at each construction site, several armed team members were assigned to guard the prisoners, preventing them from suddenly erupting in rebellion. Those upper-class people who previously had supplies were now completely depleted. However, many of them remained unwilling to personally work and receive pay, leading to a new trend of private activity. Somehow, they purchased slaves from the black market for their own amusement, and then had them work in their stead for pay. These were all isolated incidents. Moreover, if they had gone out together, who would have guessed that slavery had become a reality in this world? Therefore, they kept it a secret. Even the shelters were unknown. Of course, like the sex trade of the past, things like this were slowly starting to unfold. Once the doors were closed, no one knew about them. After all, the shelter was currently busy building its base, and Elle hadn't bothered to investigate how the unknown darkness had become so chaotic. The Tang family didn't know about this either, but they stayed home, continuing to exercise and study. The Tang family's light-attributed energy balls could emit a radiance like sunlight, and when they shone on the body, it felt like basking in the sun. But they had to be made with ingredients like ginger to be effective. Other light-attributed energy didn't have this effect. Furthermore, achieving this effect required a greater expenditure of mental energy. So Tang Tian often opted for batteries. When the batteries ran out of power, she recharged them with her electrical ability, and only used the generator in the third stage. So, if she conserved the fuel she had saved, she could probably use it indefinitely. And thankfully, she stockpiled some nutritional supplements before the apocalypse, which could help her replenish her vitamin deficiencies. Well, my family always eats normally, so we don't lack for those things, but we're just in case. Ever since the sun stopped appearing, the brightest thing in the sky is the mirror-like moon. And because of the lack of sunlight, the temperature outside has slowly dropped, now only around 15 degrees Celsius at night. If the polar night continues, the temperature will probably continue to drop, but we don't expect to see extreme lows like the Arctic. Thankfully, people can survive at these temperatures. Tang Tian looked at the perpetual calendar, tore off a page, and realized that they had already gone through another year, and were preparing for the new year. New Year's Eve these days is nothing like the vibrant and lively atmosphere of pre-apocalyptic times, not to mention the heavy darkness outside, which seemed to swallow up all hope of survival. But the Tang family was an exception. Tang Tian didn't want to miss the New Year's Eve dinner. So on New Year's Day, the Tang family worked together to prepare a sumptuous feast: dry-pot cauliflower, golden shrimp balls, boiled fish fillets, mouth-watering chicken, preserved vegetable braised pork, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Of course, there were also braised items made in the braising pot: braised beef, chicken feet, duck gizzards, duck necks, offal, bean curd rolls, and so on. After dinner, there was a fruit platter and Tang Yi's dessert. Some of these were made in the system, which was more convenient than making them in real life. The meal was served, and Tang Tian turned on the TV. But there were no programs these days, it was just a medium. She chose a replay of a good Spring Festival gala from a certain year. But the most useful communication device right now was still the radio. Tang Tian kept it nearby and charged to avoid missing the latest news. Midway through her meal, she tuned to the official channel and, as expected, heard the recurring broadcast from Spring City. Tang Tian turned off the TV and listened quietly with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. It seemed there really was good news for the new year. Even the voices on the radio carried a strange joy, almost distorting their voices. After a massive mobilization, the construction of the Spring City base was finally nearly complete. Most of what remained was repairs. Aside from the central base, which served as the central hub, the remaining bases were divided into 4 locations: east, south, west, and north. Spring City had 5 official bases, accommodating a total of 10 million people, roughly the number of people who survived the natural disaster. The northern base consisted of areas S, Q, and U. These 3 areas had been closely connected before the apocalypse. This was also one of the smaller official bases, officially named Chongping Base. Once the base is fully constructed, they will relocate the survivors from the original shelter, and then open the gates to allow outsiders in. The Tang family was quite pleased to hear this news. This finally felt like a united front. However, the following news silenced them for a moment. Chapter 84. So, after the base was built, they planned to force outsiders to enter. This wasn't just for the protection they offered, but also to replenish the base's scarce manpower. Of course, if outsiders developed into a powerful force and became hostile to the authorities, they would be classified as dangerous, giving the authorities reason to eliminate them one by one. Tang Tian put down her chopsticks and paused before asking, "Mom, sister, do you want to move into the base?" She wasn't bored yet, but perhaps because of the polar night, the surroundings seemed even quieter. Every night, when it was time to go to bed, the silence was so intense that her heartbeat seemed to echo, a regular, low-pitched sound that was actually unsettling. She could tell that Wei Mingxia also wanted to enter the shelter. At least there was still a sense of life there. Wei Mingxia smiled and said, "It depends on your choice. Our current conditions are better than most people's. There are gains and losses. Yes, and no matter which choice we make, our family is still together, and that's enough." Tang Yi echoed from the side. Tang Tian nodded. If they could reach an agreement, they could prepare to move into the base. Besides, she had already been seen by everyone, and even Wu Yongming wouldn't be willing to let her go. But that wasn't the moment. The base had only just been completed, and the internal situation was probably still bustling with activity. It would take at least some time. After the new year, the Tang family returned to normal. Wei Mingxia used her supernatural powers to create a few more sun balls. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were both working out with weights, a thin layer of sweat gradually forming on their foreheads. Tian, the radio seems to have made a connection. Wei Mingxia was gradually becoming proficient in using various communication devices, so she quickly informed them upon discovering the connection. Tang Tian wiped her sweat and went over to answer the call. She was surprised to find that the message on the other end was from Tang Nan. Tang Tian had always been the one to initiate the conversation, but this time it was her, and she directly stated her need to trade food. "Are you back from Area Q?" Tang Tian asked. Tang Nan responded, then said, "Didn't the director of Area Q die again last time, and a new one took over? But things are still not peaceful there, so we thought we returned to Area S. Now they built a base, and even the subway space is being utilized, but that tunnel has been excluded. We're only stationed there for now, and unexpectedly, business has increased. But we're short on food right now. Tang Tian, if you have any, I'd be happy to trade our newly found supplies." It just so happened that Tang Tian's food source had also yielded some goodies. She wondered if there were any new items on the black market, but Tang Tian thought this trade was worth a try. After agreeing on a time, Tang Tian and Tang Yi headed for the familiar tunnel. Without the wind and sand covering it, it looked considerably cleaner. The tunnel entrance was even brighter thanks to the lights, and pedestrians could be seen coming and going from time to time, with a few cars parked nearby. It seemed that without the obstruction of the sand and dust, it was just the polar night, which had caused people to go out more often. Black market business was indeed much better than before. However, those electric and gasoline vehicles still needed resources, and their owners at the base were likely not civilians. Tang Tian spoke to the person guarding the tunnel entrance, and someone went in to report. A moment later, they met Tang Nan, who had followed them out. "Let's talk inside." Tang Nan led them into the deepest part of the tunnel, which served as the base's office area, albeit much smaller. However, along the way, they still encountered numerous stalls on both sides, displaying supplies. Some strangers stopped to watch, others to haggle, their conversations flowing like water through the tunnel, a sight never before seen during a sandstorm. Occasionally, they overheard conversations, and even heard the name of the Chongping base. After all, with the combined population of two entire areas, the base number naturally seemed larger. However, as they walked, Tang Tian noticed that the quantity of certain goods seemed to be increasing. "This little one is 6 years old, already sensible and capable of many things. Please, we only need 10 kilograms of food. A newly trained female slave. As long as she can feed me, she can do anything you want. The price is negotiable. I can do any job. I'm alone at home, so I'm not afraid of anything. As long as I can feed me." Amidst this turbulent current, they seemed like soft waves, becoming the most common sight. The expressionless merchandise and the amusement-filled buyer were a stark contrast, sending a chill down one's spine. Tang Tian lowered her head, trying not to look. She couldn't prevent this from happening, and besides, it was none of her business. Tang Yi's face was pale and unsightly, but she remained silent, following along. "Miss Tang, we meet again." After a few pleasantries, he said, "Enough of small talk. We gathered a lot of supplies during the polar night, but my people. You know, if you want to manage well, no one will listen to you without food. I heard from Tang Nan that you have some extra food. Are you still interested in trading it with me?" "Of course." Tang Tian was early, and then replied, "That's great. I went out during the polar night, and happened to find some supplies to bring back. Do you have any valuables like gold, jade, or anything else? If not, other supplies will do." Long Qing smiled briskly. "Miss Tang, I don't know, but the higher-ups at the base are still buying slaves to take back. Some people are short on supplies, so they're using their valuables from the past. We thought you need them, so we saved some. In addition, things like fuel, generators, lighting, and even warm clothing are currently hard currency. After all, the temperature has been slowly dropping since the polar night." Tang Tian had come to the black market today. Although she had managed to light a lamp in the dark tunnel, it was no match for the light-attributed sun ball. The light still felt chilly on her face and body, and it was likely to get even colder. In this weather, Tang Tian deliberately found a fleece jacket to wear, shielding her from the night chill. Tang Tian prepared to inspect the valuables first, and Tang Nan went to retrieve them. She had initially assumed Long Qing was just talking, but she unexpectedly dragged over a suitcase about 12 inches long, opened it, and filled it with valuables. After the base merger, all official shelters, large and small, were merged. The wealthy before the apocalypse still had money, and some were reluctant to leave their valuables behind, willing to trade them for a bite of food. Before the black market, they stopped frequently, encountering more people than the entire S-area shelter. And valuables were heavier than clothing. Tang Tian estimated they weighed at least 10 kilograms. She nodded with great satisfaction, then carefully inquired about Long Qing's request before heading back with Tang Yi Tan Tan. In fact, it was still daylight at this moment, before polar night. After Tang Tian returned home, she unloaded the vehicle and began loading the supplies. Grains, canned pickles, and birch sap, along with some milk powder and honey, and then a batch of vegetable oil and sugar, all of which would definitely please Long Qing and Tang Nan. After all was packaged and loaded onto the vehicle, Tang Tian and Tang Yi set off again, returning to the tunnel. This time, Tang Nan led them to another tunnel entrance, closer to the black market's management office, eliminating the need to pass pedestrians to deliver goods. The black market readily handed over the box full of gold, silver, and jewelry and moved all the supplies inside, tactfully not asking Tang Tian what they were planning to do with it. Tang Tian winked at Tang Yi, who understood and pretended to put the suitcase in the vehicle, but in reality, quickly returned it and the box to the system warehouse. "By the way, we also found a batch of different types of riot control grenades earlier. Do you want some?" Tang Nan's lips curled slightly. I see you really like these things, but they're certainly useful right now. No, but if you have protective suits, I'd like some. She had the ability to forge, or even attack, so she didn't really need those things. But after several rounds of natural disasters, she found the protective suits incredibly useful. They were useful anytime, anywhere, and she didn't need to keep her shields on all the time. Even the ones she stockpiled were running out. Okay, I go check for you, Tang Nan said, and headed forward. Her shadow slanted and thinly reflected on the orange-lit tunnel walls. In every way, she looked better than before, even before the apocalypse. Tang Tian and Tang Yi waited in the car, occasionally hearing the sounds of buying and selling up ahead. Tang Nan returned shortly with some supplies and asked, "We're running low on protective suits, but we still have plenty of gas masks in stock. Can we get some?" Tang Tian hadn't originally thought of taking gas masks, but then she remembered the potential for mutants to appear during a natural disaster, and who knew which one might be poisonous, so she accepted the batch and prepared to stockpile. But even she hadn't anticipated how this action would benefit her in the future. Tang Yi was packing items in the back of the car. Tang Tian nodded to Tang Nan and said, "Contact me next time you have valuables. But I think with your business, it shouldn't be a problem." Tang Nan was about to respond when the sound from the tunnel ahead suddenly changed, like the climax of a symphony, becoming rapid and even piercing. Tang Nan's brows furrowed, and he quickly grabbed his weapon and rushed forward. But before she could take a few steps, a group of people marched in unison, their features gradually revealing themselves in the dim light. "That? Uniform and slung guns?" The leader shouted. "We are the official armed forces. Your market is misleading about market prices and engaging in illegal trading. We are forcibly disbanding, immediately. Please refrain from excessive resistance." Tang Nan was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around, glaring and demanding, "Tang Tian, did you send them here? Did you do this?" Tang Tian raised her hands. "Unjust. I didn't even enter the base. Besides, you knew I wanted those valuables, and if you ban them, who would I turn to? It wouldn't be good for me." Tang Nan choked, unable to answer for a moment. Long Qing's face darkened. He simply patted his pocket and whispered to her, "I believe Miss Tang. After all, no one these days is willing to trade such good food for something inedible. If this were a trap, we would have been caught the first time. This armed team has only become more active since the base was built, which also matches the information on the radio." The leader was stunned when he heard someone's name. He pursed his lips and took a few steps forward. Only when he could see the people near the car at the tunnel entrance did he sneer, "Tang Tian, is that you?" Tang Tian narrowed her eyes. She had actually thought of this situation too. The base must be cracking down on external forces. Besides, Shen Buiyun and Cheng Jing were also in the armed team. Perhaps they were doing the same thing somewhere right now. But the person before him wasn't either of them. He looked familiar, but I couldn't place him. Tang Tian crossed her arms defensively and replied calmly, "Sorry, who are you?" "I forgot." To someone unfamiliar with her tone, she might have mistaken it for a simple, blunt sarcasm. Tang Tian hadn't thought of it that way, but Yin Shui's ears made it sound like that. He gritted his teeth. He already had some disdain for the former, and now, on a mission, why did he run into her again? Wu Yongming thought she was the shelter's lucky star, but he didn't think so. Seeing Long Qing, Tang Nan, and the others fingering their weapons, he snorted and asked, "Tang Tian, you haven't entered the base yet, but Commander Wu and Deputy Commander Yang would still welcome you. We're cracking down on external forces. Do you intend to collude with them and go against the authorities? You never be allowed into the base that way." Tang Tian also scoffed. From the tone of her voice, she thought gaining access to the base was some kind of bonanza. But she didn't really want to help the black market, nor did she want to help the armed forces. She didn't want to help either side, she simply didn't want to get involved in this mess. So she shrugged. "I didn't say I wanted to help, and I just left right away. You guys continue. I always been neutral." This time, both sides fell silent, except for Tang Nan, who curled his lips and snorted. She had known Tang Nan was this kind of person. The tunnel suddenly became incredibly noisy. The base's ultimate goal was to replenish its manpower, and also to save money, so half of the weapons in the armed forces' possession were rubber bullets. But the black market was different. They brought real weapons, even real people. Tang Tian and Tang Yi drove back to a safe area and took out their binoculars to look out. The black marketeers must have used riot control grenades. Occasional flashes of light, and the occasional sound of gunfire were heard. Finally, A small amount of smoke emerged from the tunnel entrance, likely traces of fire. Both sides engaged in a battle, but it looked like neither side would win. About 20 minutes later, the tunnel returned to calm. Tang Tian and Tang Yi moved forward again and happened to see Long Qing, Tang Nan, and the others emerging from the tunnel. They looked exhausted, some practically sitting down on the ground, panting. The armed forces must have temporarily retreated. It seems we can't stay in this tunnel any longer. We must go somewhere else. Long Qing said gravely, looking up at Tang Tian at the car. She remained remarkably calm, like a spectator, the moonlight streaming down from the horizon, casting a light veil over her. He knew Tang Tian wouldn't help him, so he said, "Miss Tang, I'm afraid we won't be able to find valuables anytime soon. We were originally considering entering the base, but more than half of us didn't want to go. Now it seems there's really no need." Tang Tian shook her head. "It's okay. See you sometime." Thankfully, her system had probably passed its initial development phase, and by gradually selling food at the food store, she could actually accumulate gold coins. Long Qing nodded, and after the smoke in the tunnel cleared, he went to collect the remaining items with the others. Tang Nan also stood up silently, but didn't immediately follow. Instead, he gave Tang Tian a deep look and suddenly said, "Tang Tian, I believe you can definitely survive this apocalypse." Tang Tian smiled in response. "You too, second in command? What kind of market is that? Even the armed forces failed?" Wu Yongming's eyes flashed with displeasure. At this moment, there were two other people in the office besides him, Yang Gan and Yin Shuo. Yang Gan replied, "It's a mobile black market. They collected a large amount of supplies, including some military weapons, before the apocalypse. The armed forces now are actually mostly composed of ordinary people, so they were careless." Yin Shuo rolled his eyes, and suddenly said, "Captain Wu, Deputy Commander Yang, actually, I saw someone I know there this time. They seem very familiar with each other, and I wonder if there's a connection." Wu Yongming raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who is it?" Yin Shuo pursed his lips, finally deciding to say the name. "What? How could it be her?" Wu Yongming's expression froze slightly. "Come to think of it, she hasn't even entered the base yet. Captain Wu, haven't you considered that she and her family, despite being so poor, are able to exchange so many supplies with the shelter? Clearly, there's a lot of supplies on the black market. Tang Tian must have close ties to them." Yin Shuo clenched his fists at the seams of his pants as he spoke. "The base is actively combating external forces, and she's getting involved. How can that not be considered opposition to the base? Furthermore, you extended such a gracious invitation, yet she's still unwilling to accept it, refusing to give you any respect. Do you still want to maintain your previous opinion?" "Enough," Yang Gan interrupted, frowning. "There are only two people in the Tang family, and they always lived in a residential area. They haven't moved with the black market. Stepping back, if there's a connection, wouldn't the supply she said be genuine? Besides, the base hasn't been completely stabilized yet. Someone as cautious as Tang Tian wouldn't come in right away, and they need time to move." "Okay, enough about that." Wu Yongming rubbed his temples, his face exhausted, his heart pounding. By now, the black market has probably already escaped elsewhere. Let's go to other external forces first. We talk about this later. A gloomy look crossed Yin Shuo's face, his clenched fists still clenched, but he finally retreated. After all, Tang Tian would eventually enter the base. After the black market incident, Tang Tian and Tang Yi returned a little late today. But now it was pitch black everywhere, and their perception of time had slowed. Tang Tian and Tang Yi could use their dark vision abilities when out and about, so they could see clearly without turning on the lights. But the consequence of returning late was that they were starving after relaxing. Thankfully, they had plenty of food to fill their stomachs, and Wei Mingxia had already prepared it at home. But after dinner, Tang Tian suddenly noticed a message coming in. Cup of candy pear in hand, she answered the radio. The person on the other end of the line was none other than Shen Boyun. "Tang Tian, the armed forces discovered a black market today. Were you there then?" Since she had been discovered, she had to report everything to her superiors, and Tang Tian didn't hide anything. "What? What did the leader say?" Tang Tian took a sip of liquid, half sitting in her chair, and asked calmly, "By the way, I remember that leader. Is he related to you?" Shen Boyun paused, then sighed, "Based on blood relationship, he's my cousin, and he's also a member of the armed forces now. And now the higher-ups know you were there, but what were you doing there?" From his tone, Tang Tian understood a little. The man's report was probably false, and Shen Boyun, disbelieving, naturally came to ask. I was indeed in the black market at the time, but it was just a legitimate transaction. I was about to leave when they arrived. I was just watching from the sidelines, not helping either side. Tang Tian shrugged as she spoke, even though the other party couldn't see. But Shin Boyun seemed relieved, chuckling softly. I see. Although I didn't see it, it certainly fits your character. I trust you. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, silent. Water droplets, oozing from the warm water, dripped down the sides of the cup, leaving her palms feeling even colder than before. The other person was silent for a moment, then asked, changing the subject, "The base is complete. Are you moving in?" Deputy Commander Yang asked me before. This is probably the best possible scenario, Tang Tian thought. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao weren't opposed to going to the base, and there were many popular people there. In fact, she had been wandering around for so long that she occasionally felt the urge to return home. We need to pack up in a few days. Okay, then contact me the night before, and I arrange for someone to pick you up. We just arrived at the base, so there are still some formalities to go through. Tang Tian agreed and hung up the message. To be honest, she was a little excited at the thought of going to the new location. And if Chongping Base wasn't as good as she imagined, or even dangerous, she could still take her family away. Go to another base, or even leave Spring City altogether. Other cities must have built bases as well. Thinking this way, she shared this news with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, and they decided to start packing the next day. The next night was another clear one. Tang Tian retrieved several suitcases and storage bags from the warehouse, and began to place her luggage inside. After all, the Tang family had a lot of supplies in the eyes of some at the base. Bringing too little would arouse suspicion, so it would be better to bring more. However, the items inside were still of little value. As for the villa, they dismantled what could be dismantled and stored it in the system warehouse. It took the two of them nearly a full day to finally pack up the villa and their luggage. 2 days later, Tang Tian felt almost ready, so she contacted Shin Boyun that night. He quickly agreed, and they agreed to meet at the base gate. Early the next morning, Tang Tian took the car out of the warehouse and loaded all the luggage. The family of two, plus Tan Tan, officially left Jiangnan Liyuan where they had been living until now, and headed towards the base in a mighty procession. Chapter 85. Because Tang Tian had already been to the base gate once, she had already experienced it, so she drove the car to the base smoothly. However, compared to the last time, the gate this time seemed more imposing and solemn, a continuous high wall built completely. The top was also equipped with barbed wire, surveillance equipment, and other equipment, and the entrance was a huge, sturdy metal door. There was a sentry guarding the gate in front, and a room similar to a security room was located next to it. Lights were even on at the highest point, making the entrance as bright as day and making it easier for people to pass through. Tang Tian also noticed that more people and vehicles were appearing at the gate. In many cases, they even had to queue up and register one by one before entering or exiting. The gate would only open after a car or convoy of vehicles entered. Tang Tian drove slowly forward, and suddenly someone called her from the open window, "Tang Tian." The voice seemed familiar. She had also proactively told Shin Boyun the license plate number of the car she was driving. Tang Tian peeked out to see the person approaching. It was Qin Yaowe. "Finally, you're here. I was just wondering about you guys." Qin Yaowe smiled as she boarded the bus, feeling quite at home, and immediately began to play with her Tan-Tan. Tang Tian glanced at her, her lips curled. "Looks like you be our guide this time." Qin Yaowe rolled her eyes, then suddenly smiled. "Of course. My brother insists we prepare a welcoming reception, otherwise he'd be worried." Tang Yi also smiled. Wei Mingxia adjusted her glasses, seeming to feel a bit uneasy. Tan-Tan, on the other hand, stuck out his tongue and tilted his head slightly. Tang Tian sighed. Finally reaching the guard post, Tang Tian registered the entire family. The staff were no longer surprised by these relocations, and after registration, they were allowed through. Finally, they officially entered the base. Tang Tian stepped on the accelerator and entered, only to discover how the officially established base had changed. This was still the site of the former S-area shelter, but she vaguely remembered her first visit to the shelter, when it was still in ruins, with damaged buildings lining the streets and virtually no one on the road. But now it was different. The streets had been renovated, and while many shops were closed, some were open for business. The roads had also been remarked, with street signs and traffic lights back in place. There were more pedestrians on both sides of the street, and especially on the roads, there were more cars, casting dark shadows under the platinum-colored streetlights. However, there were few streetlights, so many people used their own lighting tools, and most vehicles used their own lights. Chen Yaowei was diligently fulfilling her duties as a tour guide, introducing the area to the people in the car. After the merger of areas S, Q, and U into the Chongping base, the residential area was relocated to the central area, while the other areas were used for other purposes. They were no longer as scattered as before, and the crowds naturally seemed denser. Since the base's completion, officials have been working tirelessly to introduce a new currency system to prepare for future commercial activities. Before the apocalypse, people were accustomed to online payments, and few used cash. After the apocalypse, even fewer people still had cash on hand. It had become worthless, so the authorities had to introduce a new currency. However, this currency system is still in its pilot phase, and it will take some time for everyone to get used to it. Privately, people still prefer bartering. Chen Yaowei even took out a few notes to give them. They were part of her work income. Nowadays, compensation for work at the base is roughly half in supplies and half in this currency. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia took them and examined them, finding them not much different from pre-apocalyptic cash, except that the patterns on them were replaced with isolated numbers, and the values were similar. Nowadays, this currency is called points vouchers. Promoting a currency system is still useful. Bartering is a last resort, and if a suitable standard is never found, it's likely to be unacceptable to both parties. With this standard, unified planning can be achieved in the future. Let's find a place to stay first. There are 3 options: buying a place, renting, and using the equivalent of a hotel, charging by the day. Chen Yaowei asked inquiringly. Tang Tian slowly took the steering wheel and answered without hesitation, "Just buy it." "But if it's a house, should we use supplies or points vouchers?" Chen Yaowei seemed to have known Tang Tian would choose this option. She first guided her in a certain direction, then said with a smile, "Buying a house is considered a valuable item nowadays, so points vouchers are often used. You may not have points vouchers when you first arrived, but it's okay. The exchange center can exchange supplies for points vouchers. Although the quantity is fixed, a little bit adds up. Then which way I go?" Since arriving at the shelter, Tang Tian had been to the exchange center most often. Did the exchange center move too? Yes, they expanded over there, but I didn't know it. Someone previously bought more properties and rented them out to more people, and it was only later discovered by the authorities. He smiled slyly, adding, "And honestly, I really like our 2 families to be neighbors, just like we were back at Hexingyuan." Tang Tian had no objection to continuing to be neighbors with the Shin family. From her earlier visit to the shelter, it was clear that everyone in the Shin family was talented, with connections in all sorts of fields within the shelter. How can that not be considered a network? The final address was a street, but there was a parking lot nearby, so Tang Tian parked there first. There were patrols in the parking lot to prevent robbery and theft. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, Wei Mingxia, and Tan Tan finally got out of the car and followed Chen Yaowei. Under the sparse streetlights, Tang Tian noticed that the shops on that street seemed to be real estate agencies, like those from before the apocalypse. At this time, groups of people were coming in and out of the shops. Chen Yaowei led them to one of the shops with ease. The shop was dimly lit with only a single, low light. The layout was simple, consisting of a front counter and 2 tables and chairs on either side, where 2 people, presumably salespeople and customers, were sitting and chatting. When they saw Chen Yaowei, a middle-aged man's voice rang out, "Xiaoyao, why are you here?" After the introduction, Tang Tian realized that the man before them was Chen Yaoyu's uncle, Yin Lei. Before the apocalypse, Yin Lei had worked in real estate sales, and now he was truly specialized in his field. While he wasn't a semi-employed employee like the Armed Forces Medical Station or Logistics Department, at least he had a permanent position. Moreover, with the base's completion, the number of people living in the area increased, and the real estate business also boomed, allowing him to be extremely busy. "Uncle, of course I'm here to introduce you to business," Chen Yaowei said with a smile. After introducing the Tang family, she added, "We were neighbors before, and they helped us a lot. They just arrived at the base, and I thought it would be great if we could continue to be neighbors." "Uncle, you better be reasonable." As Chen Yaowei spoke, Yin Lei had already observed the Tang family without a word. The current temperature was suitable for sweaters and jackets, and those who were afraid of the cold even wore down jackets. But many people had been displaced by the previous extreme heat and sandstorms, and some had even thrown away their cumbersome thick clothes. Now, the price of a piece of warm clothing on the market is not cheap. There was even a phenomenon of price speculation, which meant that the rich had no worries about warm clothing, but the poor couldn't even afford a coat. It was only through government intervention that the situation was finally curbed. However, the family was almost all wearing brand new, warm clothing, and their condition appeared much better than that of ordinary people. Especially the large guard dog, which looked almost adult, something even the officials probably didn't have. Yin Lei, in his previous sales career, was incredibly skilled at reading people's expressions, and this was someone Chen Yaowei had brought with her. In reality, he had also heard the Shen family mention a few things about the Tang family, and he felt absolutely compelled to not neglect them. He smiled and said, "Of course, let me introduce you." It turns out that these living areas are also divided into high-class and low-class areas. There's the inner core residential area, the middle-class area, and the outer, more civilian areas. The residential area consists of the towering high-rise buildings, and the villas that fit neatly within it. Rentals are not permitted there, only purchases are allowed, so the occupancy rate is low, but those who live there are definitely wealthy and powerful. The mid-level area is even lower, available for both rental and purchase, and is also mostly composed of apartment buildings, with a moderate occupancy rate. The Shen family also lives in this area, but many poor survivors still cannot afford to live there. The rest is the civilian area, mostly consisting of bunk beds and low-rise buildings, as well as the infamous pigeon coops, where several people can sleep in a single room. But the advantage is that the prices and rents are very affordable, which is the norm for most survivors. In the past, some people had their eyes on this civilian area, purchased it, and then raised the prices to exploit the survivors. This was only discovered and stopped, and the person in charge of organizing it was arrested and sent to labor camps. As for the hotel-like accommodations that Chen Yaowei mentioned, they were called the Beehive Inn by the people at the base. They were filled with bunk beds and beds that looked like drawers, and were simple and cramped. Although settlement is required daily, it's still cheaper than the average-priced apartments, practically the kind you find before the apocalypse. After learning about it, Tang Tian asked directly, "How are the prices calculated for the mid-level areas?" It wasn't just because of the Shen family. If they went to the core residential area, while the conditions would be better and quieter, they might not know anyone around them, and there would be eyes everywhere. It would be better to take a step back. Yin Lei flipped through the documents in the folder and said, "Xiao Yao already said that. It just so happens that our floor is the 10th, with 4 households on the first floor, and there's still space. Would you like to take a look?" He then handed the documents to Tang Tian. Although Wei Mingxia, who was present, was of the same generation as him, for some reason he assumed that Tang Tian held the final say in the Tang family. Tang Tian looked down. The residential complexes within the base no longer had names, only code names. This was community number 6 in the middle-level area. Of the 4 households on the 10th floor, 3 had been sold and rented out, leaving only one room, approximately 90 square meters, which was clearly a standard commercial apartment before the apocalypse. Renting would cost 3,000 points per month, but since the currency system was still immature, it could also be mortgaged or turned in. Buying would cost several times more, requiring even more points. If rented, this amount could last for years, so ordinary people rarely buy houses. Most importantly, the jobs currently receiving the most points are those with official positions. Ordinary and low-level jobs still receive more supplies. Yin Lei suggested, "Why don't Miss Tang rent it first? Xia's family and ours are both renting." After all, the price was agreed upon when the points vouchers were first issued, but no one has that many points vouchers right now. Although supplies can be exchanged for points vouchers, the required quantity is extremely large. If Tang Tian gave them all up now, more people would definitely notice. So she nodded and said, "Okay, then we rent this room for 3 months. I go to the exchange center to exchange for points vouchers." After making a tentative agreement, the 4 of them got back in the car and headed for the exchange center. Chen Yaowei also told them about other things about the base. Besides the central hub and the living area, there are other areas, for example, the agricultural and livestock areas for resource production, which have been built on the open space outside the living area. The research institute remains in the building, managed by Lin Jiqiu. The building allows for continued research and the construction of soilless, hydroponic, and greenhouse growing areas. Outdoors, land reclamation is a job. In addition, there are pastures and orchards, mostly built with the help of areas Q and U, where animal husbandry is being experimented with. Further out are septic tanks, which both treat waste and process it into fertilizer. Next is resource management. Water sources include water towers, underground wells, and reservoirs. And now, during the polar night, power generation has become a crucial task. Solar power is unavailable, so other power generation facilities can be used to try, so the base is currently operating on a time-limited and rationed basis. In the industrial area, factories are erected one after another, producing tools, equipment, vehicles, weapons, medical supplies, and even food. Living facilities are also in place. For example, patrols are stationed in front of the strategic material warehouse. The medical station continues to expand, and the staff there remain busy. The shops open on the commercial street are mostly canteens, supermarkets, hostels, dormitories, and bathrooms. Some are community-based, often with only one store in a given neighborhood. As Tang Tian had imagined, the base had already taken on a world resembling a town. However, after Chen Yaohui finished, she sighed helplessly, saying, due to the rush, all of this was built in a very short time. Many things are still immature, and I don't know what will happen in the future. Spring City's 5 bases can accommodate a total of tens of millions of people, with each base housing at least 1 million. They were built at breakneck speed, and it's unclear whether they can successfully supply those crucial items essential to human survival. The train car fell silent, and Tang Tian quietly made her way to the exchange center. Tang Tian winked at Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, who understood her meaning. After parking in the parking lot, Wei Mingxia pulled Chen Yaohui aside, saying they were leaving to reminisce about the past. Tang Tian and Tang Yi immediately pulled out several storage bags filled with supplies, preparing to take them to the exchange center to exchange for points. This time, however, they weren't going to take anything as obvious as food. Tang Tian planned to exchange tobacco, alcohol, tea, seasonings, Chinese medicine, tree sap, and other supplies. Carrying 2 full storage bags, Tang Tian and Tang Yi entered the exchange center. With the introduction of the currency system, the expanded exchange center became even busier. From what they heard, many were seeking to exchange points for points. However, they were generally civilians, bringing their hard-earned supplies. There were also many windows at the front, like at a bank, with lines waiting for their numbers to be called. However, the authorities had to limit the total amount. The amount of currency issued had to be less than the amount of supplies in stock. Fortunately, these ordinary people didn't need to exchange much, so for now, they could still manage it. After the expansion of the exchange center, Yin Huai was promoted to a position similar to that of a lobby manager. Besides, he was related to Chen Yaohui. Upon learning she was bringing the Tang family, he immediately came out to greet them personally. Miss Tang, let me exchange your gold for you. That way, you don't have to wait in line. People who come here generally only do one thing. Yin Huai patted his chest and handed over another document. Here are the current exchange values at the exchange center. Take a look. Tang Tian took it and glanced at it. She didn't see any gold available for exchange, which made her sigh in relief. It seems that gold is still not as important as supplies at the moment. However, those who have gold around will surely trade it to obtain more supplies, which gives her a chance. You know, she also saw the words trading market on the road sign, indicating that the market still existed. Looking up further, a pound of grain could be exchanged for over 10 points, with the amount increasing depending on the quality of the grain. The compressed biscuits produced at the base were the cheapest, and a pound of dried meat was 20 to 30 points. Clean water was even more expensive than that. As for medicine, fuel, weapons, and tools, their prices suddenly increased significantly, but most people hardly even had these supplies, let alone exchange them. Seeing Tang Tian's expressionless face, Yin Huai reminded her, Ms. Tang, once the official currency system matures, the exchange center will no longer accept supplies for exchange. Instead, it will use point coupons, just like before the apocalypse, and people will purchase supplies themselves. Tang Tian responded and unfolded her storage bag again, preparing to exchange all the supplies. Yin Huai's first sight was a small bottle of liquor, and most importantly, it was baijiu. He couldn't help but beam with joy, lowering his voice and saying, Miss Tang, this liquor is a true luxury these days. While ordinary people can't afford it, if it were sold in a community supermarket in the core area, people would be clamoring for it. But just as he finished speaking, he saw other items, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Not to mention the liquor, everything else was top-notch. Even Chen Yaohui was surprised and delighted when she saw it. Surprise? She hadn't expected the Tang family to have so many supplies again. And joy? She knew the Tang family wouldn't have to worry about living in the base anymore. After all, even after the base was built, the lower class would still be at the bottom, constantly worrying about how to survive, living day by day. Calculate the points for me, Tang Tian said calmly. Beer, rice wine, fruit wine, and especially wine still have expiration dates, so she opted for small bottles of liquor, each worth 800 points. A large bottle would probably double that. A cigarette costs 20 points, which is equivalent to a pound of dried meat, and a normal pack of cigarettes contains 25. As for oil, sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar, especially white sugar, which many people have consumed in factories are temporarily unavailable for production, they are much more expensive than regular grains. Traditional Chinese medicine, in particular, while not Western medicine and not as expensive as antibiotics, can also cure illnesses, and medical stations are in short supply. It was only 5 or 6 degrees that night, but Yin Huai, typing away at his computer, felt sweat dripping down his forehead, and he looked envious. It turns out that becoming rich overnight is not just a dream. "Miss Tang, what is this?" Yin Huai asked, pointing to a bottle of light-colored liquid. There was also an amber-colored, more viscous-looking liquid. "This is birch sap, and this is maple syrup. I collected them outside. They can replenish energy to a certain extent. Maybe someone in the wealthy area would like them. Maybe, but we never exchanged anything like this before." Yin Huai scratched his head, but finally, for Tang Tian's sake, he compromised the birch sap and maple syrup. The final decision was made, and Yin Huai gasped at the figure. 40,000 points vouchers. With those points, you could definitely live in the core residential area. Tang Tian glanced at the number. With those points, let alone renting, you could probably buy a house in the middle class. In reality, these supplies wouldn't cost much. As long as I waited a little longer within the system, I'd be able to harvest the raw materials and replenish them. Perhaps then, I could simply apply to go out and pretend to have received some supplies, and then I could continue redeeming points. Yin Huai came to his senses and hurried to retrieve the points coupons. This was the first time anyone had redeemed so many points coupons at once, so he counted them several times before handing over a stack. Since the largest denomination was 100 yuan, it felt about the same as 40,000 yuan before the apocalypse. Putting it in my backpack also stored it in the system. Tang Tian and the others left the redemption center and returned to the real estate agency. The house would be rented for 3 months, but no deposit was required. This would cost 9,000 points coupons, a quarter of which would be gone. So, not everyone could afford to live in this mid-level area. After paying the points and signing the contract, Yin Lei handed Tang Tian the key and a spare key, and Chen Yaowe led them through the final task. The paperwork. Most of the survivors in the base had lost their ID cards and needed to apply for replacements. Of course, if you still have your pre-apocalyptic ID, you could extend the validity period by 10 or even several decades if you pass verification. There were also some documents required of those belonging to the base's internal personnel, which all 3 of them had to complete. The Tang family was one of the last to arrive at the base, so there weren't many people in the administrative hall, and the process was naturally fast. They also had all the necessary documents, so it didn't take long for the 3 of them to complete their formalities and officially become members of the base. Driving again, Chen Yaowe led them to the central living area. Compared to before, there were noticeably fewer people here, and the streets seemed quieter. Occasionally, patrols could be seen passing by. Community number 6 wasn't far away, and seemed to be one of the first communities to be established. Each building was 12 stories high. Although shorter than Hexinyuan, Tang Tian was momentarily reminded of her time at Hexinyuan. Passing the gate at the main gate's guardhouse, community number 6 had an underground parking lot, and the spaces were not full. However, compared to ordinary residential areas, this community lacked any green space. It looked desolate and empty, with only the buildings still standing, and only a few windows glowing dimly. Tang Tian and the others carried their luggage, and Chen Yaowe also helped. Due to unstable power or the unrepaired elevator damaged by natural disasters, they still had to climb the stairs. Thankfully, the strong individuals were able to withstand it and reach the 10th floor in one breath. Chapter 86. There were 4 households on each floor, and the Tang family rented room 1003. Okay, that's about it. I'll be back to work now. See you tonight? Chen Yaowe put down her luggage and said goodbye to Tang Tian and the others. Even though it was polar night, people still tried to maintain their pre-polar night routines, using only the time to distinguish day from night. Tang Tian thanked her and sent Chen Yaowe away, then took her luggage and went inside with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. This house was clearly decorated like a house from before the apocalypse. It wasn't a bare-bones house, the previous renovations were still visible, but the interior was completely bare, devoid of any furniture or fixtures. Tang Tian immediately took out all the furniture and fixtures from the system warehouse, and placed them in a short while. A surveillance camera was also immediately installed at the door, and a window was also created using the metal ability. The base is still providing limited electricity to the community. Excess electricity is used to power the planting, livestock, and factory areas. Therefore, the bright lights they had seen in the windows were likely generated by the residents themselves. Tang Yi first formed several light-attribute energy balls, letting them float in midair to illuminate the area. Wei Mingxiao set the dining table in the living room, and used the system to prepare several dishes for the housewarming feast. Tan Tan had already sniffed the entire room. This would be his new territory, and finally arrived at the nest Tang Tian had placed for him. After a quick tidying up, the family sat down at the table and began to eat. I heard from Qin Yaowe that if anyone at the base wants a proper job, they must first attend a training camp and obtain a certificate of qualification. Tang Yi spoke at the dinner table. However, not everyone goes to the base, for example, the elderly, the young, or those in poor health. It's usually the young and middle-aged who go. Getting a certificate to pass the training camp is no easy feat. Getting one means you're qualified for a regular position with better conditions. No rush, let's wait a few days, and see how things go. Tang Tian chewed her food. They weren't as desperate to survive as the others, and the base wasn't completely stable yet. Who knew what new news would come tomorrow? Besides, they had just exchanged for a batch of points vouchers, which wouldn't be used up for a while. So let's spend this first meal and first sleep at the base. Until dusk, the moon and stars dimmed in the sky, a chill gradually spread over the earth, and those who went out to work gradually returned to their homes under the cover of night. Qin Boyun, Qin Yaowe, Yan Chunhua, and Cheng Jing had all agreed to return together. Even though they were already at the base, that didn't mean they wouldn't encounter danger along the way. They lived in 1001, Building 1, Community Number 6, while Yan Shuangmei, Yan Lei, Yan Shuo, and Yan Huai lived next door in 1002. The Yin family had insisted on living next door to the Shin family, and Yan Chunhua, considering they were relatives, agreed to their request, and things had been peaceful so far. Climbing up the stairs this time, Shin Boyun immediately noticed a camera on top of the door to 1003, just like the one at Hexinuan, and realized the Tang family had moved in. Shin Yaowe chuckled, then said, "Brother, are you finally relieved now? Besides, Tang Tian and the others still have supplies." They went to the redemption center and exchanged tens of thousands of points coupons in one go. There's nothing to worry about. As Qin Boyun unlocked the door with his key, he glanced at Qin Boyun before entering, his earlobes warming. The next day, officials seemed to know the Tang family had moved in, and sent over to offer their condolences and some daily necessities. It looked like a pre-apocalyptic housewarming gift, and Tang Tian thanked them all. A few days later, the family of 3 remained at home, exercising, studying, and tinkering with the equipment and systems, having completely adapted to their new surroundings. Another difference, Tang Tian and Tang Yi now took Tan Tan for walks, still on a leash. This allowed Tan Tan to become more familiar with the base. After opening the system and gathering a batch of ingredients, Tang Tian decided it was time to continue learning her new abilities. After clicking on Cook, a glass jar appeared in her hand, filled with a thick orange liquid. But from the open lid, a refreshing, sweet, and sour aroma could be smelled. It was the aroma of passion fruit, her freshly made passion fruit curd. This thick sauce can be made into ice cream cakes, but it's also delicious spread on toast. Tang Tian took out a piece of ordinary toast, also made in the system, spread a thick layer of curd on it, and took a bite. The rich, sour and sweet flavor filled her mouth, truly appetizing and delicious. Not far away, Tan Tan was chewing on a toy. When he looked up and saw Tang Tian enjoying it, he immediately dropped the toy, trotted over to the sofa, put down his mouthpiece, and stared at the toast with his tongue sticking out. Superpower activated. I want to eat. Tang Tian's mind chattered, causing her to freeze involuntarily. She looked down at Tan Tan, who did the same, and another sentence appeared. I want to eat. Tang Tian tore it into small pieces and threw them at her. Tan Tan caught each piece accurately, and his words changed. Good. Eat. This worked. This new ability, derived from the purple cooking recipe, allowed Tang Tian to establish telepathic communication with animals, plants, and other living things. This was why Tang Tian could detect Tan Tan's thoughts. While this ability wasn't destined to be used much, it was quite convenient for Tan Tan. Tang Tian stroked the dog's head, her tall frame rising to its feet, perhaps as tall as a human. She suddenly recalled the time she had first found Tan Tan. Time had flown so quickly, in the blink of an eye, she had successfully raised Tan Tan into an adult. But the purple cooking abilities were far more than just that. Tang Tian discovered that it offered a shield similar to the green and orange ones, healing and purifying, but presumably its primary function was somewhat different. Coincidentally, it was the perfect time for afternoon tea, so Tang Tian chose to make it again, another plate of raisin soufflés appearing in her hands. Unfortunately, Tan Tan probably couldn't eat it, so she had to watch as Tang Tian and Tang Yi devoured it. After acquiring her new ability, Tang Tian stood up and immediately released it. Almost instantly, her vision flashed from the living room to the kitchen. Tang Tian looked back, only to see a slightly surprised expression on Tang Yi's face. Even Tan Tan ran up, barking. To outsiders, it looked like Tang Tian had teleported. This was the special power of that raisin soufflé. Short-range teleportation. With mastery, this could definitely be used in combat. Unknowingly, over a week had passed since they arrived at the base. The Tang family stayed indoors, and the Xin and Yin families were busy with work, so they hadn't seen each other much. But today, Tang Tian and Tang Yi decided to check out the so-called training camp. That morning, the family cooked pumpkin porridge, and Wei Mingxia made 2 kinds of buns, one with braised pork and the other with rapeseed and mushroom filling. The sisters ate until they were full before setting off. The training camp was located in the gymnasium and playground of a university that existed before the apocalypse, with ample space for training. However, Tang Tian only then realized that this was actually her and Tang Yi's alma mater, and the training camp was conveniently located there, with easy access from all directions. Although the environment had changed, the facilities and buildings remained the same. Familiar places remained, bringing back memories from long ago. But that was all in the past. Thus thought Tang Tian Reborn. A few vague figures could be seen on the playground, and a sort of reception desk was set up in front of the building. Tang Tian approached and inquired, and learned that the camp required in-person registration. Fortunately, they had their IDs with them. Seeing that they were new, the staff took the time to explain the training exercises. Generally speaking, the mornings are spent on drills to improve physical fitness, and the afternoons are spent training various military combat techniques, even shooting. Tang Tian, why do I feel like I'd be graduating soon? It's 7:30 a.m. now, and drills start in another quarter of an hour. I see you registered, and it seems you trained before? So, you can actually choose to skip a level and get your certificate sooner, the staff member said, holding up the documents. After all, the base is still short of manpower, and the more trained personnel, the better. The training camp is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced courses. Many people were ordinary people before the apocalypse, so they start with the beginner course. Those who don't want to come are another matter. After understanding the situation, Tang Tian and Tang Yi chose to begin training with the intermediate course. After confirming their intentions, the staff led them to another playground. University playgrounds are always spacious. A group of people were already gathered on the track, some doing warm-up exercises. A few additional streetlights were added nearby, casting a dim glow. This is the coach for the intermediate course. These two are the newcomers who chose to skip a grade. Tang Tian saw that the coach was wearing camouflage and a baseball cap, and it seemed his previous position was also related to the military. It was like dreaming back to university military training. The coach looked at the two sisters sternly, and said nothing more, simply asking them to line up at the end of the team and prepare for drill. Tang Tian and Tang Yi obeyed obediently, and 5 minutes later, the team was running on the track. The night chill quickly made their noses sore, and a thin white mist formed from their breath. The temperature during the polar night had already dropped to nearly 0 degrees. Luckily, Tang Tian first unlocked red food, which contained many warmth-boosting properties, so she could just eat it in the morning. But as she ran, she realized that this group wasn't very fast, and even seemed rather sluggish, like a donkey unwillingly pressed to a millstone, requiring periodic urging from the coach. The coach wasn't on the track, so Tang Tian and Tang Yi could occasionally hear a few complaints from the team. It seemed they didn't really want to train. It was unclear whether it was a mandatory requirement at the base or forced by their families. After all, many people still believed that as long as they lived in the relative safety of the base, and received free food every day, they could live the same life as before. Tang Tian frowned, then, taking advantage of the dim light, sped up and ran to the front of the group. Because she was still wearing a hooded sweatshirt, the people behind her couldn't see her face clearly. But once a leader emerged in the crowd, others would automatically follow, and the run was finally over. Upon hearing the coach's instructions, Tang Tian and Tang Yi said nothing, wiping their sweat and returning the way they come, taking a few sips of electrolyte drinks when no one was around. By the time they got home, Wei Mingxia had almost finished lunch. After lunch, the two of them went back to the training camp for afternoon training. Because they had skipped a grade early, They didn't need to do the same strength training as those who had climbed up step by step, so they assumed they had some skills. Perhaps the coach also wanted to test Tang Tian and Tang Yi's abilities. After all, not many people voluntarily skipped a grade. It happened to be the training camp's weekly sparring session, so they started right away. Being able to do this kind of combat training meant they were about to finish intermediate training and move on to advanced training. Tang Tian and Tang Yi agreed, and were quickly assigned opponents. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian ran into someone she knew, and someone she wasn't particularly close to. Xiao Shi was also taken aback when she saw Tang Tian. After all this time, she had assumed she wouldn't enter the base. You can begin, but keep it to a minimum. The coach gave the instructions, and watched the fight from the sidelines. Xiao Shi's face was half stern, perhaps unaware that Tang Tian had skipped a grade. Her voice was cold. Tang Tian, when did you arrive at the base? Training camp is for training, not for casual conversation. Let's begin. Tang Tian replied, also adopting a fighting stance. Xiao Shi spat, and immediately charged forward with glaring eyes. Judging from her stance, she certainly looked like she'd been to training camp before, a stark contrast to her previous image as a female college student. Tang Tian felt her entire body aglow with excitement as she moved. The two exchanged blows, back and forth. However, Tang Tian had been lifting weights since the early days of the apocalypse, so her strength was naturally far greater than Xiao Shi's. As the saying goes, strength defeats skill. With just one final punch, the former sent Xiao Shi to the ground, and the coach blew the whistle for a timeout. No wonder you chose to skip a grade. You can definitely take the advanced course. The coach, whose expression was usually expressionless, curled his lips slightly, seeming to admire Tang Tian. After this match concluded, he immediately went back to check on the other team's matches. Tang Tian clenched her fists. With a coach, she could go straight to the advanced training. However, just as she was about to leave, Xiao Shi, who had risen from the ground, refused to give in and continued shouting, "Wait! Tang Tian, I didn't put it away properly just now. Try again!" Even in the near-dim light, Xiao Shi's expression was still slightly contorted with anger. "Our fight is over," Tang Tian replied gravely, intending to leave and find Tang Yi, but she suddenly abandoned her martial ethics and charged at him, swinging her fists. Short-range teleportation. Under the cover of darkness, one would only notice an extremely fast movement, not teleportation. "Ah!" Xiao Shi screamed, and Tang Tian, behind her, grabbed her hands, preventing her from moving. "Let me go! Let me go!" Tang Tian. Trapped in a lower position, Xiao Shi suddenly went berserk, her defenses broken. "Why? Why do you always do better than me? Even in college, you just had an internet celebrity sister. Everyone's only focused on you, and now you're haunting me." Tang Tian was speechless after hearing this. It wasn't like military training in college, where she was still truly in school. It's so late, and she's still holding on to the past? Furthermore, Tang Tian couldn't understand Xiao Shi's reasoning. Tang Yi, a year or two older than her, had indeed started her own social media presence in college. If she hadn't been roped into a cameo in a video, she would have likely graduated and looked for a job, never becoming a food blogger. Some boys did come over, but Tang Tian was already preoccupied with maxing out her angle coefficient or helping Tang Yi film videos, and didn't take them seriously at all. It was more important to eat than to make friends. However, Xiao Shi had always been like this, so there was no need to dwell on it. Besides, the polar night would naturally make ordinary people irritable. Tang Tian released her hand, pushed him away, and said, "You're still so hung up on the past. Think about the current time." Without saying anything else, Tang Tian turned to find Tang Yi, and Xiao Shi had indeed calmed down. But she didn't think she'd taken her words to heart. Tang Yi had been practicing with Tang Tian, including martial arts, so the coach agreed to let her skip a level again. After entering the advanced course, the training location and coach changed again. The number of people in the advanced course was even smaller, but among this sparse crowd, Tang Tian unexpectedly saw someone she knew again. It happened to be under the light, and that profile. Was it Li Feiyang? Suddenly, a sense of being in another world arose as Tang Tian and Tang Yi approached to recognize him. Li Feiyang was naturally delighted. He knew the Tang family would survive the apocalypse, and would eventually join the base. From the former, Tang Tian also heard a lot of unclear information. For example, the training camp wasn't as rigorous as imagined. It was actually semi-compulsory. If one found a subsistence job at the base, one wasn't required to pass all the courses. But the courses in the training camp, if learned well, would ultimately be life-saving, and they were completely free. As for some wealthy families living in the core residential areas, while they didn't have to worry about material points coupons for the time being, the elders were more concerned about their younger generations. So most of them were sent to the training camp for training. Although Li Feiyong had been at the base longer than the Tang family, he had heard that the advanced courses were the most difficult, practically training for the base, so many people ended up just hanging around in the advanced courses. Li Feiyong passed all the other tests except for the target practice, which he couldn't pass no matter how hard he tried. His faith was nearly shattered. Fortunately, he encountered his pillar of support. Besides him, Tang Tian actually thought of someone else, Luo Qi, who had left with him. He wondered how she was doing now. But at the mention of her, Li Feiyong's expression shifted to embarrassment. It turned out that Luo Qi had also entered the training camp early, and had already graduated. But she didn't seem to be assigned to any organized unit, and it was unclear what she was currently doing. But Luo Qi still stayed with the other girls, living in the same residential area as Li Feiyong. Tang Tian didn't ask any more questions, and simply began training. From then on, the two sisters not only trained in martial arts, but also could handle guns and shoot targets. This training was more formal than their own aiming, so they studied diligently. However, the experienced coach could tell at a glance that Tang Tian and Tang Yi had definitely handled guns before. Those people were a minority, after all, and since they practiced diligently, they paid even more attention to them. That evening, the hazy night was even shrouded in a thin mist, bringing a chill. Leaving the training hall, Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Li Feiyong felt a gust of cold wind, chilling their foreheads, which had just dried their sweat. It was a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere in the training hall. The temperature outside was roughly the same as a typical winter night in Spring City, and there was no telling if it would drop further. Thankfully, the Tang family warehouse still had plenty of warm clothing, but some people at the base were not so lucky. Not only was there no heating equipment, but even clothing would have to be thrown on haphazardly to provide even a modicum of warmth. Leaving the training camp area, Li Feiyong and Tang Tian and Tang Yi, who lived in the civilian area, were on separate roads. The distance there was even greater, and the daily commute took longer. He exhaled a puff of white mist, said goodbye to the two, and hurried home. They had only taken a few steps when they heard someone calling out to them. It was power season, and several more streetlights had been turned on. Tang Tian looked up and saw Shen Boyun, dressed in a down jacket. Tang Yi spoke first, smiling, and asked, "Shen Boyun, are you off work too?" Yes, I'm going home this way too, and we just happened to meet," Shen Boyun said, clearing his throat. "So it means just in time. What a coincidence." Tian, I'm going back first. Remember to come back early." Tang Yi covered her mouth with her hands and laughed again, taking a step and disappearing into the night. "This is hilarious. I absolutely won't be a streetlight, Tang Tian, ? She had no choice but to walk side by side with Shen Boyun. After all, they were neighbors again. The base wasn't as brightly lit as the old Spring City, but the hustle and bustle of traffic and people could still be heard. They both remained silent for a while, the cold wind blowing on their faces. Shen Boyun pursed his lips before asking, "I heard that you and Tang Yi skipped a grade and went straight to the advanced course. Was it difficult there?" Tang Tian thought for a moment and replied, "Not bad, but thanks to your teaching me back then. It's quite useful, and I've been practicing too. Combat is a thing of the past. I'm mainly practicing shooting right now." Shen Boyun was stunned by this, his heart overflowing with joy. "Great, it looks like I've been able to help. Have you decided which team to join? But I heard from Deputy Commander Yang that the armed forces would be very welcoming," Shen Boyun asked, clenching his fists. On the one hand, he longed to fight alongside Tang Tian, but on the other, he felt the armed forces were a bit too dangerous and involved too much work, so he didn't want her in. Just like now, the base is still searching for external forces, either to integrate them into the base or to capture them. To put it nicely, it's stricter than before. To put it bluntly, it's a bit more brutal, with occasional gunfire and hail becoming the norm. And most of this is done by the armed forces. I haven't decided yet. Let's get the training camp certificate first." Tang Tian shook her head and asked, "By the way, if I want to go out, are there any procedures?" "No, ordinary people don't. Just register at the gate." Shen Boyun didn't ask Tang Tian why she asked this question, knowing that she didn't like staying in one place all the time and always wanted to get out and about. The two of them then made their way to the middle-level area. But then Tang Tian suddenly noticed that there was a two-story building at the front of the community that was the brightest. It seemed as if all the lights in the residences were concentrated there, and the doorway also watched the people coming and going. It's the community canteen that every community has. It also has facilities similar to a convenience store, serving food and trading supplies. Chen Boyun immediately explained, then asked with a smile, "Interested? It's lunchtime now, so why not go and take a look?" Chapter 87. After arriving at the base, Tang Tian initially stayed home. Even after starting training camp, she managed her meals at home and had never been to the so-called community cafeteria. Upon approaching, the community cafeteria resembled a university cafeteria, with 2 floors, both upper and lower, lit and offering faint glimpses of dark figures. The first floor was similar to a regular cafeteria, save for a few windows along the edges. There were tables and benches set up, with some people sitting and eating. It was just quieter, with only the occasional chatter of conversation audible besides the sounds of eating. The second floor had more windows, but they were all occupied by shops similar to convenience stores, trying to meet the daily needs of the surrounding residents. Besides, the average person at the base didn't need much beyond their 3 meals and daily necessities. Tang Tian looked up and saw a board with prices, but the items were minimal: simply cooked potatoes and sweet potatoes, steamed buns, porridge, and cakes made from various grains. Carbohydrates were always the main staple. Next were the crops grown in the planting area. The mutant cactus was apparently growing well, and it was listed in the first column on the chart. The most common way to cook the cactus was to make it. A better option was to make it into a salad or fry it. There was also cactus juice, but the price had increased. However, unlike back then when only cactus was available, other vegetables had now appeared. Tang Tian glanced around and saw that they were all easy-to-grow crops that Wei Mingxia had grown indoors before. Leeks, arugula, bean sprouts, and other crops that could be harvested after one batch was harvested and then allowed to continue growing, allowing for another batch to be harvested quickly. There are also vegetables that grow quickly, like lettuce, spinach, and cherry radish. But vegetables are much more expensive, and even if you wait a little longer, few people will buy them. It's better to buy the cheapest boiled cactus. In addition, the base distributes a daily ration of food. Anyone with ID can claim it. No one will be waiting after the deadline. Tang Tian lowered her eyes and whispered, "It seems the base isn't supplying meat yet." Shin Boyun nodded. Although they started raising animals in the animal husbandry area, they're not ready for meat yet. Gerbils are almost non-existent these days. If you want meat, you can only go to the second-floor convenience store to see if they have canned food. It's even more expensive, not always available every day, and when it is, it's in limited quantities. The food counter was empty, so Tang Tian and Shin Boyun approached it. The latter was more familiar with the food, and just like ordering in the cafeteria before the apocalypse, he simply ordered a bowl of multigrain porridge, 2 potatoes, a serving of boiled cactus, and a glass of cactus juice. These canteens were all pre-cooked, so they were served and taken away in seconds. Tang Tian could still cook at home, so she only ordered 2 cooked potatoes. For just 5 points, she received 2 potatoes, each larger than a fist, and still slightly warm to the touch. It goes without saying that potatoes are truly the greatest crop in the world. Shin Boyun had already found a seat in the corner, and Tang Tian sat down opposite him. Seeing that Tang Tian only had the 2 potatoes, he frowned slightly and asked, "Is that all? Aren't they too few?" "It's okay. I'm used to eating small, frequent meals." Tang Tian began peeling the potatoes, then glanced at Shin Boyun's and smiled faintly. "You must earn quite a bit every month, right? Is that all you eat?" The former meal cost 15 points, and this staple food was likely made mostly from stale grains and bran, making it even less delicious. The most expensive item was the cactus juice, which tasted sweet, and sweet things are incredibly soothing. Shin Boyun sighed, "Although I get a salary every month, prices are definitely still high right now. Life is different from before. We still have to pay rent every month, so let's save a little. Perhaps things will get better in the future. We can only be thankful that it's polar night now, and nothing dangerous has fallen from the sky. Most importantly, it's not just expensive, but it's also nowhere near as delicious as it was before the apocalypse." Tang Tian pondered for a moment, then pulled something out of his pocket. After tearing a small hole in it, he sprinkled the powdered substance onto the peeled potatoes, creating a light red hue. "Is that barbecue seasoning?" After all, potatoes are a bit bland when eaten alone, but with the seasoning, everything changes. The flavor makes one feel incredibly lucky to have joined the Tumun. "You want some?" Tang Tian chewed a potato and handed over the remaining barbecue ingredients. Chen Boyun swallowed a mouthful, thanked him, and took it, evenly distributing it over the potatoes, multigrain porridge, and boiled cactus, looking pitiful. The ingredients finally had flavor, but even as he ate, he still found the person in front of him more appetizing. After dinner, unlike the first floor, several more windows opened at the edge, including a small shop and a simple exchange counter. Before the points coupons were fully circulated in the base, this kind of exchange. There were lines at several of the windows, but it wasn't as quiet as on the first floor. No canned meat left today? I finally managed to save enough to buy some. The supplies here are so scarce. Does the base still have any supplies? How could all the supplies I found be exchanged for just these few points? You're not going to swallow them all? The noise was deafening, but no one noticed Tang Tian and Shen Boyun. Such small shops sell only essentials, food and, more expensively, limited water, likely from the water plant. During the polar night, second-hand clothing, lighting tools, and low-quality fuel found somewhere are also popular items. Next, there are cold weapons, gauze, soap, and other daily necessities, all at exorbitant prices. Especially some seasonings, which are sold by the gram. A gram of salt and sugar costs more than many food items. It's said that this is because the variety is so high in the middle-level areas. In the civilian areas and even the outer areas, the variety is so limited that only cheap food is available. After learning about the information but not wanting to buy anything, Tang Tian exited the second floor and prepared to return. 2 potatoes wasn't enough to fill them, so it was time to go back for another snack. So the two of them continued their nighttime walk. When they saw the community cafeteria, they knew they were not far from home. When they reached the 10th floor, they said goodbye and went back to their rooms. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao left a separate meal for Tang Tian and fed Tan Tan. Tang Tian stroked the dog's head that rushed towards them and went to the table to eat. She also told the two what she had seen, which gave them a sense of the base. Not long after they finished eating, it was time for another break. The Tang family, as usual, prepared to sleep on the floor in the living room near the door. The lights in the community gradually dimmed, leaving the night pitch black, with only the bright light of the stars and moon quietly streaming through. However, in the middle of the night, a dog's bark shattered the silence. Tan Tan, sensing a stranger passing by, immediately rose from his nest and barked at the door, a warning. Double, double. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao sat up nervously, but Tang Tian remained calm. She listened carefully and found it sounded more like a knock on the door. And it was her own front door. The base has patrols 24/7, and they also come to the community. It's okay, Mom. This sounds different from those prying doors before. Tang Tian soothed softly, restraining Tan Tan before rising and heading to the entrance. Raising a hand, ready to unleash her supernatural powers, she asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" A muffled voice came from outside the door. "Cousin, it's me." Tang Tian was stunned. The door to the middle floor was quite sturdy, and she couldn't quite make out the voice, but the name instantly reminded her of the person. Tang Tian hadn't seen him since he left. She tightened her lips, her brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment's pause, she replied, "Are you?" "Wei Qian." "It's me, cousin. Could you please open the door before we talk?" Tang Tian naturally couldn't open the door, but there was a window above it, so she quietly opened it. Wei Qian's tone was calm yet heavy, and a little hoarse. "Cousin, long time no see. You finally made it to the base. I know you're amazing. I heard even the authorities are paying special attention to you. I'm short on staff here, so why don't you join us? We're a very bright place, and we definitely treat you well." Tang Tian, what the hell? But she vaguely understood that Wei Qian must have joined some organization and was recruiting members for expansion, something that would have been commonplace in the past. And this organization seemed to be deep within the base, which gave her a bad feeling. But even before, she hadn't been particularly considerate of her cousin, so she couldn't possibly agree now and simply refused. "Really? That's a shame." Wei Qian's hoarse voice whirred like the whirring of an old gear. "It's okay, cousin. If you have any ideas, come find me in the civilian area. I welcome you." After waiting a while, there was no movement at the door. Wei Qian must have left. This conversation was also heard by Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao, who had quietly approached. They also frowned, confused as to what was going on. Returning to their bunk beds, the three of them sat down and looked at each other. Tang Tian finally concluded, "I haven't seen him in a while, but I was the one who asked him to leave during the last flood. He must have gone to the shelter afterward. I don't know what happened, but he seemed a bit uneasy just now." Wei Mingxiao sighed, as if recalling something from the past. Tangy, her brow furrowed, simply said, "It seems like this is like an invisible bomb. We need to be more careful in the future." The curtains were drawn in the living room, blocking out the moonlight. After all, people need to rest. The next day, the sun, a symbol of hope, still hadn't risen from the east, but the Tang family, relying on their biological clocks, were up again. After washing up and eating breakfast, a radio appeared on the table, still the most important means of communication. Tang Tian took a big bite of a red bean bun made in the system and drank milk when she heard a piece of news over the radio that wasn't good for ordinary people. It turned out that the base had issued new regulations, ending the daily free food supply for everyone and limiting supplies sold in the canteen and supermarket. The free food the base had previously provided consisted of grain porridge, crude food bars made of unknown ingredients, and the best being compressed biscuits. One portion was enough to keep a person half full and barely sustain their daily needs. This also led to survivors in the outer areas choosing to present their ID cards to claim the free food daily instead of looking for work. If this continued, what difference would it make to living off the land? So, the base finally decided to cancel this policy. The news lasted for a full half hour. In another half hour, Tang Tian and Tang Yi would be leaving for training camp. Tang Tian didn't think the base would remain as peaceful as it was now. A quarter of an hour later, there was a rapid knock on the door. Tang Tian went to open the door. Standing there were Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing, both with serious faces. Unrest has broken out in many areas. It's best you don't go out today. Wait until things calm down. Shen Boyun gave this instruction, and before he could even hear a reply, he hurried away. It must have been the authorities summoning all members of the armed forces. The atmosphere in the office was tense. Emergency situations were constantly being reported, and riots were breaking out everywhere. This affected not only those who were hoping for free food, but also the ordinary survivors, who could only get the meager supplies or points coupons each day, relying on the free food to get by, hoping to save up some. This blow was a blow to their lifeline. However, this was a joint decision made by the leaders of the three regions. After all, with current production conditions, it was still impossible to fully supply the entire base. Spring City lacked a granary, and any transfer of grain required a lengthy application and approval process, leaving them with no other alternative. Wu Yongming paused before whispering, "Send the armed forces to suppress the riots. Arrest the ringleaders, and send them to the Labor Reform Bureau." The Labor Reform Bureau was also a new facility established after the base was built, but after the apocalypse, it wasn't just for detention, it was for sending everyone to labor reform, increasing manpower and draining them dry. So, Wu Yongming and Yang Gan waited in the office. However, in the face of danger, people's potential is truly limitless. While one side reported the suppression, another side would break out, like a game of whack-a-mole that never stopped. Wu Yongming's face darkened, his lips turning a faint purple. Seeing this, Yang Gan hurriedly urged him, "Captain, please take some medicine first. Your health is most important." "It's okay, I can handle it," Wu Yongming said, finally taking out a pill. But before he could swallow it, looking at the pill, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, have Tang Tian and her family entered the shelter?" "Yes, Commander Wu, and Miss Tang is currently undergoing advanced training at the training camp. She should probably receive her certificate soon." Wu Yongming's expression brightened slightly. His judgment had proven correct, he believed Tang Tian was capable. But that wasn't what he wanted to ask. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Gan seemed to understand what he was trying to say. His heart skipped a beat, and after a moment's deliberation, he replied, "Captain Wu, Tang Tian and her family only brought their luggage when they entered the base. They also exchanged a large number of points vouchers at the redemption center. I'm afraid they don't have any supplies." Wu Yongming closed his eyes, somewhat relieved, but still sighed with regret. "Really?" Yang Gan fell silent. Fortunately, there was another knock on the door. It was someone reporting the situation. Now that people couldn't communicate directly, Tang Tian had no idea what was going on at the training camp. But she figured that to quell these recurring riots, even the coaches would have to be there themselves, so she didn't go. The armed forces even returned to the neighborhood at one point, suggesting there had been unrest in the neighboring neighborhood as well. Tang Tian watched from the window, and saw a passing procession of prisoners. For days later, the unrest gradually subsided. Most of the prisoners were sent to the Labor Reform Bureau, and several of the most serious leaders, both major and minor, were taken to the central square and executed by firing squad. It was a bit like the ancient beheadings at Kaishiku, with a few scattered onlookers. Regardless, the original free food remained cancelled, but officials also stated that they would open and arrange as many jobs as possible at the base. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Tang Tian and Tang Yi set off again for the training camp. Not many people lived in the middle-class area. Recently, when the Tang family went out in the mornings, apart from the Shin and Yin families, they hardly saw any neighbors. It seemed that people only gathered in the community cafeteria for lunch. There was almost no greenery in the community, but there was always an inexplicable layer of sand on the ground. Especially after the incident, a lot of garbage was found, especially corpses. The armed forces were responsible for quelling the situation, but they would not deal with it later. So, the authorities added more cleaning positions in the logistics department, which was considered to be a thorough implementation of their policy. As Tang Tian was walking, Tang Yi suddenly tugged at her hand. Following her gaze, she saw an elderly woman, hunched over with a large broom and completely white hair, sweeping the dust from the ground. Older people were rare in the base. Some had been killed by natural disasters before the apocalypse, and they were considered lucky. Such a person of their age wouldn't be suitable for any position, especially for those at the lower levels. A job to get by would be enough. Looking from a different angle, Tang Tian was stunned. This person was Choi Soo-young. She'd been associated with the Tang family for a long time, and one had to admit, she was quite resilient. I heard the base has facilities specifically for children under 12. Choi Soo-young's grandson might be there, Tang Yi whispered. Tang Tian nodded. She didn't want to comment. After all, Choi Soo-young wouldn't bother her anymore. She raised her foot and tried to leave. Unexpectedly, the latter still noticed the two sisters. She instinctively hunched her shoulders, but perhaps reminiscing about the past, she still gave Tang Tian a reluctant glare before continuing to clean. In this base, there were many people even more arrogant than her, and crushing her was like squeezing an ant. Choi Soo-young had finally regressed from her days with Shin Yuan, working honestly to make ends meet. Arriving at the training camp, after running exercises, Tang Tian and Tang Yi had stretched themselves, but the number of people in the gym seemed even smaller. It was unclear whether they had graduated or given up on returning. As the former was warming up, the coach approached with a group and said, Tang Tian, Tang Yi, this is a member who just arrived for advanced training today. I heard you know each other, so you can train together in the future. Tang Tian took a closer look. Wow, they practically caught up. Looking at Xiao Xiu glaring at him with indignation, Tang Tian immediately refused 3 times. Sorry, coach. We're not familiar with her. And with the advanced course, we have to start from the beginning, right? It's better to take it step by step. Tang Tian and Tang Yi were truly the top students in the training camp. Hearing her words, they agreed to let the others guide Xiao Xiu. Xiao Xiu gave them a sinister look before leaving. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, with your abilities, we can issue you certificates of competence today after you pass the exam. The coach's smile was tinged with relief. Although he had been assigned this position, few students in the training camp were as worry-free, as dedicated, and as talented as he was. The final exam, besides the shooting, consisted of a battle with the coach. Passing everything was enough. A morning passed, and by noon, Tang Tian and Tang Yi had both successfully obtained their certificates, which were no different from their pre-apocalyptic graduation certificates. However, despite receiving them, they hadn't yet decided whether to start working immediately. After all, they didn't have to worry about survival. Tang Yi prepared to go home first. After finishing her busy schedule, Tang Tian prepared to go somewhere she hadn't yet visited. After they separated, Tang Tian followed the signs to a place resembling a commercial plaza. The former market at the shelter had been revamped and officially moved into this mall, which reminded Tang Tian of Zhang Huiping's market. As the base continued to develop, this place would likely become one of the commercial areas within the base. Moreover, unlike private markets, this market doesn't require a ticket to enter. Tang Tian only had time to wander around the first floor when she saw stalls on both sides. The stalls offered a wider variety of items than those in the community cafeteria, and the prices varied. Rare goods are always expensive, while the prices of common, even low-quality goods fluctuate constantly on the market. But then Tang Tian discovered that these stalls were surprisingly rare. Many of them actually sold food. And the most common food was the mutant cactus first discovered by the Research Institute. After the mutation, this cactus grew rapidly, and with the base's newly opened planting area, many farmers specialized in cultivating it. The cactus seeds are actually leaves, and the base has also given them to some residents with the means, allowing them to grow them themselves, eliminating the need to go to the community cafeteria. At the vegetable stall in front of her, someone was selling cactus leaves, while another was selling cactus fruit. Of course, The other vegetables from the cafeteria can also be found here. It's just that the quantity is relatively small, and the price is higher than the cactus, so few people come here for a while. Those who do buy it look like they have the means. Tang Tian looked at the bustling vegetable stalls, raised his hand, and touched his chin, his mind stirring. You know, my family also planted a batch of cacti when they were new to the market. Although those cacti have the effect of restoring spiritual power, there are more delicious and restorative foods in the system, so those cacti were naturally stored in the warehouse. Besides, they can't keep growing them forever. Wei Mingxia stopped after planting, and the Tang family never touched them again. But compared to the cacti on the vegetable stalls, Tang Tian felt that the quality of his own cacti was much better. Perhaps this is an opportunity? Chapter 88. Tang Tian pondered as she reached the end of the street. For light, some people use flashlights, others candles. Suddenly, Tang Tian saw a few flashes before her eyes, a radiance brighter than the stars in the sky. This light seemed very familiar to her, and she walked forward with the light. Sure enough, the stall was displaying small, packaged gold bars. She knew there would still be such things, and since the apocalypse had passed so long ago, gold bars were probably the most abundant commodity now. If she looked more carefully, she might find even more. The vendor, half in the dark, only half his face was illuminated by the light. Noticing Tang Tian's gaze flickering at her stall for a few seconds, he quickly greeted her, "Miss, I got some bargains. Really cheap. Why don't you come and take a look?" Those who actively come to the market have extra supplies, otherwise, they just crowd in the stall, waiting for the daily release. Many wealthy families in the base, pre-apocalyptic, were reluctant to part with their accumulated gold, believing it would still be useful once the dust settled. However, with the introduction of a new currency system, they could trade their gold for essential goods, but their gold couldn't be exchanged, rendering it useless. So, some wealthy individuals decided to sell their gold, hoping to at least get some supplies back. However, everyone in the base understood that this gold had become a truly cheap commodity, so many refused to sell it, not even glancing at it. Now that Tang Tian had appeared, the vendors were grasping at straws. Tang Tian feigned confusion before asking, "How do I trade? Food and water, anything's fine. I want to sell them all now." The vendor sounded half expectant, but at the end, a hint of complaint lingered in his tone. "My family also grows cacti. I trade them with cacti and fruit, okay?" The vendor's face furrowed even further upon hearing this. Cactus again? This? Clearly, as the base's current staple, he seemed to no longer want to see any more cacti. "Forget it, I'm leaving." Tang Tian spoke first, making a move to leave. "Hey, wait! What's the rush?" Okay, I trade, but I want more cactus fruit. Cactus fruit is juicy, and can be used as water." Agreed to pick up the goods tomorrow, Tang Tian went to find a few more stalls offering gold exchanges. However, the mall was even more crowded than before, so Tang Tian decided to bring her entire family out to exchange for gold. She also went to the mall's management office to apply for a stall. Applying for a stall required a fee, but it was cheaper and more formal than those at private venues, and the staff were completely relaxed. The formalities were completed quickly, and Tang Tian returned home with the documents to share her experiences with Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. When it came to setting up a cactus stall, Wei Mingxia piqued her interest and volunteered. But their immediate task was to get all the gold back. So the next day, Tang Tian arrived at the stall, carrying a large bag of cacti and fruit, and exchanged over 10 pounds for at least half an ounce of gold. And those 10 pounds were only a fraction of what they had grown. The vendor's face still looked somewhat displeased, as the cactus fruit seemed larger than those at other stalls. In the end, he dutifully traded and left with his goods. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia also set out to the mall to exchange for gold on the second and third days. 3 people would go in a round, with a few days break in between, but rumors spread within the mall that someone was specifically buying gold. The rich often formed circles, and word quickly spread, with stalls popping up at the mall offering gold for trade. The Tang family continued to trade with cactus, and when they had more gold, they would offer vegetables and canned goods found elsewhere in the base. Over the course of several months, the Tang family had already earned a considerable amount of gold. This time, however, Tang Tian was extra cautious. After all, the entire family was now at the base, and even if she had the whole family out, there was still a chance they would be recognized along the way. So, she decided to store the gold and wait until she needed it, to avoid being questioned. Seeing that the golden stalls were running low, the Tang family stopped trading, and instead used the stall they had applied for to sell their remaining cacti. During her time at the mall, Tang Tian also took the opportunity to observe the market prices. Cacti cost 2 points per kilogram, while the fruit was more expensive, costing 3 to 4 points per kilogram. However, they often couldn't sell them well, and occasionally they would actively lower the price. However, because cacti are so prolific, stalls often sell them in batches of at least 10 or even dozens of kilograms. If they managed to sell them all, they could still make a profit. However, the market was overflowing with cacti vendors, and the large number of cacti led to competition. In the end, no one could sell any, and Tang Tian was just trying to give it a try. That evening, Tang Tian and Wei Mingxiao brought Tan Tan to their stall. Since they had applied late, this stall was a bit out of the way, but also quieter. After laying out the cacti and fruit on the cloth, they took out a small blackboard and wrote the prices. Adjusting her glasses, she frowned slightly and asked, Tian, your prices are a bit higher than other stalls. Our location is remote. Can we sell them? Tang Tian was charging 4 points per pound for the cacti, and 6 points per pound for the fruit, double the price. It's okay, Mom. We're just testing the waters, looking for something to do. If we sell, it's fine. If we don't, we can go home, Tang Tian said lightly. This wasn't their main business, but in the apocalypse, they still needed to get moving. Wei Mingxiao thought it made sense, and took the initiative to sell the cacti. Tan Tan lay down beside them, seemingly taking a nap, but in reality, he remained alert. They didn't mention prices when they were hawking, instead focusing on quality. After shouting earnestly for a moment, 1 or 2 people passed by and took a look. One of them, a middle-aged woman, immediately frowned and said, "You're charging too much." "I don't know what you're thinking." Tang Tian calmly replied, "My cacti are guaranteed to be better quality and larger than those sold at other stalls. At this price, I'm not losing money." People squatted down beside the stall curiously to pick at the cacti, only to find that, just as Tang Tian had described, her cacti were thicker and the fruits were even larger than those of the unevenly sized ones. Wei Mingxiao struck while the iron was hot, saying, "Before, we only traded them for other supplies at the mall. We had our last batch left, so we thought we'd try selling them. If they're gone, they're gone." The middle-aged woman, who had been swarming the markets before the apocalypse, was seeing such fine cacti for the first time. Afraid they already sold out, she rushed to buy them, saying, "Okay, give me 2 pounds first." The Tang family stall was running smoothly. Within 2 or 3 days, more customers came specifically to buy cacti, presumably driven by the word of mouth. Wei Mingxiao always brought over a dozen pounds of her produce, selling as soon as they were sold out, leaving without a moment's delay. That day, Tang Tian was preparing to go to the mall with Wei Mingxiao again. Before they even reached their destination, she saw people waiting at the stall from afar, mostly women. "Oh, you're here. I heard the cacti you sell are huge and delicious. Do you have any more? My kids really like the juice from your cactus fruit, it's even more juicy. Do you still grow cacti at home? Tell us how you do it." Wei Mingxiao chatted with the women while Tang Tian prepared her stall. But just as they had set up the small blackboard, someone suddenly leaped out from the crowd and kicked it flying. It happened in an instant, catching everyone present off guard. The women froze in their places before letting out a scream. Tang Tian's eyes glared, and Tan Tan bared his teeth and barked furiously at the man, but without her orders, he made no move. The man turned and tried to flee. In the dim light, Tang Tian teleported, tripped him to the ground, and grabbed his hands. "Who? Don't kill me. I'm working at the stall next door." Even with his hands tightly grasped, the man felt pain, and he immediately begged for mercy, despite the girl's immense strength. Tang Tian narrowed her eyes. "Then why are you causing trouble here? Tell me." The vendor gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You're selling so expensive, disrupting market prices, and stealing all our customers. We can't even sell ours, so how can we survive?" Before Tang Tian could say anything, the women nearby, who had come to their senses, were already unhappy. "Those other cacti are so dry and tasteless even with the seasoning. It's obviously your fault for not growing them well. What do you have to do with the mother and daughter? That's right. And those fruits are either rotten or tacky. They're not worth the price." What happened? A flashlight beam shone over. It was the market patrol. To their surprise, the captured man was the first to cry out, "Help! Someone's murdered! Come save me!" Tang Tian snorted and let go of his hand. The man slipped away, hiding behind the patrol as if he had found a protective umbrella. He pointed at Tang Tian and casually listed his crimes one by one. "Okay, there's surveillance in the market. Just check it, and we know who's at fault." Hearing the surveillance, the man shrugged, afraid to speak. He grumbled a few times guiltily before being persuaded to leave. During the Tang family's stall, even patrol teams bought cacti from them. But this wasn't partiality, it was simply a foreseeable future. Looks like a few more sales will put an end to this business for now, Tang Tian thought. Selling cacti also earned a few hundred points. Because business was good, they could clear out some inventory later, and overall, they should still earn a few thousand points. Since the customers liked their cacti, Tang Tian and Wei Mingxiao continued selling them, and never encountered any other vendors who came to pick on them. On this particular day, Tang Tian and Wei Mingxiao were shouting while selling vegetables when they ran into someone they knew. Tang Tian had specially lit a few candles on her stall, creating a bright enough light that she could clearly see the visitor's face. The two of them locked eyes, each stunned. Tang Tian hadn't expected to see Luo Qi in such a situation. Last time, Li Feiyong hadn't given any information, he was very mysterious. But no matter how mysterious, people still need to eat. Luo Qi had also cut her hair short, and she had become thinner and darker. She smiled and took the initiative to start a conversation. I heard there's a cactus stall in the mall that's doing really well lately. The quality in the downtown area isn't good, so I thought I'd come check it out. I didn't expect it to be your stall. So you chose to sell vegetables in the end? Some vendors, seeing they couldn't compete with the Tang family's stall, simply took their produce back and sold it nearby. Tang Tian replied, I'm just following the trend and starting a small business. I stopped after a while. What have you been doing lately? At this question, Luo Qi's expression changed, but she finally replied, her tone adding a touch of resignation. It turned out that after Luo Qi and the other girls finally arrived at the shelter, they were able to secure a living and eat every day. Later, the shelter began mandatory training, and Luo Qi and the others joined them. Because the former had diligently studied with Tang Tian from beginning to end, they picked up the skills faster than the others. After completing the training, they naturally looked for gainful employment. But those girls later found it tiring, and secretly resumed the business they had started at Jiang and Liyuan. This business brought in supplies quickly, and with luck, they could even find someone with supplies nearby, eliminating the hardship. At Jiang and Liyuan, Luo Qi had been forced to do it. She hadn't wanted to do it again, but she persisted despite the temptations of the girls. Later, the shelter grew into a base, and the training camp was divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced courses. Luo Qi chose to attend, but the girls continued to show disdain. Unexpectedly, these girls not only gradually expanded in number, but eventually developed into a hidden red light district, with traces found in the civilian area, the central district, and the core district, with the core district being the worst. The authorities, whether they discovered it or simply turned a blind eye, tacitly accepted this area. The girls who had been with Luo Qi at Jiang and Liyuan, knowing she was reluctant, invited her to work there. Of course, this job wasn't a sex trade, but rather a job protecting the girls in the red light district, simply put, a bodyguard. Originally, Luo Qi didn't want anything to do with the red light district, but the generous pay forced her to submit, and she even passed the base training camp courses as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the people there kept their promise, and didn't let her do anything she didn't like, so things have been going smoothly until now. And after seeing so many customers, the red light district has also gained some information, becoming a kind of intelligence station. Tang Tian didn't care what Luo Qi was doing now, but as long as she was surviving and seemed to be doing well, that was enough. Nothing was more important than survival right now. Your cactus is indeed good, but people there don't eat it all, they use it as a facial mask. Luo Qi couldn't help but sigh at this. It's unknown how many people rely on it to fill their stomachs. In a red light district, where the flow of goods is accelerating, the most popular girls are only using it as a facial mask. How much do you have left? We're just about to order another batch, so we just buy from you. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Before, they only bought family-sized portions, but this time, they were different. They could handle a much larger batch. Using his spiritual sense to check the inventory, Tang Tian pondered and said, we're still about 100 pounds short. If we can agree, I give you a better deal. But we can't buy and sell this here. How about I drive it over? Luo Qi looked a little embarrassed. But that place. Don't you mind? Well, business is about business. What's the point? Earning points is what matters most. Tang Tian said, her lips curled. So Luo Qi agreed and bought some as a sample. She also had a walkie-talkie, so they could just contact her directly later. After seeing Luo Qi off, Tang Tian and Wei Mingxiao tidied up the stall. There were still about 3 pounds of cactus left. Before they could even call out, a figure suddenly approached from a distance. The man, wearing glasses and a stubbled beard, raised his hand and pointed, saying, "I want all your cacti. Pack them up for me." Although the Tang family stall was doing well, the customers who came in were still very selective before buying. Such efficiency was rare. Tang Tian didn't ask any further questions. He took the money, and the remaining cacti were his. The man was delighted after accepting the cacti, as if his eyes were completely devoid of anything else but these cacti. This was more than just a simple feeling of filling a stomach. Tang Tian put the matter behind her. After returning home, she received a call from Luo Qi. The red light district agreed to the deal, offering a 1-point discount on the purchase price. After setting up a time, Tang Tian and Tang Yi used a packaging machine to produce several sacks, packing the remaining cacti and fruit from the warehouse. The next day, they loaded them into a van and drove to the address Luo Qi had given them. Although they initially lived in the civilian area, there were still few people there who could provide supplies. So, after development, the red light district suddenly moved into the core area to do business, and most of the business was located there. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Tan Tan drove into the core area and had to pass through a gate to register. Upon entering, there were few pedestrians, even quieter than in the middle-class areas. After all, the number of people who could afford to live in the core area was extremely small. What they didn't expect was that Luo Qi's address was the same as Jiangnan Liyuan, also a villa area that had not been completely destroyed. Some of the buildings looked like newly built, self-built houses. Luo Qi came in person with a flashlight, accompanied by several men and women. Judging by their equipment, they seemed to be the so-called bodyguards, and they were also stronger and more capable of carrying things. While transporting cacti and registering accounts, the red light district readily exchanged cash for goods. This alone could earn him thousands of points. Tang Tian counted a stack of points and nodded. Finally, her inventory was cleared. After saying goodbye to Luo Qi, Tang Tian and Tang Yi decided to explore the core area, so they temporarily parked their car in a public parking lot and took Tan Tan with them. This core residential area had a community cafeteria similar to the mid-level areas, but also had other unique amenities: a more upscale community supermarket, an underground garage, a control center, and even a public gym. There were even more streetlights along the road, and more homes had lights on, making it easier to see the roads. After her stroll, Tang Tian sighed twice, suddenly wondering if she should have just chosen to live in the core area. Tan Tan sniffed here, marked there, and strolled leisurely through the streets. But just then, a distant roar came. A convertible sports car. "I wonder how it's been preserved," slowed down beside Tang Tian and Tang Yi. The person inside whistled and said in a flirtatious tone, "Beauty, your dog is really nice. I like it. Name your price." Tan Tan seemed to understand and began to grit his teeth. Tang Tian glanced at him and replied bluntly, "Not for sale." The man in sunglasses, probably a young man, was full of youthful energy. He immediately took off his sunglasses and cursed. "I said, do you know who my father is? How dare you treat me like this? A dog that likes you thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful." Tang Tian rolled her eyes and snapped her fingers. The man in sunglasses immediately twitched his hands and feet, slumped forward over the steering wheel, and became motionless. Being at the base, Tang Tian naturally didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she simply used her paralysis ability. By the time he woke up, she already left. After a few words of comfort to Tan Tan, they got back in the car and headed home. Just 2 or 3 days later, Tang Tian suddenly received a special call from Lin Jiqiu. It was early morning, and the temperature had broken through zero, almost reaching -10 degrees Celsius, and was expected to continue falling. This was a side effect of the polar night. If the polar night didn't end, it wasn't impossible for temperatures to reach extreme cold. The Tang family wasn't worried. Although their first move was rushed, they had also methodically dismantled the fireplace they purchased during the stockpiling period. Yesterday, I tried installing it again at home. After eating red food, I rolled out a fuel ball. So, the room temperature is still warm enough to enjoy a cold drink. Tang Tian had just finished a bowl of wontons, and the cactus was sold out. She hadn't thought about her plans for today yet. Could something have happened at the research institute again? After chatting, she realized that the 3 pounds of cactus had been bought by a researcher at the institute. After the orderly development of the planting and animal husbandry areas, cactus was designated a separate project, with that researcher as the lead. When he heard that high-quality cactus had appeared on the market, he was initially skeptical. Later, he rushed to buy it, took it home for research, and submitted a report, which was discovered by Lin Jiqiu, who led the research institute. After much inquiry, he discovered that the family that grew such excellent cactus was Tang Tian and her family again. So, he immediately contacted the Tang family. Fortunately, they had a close relationship. Indeed, others had applied for land to grow cactus, and the quality was inconsistent. The Tang family, however, uses supernatural powers to grow crops, so the quality might even be better than what the Research Institute produces. They definitely contact us. Most importantly, the Tang family didn't apply for land, and instead became farmers to grow crops. Thankfully, Tang Tian was prepared and replied, "Teacher Lin, my family has loved growing crops since before the apocalypse, so we stockpiled a lot of nutrient soil and nutrient solution, which we kept until now. It just so happens that you developed mutant cacti, so I thought I'd try some. Maybe that's why my cacti are growing so well. But I used up all that stuff, and I don't sell cacti anymore. But those cacti should still be able to be planted, right?" Lin Jiqiu said with a hint of regret. "Is that so? What a pity. If you still have that kind of nutrient soil, I'd be willing to trade it for other supplies, like newly developed high-yield fungus strains, small animals, and the like. Tang Tian actually has all of these. The ranch produces meat, eggs, and milk every day, and mushrooms can be harvested in the forest. Besides, the nutrient soil and nutrient solution she bought while stocking up had actually been used up long ago, leaving her family solely using soil generated by wood-attributed abilities and earth-attributed soil for their crops." However, after discussing this with Lin Jiqiu, Tang Tian had decided to conduct an experiment. Chapter 89. Tang Tian told Lin Jiqiu she'd look for any leftovers and hung up. She then found a foam box and, using her earth attribute ability, filled it with a full box of soil. After all, this wasn't just any soil, but supernatural soil. What if it actually worked as a nutrient? It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. So, Tang Tian later found time to send the box of supernatural soil to the Research Institute. Lin Jiqiu was overjoyed, and despite Tang Tian's repeated refusals, she had no choice but to accept the newly researched fungus strain. After receiving the supernatural soil, the Research Institute intensified its research and planted crops in it. Although it lacked wood attribute abilities, its growth rate was indeed accelerated, and the quality of the crops improved. But with only this box of soil, they decided to combine the supernatural soil with ordinary soil for planting, creating a primer, and they were busy as ever. After Tang Tian returned, she resumed researching her own system. With a little more gold from the previous exchange, Tang Tian also upgraded her ranch and workshop to the final level, LV5. Upgrading from LV1 to LV2 cost little gold, and she also upgraded her flower garden, tobacco plantation, and cotton and linen fields to LV2. The cotton and linen fields produced a lot of cotton, which was an excellent material in the cold weather brought by the polar night. The Tang family also had a lot of winter clothes, which they probably wouldn't need. Tang Tian wanted to turn them in, but with so much cotton, what excuse could she give? Let's talk about it later. "Mom, what are you doing?" Tangy asked curiously from the side. Wei Mingxia smiled and said, "I saw you bought the stone mill, but you haven't used it yet, so I thought I'd give it a try. This can be used to make rice slurry, which can be used to make a variety of dishes, including vermicelli noodles." Tang Tian's attention was drawn to the mention of food, and she smiled as she prepared to help. Rice slurry only requires rice. The slurry can then be further made into rice wrappers, rice cakes, rice rolls, rice noodles, and other foods. Vermicelli noodles can be made from mung beans and sweet potatoes, all of which can be produced by the system. As a result, new dishes have been added to all 3 meals of the day recently, and today the Tang family is cooking chicken noodle soup. The chicken is also produced from a maxed-out ranch and can be cut up to suit the owner's needs. The whole chicken is used in the soup, creating a thick, golden layer of chicken fat that is incredibly delicious. Tang Tian was happily slurping her noodles when she heard a knock on the door. If it were an enemy, she wouldn't be so calm. She wiped her mouth and turned on the security camera. She saw clearly in the night vision that the person coming was Li Feiyang. Although they were all at the base now, but they rarely saw each other. It was as if each of the 3 areas was separated by a transparent barrier, like a besieged city. Since they knew each other well, Tang Tian suspected that the former had come here for a genuine matter. So she went to the entrance, opened the window above the door, and asked. Li Feiyang scratched his head awkwardly, as if he was about to speak but hesitated. But since he was already there, he steeled himself and spoke his mind. Just like their first meeting, Li Feiyang had triggered a quest like an NPC, and this time he too had come with a quest. As the base gradually stabilized, he, who remained at Chomping Base, gradually acquired supplies, and was able to barely make ends meet. After the currency was issued, he also earned some points coupons. But ultimately, his home wasn't actually at Chongping Base, but in the former Area A, now the Central Base. Now that he had more money and the bases were connected again, although the chances were slim, Li Feiyong still wanted to go home and take a look. But if he went alone, he really didn't dare. In desperation, he thought again of Tang Tian, who had always been his supporter. But he also understood that Tang Tian always worked for the money, so he continued to work hard for the time being. Until today, he finally mustered the courage to go to the Tang family. "Please, Sister Tian." Li Feiyong rubbed his palms and pleaded with hope. "If I have no home, I pay for the gas and travel expenses when I return. If my family is still here, there will definitely be plenty of supplies." Looking back, he seemed like a rich second generation. And it was only because of his golden finger that he dared to go directly to a place dozens of kilometers away, which would be a life-threatening situation for ordinary people. Tang Tian pondered silently, and Li Feiyong felt his heart leaping into his throat. But when a person no longer has to worry about life, he does want to explore faraway places. The Central Base was the lifeblood of Spring City, far more prosperous than the Chongping Base to the north. Tang Tian suddenly felt the urge to go see what it was like. Thinking so, she replied, "Okay, but we need to discuss this before we set off." Li Feiyong breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling. Tang Tian, aka his savior, survival mentor, and spiritual pillar. He absolutely had to give her a good report. Tang Tian accepted the assignment. If they drove there and everything went smoothly, the whole family could go in no time. The road was still a bit bumpy, so Wei Mingxia chose to stay home. Tang Yi's most important point was that she had been diligent even before the apocalypse, otherwise, she wouldn't have become a major streamer, and her approach differed from Tang Tian's. So, in the end, 3 days later, they even ate supernatural food, including some that could keep them warm. Li Feiyong, meanwhile, had been waiting at the community early, carrying a backpack and a suitcase. The temperature, exceeding 10 degrees below zero, forced him to put on all his clothes. With their luggage, the two of them and their dog set off. After registering at the base gate, the vehicle smoothly departed. The area several miles outside the base was cleared, save for a few vehicles that followed, continuing in different directions. However, most of the supplies outside had been gathered together at the base, and there was a high risk of being encountered by uncompromising outside forces, so ordinary people still chose to stay at the base. This made travel more convenient for Tang Tian and Li Feiyong. A few minutes later, Tang Tian turned on the channel in the car, and the first one she switched to was the official one, which gradually began to resemble the daily news broadcast from before the apocalypse. The planting area has developed a new, faster-growing, cold-resistant crop. The livestock area's first batch of poultry has matured, and there's also a recruitment advertisement at the end. Bang! Tang Tian turned the steering wheel, the tires squealing heavily on the dry earth as the car came to a stop. Her car had privacy film on it, but she could look outside and had the headlights on. She had initially thought it was some blind, outside convoy trying to carjack her, but it turned out to be just one car, likely one of the vehicles leaving the base. It seemed like a common scrape on the highway before the apocalypse. After all, traffic rules were a thing now. Li Feiyong frowned and was about to speak when he heard a dull thud, the sound of a car door closing. Followed by another bang, the man exiting the car slammed his foot against the door and shouted, "You're driving like a fool. Do you know how expensive my car is?" Tang Tian rolled her eyes. But the fact that the people at the base had cars meant they had extra fuel. They were truly wealthy. The man outside the car seemed to have road rage, venting his frustration by kicking the car repeatedly. A reversal of day and night can lead people to two extremes, either lethargy or anxiety and irritability. Tang Tian pulled out a gun, slightly lowered the window, and pulled the trigger directly at the man. Everything fell silent. Li Feiyong watched from behind, barely daring to breathe. Before heading to the shelter, he had best managed to stun enemies. Being at the base was safer, and he wouldn't have to clash with anyone. He almost forgotten what the outside world was like. Li Feiyong swallowed, looking at the car and whispering, "Sister Tian, does that look like someone from the base?" "They're not official personnel, so it's not a big deal." Tang Tian shook her head and retracted her gun. Unfortunately, with Li Feiyong present, she couldn't put the other party's car into the system storage. Now that they're outside, it's obviously not following the base's rules. He's not considered a member of the base, and we're acting in self-defense. After hearing this, Li Feiyong wasn't afraid. Instead, she felt genuine admiration. After resolving the minor incident, they continued on their way. Tang Tian had also tinkered with and installed a radio in the car, enabling communication. The radio beeped, and Tang Tian answered it. It was Lin Jiqiu calling. The latter excitedly reported his new discovery, but just a few minutes later, a strange noise was heard. Hiss. Tang Tian's brows flickered with confusion. She immediately hung up the call and switched back to the car radio, but the hissing continued intermittently. This sounded like interference. Normally, if communications were lost, electronic equipment would likely malfunction, which would surely cause panic at the base. It was unclear how long this interference would last. It was precisely because they were currently on the road, and Tang Tian had filled up the tank before setting off, that the danger was minimized. From Chongping Base, heading south, they wouldn't need to pass through other bases. The previous elimination of external forces had also paid off. Roadblocks and robberies had decreased, and there were no traps. They ate and slept in the car, but to reach their destination quickly, they only ate food that could replenish their energy, and took naps, switching drivers mid-flight. Ga. A strange, hoarse cry reappeared in the pitch-black night sky. Woo! Tan's ears were sharp, and upon hearing it, he began to bare his teeth with a twitch, much like when he encountered a mutant creature before. Tang Tian's heart sank. She sat in the back seat, stroking the dog's head. She slightly opened the window, and shone her flashlight outside. She discovered a bird, indeed, perched on the ground. It was about the size of a basketball, but pitch black and covered in greasy feathers. Its beak and sharp claws were flapping and tearing at the unknown object on the ground, seemingly devouring it. Tang Tian suspected that the unknown object was most likely a body part left behind. Even the base had organized a cleanup team, leaving even less attention for the scattered debris outside. Some were bones, others dried out from the oven. And these birds looked different from the mutant vultures from before. They were probably a completely new species of scavenger. Thankfully, they were so focused on gnawing at the carcasses that they paid little attention to the car. Li Feiyong stomped on the accelerator and scurried away from the area filled with mutant birds, leaving only the strange noises lingering faintly behind him. Hiss, Miss Tang, are you okay? The radio had been restored. The interference had lasted for several hours, so it must have recovered somewhat. Tang Tian reported that she was safe, but hung up temporarily, fearing the interference would reoccur. Sister Tian, look, we seem to be almost there. Li Feiyong shouted, as a huge light shone out the window, illuminating the darkness. The perimeter of the central base had also been cleared. From time to time, vehicles and even convoys of vehicles would pass by, looking even more impressive than the Chongping base. Even the walls and gates, which drew ever closer, were taller. Patrols were already checking vehicles hundreds of meters in advance. Such a rigorous approach was new to Tang Tian. Finally, following the procession to the gate, Tang Tian told the staff at the counter, "We're here to look for someone." Before she finished, the staff member coldly replied, "Outsiders can only stay for 1 hour. Extending your stay is considered a temporary stay and requires documentation. The fee is 100 points." The central base was likely the first to use points, and they were circulating faster than elsewhere. But the average person probably couldn't earn that many points in a single day, and spending them all at once meant that the central base wasn't a place for ordinary people. Li Feiyong quickly took out his 200-point coupon and asked the staff to process 2 documents, his face still etched with pain. They then handed in their respective ID cards, and the simple documents were processed. The gate finally opened, allowing them to enter. However, upon entering the central base, Tang Tian was stunned for a moment. Every area of the base was brightly lit. The constantly flowing streets seemed to be sprinkled with flowing gold dust, and traffic guards maintained order. Pedestrians rubbed shoulders, and many shops lined the streets, also with people coming in and out. Even if there had been a period of inexplicable interference, it was probably resolved by the base. This was not much different from before the apocalypse. As they drove, they felt as if they were visiting the Grandview Garden, with mixed emotions. Compared to that, what does the core residential area of Chongping Base really matter? The central base is the true wealthy area. Li Feiyong thought for a moment and said, "Sister Tian, although the central base looks bustling and crowded, it's actually half the size of the other bases. I heard there's a pre-apocalyptic police station-like facility here. I plan to look there. It shouldn't take too long. If we don't find it, we just go back." Tang Tian agreed with the suggestion. After all, they weren't from the central base. Since they were traveling far in the apocalypse, they'd better get it over with as soon as possible. It was mid-morning, as usual, and Li Feiyong drove slowly to a building. Tang Tian discovered that it was a pre-apocalyptic police station, presumably renovated. Li Feiyong got out of the car and entered the building, while Tang Tian took a hot meat bun from the system storage and ate it. Hot food is perfect for this kind of weather, and meat buns are absolutely perfect. Of course, she didn't forget to give one to Tan Tan as well. When Li Feiyong didn't show up, Tang Tian pulled out more snacks. Spicy noodles, spicy bamboo shoots, and sweet potato crisps, all delicious and warming. After finishing her meal, she felt a bit hot again, so she opened the car window to let in the cool air and continued waiting. Occasionally, she could see police cars leaving the area, heading in different directions. Finally, she saw the former emerge from the police station, jogging to the car window, exhaling warm air and smiling, saying, "Great, Sister Tian, I made contact. My brother and sister are still home. Would you like me to take you there?" The relaxed Tang Tian didn't mind. Besides, they agreed to reward her if she could find someone. The people who could live in the central base weren't ordinary people. There weren't even slums here, and she was already looking forward to how impressive it would be. Besides, given Li Feiyong's personality, if the Li family tried to shirk their responsibility, he'd likely take a hard line. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage. No need, they're already on their way. We just have to wait. Li Feiyong suppressed his excitement and waited in the car, telling Tang Tian some anecdotes about his family. About a quarter of an hour later, a car drove in with its headlights on. Li Feiyong immediately jumped out, running and shouting excitedly, "Brother! Sister! I finally see you!" Tang Tian followed suit, and soon saw the Li family hugging each other tightly. She sighed inwardly. Family is indeed the most important bond. Li Feiyong hadn't forgotten Tang Tian and immediately pulled her over to introduce her. One was his older brother, Li Feiyue, and the other was his older sister, Li Feiyu. Li Feiyue wore glasses, exuding a refined demeanor. Li Feiyu had long, flowing hair, and a fair complexion that seemed unrelated to the apocalypse, clearly revealing their family's wealth. After a silent glance, the two of them expressed their sincere gratitude to Tang Tian. Back then, Li Feiyong had a volatile personality and was eager to go abroad. He ignored his family's advice and went directly to the remote S district to attend university. Who could have imagined that the apocalypse would arrive just as he was about to graduate, and the entire world would undergo drastic changes, leading to the loss of contact with his family. The Li family, a family, quickly stabilized, prioritizing survival. After stabilizing, they also considered finding Li Feiyong. However, Li Feiyong's rented apartment had been kept secret from his family, so they didn't know his address and communication was cut off. Unable to contact him, they hired someone to look for him, but when no one was willing, they had to go in person. Later, when the Chunchung base was established, the Li family contacted the Chomping base, hoping to find someone, but unfortunately, there was no further news from the base, and the Li family had almost given up. Unexpectedly, it was Li Feiyong himself who finally found the missing person. The central base had better equipment, and after verifying the documents, the police station matched the missing person's original report with the Li family's, so they contacted the Li family to confirm the missing person's whereabouts. Everyone was happy this time. Li Feiyong, not forgetting his promise, said to Li Feiyue, "Brother, I remember you had a jade shop under your wing. Do you still have the jade?" He then said to Li Feiyu, "Sister, I remember you had a jewelry shop. Do you still have that?" Li Feiyue and Li Feiyu, "Why do you want money right after we're reunited?" "Yes, I do. It was once part of the Li family's property, but why are you asking?" Li Feiyu asked, confused. "Even gold is worthless now. If I hadn't been so reluctant, I would have thrown everything in and out and turned it into a warehouse. It's half a warehouse now. Brother, you don't know. Sister Tian is right to say she's my savior. If it weren't for her, I'd probably be dead. I was able to stay safely at Chomping base thanks to her. Even this trip, I asked her for help and promised her a reward. Hey brother, you and I probably don't need that anyway, but Sister Tian likes it, so why not just give it to me as a thank you?" Tang Tian, who had been quiet nearby, couldn't help but feel a little warm upon hearing this. Ahem, that's quite embarrassing. Li Feiyue and Li Feiyu were even more surprised. It wasn't that they were surprised by Tang Tian's influence. There were many talented people in the central base, and it was commonplace. They were simply surprised that Tang Tian had helped Li Feiyong survive, and was now sending him back. A reward was a given, but she didn't want the supplies, but the jade and jewelry. However, the Li family really wanted to clear out those things, so after coming to their senses, they quickly agreed. Driving behind the Li family's car, Tang Tian arrived at the Li family's jade and jewelry shops. However, since these valuables could be exchanged for supplies in the early stages of the apocalypse. The stocks were not full. Afterwards, they were practically unable to sell them, and had almost thrown them away. The valuables in the jade and jewelry shops filled the entire trunk. Even Tang Tian couldn't help but smile at this. This was truly a win-win situation. Miss Tang, although we don't know what you need all this for, you are now our Li family's benefactor, and I would like to offer you something more valuable. Li Feiyue adjusted his glasses. Tang Tian was happy, but the Li family didn't feel they had properly thanked her. However, Tang Tian accepted all the offers. Miss Tang, you must be a very capable person to have kept me alive until now. If you wish to come to the central base in the future, I am willing to be your recommender, Li Feiyue said sincerely. To reside permanently in the central base, everyone must go through a series of approvals, confirming their identity and qualifications before they have a chance of being accepted. But another way is to recommend talented people, so the central base will only become stronger and more prosperous in the future. This was both a thank you and an implicit olive branch extended to Tang Tian. Li Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Brother, Sister Tian has a family, all at the Chongping base. If they really want to come, it's a whole family, so we need proof." "Okay, I do as you say." Li Feiyue's tone was a mixture of resignation and doting, and he instructed his attendants to handle the matter. The police station seemed to handle this kind of service, so they were very efficient, and Tang Tian didn't have to wait too long. They were several sheets of paper made with a dripping glue process, with the entry permits for entering the central base written on them. They looked quite legitimate. Tang Tian felt an inexplicable heaviness in her hands. Perhaps for ordinary people, these tickets were more valuable than any other material possessions. But she had no intention of leaving the Chongping base just yet. In any case, she thanked them, and said goodbye to Li Feiyang and the others. Li Feiyang's face was half reluctant, and he waved goodbye repeatedly in the cool breeze before getting in the car and leaving. Tang Tian quietly stowed all the valuables from the trunk into the system storage, then got in the car, leaving the central base she had only glimpsed, and headed north. The hustle and bustle of traffic and people faded in the distance behind the car, replaced by the hoarse calls of birds outside, amplified several times in the silent night. Tang Tian recognized the call as that of a crow. Could it be a mutant crow that appeared this time? Recalling the aggressiveness of the mutant bird last time, Tang Tian felt uneasy and decided to return as soon as possible. Chapter 90. After returning to Chongping base, the interference just disappeared, and power gradually returned. A few streetlights lit up, dimly illuminating the road ahead. Tang Tian found a corner without surveillance cameras, parked her car, and headed straight upstairs. Unexpectedly, at the stairwell, she ran into the Shin family, who had also just returned. When Shin Buiyin saw her, he immediately said, "The authorities have figured it out. It's a magnetic storm caused by geomagnetic disturbances. It can disable electronic equipment and navigation systems. But fortunately, it's not a serious threat to humans." Qin Yao sighed, "But it's polar night now, and electricity is most needed. Doesn't this make survival even more difficult?" No one spoke after that. After everyone went home, Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia also stayed home. The Tang family only occasionally used the generator, and the rest of the time they relied on their electrical abilities and batteries, so there wasn't much danger. After selling all the cacti in their inventory, Wei Mingxia heard there were other crops for sale on the market. She used her wood-attributed ability to grow the mushroom seeds Lin Jiqiu had given Tang Tian, and prepared to set up a stall at the mall again. People of her generation are always busy, and going to the mall allows them to interact with others. Since Tang Tian was away, the responsibility naturally fell to Tang Yi. In fact, Wei Mingxia could have gone alone. The mall patrol wasn't just there for work, nor were they the bullies of private markets, so no unrest had occurred so far. But this time, after the mother and daughter had quickly sold their mushrooms, someone claiming to be a staff member suddenly approached, saying they had to pay the stall fee and offering to move them to a better location. They hadn't heard of such a rule, and after inquiring, the latter seemed rather impatient. Later, they realized that while the stalls offered little trouble, they were actually trying to get some benefits in disguise. So Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi decided not to set up stalls in the mall anymore. For them, setting up stalls wasn't about making money, but about socializing. There was no need to rush into it. After reading the job posting, Tang Yi considered checking the logistics department for suitable positions. The same principle applied. Tang Tian nodded. "Mom, sister, you two should ask around later. I discovered another mutant bird along the way. I wonder if it'd be as aggressive as last time." Before she could finish her words, there was a loud bang. It sounded like an explosion somewhere, and this explosion was caused by something like dynamite. The three of them quickly crouched down, and several more explosions were heard in the distance before it gradually subsided. When they stood up again, everyone's face was solemn. How could such a terrorist-inspired explosion occur in a base under official jurisdiction? Tang Tian had a hunch. Something had probably happened at the base. Besides, at this hour, most people were actually rushing to sleep, recovering from the day's fatigues. Could the person who launched the explosion have done it on purpose? A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Tang Tian opened the door, revealing Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing, fully armed and serious-looking. Something serious had indeed occurred at the base, and the authorities immediately assembled all their armed forces and marched towards the target, stating only that a group had attacked. The exact nature of the group was still unknown, but it was thriving in the darkness of the base and must be eradicated. After a brief explanation, Shen Boyun consoled Wei Mingxia a few more times before leaving with Cheng Jing. Tang Tian closed the door and sighed. Even with the base now established, the world remains deeply unstable. About 10 minutes later, all the armed team members gathered in the administrative area. Wu Yongming and Yang Gan wore serious expressions, even half their faces darkening. The base had never suffered such a severe attack since its establishment, and even the reason for the attack was unclear. They only understood that this group had been quietly expanding, stockpiling weapons, and finally choosing this day to launch their offensive. Now, both the civilian and middle-class areas were in turmoil. Only the sparsely populated core area remained relatively calm, and the armed team members were doing their best to defend against the enemy in these two areas. Shen Boyun, Cheng Jing, and Yin Shuo were the last to be assigned to the core area. After everything was prepared, they followed the others to the core area, weapons in hand, and dispersed, using loudspeakers to inform residents not to go out. Residents in the core area likely heard the explosion, so no one ventured outside. In the deep night, the cold wind blew dust from the ground slowly into a swirling mass. The loudspeaker continued to play. "Please, residents, stay home to avoid injury. Please, residents, stay home." Bang! Cheng Jing's eyes widened, and he instantly raised his gun toward the loud noise. Followed by another bang, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist and cried out, his voice almost cracking, "Yin Shuoyu." Because of the severity of this incident, all armed forces. And the previous bullet had hit his wrist. There was no way a bulletproof vest could protect against the feet. Unexpectedly attacked by someone close to him, Shen Boyun fell to the ground, but immediately pointed his gun at the person behind him. However, Yin Shuo was the first to do so, knocking the gun out of his hand, and snatching Cheng Jing's as well. Why did you do this? Shen Boyun was a little confused. Yin Chunhua and Yin Lei weren't particularly close, but they were siblings. He and Shen Yaowe often got together with Yin Shuo and Yin Huai, and they had a good relationship. He had anticipated the possibility of injury this time, but he had never imagined it would be at the hands of a family member. The soft moonlight cast a halo on Yin Shuo, giving him an inexplicable tinge of blood. Coincidentally, a streetlight was still not far away, and the two men saw Yin Shuo's slightly irritated expression, his lips clenched with what seemed like gritted teeth. "It seems you want a reason." Yin Shuo finally spoke, his words forced out with a strained voice. "My family relies on you like a sham. I know worse than you, yet the bosses only see you. Is that a reason?" He pointed the gun at Cheng Jing again, his face twisted. It was unclear whether it was genuine hatred or simply the result of this dark night that would never see the dawn. "I do anything for Xiaoxiu, but she only cares about you, not even a glance at me. I get nothing. Yin Shuo. I didn't realize you were so ungrateful before." Cheng Jing, enraged, leaped up, grabbed the gun, and raised it, trying to charge forward. "You have to understand that the Yin family's ability to maintain its foothold in the base is entirely due to the Shen family. Yin Shuo harbors a grudge over such a trivial matter. How could that not raise one's blood pressure?" Bang! 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 Several more gunshots rang out through the night sky, but thankfully no one was hurt. Shen Boyun staggered to his feet, his face gloomy. He stopped Cheng Jing and suddenly asked Yin Shuo, "Were you involved in this attack? I hope this time we can finally see the light. The families next door, numbers 15 and 16, have all offered sacrifices, but we haven't. What if we can't reach the light? I heard that number 15 offered a young woman. That should work." Xiao Shiyu squatted at the doorway, her hands tightly covering her mouth, daring not to utter a word. Her parents must be crazy. Originally, after seeing the leaflets distributed in the core area, specifically those promoting the spread of the faith, Xiao Shiyu had always believed her parents wouldn't believe anything. But later, she discovered that her parents not only traveled to that mysterious place, but also prayed with other believers. In the end, she even forced herself to believe it. Xiao Shiyu thought it was because the apocalypse had made her formerly wealthy parents feel uneasy, so she half-heartedly pretended to share this belief. But she never imagined things would escalate to this point. Not only was there an explosion at the base, but even her own parents were considering sacrificing her. Xiao Shiyu wanted to escape. And for some reason, she quickly thought of who to turn to. She had to admit that despite her repeated defeats at the hands of Tang Tian, her strength was evident. Furthermore, she knew Cheng Jing was her neighbor, and she had to tell the armed forces about this. Xiao Shiyu slowly stood up, her legs and feet numb. After a moment's rest, she tiptoed, grabbed her bag, and left the house, running forward. The biting cold wind seemed to be tinged with the scent of gunpowder. She gasped for air, her mouth soon dry and her nose sore. But compared to her life, none of this mattered. And yet, along the way, she unexpectedly ran into those familiar faces and witnessed this scene. Yan Shu. What are you doing? Xiao Shiyu rushed forward furiously, pushing Yan Shu away. It wasn't just because he hurt Cheng Jing. But this action only infuriated Yan Shu further. He raised the butt of his gun and slammed it hard against Xiao Shiyu's head, shouting furiously, I like you so much. Why are you looking at me like a dog, you bitch? Bang! A puff of smoke swirled from the muzzle of the gun. For a moment, everyone fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind. But it wasn't Yan Shu who fired the shot, nor was it an accidental discharge. It was Shen Buiyun who fired the shot. He calmly put down the pistol, still emitting a faint puff of smoke. It was one of the weapons he had taken from the enemy before entering the shelter. They were supposed to be turned in within the shelter, but the Shen family had secretly kept a few just in case. They had unexpectedly come in handy. Xiao Shiyu felt a dull pain in her head, forcing her to clutch her head. Her legs gave way, and she sat on the ground in fear. From then until now, so much information had flowed through her mind. Her mind was a tangled mess. Cheng Jing went to check, then turned back and whispered, dead. There was no way Yan Shu was wearing a bulletproof vest. Yeah. Shen Buiyun replied softly, pausing before saying, just say they were attacked by the enemy. Xiao Shiyu's breathing quickened. The next second, she saw with her own eyes the pitch-black muzzle of the gun pointed at her again, as if the person before her had gone mad with killing. Now, tell me everything you know. Occasional explosions could still be heard in the base. It was unknown where they stockpiled the explosives, but if this continued, the newly stabilized base would be plunged into dire straits once again. Tang Tian speculated that these explosions were likely concentrated in the civilian areas, with fewer in the middle areas and even fewer in the core areas. Could this be a rebellion from the civilian areas? Had the previous incident not subsided? Just then, she received a message from Cheng Jing over the intercom. Tang Tian, we finally figured out what happened. He then explained succinctly. It turned out that this wasn't just a rebellion, but a belief that had somehow sprouted in the base's darkness, gradually accumulating into a cult. Not only were there believers in all three areas, but they were also spreading rapidly throughout the Chomping base. They appeared to be just like the other survivors, but they were secretly organizing their manpower and forces. The civilian areas were trying to survive, while the wealthy in the core areas, who had the means to survive, were more concerned with a faith that would sustain them, even volunteering supplies to maintain the church's growth. However, this church may have been crooked from the beginning. To secure more survival supplies, they constantly brainwashed their followers, only launching this terrorist attack after their conditions were met. This church, however, was called Dawn, the Dawn Society. As you can imagine, this incident was far more serious than the last one. Tang Tian's brows furrowed as she listened. This was even worse than she imagined. You're supposed to be with Shen Buiyun, right? What's the official situation? Cheng Jing had been explaining the whole story, not mentioning anything about himself. He seemed about to speak, but his voice changed. We're fine. We're preparing to hand the suspect over to the authorities, which is also equivalent to protecting him and providing information. Stay home and don't go out. Shen Buiyun spoke hastily, and then cut off the connection. Tang Tian rubbed her Jingming acupoint, feeling a little helpless. So, they must be in trouble. She told Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia the news, but she had already made another decision. Wei Mingxia seemed to notice, pursing her lips before asking, Tian, you actually want to go, right? Given her current personality, she'd definitely go not only there, but also to the armed forces in the future. Tang Yi also shook her head, but there seemed to be more to her words, as if she wasn't just interested in joining in the fight to wipe out the Dawn Society. Tang Tian didn't respond, but clenched her fists and said gravely, Sister, you're right. I'm in a bad mood right now. I won't feel comfortable unless I take out some people. Finally, after checking the abilities in the ability column, Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao let her go. Tang Yi jogged while contacting Cheng Jing again. Faced with her questioning, Cheng Jing had to be frank and lenient. Brother Yan went to the medical station, but he wasn't seriously injured. I took Xiao Xiu to the administrative building. But Tang Tian, do you really want to come? That's perfect. It's actually quite convenient. Tang Tian looked up. The administrative district was ablaze with lights. The blaring of loudspeakers, shouts, and the sounds of weapons firing mixed together in a cacophony, resembling a battlefield. Captain Wu has been wanting me to join the armed forces for a while now. This is exactly what they want, as long as there are no less benefits. Where are you now? I come find you. Cheng Jing had no choice but to tell the truth. In the office building, Wu Yongming and Yang Dan remained in their offices, listening to reports from various locations at an even higher frequency than before, their brows furrowed as they issued various orders. Xiao Xiu, as a protected suspect, immediately confessed everything. Unfortunately, she had never been to the Dawn Society's base with her family, so her knowledge was limited. But this was more than they had anticipated. They had expected many within the base to be discontent, but they hadn't imagined such evil would emerge. At this point, they could only focus on wiping out the enemy. Fortunately, it wasn't all bad news. This issue also contained another. News of Tang Tian's arrival. At this point, the more manpower the better, not to mention that the armed forces fighting on the front lines had already suffered casualties. Tang Tian quickly obtained the armed forces' uniforms and weapons. The uniforms were cold-resistant versions, and the weapons had been replaced with real guns and live ammunition. Cheng Jing's wrists were wrapped in thick bandages, but he still had some fighting power. And he trusted Tang Tian more than Yin Shuo. However, Shen Boyun's feet had been deliberately injured, so he would probably have to stay in the medical station for the rest of this battle. Do you know anything about the Dawn Society? Tang Tian examined the gun and asked Cheng Jing. All we know now is that the leader is protected, and those so-called believers appear to be ordinary people. But if they weren't brainwashed, they wouldn't be so desperate. I heard that some of the previous explosions were human bombs. Cheng Jing trailed off. Although he was a trainee police officer before the apocalypse, he was also full of passion and couldn't bear to see such a tragic scene. Fortunately, besides explosives, they only use physical attacks, and their numbers are definitely not as large as the official ones. The higher-ups have also issued orders. All enemies must be eliminated. Tang Tian didn't respond, but silently pulled the safety catch. Cheng Jing was injured, so they remained in the middle-level area close to their residence. It was unknown if there were any Dawn Society believers in the middle-level area, but there had been several small explosions, all in the neighborhood next to Community Number 6. In the dim light, one could still see the rising plumes of smoke. Help! Help! A group of disheveled people ran forward, utterly panicked. Several armed teams were dispatched to the middle zone to maintain order, and a completely safe shelter was quickly established, where refugees needed to be led. Suddenly, a woman grabbed a team member's arm, nearly falling to her knees as she cried, my child is still there. Please help me get him out." This conversation began, and countless people voiced their requests, venting their near-destructive emotions. "We finally made it to this base, this home we finally built, and now it's going to be destroyed again? What the hell is this base for? Why is there such a massive riot? When it's over, you must compensate us." The earth was in chaos, but the cold moon still hung in the sky, radiating a light so bright it could be considered dawn. Tang Tian listened to all the words, and finally arrived at Community Number 6. Cheng Jing raised his hand and played the announcement on the loudspeaker. Soon he saw Yin Lei. Among the Shen and Yin families, he was the only one whose position allowed him to get off work regularly, and he was also a civilian who had no contact with the battlefield. Xiao Cheng. Yin Lei recognized him immediately, grabbed his shoulders, and asked anxiously, "Are Yin Shuo and Yin Hui okay now?" Cheng Jing paused before saying, "Uncle Yin, we're not together, so I can't answer you. You should seek shelter first." Boom! Yin Lei was about to ask again, when a sudden explosion sounded a few dozen meters in the distance. The wave even came directly towards them, knocking everyone to the ground. After a burst of ringing in his ears, Cheng Jing called out anxiously, "Oh no! That must be a grenade. Tang Tian, are you hurt?" Although they were still some distance away, a grenade's detonation usually releases a large amount of fragments, and at that speed, the destructive power was still astonishing. "I'm fine. It looks like Community Number 6 has also been attacked." Tang Tian lowered her hands behind her back, and the shield, already too light to be seen in the night, vanished. If they hadn't secretly activated the shield at that moment, they would have been hurt. Letting Yan Lei go to the shelter first, Tang Tian and Cheng Jing continued forward, guns in hand. They discovered that a group of people had gathered downstairs of their building, seemingly planning to go up. Bang! With a reckless snap, Tang Tian fired, blasting an enemy standing on the periphery in the head. However, she wasn't using the firearm she had, and instead used air bullets. With her current mental strength, she could fire at least 30 rounds in a single burst. The enemy, without a word, immediately raised their weapons, while others charged forward. Tang Tian and Cheng Jing opened fire. Tang Tian emptied all her air bullets, and secretly ate a few candies to recover. Cheng Jing's aim was arguably even better than Tang Tian's, and he conserved his ammunition, shooting headshots with every shot. Wait! A loud shout came from the distance. Perhaps the leader of the group, the enemy halted their attack. But to Tang Tian, the voice sounded familiar. In the near blackness of the polar night, people's hearing was heightened, making it easier to recognize a familiar voice. A young man, surrounded by his men, approached. Tang Tian's eyes darkened. She pointed her gun at the latter and whispered, "Wei Qian, it's you." Last time he come to her door on his own initiative, saying some incoherent things, she sensed something was amiss. She hadn't expected him to be involved in such a major conflict. Besides, judging by his appearance, he not only joined the Dawn Society, but also held a high position within it. She originally thought they were on opposite sides, but now they were on opposite sides. Could he, too, have been brainwashed by the Dawn Society? Wei Qian seemed to discern Tang Tian's thoughts, a faint smile playing on his face. "Don't worry, cousin, I haven't been brainwashed, but I also feel utter despair about this so-called base. Only the leader can completely change this." At that crucial word, the nearby followers, weapons raised, began shouting incessantly, each one like programmed robots, emotionless and controlled. Just then, the other teams had successfully transported the survivors to shelter and arrived. Tang Tian pursed her lips. It was time for an end. Candy's mental strength slowly recovered, and her air bullets were reloaded. The two sides each found cover and engaged in a melee. Both sides occasionally hurled projectiles. Wei Qian likely had few grenades, so he quickly switched to homemade, less complex weapons. Tang Tian snorted coldly, and pulled out her own batch of incendiary bottles and citric acid bombs. After talking to Cheng Jing, she found a closer cover and hurled all of them directly at him. Chapter 91. Accompanied by several explosions, a burst of flames erupted from the ground on the opposite side, completely illuminating the area within a radius of 10 meters. The flames, seemingly possessed of life, climbed over the enemy like vines, completely engulfing them. The citric acid bomb exploded midair, spraying streams of strong acid. Any contact with it corroded clothing and skin with a sizzling sound. Wei Qian's men numbered only a few dozen, after all. Attacking a mere community number 6 wouldn't require many. Tang Tian even suspected that the main reason Wei Qian had brought his men was because the Tang family was here. The official armed forces advanced steadily, eventually capturing and apprehending all but the dead and those still breathing. Several guns were pointed at Wei Qian in front of him. Seeing this, the pistol-wielding Wei Qian bit his lower lip hard, leaving a hint of rust. Ever since Wei Mingyang wanted to leave his home, Wei Qian had pinned his hopes on the government-run shelter. Unable to change his mind, he could only obey orders and join them in the journey to Xingyuan to find Wei Mingxia and the others. But what happened next? Wei Mingyang and Wei Yi were both dead, and his aunt and 2 cousins were cruel and indifferent. In his heart, he still wanted to seek official asylum. He finally found shelter, thinking a new life had begun, his survival guaranteed. But the reality that unfolded before his eyes shattered all his optimistic assumptions. He could barely tolerate the naked hostility surrounding the competition for resources. But he couldn't stand the dark traps, the false accusations, the exclusive power of the upper echelons, the dictatorship and self-indulgence of the upper echelons. His trust in the government gradually crumbled after all this, reaching an uncontrollable level. It was also around this time that he discovered the Dawn Society. At first, he dismissed it, but later, believing that only the new could replace the old and usher in the dawn, he became a member. He was being cornered, but he would never be captured, Wei Qian thought, and immediately pointed the remaining bullet at himself. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, he was shocked to find that his body was unable to exert any force. Huh? The scene before him seemed to inexplicably slow down, including the cold night wind, which whistled in a long, drawn-out rhythm. The next moment, the gun in his hand was suddenly kicked away, and countless people rushed forward to restrain him. How could this happen? Tang Tian picked up the gun and breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Qian seemed to have even more inside information than Xiaoxiu, so he still needed to be interrogated. He couldn't possibly be left dead. Just in the nick of time, she had used a new ability she learned from her purple cooking, time delay. Not only could it delay time, it could also speed it up. In just a second or two, Tang Tian successfully kicked his gun away, but it also used up all of her newly recovered mental energy, draining it completely, leaving her feeling a little dizzy. This time ability, like the spatial ability, was probably a superpower. Using it just once was enough to completely deplete all of her current mental energy. She shook her head to ease the dizziness, and when she looked up again, Wei Qian was already in handcuffs. But he didn't stop talking, suddenly bursting into laughter. "What's the point of you arresting me? It's too late. It's too late." Could he possibly have a way to commit suicide? The armed team gagged him and forcibly searched him, but before they could find anything, a deafening roar erupted from somewhere, flames shot up into the sky, and another explosion occurred. Looking towards that place, Cheng Jing's face paled. "Hey, that looks like a temporary shelter, right?" It was the newly opened shelter for evacuating survivors. Tang Tian's expression changed as she watched. After all, the authorities couldn't distinguish who was the enemy and who was the victim at this point. They were all acting the same. Who knew someone could sneak in and set off another explosion? This was truly outrageous. Death would be a good thing. Cheng Jing rubbed his head in frustration. This is bad. Aunt Yan's relatives have almost all gone to the shelter. The team members nearby also looked unhappy. After quickly searching Wei Qian, they hurriedly escorted him away. "Tang Tian, are you okay?" Cheng Jing turned and asked. Even with weapons, taking on such a well-prepared group would be a strenuous task. "I'm fine," Tang Tian replied. "I received word that the middle zone is doing relatively well among the three areas. Right now, the riots are heaviest in the civilian areas, while the core areas are home to more accomplices, and arrests are underway." Cheng Jing's face was serious, hinting at concern. "I suspect this battle will be quite protracted. Be prepared." Tang Tian wasn't sure how this would end, but at least the people around her should be safe. Qin Yaowei and Shin Boyun were at the medical station, Yin Chunhua and Yin Huai were at the logistics department, and Wei Mingxia, Tang Yi, and Tan Tan were also staying home. As long as no one attacked Building 1, their special abilities might allow them to escape danger. This area was safe for now, but things weren't going so well in the office building. As reports came in, Wu Yong was dispatched, and the wounded were sent to the newly built medical stations. But these stubborn enemies were as tenacious as weeds. Who knows how many hidden mines they prepared in their base, as if they wouldn't stop until the old regime was eradicated. Previous bases had been quickly suppressed. This time, however, the Dawn Society seemed to be fully prepared. Not only the center of District S, but also the leaders of other districts had sent out urgent calls. This proved the Dawn Society's base was even larger than they imagined, and the entire Chongping base was on the verge of collapse. "We captured a small leader and are currently interrogating them." Yang Gan reported on the current progress, but when he looked up and saw Wu Yongming, his lips turning purple, he immediately said, "Captain Wu, it's time to take your medicine." Wu Yongming felt a dull pain in his heart. He tried to ignore it, but he shakily took out a pill and swallowed it, his face visibly exhausted. "How's the communication with the central base?" Yang Gan paused before tactfully replying, "We're still actively communicating. Commander, let's wait and see what happens next." Wu Yongming clutched his head in agony. He couldn't understand what had gone wrong. He had finally gotten the base up and running smoothly, on the verge of self-sufficiency, only to have it destroyed again. Rather than feeling heartbroken, his head ached, and it felt like it was about to explode. "Wu, Chief Wu." Yang Gan's voice was panic-stricken for the first time, even with a strange inflection at the end. He reached out with a trembling hand and pointed out the window. Wu Yongming looked over in confusion, but involuntarily jerked to his feet, barely managing to avoid falling down thanks to the corner of a table. The bright moon, which had always hung in the sky, now vanished, along with the thin clouds and stars surrounding it, transforming into a blood-red hue, a startlingly strange sight. How could this happen? Is this still the place we used to live in? Wu Yongming was becoming increasingly confused. Natural disasters struck one after another, but that could still be attributed to the forces of nature. Humans were inherently weak as ants. But ever since the mutants appeared, things had slowly begun to go awry. Now that they had witnessed a true blood moon, they suddenly felt that even natural disasters pale in comparison. No. Chief Wu. Yang Gon was the first to calm down. As a member of management, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. Ever since the natural disaster, the world has changed beyond recognition, and from now on, I'm afraid there will be more of these things. Wu Yongming slumped back into his seat, feeling utterly lost in thought. He stared at Yang Gon, lost in thought. Before Yang Gon could ask, there was a sudden bang outside the window. It wasn't a gunshot, nor an explosion, it sounded more like something hitting the glass. Yang Gon scurried forward, drawing back all the curtains, only to be once again shocked by what he saw. What kind of monster was that? A creature the size of a large dog, covered in jet-black fur, with large, membranous wings and a mouth full of fine, sharp teeth, lay crouched against the window. From time to time, a few more would thud and thud, stopping there, their dark red pupils fixed on everyone in the room, as if they were their prey. But if this creature were shrunk several times, it would look more like bats. All the attacking forces had been dispatched to clear out the enemy, leaving them, essentially, alone in the office. Yang Gon immediately unsheathed his weapon, his expression grave. These mutant bats had arrived at a truly inopportune moment, but on the other hand, wouldn't they also attack Shuguang? Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing was unclear. Tang Tian had naturally noticed this obvious change. Watching the moon gradually turn a bloody red, as if in a total lunar eclipse, even she herself could not help but break out in a cold sweat and goosebumps on the chilly night. She tried to use the intercom to notify Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, but the interference had returned. Aside from the crackling sound, there was no other sound. Before long, several more figures began to soar across the moonlit landscape, so fast that they barely moved past. But they were clearly aggressive. They swooped down, slashing with wings or claws, finally catching the person off guard by the neck. Furthermore, these mutants were gregarious. Once one had struck, 3 or 4 more would follow. They remained attached to the person until they were completely dead, finally departing to find their next target. The person they had attacked had been sucked alive, reduced to a mummy. Tang Tian immediately thought of bats. But these were clearly mutant bats, their habits and appearance vastly different from their usual self. It's probably related not only to the blood moon, but also to the communication interference. Luckily, Tantan was left at home. He treated these mutant creatures as enemies, so he could be helpful nearby. Besides, there were shrill screams everywhere, not to mention that Tang Yi and Wei Mingxiao must have noticed, and were already preparing their abilities to attack. With this swarm of mutant bats, appearing out of nowhere, the situation at the base suddenly changed. The Dawn Society, which had once seemed on the verge of victory, was suddenly scattered and routed by these mutant bats. Faced with these sudden mutants that continued to harm humans, both factions had to temporarily cease fighting and join forces to deal with them. After all, what was the point of victory if even their lives were lost? Everyone in the base fired at the bats with long-range weapons. The sky was filled with flying bullets, and the combined light was as bright as a lantern. Someone even threw grenades, which exploded in the bats, spilling a stream of black blood. Tang Tian continued to fire her Molotov cocktails. As soon as one bat caught fire, it would spread the flames to the others as it flew, creating a vast expanse of supernatural flames. The blood moon's light dimmed, no longer as bright as normal, but the countless flames connected, providing even brighter vision. A team member who was changing magazines nearby suddenly bent over and vomited. This was like a contagion, knocking down the entire team in a matter of moments, some even vomiting blood. Cheng Jing's face paled as he clutched his chest, feeling his internal organs undergo a tremendous impact. His bones seemed to vibrate, and even the gun in his hand seemed to be loosening. Tang Tian noticed something unusual and quickly deployed her shield. Although many colored dishes possess shield abilities, they often differ slightly when deployed. This time, Tang Tian used the shield from the purple dish, which thankfully also isolated the anomaly. Besides, the purple shield was practically invisible without strong light. Cheng Jing suddenly felt a sense of relief. He tightened his grip on his gun. Seeing that the other team members had completely lost their attack power, he frowned. What the hell is going on? Tang Tian boldly speculated that this was probably related to the habits of non-mutated bats. They emit ultrasonic waves for detection. Now that they were mutated, these waves might be powerful enough to attack humans. Thankfully, she activated her shield just in time before feeling a little dizzy. Seeing groups of people falling around her, even if the shelter hadn't been bombed, the survivors inside probably wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. The battle intensified, with both the government and the Dawn Society suffering heavy casualties. If the mutant bats continue to emit sonic beams, the entire base will likely be destroyed sooner or later. Tang Tian and Cheng Jing looked up and saw several giant bats alighting on the buildings, especially on the 10th floor. Wei Mingxia, Tang Yi, and Tan Tan were still upstairs. Perhaps sensing the presence of life, more and more bats were slowly moving in that direction. Although Cheng Jing no longer had any family, he had long considered Yin Chunhua and Wei Mingxia his elders. Seeing them approaching, a look of concern crossed his brows as he asked, Tang Tian, are Aunt Wei and Tang Yi okay? The situation is so chaotic right now, you could definitely go home and check on them. But the next moment, the nearest bat suddenly burst into flames, instantly transforming into a massive fireball. It squealed and spread its wings, gliding away in a trail of sparks in its wake, setting many other bats ablaze. Tang Tian curled her lips. It seems they don't need my help. Even so, the current situation remained critical. The Dawn Society had already depleted their existing weapons, leaving them stretched thin against the mutated bats. The Dawn Society was already a cult, and most of its members were non-aggressive. They were powerless against the mutated bats. The only good news was that, after the memory restoration surgery, the authorities finally learned the Dawn Society's final stronghold. Wu Yongming and Yang Gan's expressions had finally calmed down somewhat, but they still couldn't communicate effectively. They had to rely on human contact and assemble the remaining armed forces to wipe out the Dawn Society. Tang Tian and Cheng Jing, who were barely injured, were naturally among them. The Dawn Society's base was in the core residential area. After breaking down the door, there were bursts of screams. Before anyone could enter, 2 flash grenades were dropped. The arrests continued, and those who attempted to resist were executed on the spot. Tang Tian watched the others busying around, tiptoed to the basement door, and quietly descended. The basement had a lingering stench. As she had expected, it was similar to the basement she had visited at Wuyi Central Villa. There were women imprisoned there, along with a large amount of supplies. And most of these supplies were donated willingly by the core residents, right? Let those women leave. Tang Tian looked at the supplies, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. She checked again to make sure no one was around. After arresting everyone above, she waved her hand, and piles of packaged cotton appeared, stacked with the existing supplies. Because of the polar night, the temperature was expected to exceed -20 degrees Celsius. But even second-hand clothing was being sold at a high price in the base, let alone new clothes. The Tang family had already collected a large amount of raw materials for clothing from the system's cotton and linen fields. But they had plenty of clothing themselves, and those were just taking up space in the warehouse. Plus, cotton could be used not only for clothing but also for props. The Dawn Society had seized so much property that originally belonged to the residents, and there were branches throughout the base too, going out to search and gather supplies like everyone else. So, these were not surprising. Tang Tian, what are these? Cheng Jing had seen her sneak into the basement earlier. Soon after, many ragged women emerged. After they were all arranged, he followed her into the basement. Tang Tian pointed and said, "This must be a warehouse. Now that we discovered it, let's confiscate it." The people upstairs had been mostly cleared out, and the remaining people began moving supplies, especially the cotton. Seeing that everything was moved without a single piece left, Tang Tian left with satisfaction. Capturing the leader of the Dawn Society at least relieved them of one worry, but the number of mutant bats outside was increasing. They were using sonic booms to destroy many facilities, especially glass windows. Some smaller ones had already flown into homes and continued their attacks. This made the elderly, the weak, and the young the first targets. For example, at the daycare center that cared for children under 12, the staff abandoned the children and fled, leaving few children unharmed. This included Choi Soo-young's grandson, who had been pampered by her even after the apocalypse. Encountering such a monster, he would simply remain where he was and cry, only to be immediately lifted up by the bats, which detected living things. Choi Soo-young, frantically heading to the daycare, saw this scene as she stepped inside. She quickly grabbed a nearby chair and, with a roar, rushed forward to hit them. "You monsters, don't touch my grandson." However, she was no match for the mutated bats. Several larger ones also scurried in, using the same trick to pull her up, slowly rising into the air. Choi Soo-young waved her arms and legs, unable to stop screaming, but a moment later, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. She had always had a heart condition, and she had previously relied on her sturdy frame. No one at the base wanted to mess with an elderly person like her, and with a manageable job, she had remained calm and hadn't suffered any further attacks. But all this was shattered by these monsters. Most importantly, she already run out of medication. The mutant bats, clutching the grandparents, flew away again, the dim light of the blood moon shimmering on their wings. Meanwhile, the situation in the office building wasn't good either. Wu Yangming's condition was fluctuating, and half the armed team had already perished. This forced the base to bring in heavier weapons and, with unanimous approval from the entire base, launch them all. The polar night sky erupted in dazzling fireworks, thick with smoke. Just then, a person who had come to report hesitated at the door. After Yang Gan left, the former whispered something, and both of them fell silent for a moment. While this news had nothing to do with the base, it was definitely not good news for Wu Yongming. Yang Gan, what exactly happened? Seeing Yang Gan still hadn't come in, Wu Yongming asked, a vague feeling tingling with worry. Yang Gan was the one who finally broke the news. Mutated bats aren't just invading facilities, they're also invading residential areas. Wu Yongming spent most of his time in the office building, while Old Man Wu, the remaining member of the family, lived in the core residential area. But the damaged floor-to-ceiling windows of those villas made them even more vulnerable to invasion than those of buildings. At the time, Old Man Wu had proactively organized all the survivors to gather together for defense, but when the mutant bats actually entered the house, they pushed the bats forward as bait and escaped. Wu Yongming was momentarily stunned after hearing this. But when he finally realized what was happening, he rolled his eyes and leaned back. "Captain!" Yang Gan shouted, scrambling to find medicine, but upon opening the bottle, he discovered, despairingly, that it was all gone. Several medical stations were already showing signs of near collapse, and their supplies probably weren't that high. No need. Stop looking, Yang Gan. It's fate. Wu Yongming's face was pale, his lips turning purple. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, but he held Yang Gan's wrist tightly. I know this is a selfish thought, but I'm truly exhausted. But if I leave, the original S-Zone will be completely gone. If you still want to continue, then keep going. Tang Tian mentally calculated the time. It must have been about 3 hours since the battle between the base and the mutant bats. But the eerie blood moon still loomed in the night sky, and the polar night hadn't shown a single ray of light. She looked at the people falling around her. If she hadn't kept her shield activated, she and Cheng Jing would have been among them. Tang Tian. Look! Cheng Jing pointed upwards. I don't know about other areas, but the bat swarms in the middle zone seem to be thinning out. Have we finally secured our defenses? Tang Tian observed carefully for a moment before whispering, the numbers are certainly smaller, but I don't know if they gotten enough food, or if they sense the threat of weapons. And I don't know if they return. The squeaking and rapid flapping of the bats' wings gradually died down. As their figures rose higher, they formed tiny black dots on the moon's surface. And just as if a total lunar eclipse had ended, the moon's golden-white hue slowly expanded, replacing the blood-red hue. Tang Tian put away her binoculars and confirmed that this wave of mutant bats had truly left the base. But the painful price they brought would likely take a long time for the base to fully recover. The buildings were pitch black, like abandoned buildings, surrounded by signs of desolation. Even her own breathing seemed to slow involuntarily. The communication interference also disappeared, and the office building regained its momentum in a solemn yet sad atmosphere. The remaining troops were organized, and the medical station and logistics department continued to maintain their posts. After re-establishing the temporary shelter, the loudspeakers continuously broadcast messages, searching for survivors and guiding them there, and distributing medicine and food. After all, the medical station was already full. The leader of the Dawn Society was captured and immediately imprisoned. It was said that he was only a man in his 50s, an ordinary person. When he first arrived at the base, he simply worked odd jobs to earn supplies like everyone else. The base intended to hunt down all the remaining accomplices, even if some lived in the core area. They would be rounded up and brought to justice, aiming to dismantle the group in one fell swoop. Once their convictions were registered, these prisoners would either be sent to labor camps or taken to that conspicuous square for execution. None of them could escape. The armed forces suffered heavy losses, with a full 2/3 of their personnel killed. But the situation remained dire. The base had to construct watchtowers and firing points in a hurry to defend against the next wave of mutant bat attacks. Tang Tian and Cheng Jing arrived in front of the administrative office building. The remaining armed forces members, still able to work, lined up, looking extremely exhausted and listless. When the former saw that it was Yang Gan, not Wu Yongming, who emerged, she sensed something was amiss. But if it was as she suspected, such bad news was not the right time to share. In the midst of the dark night, where time was indistinguishable, and after battling the Dawn Society before the mutant bats arrived, Yang Gan knew the armed forces were on the verge of collapse. He decided to rest and recuperate, and he also issued this order. After discussing it with Cheng Jing, Tang Tian and Cheng Jing decided to go somewhere first. Chapter 92. When Shen Boyun was injured, Cheng Jing personally took him to the medical station. If nothing unexpected happened, Cheng Jing would likely remain at the medical station to maintain order. Not to mention that now that the crisis has temporarily subsided, the medical station, while overcrowded, is much calmer than it was a moment ago. Originally, District S had only one medical station, a converted hospital. Later, after the construction of the Chongping base, several more medical stations were added, as otherwise, they simply couldn't accommodate the numerous injured. But residents of District S still preferred to go to that medical station first. Entering the medical station, a faint scent of disinfectant reached the tip of one's nose. In addition to the specially left passageways, many injured people were also arranged in the corridors, with a piece of cloth spread underneath them, acting as a bed. Many staff members were busy moving around. After asking around, they finally found their location. Tang Tian and Cheng Jing made their way to a corner and found Shen Boyun, leaning back in deep thought. Fortunately, he was still awake, presumably uninjured. "Brother Yun," Cheng Jing shouted happily. Shen Boyun recognized his voice and looked up, about to reply, but his eyes widened. "Why are you here?" "You, Brother Yun, Tang Tian has joined the armed forces too. Your wish has finally come true." Shen Boyun immediately glared at him, his ears red with rage and shame, but he couldn't say anything else. Besides, Tang Tian was still wearing the armed forces uniform, making it clear what had happened. Tang Tian smiled, her hands behind her back. "Yeah, you've been asking me which team I wanted to join. Now I finally have an answer." Shen Boyun looked at Tang Tian's smile, and for some reason, he felt the urge to hug her. However, his foot was still heavily bandaged, so it was best not to stand. Originally, he was receiving treatment at the medical station, but then the Dawn Society and mutant bat incident occurred, destroying all the windows. Mutant bats even invaded, carrying off several patients, throwing the entire station into chaos. Thankfully, Yan Shua's shot didn't penetrate his ankle, only causing a serious abrasion. Shen Boyun endured the pain, maintaining order while fighting back against the mutant bats, managing to hold out until the very end. But the wound, having just been stitched, opened again, forcing him to continue treatment. He wanted to offer a few words of caution about the dangers of the armed forces, but thinking that Tang Tian never seemed afraid, and that he probably couldn't hurt her, he stopped talking. "Brother, Mom's here." "Hey Tang Tian, Cheng Jing, you're here too?" Qin Yaoyue, who worked at the medical station, was wearing a white uniform and holding on to Yin Chunhua, who had come to visit her son. She hadn't expected so many people to be so well-groomed. Because she had to go to work, after a few pleasantries, Qin Yaoyue left. Yin Chunhua was currently a junior manager in the logistics department, and had more free time after the disaster. But this time, she had another problem. The explosion at the temporary shelter was caused by a bomb planted by cultists among the survivors, deliberately detonated when the shelter was almost full. Many survivors had already been taken to the shelter, including Yan Chunhua's eldest sister, Yan Shuangmei, who was injured in the explosion, and was also taken to the medical station. Yan Lei, worried about his two sons, arrived at the shelter late, only to escape the disaster. But after the disaster subsided, he only saw Yan Huai, but not Yan Shuo. He had no idea whether they were alive or dead, so he asked Yan Chunhua to ask as well. He had always remembered them carrying out missions together. Shen Boyun's expression didn't change after hearing this, but in situations like this, most people were already dead. He asked Yan Chunhua to pass the message to Yan Lei. Yan Chunhua, noticing his son's sudden indifference, hesitated, but since Tang Tian was still there, he didn't ask any further questions. The bright moon in the night sky made it hard to imagine the bizarre transformation that had taken place. Fearing the reappearance of the blood moon and mutant bats, the base began constructing high-rise watchtowers, bunkers, and turrets around the base gate, equipped with sniper positions and machine guns. Although the mutant bats showed no interest in plants, the plantation areas were still destroyed in the chaos. They seemed more interested in livestock, and the animal husbandry areas suffered severe damage. The research institute's windows were also destroyed, and many crops being studied and grown were completely destroyed. Several researchers were also abducted. Fortunately, Lin Jiqiu was still alive, but the institute needed to be reorganized. At the same time, many bodies appeared in the base that had not yet been cleaned up. The low temperatures prevented them from rapidly decaying. Some were mummified, some were severely mutilated, and some even showed the terror of death. The base already had a cleanup team, but perhaps few were on duty, and perhaps Frightened by the mutant bats, few were willing to clean up. Ultimately, the base increased its pay, and the bodies were taken to a centralized location for incineration. However, midway through the cleanup, the team discovered a new species of black bird, which began to peck at the bodies. Fearing it was a new mutant, they quickly reported it to the armed forces. But later, it was discovered that these strange birds seemed non-aggressive toward humans, instead focusing on the carrion, and their behavior was remarkably similar to pre-apocalyptic crows. Crows are highly intelligent, and these strange birds, unlike previous birds, temporarily retreated or joined forces. If this was similar to crows, it was also a vengeful creature. The base feared an attack would attract a large swarm, so they ordered a period of observation. The entire base began to recuperate. The incident could not be concealed, so Yan Gon informed Wu Yongming of his death during this period and appointed him as the new leader. However, for the lower-level personnel, this news was not important. But before that, some matters had to be resolved decisively. Execution by firing squad, all other participating cult members were also sentenced, including those who had contact with them, and most of them lived in the nuclear power plant. Xiaoxiu, because of her meritorious surrender and reporting, was only sentenced to forced labor. But when she was released, her family was gone. Needless to say, Wei Qian was also dragged to the square for execution. The gunfire continued for several days before it ceased, and quite a few people flocked to the square to watch the spectacle. After all, death was no longer a common occurrence these days. Only by putting the Dawn Society incident behind them could the base truly begin to rebuild. Tang Tian also took this opportunity to visit the administrative district and formally submit her employment report. The armed forces was a good job at the base, second only to researcher, and access to the base was now very convenient. As long as her food system remained intact, she could survive on food and drink alone, so Tang Tian didn't really care how many points coupons her monthly salary included or how many benefits and supplies she received. She simply felt that with the increase in mutants, the apocalypse was taking a more bizarre turn, and being on the front lines would allow her to learn more about it ahead of time. So she planned to stick with it for now. If the base developed better in the future, she'd look for other options. As for Tang Yi, she's seen many suitable positions when she'd been looking at the job postings. But the medical station was crowded and overcrowded, and Wei Mingxiao wasn't sure about safety there. She wasn't very experienced in engineering maintenance and other matters. Later, she considered returning to her roots and working in the cafeteria, but even a good cook can't cook without rice. Without food, the cafeteria would shut down and become unstable. So, in the end, Tang Yi approached Yin Chunhua about joining the logistics department, though she certainly didn't go empty-handed. Yin Chunhua readily agreed and assigned her a job related to materials management. This kind of work was easy, and the monthly salary, in points coupons, wasn't low. While she couldn't afford the rent, it would guarantee her food and drink for the month. Wei Mingxiao had already entered retirement mode, continuing to use the various processing equipment at home or grow vegetables. When she needed some exercise, she'd go downstairs to walk the dog and manage the system gourmet shop. Although the chances of exchanging for valuables were fewer now, Tang Tian had already purchased all the recipes. The more precious the dish, the more expensive it was. As the gold coin piled up, the number in the gold coin column slowly began to increase. So Wei Mingxiao not only looked after the house, but also provided a steady supply of food to the system gourmet shop, ensuring a continuous flow of sales. Everything went according to plan. However, due to the polar night, the temperature had already reached -30 degrees Celsius, and even the slightest presence of moisture would freeze. Without effective protection from the cold, progress on various projects slowed. The iron barrel bonfire seen in extreme cold also appeared, allowing people to warm themselves during breaks. From above, they were so densely packed that they almost formed a continuous mass. Tang Tian had just joined the armed forces, and was assigned to the lower ranks, separate from Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing. Before any missions, the team would conduct training, which she enjoyed, and it also helped warm her body. After training, the lower ranks were assigned to patrol various areas. After that incident, the focus now was on searching for any accomplices of the Dawn Society. Knowing that Tang Tian had a large dog at home, the authorities invited her to bring Tan Tan along, granting her special status and allowing him to join patrols. Thinking that she could walk the dog and that Tan Tan needed some free time, Tang Tian agreed. Tan Tan's arrival also made her more popular, though most people came to see her. The patrols were originally 2-shift patrols, but because they lost many members in the previous battle, they had to go through the training camp to replenish them, so they became 3-shift patrols. But every morning before leaving home, she would eat some warming red food. She could continue to replenish her food during her breaks, which kept her warm throughout the day. When the patrols were dismissed and she returned home, Tang Tian would see Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing waiting outside, and the three of them would return together. Shen Boyun's foot injury had almost healed, so he offered his position to other more seriously injured soldiers. He only needed to pay attention to hygiene when he returned. As for Yan Shua's situation, he still hadn't told Yan Chunhua. He couldn't be sure if the latter would tell Yan Lei, which would have made the consequences even worse. Occasionally, when it was too late, they would go to the community canteen for a meal. In such cold weather, something warm was essential. But even the availability of vegetables had drastically decreased, and most of the food was being supplied by grain. So the official canteen opted to cook porridge, steamed bread, and flatbreads, placing them in thermoses and keeping them warm with a constant fire. The canteen was warmer than outside. After that extreme cold spell, the survivors no longer fussed, their faces even more numb. Aside from the sound of chewing, the canteen was practically silent. Cheng Jing took a bite of his flatbread and suddenly asked, "I heard the upstairs shop sells cotton gloves, and in the core area, they sell cotton clothes and quilts. Should we go check it out? Is it made from the cotton confiscated from the Dawn Society last time?" Tang Tian asked. Shen Boyun put down his bowl of porridge and whispered, "Actually, cotton is considered a war reserve. The country should still have a national reserve, but the speed of its delivery and production varies from place to place. Adding in the confiscated supplies, we should be able to start supplying it. Once the situation stabilizes, our first mission will probably be transporting supplies." This statement seemed to be addressed specifically to Tang Tian. Transporting supplies is also one of the armed forces' tasks, similar to escorting convoys in ancient times. After dinner, they went upstairs to check. There were still few people, and the price list above had been revised. As expected, cotton gloves had been added, and a pair of them cost 200 points. Other cotton clothing and quilts would probably be even more expensive. Even so, most customers at the convenience store still chose to buy. In addition, frostbite cream had become a hot-selling item again. But medicine has always been much more expensive than other supplies. A complete box has been driven up to 500 points, making it even more scarce than canned food. People have been saving up to buy this, but it's unclear how long they have to save. Cotton isn't just for winter clothing, its other byproducts are extremely useful in various industries. Despite the war, the authorities haven't been stingy. This month, they distributed points to the armed forces, and the families of previously fallen soldiers will receive several more months of pensions. Cheng Jing bought a pair of cotton gloves, and Tang Tian noticed that they were a dark purple, unlike the usual gray. The Tang family had no shortage of winter clothes and quilts, rather, they just needed to make fuel balls, and they could use what they had. Leaving the community cafeteria, Tang Tian felt something cold hit her face, but it was so subtle, it was barely noticeable. She tucked her scarf tighter, and frowned slightly. It might be snowing. As long as the polar night lasted, the temperature would continue to drop. Would it return to the extreme cold of the previous day? Thankfully, the rain-like snowfall hadn't intensified, and daily life at the base continued as usual. The first things to be completed were the facilities surrounding the base, especially the observation tower. Sure enough, on a dark and windy day, as if during a total lunar eclipse, the moon slowly turned blood red again. Tang Tian didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt the color was even darker than the first time. The towering observation tower was the first to spot the mutant bats, launching an attack while reporting back to the higher-ups. Loud, piercing alarms blared continuously throughout the base. The armed team had to urgently assemble, and then divide into groups, some to fight, others to guide civilians to pre-planned temporary shelters, a task also performed by the base members. Of course, along the way, Tang Tian also saw mutant bats that had broken through the perimeter and reached the base. Some attempted to descend and capture people, but she dispatched them with air bullets. The mutant bats, as if sensing that the base was difficult to breach this time, began swarming and releasing sonic waves. Tang Tian continued to defend with her shield, but the other team members were not so lucky, experiencing dizziness and vomiting again, which was enough to weaken their attack power. But this time, the authorities once again used heavy weapons to attack the bat swarm, and Tang Tian added a few more, and the bat swarm was quickly routed. This time, the attack didn't last long, and the mutant bats retreated again. The base was promptly reorganized, and the moon returned to normal. It was unclear how many times this attack would occur. If the attacks continued periodically, the base's various forces would eventually be exhausted. Tang Tian mentally counted as she brought down a third batch of bat carcasses, black blood forming a thin stream on the ground. As the saying goes, 3 times the limit. After the base successfully held off this third wave, the blood moon not only returned to normal, but actually began to slowly descend, appearing to be filled with frost and mist. As it neared its lowest point in the sky, the world's light dimmed, and Tang Tian and the others felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The polar night had stars and the moon, at least some natural light. Would it be complete darkness next? And when the moon completely vanished, everyone's hearts finally died. The base had no choice but to pump in more fuel and turn on the lights, attempting to expand the illuminated area, otherwise, they couldn't even continue their work. After a moment of darkness, a crackling sound echoed, and lights flickered on. The cleanup team dealt with the human and bat corpses in the base, and the wounded were being transported in an orderly manner to the nearest medical station. Lights were ablaze everywhere. The civilians in the makeshift shelter wore gloomy expressions, silently returning to their homes, wondering how they would get through the day. After regrouping, the armed team members could return to rest. Tang Tian yawned. She felt that she would rather have another meal than sleep, preferably a bowl of hot tomato hand-rolled noodles with a few grilled skewers and some wine. But as she and the residents returned to the community, someone suddenly shouted, "Look! Is that the sun?" The voice cracked at the end with excitement. Tang Tian rubbed her eyes, realizing that the sky was no longer pure black, but a hazy dark gray. She had only just missed it because of the extra lights on at the base. The dark gray gradually gained a fainter luminosity. Simultaneously, a larger light source slowly emerged from the eastern horizon. If that wasn't the long-awaited sun, then what else could it be? The sun always symbolizes brightness, vitality, warmth, and hope. Even Tang Tian herself was instantly awakened, her heart agitated. Everyone paused, their gazes gazing eastward. They stood there for an unknown amount of time, until the sunlight grew brighter, and the sun was hoisted higher by invisible ropes. This allowed everyone to clearly see the entire base, the blood-stained road, the shared hope on everyone's face, a clarity not seen in a long, long time. Another crackling sound echoed, and all the lights in the base shut off, but their hearts must have been filled with immense joy. The polar night had finally passed. The temperature hadn't risen so quickly, and it felt more like a typical winter morning with the sun rising. Tang Tian could still see the conspicuous mist from her breath. Great! At least we survived the polar night safely. Brother Yun, don't you agree? Cheng Jing and Shen Boyun had also arrived at the community, and easily found Tang Tian joining her. Shen Boyun replied. While he was certainly happy, he remained vigilant. Although the polar night was over, would there be another natural disaster? But everyone was so excited, he kept it to himself for now. After admiring the sunrise, Tang Tian looked down again. The sight before her weighed heavy on her heart once again. Just as everyone was focused on the sun, another flock of crows descended with hoarse, clamoring cries, and began to peck at the carcasses, particularly disdaining the bats. The meaning of crows in modern times has been completely altered, so Tang Tian still found these flocks of crows quite strange. Before the temperature rises, if the corpses in the base aren't cleaned up promptly, there's a possibility of an epidemic. Now that the sun has finally arrived, people should be more motivated. But crows themselves, they seem to carry germs, don't they? So, like Shen Boyun, she wasn't too optimistic about the future. But right now, the most important thing is rest. Tang Tian, Shen Boyun, and Cheng Jing went upstairs. Some people remained where they were, lost in thought, perhaps simply wanting to get more sunlight. Tang Yi had returned earlier than Tang Tian, and had already finished the snack Wei Mingxia had prepared. Tan Tan wagged his tail by the window, as if he too had sensed the long-lost sunshine. Tang Tian went forward and drew aside the curtains, letting in the brighter sunlight before changing and heading to the table. Mother and daughter were truly in tune with each other. Wei Mingxia had indeed made tomato-based noodle soup. There were no barbecue skewers or wine, but there was hand-shredded lamb and hot longan tea. The sweet and sour broth was rich, and the lamb was tender and fall off the bone. Tang Tian slurped the noodles, and explained what had happened outside to the two. Just in case, they would prepare a batch of medicinal dishes in the system. The herb fields had already produced a wealth of Chinese medicinal herbs, and all of them were SR grade, with a few occasionally SSR grade, using even rarer herbs. Speaking of the system, Wei Mingxia thought of something and fetched another plate of food, smiling, saying, "I just unlocked a UR recipe today. Try it." Tang Tian and Tang Yi both stopped their chopsticks. They already spent a fortune on UR level recipes, but the SSR level and those color recipes were more than enough for their daily needs. They also assumed unlocking UR level recipes would be tedious, so they never paid much attention. To their surprise, Wei Mingxiao had already unlocked one. This was their first UR-level dish. Looking at the plate again, it looked like two ordinary pastries with crusts, but beneath the translucent crust was an alluring pink hue, a rather delicate creation. Tang Tian took one and immediately took a bite. There was filling inside. And it was bright red, with a sour and sweet taste, a familiar fruity flavor. After eating it, Tang Yi exclaimed in surprise, "This taste, this recipe. Could it be the lost cherry biro?" As a food blogger, Tang Yi had been posting videos recreating nearly lost ancient dishes, often poring over ancient texts for inspiration. Could all UR-level dishes be this kind of thing? As for Tang Tian, she just thought it was delicious. After devouring the entire cherry biro, she wiped her mouth and opened her ability list again. This cherry biro also has an ability, called sweetness. But Tang Tian discovered that this ability didn't even have a rank indicator. Could this ability be unique to UR-grade dishes? Tang Tian rubbed her chin in thought. That's interesting. Chapter 93. In the eyes of others, Tang Tian's joining the armed forces came at the right time. Due to a shortage of personnel, the training at the training camp was even more rigorous. Since there were few positions, and the compensation in the armed forces was good, many people signed up. A new batch of qualified personnel arrived from the training camp, so Tang Tian's team members were successfully promoted from basic personnel to more advanced missions. This time, she received the armed forces' first major mission, transporting supplies to the central base. At that time, the entire city was under attack by mutant bats, but the Dawn Society flooding the north was a surprise. Fortunately, a large-scale capture had been carried out beforehand, preventing the fire from igniting. In the past, the central base served as the central area for transportation, but due to the dense construction and severe damage there, other bases were left to proceed independently. Chongping Base will send a convoy of trucks to the central base in an orderly manner. This mission may seem easy, but it is actually not simple. The people on board are the surviving elite members of the armed forces. Yang Gan knew the three often worked together, so he arranged Tang Tian, Shen Boyun, and Cheng Jing together, giving them their own truck. Gathering in front of the convoy, Tang Tian glanced around and realized she wasn't the only woman in the elite group. The female member seemed to notice her, but didn't say much, simply nodding as a greeting. Tang Tian nodded as well, but it was obvious she must be an extremely capable woman. After boarding, their truck drove at the rear, slowly following the others ahead to the gate, and then slowly driving out of the base. About 20 minutes later, the convoy reached an elevated highway, significantly reducing travel time. However, Tang Tian had rarely driven before the apocalypse, and hadn't considered taking the elevated highway on her previous trip to the central base. It wasn't until dawn that day, and then again today, when the sun rose as usual, that the base finally concluded that the polar night was truly over. And now, the pale yellow morning sun shone on the car windows, bringing a touch of warmth. The daily temperature was slowly rising, now around -20 degrees Celsius. The cleanup team was moving quickly, clearing the road of corpses. Even the sight of crows was rare, so perhaps that was Tang Tian's illusion. Cheng Jing stuffed a compressed biscuit into his mouth and offered one to Tang Tian. "Want some?" Tang Tian accepted the offer without refusing. Listening to the roar of the truck, she suddenly felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Compared to the pre-apocalyptic period, and considering that the base should be increasingly stable, this phrase could truly describe it. She looked at Shen Boyun driving again, and a thought suddenly struck her. The power she gained from eating cherry bilo last time was still on her ability list, but she hadn't found the right time to use it, and she had no idea what it was. Thinking of this, she quietly released it. In the confined space of the car, with the windows closed, Shen Boyun suddenly smelled a strange, faint sweetness and asked, "Are the compressed cookies in the factory now fruit-flavored?" "Huh? No. Compressed cookies are always salty." "Brother Yun, so you like fruit-flavored ones?" Cheng Jing replied, chewing. Shen Boyun said no more, continuing to drive intently. "Huh?" It didn't work. Tang Tian was surprised, but she temporarily put away her powers. The convoy successfully reached the outer area of the central base. From afar, they could see watchtowers and sentries standing guard. But on the ground, it wasn't just their convoy. Some also seemed to be coming from other bases. The road was blocked, and it was unclear when they could get in. Caw! Caw! The hoarse, noisy crows of mutant crows lingered in the air, chilling the once warm sunlight. Tang Tian opened the car window, frowning at the endless stream of vehicles. She then turned on the car intercom and began to tune in. Shin Boyun and Chung Jing glanced and realized that the channel didn't seem to be on any other cars. So who is she trying to contact? Followed by a few crackling sounds, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears. Sister Tian, what do you want to talk to me about? Is this Li Feiyong's voice? Tang Tian fluently recounted what had happened here. Oh, so that's how it is. Okay, I tell them. Wait a minute, Li Feiyong said, then hung up. However, Shin Boyun and Chung Jing both recognized the tone of his voice. Chung Jing wiped his mouth with surprise and said, Tang Tian, I didn't expect you had such a connection. You're hiding it so well. 10 minutes later, the convoy, unaware of the situation, began to move, entering the central base through another side entrance. Shin Boyun was the last car to enter. The convoy slowly drove into an area resembling a logistics park, dotted with a large area of various warehouses. Tang Tian and Chung Jing temporarily exited their vehicles, while members of the team also exited the vehicles ahead. Sister Tian, I didn't expect that. Li Feiyong took the stage. Tang Tian smiled and said, I joined the armed forces, and this time it's a mission. Oh, Sister Tian, compared to saving my life, this is nothing? Li Feiyong patted his chest. My family just happened to get a job managing supplies at the base, and I started helping out. Leave it to me. He spoke without moving, and a vehicle was already loading ahead. Clearly Li Feiyong was a member of management. Tang Tian joked, I didn't expect you to become a small-time leader. Li Feiyong chuckled, but before he could reply, he felt a chill on his head. Strange, he was clearly wearing a hat, so why was he suddenly cold? He instinctively turned his head, and found himself standing under the car window. How strange. Never mind, let's get back to work. The convoy was moving very quickly, and the logistics park often handled these matters, so every aspect was well organized and familiar. Tang Tian and her team were about to begin loading the final truck, and Shin Boyun got out to help. Coincidentally, this truck was loaded with cotton. At least cotton's byproducts had other uses. The logistics park also had porters hauling supplies. This was a common, low-level job in the civilian area, but the daily points earned were enough to keep them well fed, so they never complained. Tang Tian and Chung Jing watched the porters moving supplies, but she suddenly noticed something unusual. The sky above the logistics park seemed foggy. It was so thin, however, that it was practically negligible. Fog was more common in winter and spring, and it was most common in the early morning. But that time had passed. And what was even more strange was that the fog was so low, barely reaching her waist, that it didn't even look like fog. Tang Tian waved her hand slowly, then took out her mask, and put it on just in case. When the goods were all loaded, they needed to register and sign. Someone handed her a folder and pen, saying, just sign at the bottom. Hearing this familiar voice, Tang Tian couldn't help but look in the direction it was coming from. She hadn't expected it to be Tang Nan. Hadn't the black market fought the authorities, and then fled to who knows where? How could they be at the central base? Tang Nan also noticed the gaze, and realized it was Tang Tian, and was surprised. But Tang Tian seemed to be doing well, which was what she had expected. After escaping, the black market had set up bases in other places, but they were always found by the official forces. During this period, they had lost many men, and some, unwilling to continue this wandering life, had gone to various bases. Later, Tang Nan and Long Qing thought it might be time to end this kind of life and choose a place to settle. However, since they were openly at war with the Chomping base, they couldn't go north. The remaining east, west, and south likely had connections, so after careful consideration, they decided it would be best to go to the central base. As for why they didn't move to another city, it was because Chuncheon was one of the best in Yin country, and its conditions had always been much better than other second-tier cities. Thankfully, they still had some precious supplies, and after turning them all over to the central base, they received admission tickets. Although they had to start over, they could continue to live like ordinary people. After so much hard work, they each finally found relatively stable jobs and began a new life. Now that everything was settled, Tang Tian didn't want to say much. She simply exchanged a few pleasantries with Tang Nan before getting in the car, loaded with supplies, and waving goodbye. After leaving the central base, the convoy quickly drove onto the elevated highway and headed north. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. If nothing unexpected happened, Tang Tian's first major mission would be completed, and she would also receive additional compensation. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, such smooth sailing was impossible. Bang! A loud noise suddenly erupted in the distance, but it was definitely not the sound of weapons. There were virtually no external forces outside the base now, unless they were hiding underground. Underground facilities, like air raid shelters and subway stations, were either used as storage rooms, temporary shelters, or as underground planting areas, making it difficult to harbor many people. One of the conditions for the formation of external forces is a large number of people, otherwise, nothing would be accomplished in the first place. Tang Tian looked ahead, and saw that the car ahead had somehow become lurching like a drunk, and even a car further ahead had been dragged to the edge of the overpass. Every car had a safe distance to keep, but if an accident occurred, or the truck couldn't stop instantly, it would be a disaster. "Stop!" Tang Tian yelled. However, Shin Boyun had already noticed the abnormality ahead and slammed on the brakes, but he was still within striking distance of the car in front. Time slowed. The scene before him suddenly slowed, but Tang Tian, a psychic, was able to function normally during the delayed time. She immediately took out a demolition axe, broke open the window, grabbed the two men by the collars, and jumped straight out. Luckily, the stopped car wasn't moving very fast, and jumping into it cancelled her time delay ability. Muscle memory caused the three of them to roll several times on the road before finally coming to a stop. Smoke rose up ahead, and several trucks, unable to stop, fell from the elevated overpass. A moment later, a rumbling sound was heard. The three of them were beating rapidly. Shin Boyun felt as if it had only been a moment, yet somehow it felt like a whole lot had happened. It took a while for her to recover. Meanwhile, Tang Tian had already activated her clairvoyance ability again. Both abilities were extremely draining, and time delay was nearly exhausting her mental energy. However, she didn't want to rush over to investigate what had happened, so she activated her clairvoyance for a few seconds, believing it shouldn't be a major problem. To save time, she went straight to check on the first car. The lead car didn't unfortunately fall off the high wall. In just a few seconds, she noticed the driver inside, slumped over the steering wheel, motionless, a slow stream of liquid dripping down. The other two team members in the car, their faces showing signs of shortness of breath, gasping for air, seemingly drained of strength. Drained of her mental energy, Tang Tian closed her clairvoyance. What the hell is going on? Chung Jing finally realized what was happening, and couldn't help but yell at the pileup ahead. Hurry, put on your masks. Tang Tian immediately recalled the thin mist she seen in the logistics park earlier, and quickly took out two medical masks, and handed them to them. Shin Boyun and Chung Jing didn't hesitate, and put them on obediently. There were still 3 or 4 cars that hadn't fallen off the overpass, including the one that was about to collide. As the three of them passed by, a hand suddenly slapped against the window, followed by a slightly distorted face, its lips moving in a distorted manner, but the voice was muffled. But they could still vaguely hear it muttering, "Help! Help me!" Tang Tian quietly stuffed 2 candies into her mouth and grabbed Shin Boyun, who was about to open the car door. She said sternly, "Wait a minute, this is not right." The team members on the mission had all been checked beforehand. Even if it was sudden death, these wouldn't be the symptoms, right? While we were loading the cargo earlier, I noticed a thin layer of mist nearby. Did you notice it? Mist? Shin Boyun's brow furrowed as he looked at the team member at the window. Blood streaked at the corners of his mouth, and it was gradually deepening. It's more accurate to say it was poisoning than sudden death. The three of them passed by and headed straight for the lead car. Tang Tian had regained some of her mental strength. She asked Shin Boyun and Chung Jing to step back first, then she opened the car door and simultaneously unleashed her purifying power. As expected, she saw the car vanish in a flash, proving that toxic substances had indeed been present. While activating her power, she observed the driver of the lead car as the first to lash out. He braked without even having time to explain, and the cars behind him were unable to dodge, causing some to collide with others and others to swerve, resulting in a chain reaction. The fluid she saw through her clairvoyant eyes was actually streams of black blood flowing from the driver's mouth and nose. The other 2 team members were also motionless, appearing to have recently died. Tang Tian helped them close their eyes. There was absolutely no toxic substance in the car, but their only commonality was that they had just been in the logistics park, exposed to the inconspicuous fog. Perhaps because the fog was thin, their attacks didn't occur immediately, but only gradually began after the convoy had been moving for a while. Tang Tian closed the car door again, told Shin Boyun and Chung Jing about her discovery, and while they weren't paying attention, she also purified the surroundings. Their brows remained furrowed, but they weren't quite as shocked. After all, they had experienced many natural disasters before, so the connection was clear. This was a new round of disasters after the polar night. So, was this disaster a toxic fog? The three of them went to check on the other vehicles still on the elevated highway. Some of the people with symptoms were so severe that they would have died soon, while others had symptoms but were still alive. They had no choice but to put on several layers of ordinary masks, then put medical masks on top, and then open the car doors to ventilate. Tang Tian actually had gas masks at her warehouse. Some she stockpiled while stockpiling goods, and some she exchanged with Tang Nan. However, it would be inappropriate to bring only a regular backpack on a mission and immediately pull out a gas mask, as if she had foreseen the future. Besides, she had the ability to purify, so it wouldn't be a problem. Brother Yuan, Tang Tian, look! Cheng Jing had reached the edge of the overpass at some point, glanced down, and hurriedly let the two pass. Tang Tian stepped forward and looked down, startled. The original fog had become as dense as morning mist in the mountains, and the color was surprisingly not the grayish-white they expected, but a hint of green. From the overpass, they realized the fog was low. It was actually about the height of a person. Tang Tian remembered it was only halfway up to her waist, and it had only been a few dozen minutes, yet it was still rising. Aside from the higher-ups, the entire base ground must be covered in poisonous fog. It was no surprise that Chongping Base, and even the central base, had already begun to descend into chaos. The three of them were silent for a moment. Tang Tian asked Cheng Jing to return to the car and try to contact the base to report, while Shen Boyun went to sort out the scattered supplies. After all, their mission still involved them. Tang Tian activated the purification system, and then dragged the remaining survivors out and placed them on the ground. If they were poisoned, try using purification followed by healing. Host, your mental power is running low. Please replenish it. The system sounded a warning. Tang Tian had no choice but to take out her water bottle, which contained juice that could restore mental power. However, the bottle was opaque, so no one could tell what she was drinking. She had already drunk honey soy milk that morning to increase her mental power, but it had run out so quickly. It seemed she had to look for better mental power-related dishes. After recovering slightly, Tang Tian attempted to use her supernatural powers to heal the team member in front of her. Surprisingly, it turned out to be another girl from the elite team. Her skin was covered with ulcers, and she was coughing up blood. There was a gurgling sound in her throat, probably from choking. Tang Tian laid her on her side and used her supernatural powers. The ulcer stopped, the coughing subsided, and her expression calmed down. Finally, after she spat out a large mouthful of black blood, the coughing stopped. It seemed her supernatural powers were effective. Thinking this, Tang Tian moved the team members from the other cars one by one to the same area, and then used her supernatural powers to heal most of their symptoms. But they definitely wouldn't be able to continue driving for a while. Are you okay? Shin Boyun packed up his supplies, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thankfully, the poisonous fog hadn't risen yet, and they were still safe on the elevated highway. But when he returned, he saw Tang Tian's face had turned pale. Fearing she might have been infected, he approached and asked with concern. I'm fine, just a little tired, Tang Tian replied softly. During this busy period, her mental energy had alternately depleted and increased, bouncing back and forth between complete exhaustion and depletion. But she had finally made arrangements for the poison team members. She drank the juice from her water bottle, and popped a few mints into her mouth. How's the communication with Cheng Jing going? It seems they gotten in touch, but the base seems really chaotic. They said they sent someone to help, but nothing more. Shin Boyun shook his head. The carriage is small. We can't take all of them away, nor can we leave them here alone. It's only afternoon now, but if we can't get support, we likely have to wait until nightfall. What if the poisonous fog rises again? The most important thing is, we don't know where this poisonous fog came from, how far it has spread, or if it has any other characteristics. It arrived so suddenly. Indeed, we only know it's deadly. Tang Tian added grimly. Cough cough. Someone woke up with a violent cough. It was the girl from the elite team. Having just opened her eyes, she suddenly remembered something and struggled to her feet to find someone. And the person she was looking for seemed to be right beside her. Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe. Wake up! The girl, lying on top of a male team member, kept yelling. Tang Tian frowned. She had gathered all those still breathing together, and treated them almost simultaneously. She remembered that the male team member's level was similar to the female one, and that he used the same special ability. How could one person live, and the other die? It was a pity they still knew nothing about this poisonous fog. The female team member cried for a while, lying on top of the male team member, but it also proved that she was feeling much better. Tang Tian knelt down and offered some comfort, then asked, How are you feeling? Then she told her about the poisonous fog. Seeing that they were both women, the female team member calmed down a little. She wiped away her tears and the blood from the corner of her mouth, sobbing, "It's okay. I just feel a little pain right now, especially on my body." This was probably due to the skin ulcers. Ordinary clothing couldn't completely block the invasion of the poisonous fog. But it also showed that the purification and healing abilities could resist the poisonous fog. I wonder how Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia are doing. Do they have these two abilities listed in the ability column? Other team members gradually woke up, but some were able to stand, while others were still weak and could only lie down and rest. The female team member was in the best condition. This was strange. Could it be that everyone's constitution was different, and after about an hour, someone else would fall into a coma, occasionally regaining consciousness? One team member eventually passed away, his eyes bloodshot, almost filling the whites of his eyelids. As the sun set, half the sky turned a snowy blue, and the faint shadow of the moon could still be seen. But looking down from the elevated platform, the poisonous fog remained at its original height, but its color had become darker. Do you think that, while the color has deepened, it's also thinner? Or has it spread further? Perhaps this fog will disperse at some point, creating a safe period. If we want to do something, we must complete it within this time. Understanding nothing, we can only make wild guesses, Tang Tian said, stroking his chin. Beep beep. A loud car horn blared from the distant road, along with the horns of trucks. Were official reinforcements arriving? To everyone, the horn blared like heavenly music. Another group of armed forces arrived. When they disembarked, they were dressed differently from the others, all in protective suits and gas masks, their faces completely invisible. However, they were immediately issued these gear, and Tang Tian, Shen Boyun, and Cheng Jing quickly put them on. Some went to tend to the wounded, while others went to the areas beneath the overpass. However, from this height, the team members were likely already dead, so they could only salvage the supplies. A captain-like figure remained behind to explain the emergency situation that had occurred during this period. Chapter 94. Originally, someone at the base developed symptoms, and was sent to the medical station. However, as more and more people began to fall ill, the base realized something was amiss, and discovered the strange fog. Survivors were quickly forced to take shelter indoors, but this fog seemed incapable of entering confined spaces. To leave, they had to wear protective clothing and a gas mask, or at least a breathing filter. People could only stay indoors for the time being, gazing out the windows at the hazy mist and diminishing visibility. The medical station realized it was poisonous fog and quickly transported the injured to an isolation area. However, the toxicity was not yet known, so no treatment could be prescribed, and only conservative treatment could be administered. Some of the poison died very quickly, others died before the research institute could determine the toxicity. Still others began moaning incessantly from the moment they lay in bed, and continued until their last breath. The sound was truly eerie. Some survived after conservative treatment, but only 10% of them did. Of those who did recover, half would have to be cut back, so the situation remained extremely serious. However, people gradually noticed that after sunset, the fog began to thin, gradually increasing in thickness and then back to thin again, allowing more people to go out. The base also received Cheng Jing's call for help, and took advantage of this opportunity to dispatch personnel to rescue them and return with supplies. Tang Tian and the other two remained silent after hearing this. It seemed that this poisonous fog was a new type of natural disaster that had just arrived today. It was likely to spread not only throughout Spring City, but also throughout the entire Yin Kingdom. The only respite was that the poisonous fog had indeed dissipated for some time. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian, Chen Boyun, and Cheng Jing boarded the first truck and followed the others to the Chongping base. It was already dark when they arrived, the familiar full moon still shining brightly. After submitting her mission, Tang Tian didn't care about the reward, only wanting to go home to see Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. Chen Boyun thought the same thing, worried about Chen Yaowei and Yan Chanhua. Although Cheng Jing had no ties, he just wanted to rest after facing such a dreadful situation. The wounded rescued by Tang Tian were also sent to the medical station for observation, while those who died along the way were sent to the crematorium. "Mom, sister, are you all right?" Tang Tian asked as she removed her gas mask and protective suit after opening the door. But the air in the house was no longer filled with poisonous fog, but with the fragrant aroma of food. "We wanted to ask you something. After all, we've been indoors the whole time, and you've been out and about." Wei Mingxia's tone was slightly concerned. Tan Tan rushed forward, nearly knocking Tang Tian over with such force. Tang Yi stepped forward to take the protective suit and swirled it around with her purification ability before reassuring herself. After the poisonous fog was discovered, the base sounded the alarm. I happened to be inside the building at the time, and even if the fog had drifted in, I had the purification ability. Tang Yi explained, but then frowned involuntarily. After a pause, she said, but actually, when the fog wasn't initially discovered to be toxic, the building still had its windows open. Something so light would have gotten in long ago, and people have indeed been poisoned since then, so… Tian, I have an idea. Wouldn't this poisonous fog have any effect on us? As soon as these words landed, Tang Tian and Wei Mingxiao were both shocked. They hadn't considered this possible. Despite their golden fingers, most of them still considered themselves the same as everyone else. As for Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing, that was entirely due to her purifying ability, so they couldn't count. Tang Tian wanted to call the system out to ask, but for some reason, it wouldn't answer every question this time, so she had to give up. Anyway, we need to prepare more detoxifying dishes, and dishes that increase our mental power. Today, I realized that relying solely on training my mental power is too slow. Tang Tian clenched her fists. Now she didn't feel the pain anymore, but she attributed it to her timely replenishment. The base had officially issued an order for survivors to remain inside buildings during the toxic fog, keeping doors and windows sealed. They would be notified if they could leave after the fog dissipated. Initially, they thought they would remain at night, hiding during the day, just like during extreme heat. But after a few days, the toxic fog stopped dissipating at night, transforming the landscape into a dark green haze. The factory had no choice but to work overtime to produce protective suits, gas masks, and respirators. However, even if these were produced, the initial price would be high, making them unaffordable for survivors in civilian areas. But if they couldn't use them, they couldn't go out, and if they didn't go out, how could they earn points? It was a vicious cycle. And just to keep themselves fed, they had to go out, so they had to make simple filters, and wear them whenever they went outdoors. Naturally, some of those transported to the medical station died on the way, and were sent to the crematorium instead. However, with rising temperatures, the bodies could no longer remain there, so they had to be taken to a remote location for burial. This poisonous fog not only attacks humans, it can penetrate into any unsealed indoor space, causing plants and animals to wither and die, forcing them to be disposed of. Outdoor planting areas suffered the most, people were completely abandoned. So, the only temporary shelters available were one underground and one high above. The Chongping base lacked air raid shelters, but at least there was a subway station. After official consultation, they decided not to create a shelter there, but to use it for planting and livestock. But this would require rebuilding the subway station, which would require manpower and time. Still, working underground is at least safer than staying outdoors, so some people are still willing to go. Now that the poisonous fog is only as high as a person, residents in the core residential areas have begun flocking to real estate agencies to buy high-rise apartments. After all, most of them live in villas, which are not as safe as high-rise buildings, and the authorities have acquiesced in this move. Yin Lei was initially devastated by the disappearance of Yin Shua, but ultimately, with Yin Huai's comfort, he slowly came to terms with it and continued working. Yin Shuangmei's arm was injured in the explosion, requiring amputation. Without her right arm, her temperament changed drastically, and she was constantly crying and raging at home, causing unrest for the entire family. She had calmed down recently, but she kept telling Yin Lei that Yin Chuanhua's family couldn't have been unrelated to Yin Shua's death. Yin Lei initially didn't believe it, but Yin Shuangmei's insistence, coupled with Yin Chuanhua's refusal to explain the matter, sowed doubts in Yin Lei's mind. But business had been booming lately, so he didn't have the energy to worry about it. He simply thought that one day, perhaps they could live separately. Yin Chunhua had been indoors during the poisonous fog, and Chen Yaowei had been able to protect herself in the medical station, so both of them were fine. The panic at the base was, after all, gradually returning to normalcy under guidance from the poisonous fog. That was until one day, someone came to Yang Don's office in the office building. The visitor was the director of the medical station, effectively the equivalent of a dean before the apocalypse. His expression was one of anxiety, and a hint of disbelief, a feeling that persisted until now. Yang Don's heart skipped a beat. Since taking this position, he finally understood why Wu Yongming, who had never given up easily before the apocalypse, chose to give up at the last moment. Countless times of exhaustion and anxiety, these days with no end in sight, were unbearable. He was lucky not to die suddenly. The recent toxic fog had dealt a heavy blow to everyone at the base. As for the medical station, it was always nearly overwhelmed, lacking both staff and medicine, and it always struggled to hold on. But this was the first time the station master had come forward on his own initiative. The station master adjusted his glasses and placed a stack of documents on his desk. His tone was unusually serious. "Captain, I think we may have discovered a unique reaction to this toxic fog in humans." "What? What are you talking about?" Yang Gan was confused. "Isn't this toxic fog taking lives like any other natural disaster? Why is it so special?" The station master took a deep breath before explaining. Although being poisoned in the toxic fog was a near-fatal situation, some people survived. Several patients even recovered on their own at the medical station, earning them considerable attention. In particular, some of the armed team members initially transported aboard the trucks became increasingly ill and eventually passed away. Some, even after recovering, continued to have high fevers. At the time, it was even more unclear, so the medical station could only reduce their fevers. The female team member rescued by Tang Tian also had a fever, but she managed to hold on, and eventually became the first to recover. However, the medical station, concerned and wanting to observe her further, kept her. With their superior's approval, the female team member remained in a special observation room at the medical station. It was later discovered that the female team member's physical condition had improved, and she even expressed her understanding of speed in her own account, saying she felt lighter and could run faster than usual. The medical station conducted several experiments and discovered that the female team member's running speed was nearly double the pre-apocalyptic world record. It couldn't be faked, and they began to sense something was amiss. Later, several patients whose fevers had subsided experienced significant increases in strength, endurance, and even complete loss of pain. One of the recovered patients experienced inexplicable water stains on the palms of their hands. No matter how hard they wiped, they kept reappearing, now filling a wash basin. They also tested the water, and it was confirmed that the miraculous water met drinking standards, and was even cleaner than water purified at the water plant. This discovery astounded the entire medical station. A moment of silence fell in the office, as if one could hear each other's breathing and heartbeats. "So, what are you trying to say?" Yang Gan had already understood the general idea, but he felt it was a far-fetched story. As the leader, he couldn't easily make a final decision. Finally, the head of the medical station spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "Captain, I suspect this inexplicably rising poisonous fog has given some people strange abilities. This strange ability isn't fixed. It might be different for everyone, but it's definitely not what you expect from pre-apocalyptic times. According to pre-apocalyptic entertainment, it could probably be called a superpower." Yang Gan's heart was pounding. He put his hands behind his back, frowning, and then asked in a deep voice, "How many people possess this superpower now?" It sounded unbelievable, but if a whole group of people appeared, and if it couldn't be faked, it was hard not to believe it. Currently, a total of 6 people have developed unusual abilities, and all have fully recovered and meet discharge criteria, the station master reported. If these discoveries hadn't occurred, they would likely have already been discharged and continued to live. Yang Gan ultimately chose to keep the matter quiet, and first investigate these so-called psychics. After all, this could only be linked to the poisonous fog, but Yang Gan didn't want to risk the lives of so many people in exchange for these so-called psychics. After some time, Tang Tian discovered that the poisonous fog was not only dissipating less frequently, but was actually slowly rising. It rose by several centimeters a day, becoming thinner at higher altitudes and thicker at lower altitudes. The dark green color gradually deepened, reducing visibility, and it had now already spread past the first floor. Although the residents on the first floor sealed their doors and windows, they were still afraid the poisonous fog would creep in, so they went upstairs and asked other families to let them stay. It felt like they had been transported back to the beginning of the apocalypse. But the survivors who survived had mostly lived through that period, so naturally no one would agree. The residents on the ground floor were helpless, lacking the extra points to rent new apartments, so they had to move back in, living in fear every day. The middle floors also became bustling with activity, with many families moving in. They were originally residents of the core area, and all of them rented apartments near the top floors, so the sounds of people coming and going could be heard daily. Wei Mingxian noticed this too, and she asked with some concern, if the poisonous fog persists, will it eventually reach the 10th floor? The duration of the natural disaster was uncertain, but the poisonous fog was still slowly rising. If it didn't completely dissipate, it was only a matter of time before it reached the 10th floor. Because of the poisonous fog, the armed forces had no missions, and were disbanded after their patrol shifts. Even training was cancelled, and they spent more time at home. Tan Tan wasn't exactly happy about not being able to go out, but he stayed home obediently. Tang Tian couldn't give a definitive answer, so she could only prepare more suitable dishes in her system. She prepared a batch of all the medicinal dishes labeled detoxification, which could detoxify to varying degrees. But don't overeat, as excessive consumption can cause debuffs, just like drinking alcohol. Also, seeing that she had the ingredients, she specially unlocked a UR level dish. Nectar soup. Not only did it detoxify, it also boosted her mental power, truly combining the two functions Tang Tian desired most. However, the cost-effectiveness of making UR level dishes was truly unrealistic. Sometimes, even after waiting a full month, the necessary ingredients might still not be available. So, Tang Tian simply ordered this nectar soup at a gourmet shop. As for dishes that could increase her mental power, Tang Tian discovered that they were almost all related to sweets and drinks. For example, she quickly unlocked the special recipes she purchased, like freshly baked bread and cake Dream Factory, searching for dishes with corresponding benefits. She had unknowingly accumulated a lot more stamps, ready to be redeemed. Thinking about her ongoing cooking unlocks, Tang Tian redeemed the next batch of ingredients, then another piece of equipment, a coffee machine. She actually had a coffee machine and coffee beans she scavenged at home, and they occasionally make a cup, but she hadn't tried the proper coffee machine in the system yet. While there were recipes for American coffee and other types in the low-level recipes, there were fewer varieties. With this coffee machine, Tang Tian believed she would not only be able to make more coffee, but would also gain more superpowers. After exchanging ingredients, the ingredients for one of the UR level recipes were full, and Tang Tian immediately unlocked it. It was called Golden Mincemeat, and its superpower was Restore Barrier. This looked like a combat superpower, so Tang Tian temporarily sent it to the gourmet shop. However, the mention of UR level dishes reminded Tang Tian of that incident, and she expressed her doubts to the system. System, what exactly is the function of the sweetness superpower? System reply, Host, Cherry Byro's sweetness superpower releases a colorless sweet aroma within a range, enchanting those around her. According to your language, you probably be everyone's favorite in a short time. Tang Tian shuddered, but soon became confused again. I think Shen Boyun must have smelled that sweet scent in the car, but he didn't seem to react at all. Speaking of which, the host's mental power limit has indeed increased, especially last time on the elevated highway. The system's words successfully diverted Tang Tian's attention. Really? What's the current level of my mental power? If just using a superpower represents 10, the host's mental power is already 200. But there's no upper limit to mental power. The host can continue to train. Every time you feel your physical fitness improve, it usually means your mental power has improved. The host should pay more attention to it. For example, with air bullets, she can almost fire 40 in a row, which is proof that she's been training. Tang Tian clenched her fists, feeling refreshed. The toxic fog was still slowly rising, but the factory had rushed to produce a batch of protective suits, gas masks, and respirator filters, which were now being sold in various community supermarkets. But they weren't cheap. A respirator filter cost 300 points, a gas mask a whopping 600, and even a set of protective suits cost 200. And they were all consumables. If the toxic fog didn't dissipate, more might be needed to prevent poisoning. But ordinary people couldn't afford them. Some people even made their own filters and rented them out. Some simply didn't dare go out, or went out anyway, leaving their lives at the mercy of fate. While ordinary people weren't buying, the wealthy, armed with numerous points coupons, were rushing to buy them. It could be said that the factory's production of these supplies had become a frenzy for the wealthy. Even some people, even those who had already purchased a large amount, were still rushing to other supermarkets to stockpile them at home. It's unclear whether they were truly worried about poisoning or had other needs. Thus, the factory's accelerated production didn't actually reduce the number of poisonings at the base, and the medical station remained overflowing daily. To address this situation, Yangon quickly issued an order initiating a policy that had only been in place for a long time. The commercial bill policy. Special supplies like these could now only be purchased with bills. Even with more points coupons, they couldn't buy them en masse. The goal was to ensure that everyone had access. For now, however, this rule only applied to special supplies, and since the neighbors all had regular jobs, they shouldn't lack coupons to purchase them. However, the number of stalls at the original market had been greatly reduced. One reason was that the terrain was too low, completely engulfed by the toxic fog. Secondly, the growing areas were completely destroyed, leaving even farmers selling vegetables nowhere to be found, let alone having anything to sell. So, the next project that needed to be urgently put on the agenda was to begin construction of the underground station. Because of previous experience, the authorities acted quickly this time, and many responded to the urgently needed recruitment. However, even underground, there was still a risk of poisoning from inhaling even a small amount of toxic mist. Every time, one could see reactivated ambulances parked in front of the underground station project, and numerous medical personnel wearing protective suits and gas masks disembarked to take patients back. But the mortality rate from this toxic mist remained high, and the few who survived were secretly taken to observation rooms, where they remained for several days before being released. Rumors began to circulate within the base. Those who survived the poisonous fog, after recovering from the fever, would develop special abilities. Some gained increased strength, some increased speed, and some could even create flames and water splashes from their hands. However, compared to natural disasters, the emergence of special abilities pales in comparison. Many even envied them, believing they would be powerful enough to survive the apocalypse. Besides the planting and livestock areas of the underground station, the poisonous fog had also contaminated the surface. Even if water were to reappear, it would likely be unfit for drinking. So, they could only rely on the water previously stored by the authorities, which they were also preparing to store underground. And this terrifying and abhorrent poisonous fog eventually reached the 3rd floor of the building. This was no longer a problem for the residents on the 1st floor alone. With dozens of people involved, it was enough to spark a riot. Their simmering hatred of the rich also led them to target the newly arrived wealthy residents on the top floor. They were constantly causing trouble, some even moving directly into the hallway. After all, after the apocalypse, they could live anywhere. Those wealthy residents weren't pushovers either. Some resorted to violent evictions. Some simply moved to other upper floors, out of sight and out of mind. Some even resorted to harassing the administrative district, demanding official intervention and arrest. That morning, the toxic fog outside seemed even thicker, filled with a sense of profound strangeness and uncontrollability. The Tang family was having breakfast when someone started banging on the door, shouting something as they went. Since moving into this building, unlike Hexinuan, few people had come in and made such a commotion, leaving Tang Tian feeling as if she were in another world. However, she calmly turned on the surveillance camera and discovered a middle-aged woman standing at the door, her hands on her hips, banging repeatedly. "What's going on?" The noise was irritating, and Tang Tian asked through the loudspeaker. "I remember you were from the official armed forces? Those people downstairs have been harassing my family for a long time, and you can't do anything about it. It shouldn't be hard to arrest them, right? You're just eating for free." I don't know how this person knew Tang Tian's identity, but judging by his aggressive attitude, he must be a wealthy person who moved into the top floor. After all, ordinary people wake up every day just to survive, and don't have the time or energy to come here and cause such a commotion. In fact, Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing across the way were also from the armed forces, and the people at the base had the impression that men were better at this kind of thing than women. But she didn't go to them, but instead came to Tang Tian. I guess she was just bullying her because she was a woman, so she couldn't bring herself to do it. Tang Tian snorted coldly and replied bluntly, "I'm not at work yet, so I'm not part of the armed forces. Go find someone else." With that, she turned off the speaker. But those wealthy people had never been stymied by such an attitude before. The woman, her face flushed with anger, kicked the door twice and shouted, "I know which team member you are. Just wait, I'm going to file a complaint against you." Woof woof woof. A sudden burst of barking erupted from inside the door, as if the large dog inside could have bitten her neck just as hard without the door. The woman shrugged, glared at the door, and left in disgrace. This wasn't an official armed forces unit. It was just like the bandits of yesteryear. Chapter 95. After the thick poisonous fog rose to a height of 5 stories, the underground station was renovated and began to be divided into sections for planting and livestock. Separate areas were set up for storing supplies, and everything proceeded smoothly. Among the psychics, elemental psychics gradually emerged, with water and earth attributes being the most common, and fire attributes also being a minority. These psychics were crucial to the construction of the base, so they were secretly assigned positions. However, official research on psychics was still incomplete and only at the beginning. They only knew that after becoming a true psychic, they would be immune to the poisonous fog and no longer be poisoned to death. In the end, they decided to remain silent on the matter once again, deliberately ignoring the rumors. Until one day, Tang Tian, Shen Boyun, and Cheng Jing were returning home from get-off work when they happened upon Yan Lei, who was rushing downstairs. Since Yan Shuo's death, Yan Lei's hair had even turned a bit gray. However, since the body could never be found, it was likely that it had been cremated by the cleanup team. This was the only thing they could accept. Afterward, he continued working as a real estate agent, not knowing what had happened this time. Seeing Shen Buiyun, he immediately said, "Oh no, Buiyun, Xiao Huai's been poisoned. He's been taken to the medical station. I have to go check it out." He didn't ask Shen Buiyun to go with him, and instead went downstairs on his own, gas mask in hand. But Shen Buiyun didn't seem interested in going with him. A few days later, Tang Tian noticed a commotion next door. Such a bustle meant either Yin Huai hadn't made it, or had survived and returned home. However, Tang Tian hadn't expected that Yin Huai had not only survived, but had also been blessed with special abilities. He had returned after spending time in the observation room, and this time, he was greeted with a roaring welcome. Wait, special abilities? Tang Tian had heard the rumors a few times before, but hadn't taken them seriously. But this time, they were so close, right next door, that she had to think about them more carefully. It didn't take much thought to know it was definitely related to the poisonous fog. But the poisonous fog permeated the entire Spring City, and even the entire Yin Kingdom. While many people died from the poisoning, if those who survived had special abilities, wouldn't that make everyone possess supernatural powers? At least, it wouldn't be too surprising if I developed supernatural powers myself. In the end, the matter couldn't be concealed. After consulting with other senior officials, Yang Gan finally announced the whole story. Besides explaining the details, they also specifically warned people not to absorb the poisonous fog specifically for the sake of acquiring supernatural powers. There was no antidote, and once poisoned, there was a high probability of death. But by then, the rumors could no longer be suppressed. After receiving official confirmation, many people began to have other thoughts. Most of them were civilians, and they had few ties to their families. Hearing that those with special abilities could instantly become the best in the base, and even those around them with similar conditions, but because those fortunate enough to possess special abilities saw their living conditions instantly improved, they decided to give it a try. As a result, many people continued to visit the medical station, deliberately removing the filter and poisoning themselves, then returning directly to the medical station for treatment. Death is a choice, but if one is lucky enough to survive and acquire special abilities, their future survival is guaranteed. The authorities became aware of these developments, and the armed patrols added a new task: to locate those who intentionally poison themselves. That day, Tang Tian and Shen Buiyun were on the same shift, and as a precaution, the former did not bring Tan Tan with him. The two men wore protective suits and disinfected masks, allowing Tang Tian to use her clairvoyance without concealment. The toxic fog was thick, limiting visibility to a few meters. Tang Tian's golden eyes flashed as she surveyed the surroundings. To communicate, the two had to get very close. "We check here, let's move on to the next location." That was the last place they needed to patrol, and it also happened to be the medical station where incidents had been frequent recently. The two men deliberately detoured behind the medical station and used their clairvoyance again. Sure enough, Tang Tian spotted 2 or 3 men crouching there, acting suspiciously and wearing gas masks. However, ordinary people couldn't even afford to rent those gas masks, so these men were likely not residents of the civilian area. 3 at 9 o'clock, Tang Tian whispered. The toxic fog could be dispersed by wind, so the patrol members also carried tools such as small electric fans. Shen Buiyun also noticed someone there, and he and Tang Tian quickly approached, guns drawn, shouting through a megaphone, "Please cease your dangerous actions. Follow orders and come this way." In Tang Tian's view, the 3 men looked startled, their hands frantically covering their gas masks. But they seemed unwilling to obey, seemingly unresponsive. Shen Buiyun continued to bark orders, and only then did they reluctantly move forward. Even after the armed team stopped them, the task was still to be completed. So Tang continued forward, needing to reach at least 5 floors before he could be completely safe. But he hadn't remembered. According to the news, the medical station was already developing an antidote for the poisonous fog. Perhaps they had made some progress, but the authorities were keeping it a secret. Is this a supernatural power? Exactly. And if you could actually become a superpowered person, how cool would that be? You could breathe fire from your palms. Here, filled with a kind of brainstem-depleted beauty. And hearing this, it was exactly as Tang Tian had imagined. These young people must not come from ordinary families. Shen Buiyun sneered, "You're truly amazing. You know so much about things we don't even know." Provoked by this sarcastic tone, the leading man immediately lost his composure. Although his face couldn't be seen through the gas mask, Tang Tian could sense a surge of murderous intent. The man, presumably from training camp, had also trained. Tang Tian was about to reach out when the man closest to Shen Buiyun immediately threw a punch. But this punch was clearly not intended to injure, but specifically for the gas mask. The poisonous mist was everywhere, making it effortless to injure anyone. The two men nearby, seemingly in tune with the man's thoughts, lunged forward and attacked the gas mask together. Shin Boyun was able to defeat all three of them, but he didn't have a free hand to straighten his mask, and it was actually knocked askew. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian fired decisively, each shot hitting their heads. They were wearing only gas masks, not helmets. She immediately stepped forward, kicking them aside, and activating her purification ability to dispel the small cloud of poisonous mist. Cough, cough, cough. Shin Boyun coughed violently several times, then quickly put on his gas mask. But the series of sounds still made Tang Tian's heart sink. She feared he had inhaled some of the poisonous mist. The three men were already dead, but Tang Tian showed no concern for them. She simply pulled Shin Boyun up and said, "Luckily, there's a medical station nearby. You must get checked out. If it were just a common cold and fever, it would be fine, but the toxic gas carried a high risk of death, so Shin Boyun couldn't take it lightly and had to go to the medical station." Tang Tian explained the situation to the staff, while Shin Boyun, even without his gas mask, continued to cough incessantly. This was already a symptom. The next step was likely coughing up blood. The medical staff hurriedly took Shin Boyun to a specially designated area for examination. Barring any unexpected events, he would remain at the medical station from now on, his life or death at the mercy of fate. Tang Tian clenched her fists and stood silently outside the area, waiting. This news even reached Shin Yaowe, who was still working at the medical station. Perhaps another colleague knew about it and related to her. Shin Yaowe, her eyes red, paced outside the gate, never pausing. Tang Tian offered a few words of comfort. "You have to believe in your brother. Besides, there's still a chance he can recover. You finally made it this far. Dying won't be easy." It wasn't that she was cold, but rather that someone had to be calm. If Shin Yaowe wasn't qualified, then she was the one. Shin Yaowe paused, and the door opened. Shin Boyun had shown symptoms of poisoning and had been admitted to the hospital. However, there were still some follow-up procedures that required the family's assistance. Shin Yaowe immediately decided to take leave and go home. She went to get her protective suit and gas mask, then hurriedly said, "I know what you mean, Tang Tian. Don't worry. I'll let you know when there's any news." Tang Tian was stunned by this, and instinctively touched her face. The medical station was fully enclosed, so the gas mask could be temporarily removed indoors. Did she look like she was causing concern for others? Tang Tian smacked her lips uncomfortably, not understanding what this meant. But then a loud shout from the corridor interrupted her thoughts. "It's you? You killed my son. Stop right there." Tang Tian glanced forward, her eyes darkening. What a narrow road for enemies. A middle-aged couple hurried over. The middle-aged woman was the one who had come downstairs to cause trouble last time. They had moved from the core residential area, so it was no wonder the men sounded so nonchalant. Besides, there had been recent reports that some wealthy second generations, seeing civilians with special abilities, were recklessly following the trend and poisoning others. If it weren't for the armed patrols, the death toll might have risen even higher. The regulations at the base had been revised time and again, especially regarding self-defense. Furthermore, Tang Tian was now a member of the official armed forces. If she encountered a counterattack mid-fight, not emptying her magazine would be considered merciful. But the middle-aged couple must have come to her after seeing their son's head-blasted corpse, and they only wanted to vent their anger on her, completely entangled with her. Tang Tian narrowed her eyes, quietly opened her palm, aimed at the middle-aged woman, and unleashed her supernatural power. Bang! Ouch! Accompanied by a scream, the middle-aged woman flew up, almost across the entire corridor, and finally fell heavily to the ground, groaning weakly. The medical staff and the middle-aged man were stunned for a long time before they recovered. The middle-aged man turned and ran to the woman, yelling for the middle-aged man to come and help. Fortunately, by then, people had already had some understanding of supernatural powers, so seeing the scene, they automatically thought about it, and dared not question Tang Tian. After returning home, the Tang family continued to live their lives as usual. However, upon learning that Shin Boyun was hospitalized, Yin Chunhua was also extremely worried. Fortunately, she had Shin Yaowe and Cheng Jing at home to comfort her. Tang Tian continued to go to get off work as usual, but for some reason, she always felt anxious, as if she was walking on a red-hot iron plate. Every time after get off work, she would go to the medical station instead. However, the area with poison patients was also isolated, and there were so many people there, so she could hardly see anything. 10 days later, Cheng Jing and Shin Yaowe, looking delighted, came over, saying that Shin Boyun had recovered and asked if they wanted to go visit him together. They didn't mention the supernatural powers. After all, just recovering was a life-or-death experience. Whether or not he had supernatural powers was irrelevant. Tang Tian agreed, but she couldn't go empty-handed, so she brought 2 jars of honey from the system. However, she didn't expect that, besides the 3 of them, Yin Lei and Yen Hui would also be joining the visit. After all, they were still family, and people with special abilities were extremely sought-after figures these days. Tang Tian noticed that Yin Lei looked much better this time. A hint of contentment etched among his wrinkles, a stark contrast to the last time he rushed to the medical station. Yin Hui, on the other hand, didn't look well. His face was pale, and he looked a bit listless. But Tang Tian was more familiar with this. It was probably due to mental overdrafts that hadn't recovered yet. Although there were people with special abilities these days, people still didn't seem to understand the concept of mental energy, let alone how to replenish it. Water-attributed Esperians were probably training how to release water and produce it for the base. Tang Tian still chose to go with Shen Yaowe and Cheng Jing. But then, she noticed the former wearing gloves again. The sun had appeared, and the temperature had risen, then occasionally dropped, creating a fluctuating pattern of heat and cold. It was cold now, so wearing gloves wasn't unusual. What was strange was that the gloves were a familiar deep purple. TSK. Tang Tian thought to herself. Why do I feel like a third wheel? The group arrived at the medical station. Shin Boyun had been transferred to a general ward. After the official confirmation, he would be sent to the observation room before being discharged. Since Yin Lei and Yin Hui were there, they only exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, the former kept asking Shin Boyun about his awakened abilities, seemingly unintentionally. Shin Boyun sighed weakly, feigning weakness. Uncle, I don't know either. Not only can I not use it, but it also gives me a headache. Let's have a doctor take a look first. Shen Yaowe echoed, yes, uncle. Survival is all that matters. What's the point of having superpowers? Besides, having a cousin with superpowers is all that matters. Yin Lei seemed to agree with this and stopped talking. Feeling the slight awkwardness of continuing, he quickly left the ward. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to chat. But Tang Tian didn't say anything. She just watched quietly. Shin Boyun certainly didn't seem to be poisoned anymore, which reassured her. Shen Yaowe turned her head and suddenly asked with a smile, Tang Tian, you're here, aren't you going to say anything? Tang Tian was startled, but everyone's eyes were suddenly on her, making her feel strangely uneasy. Well, I hope you're discharged soon? Shin Boyun curved his lips and smiled brightly. Well, don't worry, I'm feeling pretty good now. It's just that patients who have recovered from poisoning must stay in the observation room for a period of time. I should be able to be discharged soon. Looking at Shin Boyun's smile, Tang Tian felt a little dry in the mouth, and even the root of her tongue felt strangely numb. What remained in her body wasn't blood, but probably a large pot of hot soup that had just been brewed. Luckily, these conditions were invisible to outsiders. Visiting hours were limited, so they eventually left the ward. In fact, visiting hours at the medical center, except for the intensive care unit, which was still in place before the apocalypse, were unlimited. But since the appearance of the superpowered, the rules have changed, and those who have recovered and transformed into superpowered people always feel like they're being locked up. I didn't know what to do in the observation room, but 5 days later, Shin Boyun was discharged and returned home. And this was bound to cause a major upheaval for the Shin family. Ever since Yin Hui acquired superpowers, he formed a team with other superpowered individuals. When specific conditions were imposed, even Yin Lei's status was elevated, leading him to move out, leaving behind his eldest sister, Yen Shuangmei, unwilling to take her with him. Yen Shuangmei feared Yen Chunhua would abandon her. A disabled person accustomed to being cared for, she felt a strong sense of urgency if she left. So, she stayed at the Shin family's house, crying and making a scene, tirelessly resorting to self-torture tactics every day. So, Yen Chunhua finally agreed to let her stay temporarily. But this agreement didn't move Yen Shuangmei, and instead, she harbored resentment. And seeing that Shin Boyun had survived the poisonous fog and possessed superpowers, she became even more jealous. After a good rest, Shin Boyun returned to duty. Yen Chunhua had initially been a bit worried, but seeing that he truly recovered, he had no choice but to agree. But Shin Boyun didn't completely hide his abilities from Yen Lei. He truly didn't know the specifics of his special abilities. In the observation room, he didn't find any unusual objects in his hands, and after releasing his abilities, he quickly developed a headache, forcing him to stop. However, he could sense that his physical fitness had improved significantly, even better than before the apocalypse. It seemed that special abilities were indeed different from ordinary people, and the gap was even greater when compared to civilians who ate less. The poisonous fog had unnoticeably risen to a height of about the 6th floor. Cultivation within the underground station was progressing even better than livestock farming. The moisture from the water-attributed special abilities, combined with the soil created by the earth-attributed special abilities, created an optimal growing environment for crops, accelerating their growth. Water-attributed special abilities also had a job, producing water, which was then stored by the government. Some special abilities even produced water privately, not only for their own consumption, but also for sale to others. The price is many times higher, but it's highly sought after by the wealthy, who consider it cleaner than water from the plant. However, officials have gradually discovered that psychics don't produce resources endlessly. They eventually reach exhaustion, and forced production can cause harm to their bodies. Each psychic is different. Some can currently only produce 500 milliliters of water, while others can produce around 10 liters, all in varying quantities. Research on psychics will likely require further investigation. Tang Tian was patrolling alone this time, and one advantage of this patrol was that it allowed him to explore the base and gain familiarity. This time, however, she had never been to this area before. The streets were lined with pigeon cage buildings, and even more buildings were completely buried by the toxic fog. There were hardly any pedestrians on the streets, as most people in the civilian areas still hadn't bothered to buy gas masks. "Tang Tian, it's me!" Someone waved at her from a distance, but Tang Tian didn't move. She first used her clairvoyance to confirm who was coming. To her surprise, it was Luo Qi. It had been quite a while since they last bought cactus, and since they didn't live in the same area, there was no reason for them to meet. This was the first time since then. "What's wrong?" Tang Tian asked, hearing her hurried tone. Knowing she was working, Luo Qi took her to a nearby room, which barely blocked out some of the toxic fog. "Tang Tian, are you aware that there have been a number of missing persons cases in the base recently, especially in the civilian areas?" As an official member of the armed forces, Tang Tian had heard a few stories. Chongping Base actually later developed facilities similar to a police station, similar to the central base, though certainly not as advanced as the central base and still in its initial stages. Recently, there have been a number of reports from people there, all pointing to one specific type of case: missing persons. However, many of these missing persons are alone at the base, lack stable employment, or even minors, and their bodies have been missing, making investigations difficult. With similar reports pouring in daily, the situation escalated, and they had no choice but to report the matter to Yangon. The investigation was also ongoing, so Tang Tian had some information. Luo Qi's main reason for visiting Tang Tian this time was that several women from the red light district had gone missing, and those women happened to be the most popular, which greatly displeased the leader there. The red light district, thanks to its popularity, had accumulated a wealth of supplies, and points coupons were circulated, so almost everyone had a gas mask, and the number of poisonings was low. But I hadn't expected that even with protection against the poisonous fog, such a human disaster could still occur. Luo Qi was currently working as a bodyguard in the red light district, so this incident naturally fell to her, but she had no idea what was going on. Tang Tian hadn't been assigned to investigate the case, and perhaps she would be in the future, but at this stage, the difficulty of this mission was undoubtedly difficult. Besides, this person didn't disappear every day. It was only once in a while that someone disappeared, with no one around, and no one even reporting the crime, quietly vanishing from the world. One night later, Tang Tian and Shen Boyun were once again on patrol. Shen Boyun couldn't use his ability to manifest, but after his physical fitness improved, he briefly considered his ability to be a passive one, increasing his strength, speed, or endurance, not bad at all. But ever since their last time at the medical station, their daily routines felt a bit different. They chatted during patrols before, but this time, no one spoke a word. Shen Boyun, always polite, probably sensed that she didn't want to talk, so he fell silent too. This made Tang Tian's feeling slightly complicated, like a cascade of spices thrown into a pot. Just after completing their assigned patrol, Shen Boyun suddenly received a message from Yan Chunhua. Yan Chunhua had his own work, and he wouldn't contact her easily while he was working. Perhaps something serious had happened. And since the intercoms usually had some amplification, Tang Tian, standing nearby, could hear Yan Chunhua's anxious voice. "Boyun, this is bad. I was gone missing too." Tang Tian and Shen Boyun felt a pang of fear. They quickly reported their progress to their superiors and hurried back. Chapter 96. He returned home in a hurry to find Yan Chunhua, weeping, sitting on the sofa, and Cheng Jing, pacing anxiously. Yan Shuangmei was nowhere to be seen. "Brother Yun, you're finally back." Cheng Jing, upon seeing him, stepped forward and grasped his shoulders, his expression contorted with anxiety. "Hurry! Let's go find her." "Wait a minute, Cheng Jing, don't rush." Chen Boyun tugged at his arm, his face gloomy as he asked, "Mom, what's going on?" Yin Chunhua wiped away her tears and explained everything, but Cheng Jing shook Chen Boyun's hand away and stood at the other side of the window, staring at something. Ever since Chen Yaohui started working at the medical station, she'd gone straight home after get off work every day, never staying anywhere else. Even if she had to work overtime, she'd find a way to contact her family to reassure them. Chen Yaohui hadn't worked overtime today, but even after Yan Chunhua returned, she hadn't returned, and she couldn't be contacted. Thinking of the recent disappearances, Yan Chunhua contacted Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing. Regardless of whether they were missing or not, being alone outside, surrounded by poisonous fog, was definitely a dangerous place. "Got it. I go report it first." Shen Boyun took a deep breath, visibly suppressing his surging emotions. "Report it? Brother Yun, so many people have reported missing before, have you found any?" "No. We might as well find them ourselves." Hearing this key word, Cheng Jing couldn't help but turn around and shout. The two had been in this line of work before the apocalypse, and knew how many unsolved cases there were in the world, let alone in the apocalypse. Tang Tian looked at Cheng Jing, whose anxiety was so intense that his mind was unstable, and comforted him. "Okay, how can you find her with this mentality? Let's do this. Shen Boyun will go file the case, and I go back and prepare. Let Tan Tan join us in the search. A dog's nose is more useful than a human's. Cheng Jing, just stay home with Aunt Yin. Don't worry, we will definitely find Chen Yaohui." Everyone was stunned when they heard this, but it's all toxic fog outside now, and Tan Tan. After all, there aren't any gas masks for dogs right now. "It's okay. I think of a way. We can get started now." Tang Tian's final words brought everyone back to their senses. Shen Boyun gave her a grateful look and hurried downstairs. Tang Tian also returned to her own home first. After discussing this with Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi, they both confirmed it. Tang Tian squatted down, stroked the dog's head, and asked, "Tan Tan, how about taking you out on a mission today?" "Woof." Tan Tan seemed to understand that his master's sudden decision to leave him alone was because some bad guy had appeared outside, but as long as he could go out with his master, no matter what kind of bad guy it was, he would do it. Of course, Tang Tian wouldn't just let Tan Tan go out like that. She then activated the system. Recently, their attention had turned to the black and white dishes they had purchased but hadn't used yet. Black rice was used to create a new dish that could see through fog and deception. As for Tan Tan, Tang Tian planned to directly install a protective shield to completely protect against the poisonous fog, so she used the white food tremella to create a new dish. Mix the two together, and add a few slices of dried meat to the bowl. Tan Tan accepted the whole bowl of stew and began to eat. It wasn't so much eating as drinking. In just a few minutes, the bottom of the basin was licked clean, leaving not a trace. Shortly after finishing, it shook itself, and a flash of silvery light suddenly appeared on its fur, then vanished in an instant, but all three of them caught it. Is this a supernatural power activated? This bowl of Tremella fusiformis soup is enough to make Tan Tan immune to all poisons. There was a knock at the door. Opening it, they saw Cheng Jing. Though he had calmed down, his spirit seemed completely different from usual. He handed over a pair of gloves and asked, "These have a scent on them. Are they okay?" "Of course. I let Tan Tan smell them. We set off when Shen Boyun returns," Tang Tian said, looking down. Sure enough, it was the purple gloves. It seemed that Shen Yaohui hadn't worn them this time. After giving Tan Tan a full sniff to confirm that the scent had been absorbed, Shen Boyun hurried back. In fact, just as Cheng Jing had thought, simply registering someone wouldn't be of any practical use in finding them. It would be better to go find them yourself. Tang Tian symbolically put a tight muzzle on Tan Tan, saying it was a newly developed mask. Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing, anxious to find him, didn't think much of it. As soon as the two of them and the dog came downstairs, Tan Tan began sniffing around. Although his speed wasn't fast, Tang Tian and Shen Boyun waited patiently. Tan Tan lived up to their expectations, ultimately moving in a single direction. This must be a clue. After consuming so many supernatural dishes, Tang Tian no longer considered Tan Tan an ordinary dog. His ability to smell must be superior to others. But as more and more buildings emerged from the fog, both Tang Tian and Shen Boyun were surprised. The base's medical station is generally open 24 hours a day, and the lights were on. The medical staff on duty inside. Tang Tian asked several times, and after Tan Tan gave a firm response, they decided to go in quietly. Then Tan Tan led them downstairs. Shen Boyun's eyes flickered. The medical station has a basement, and it's not just for the morgue. Tiptoeing quietly to the quiet basement, Tan Tan continued to sniff along the corridor until he led the two men to a set of double doors, again obediently silent. Taking off his gas mask, a faint, lingering scent of disinfectant lingered on his nose. Though anxious, Shen Boyun wasn't so anxious that he lost his mind. He reported what he knew via the intercom. Tang Tian slowly pushed open the door. Inside the room, rows of beds were placed, each occupied by a patient, connected to various instruments. From time to time, a regular, yet disturbing, beeping sound could be heard. A faint fluorescent blue glow still emanated from the room, and the smell of disinfectant grew stronger. This room wasn't a morgue, but it was filled with a cold and eerie atmosphere. Woo! Tan Tan, sensing danger, whimpered softly. Tang Tian turned her head, and found Xin Yaohua lying on a bed near the door. She wore a respirator, her eyes tightly closed, and several tubes were inexplicably connected to her body. But if the readings on the nearby instruments were correct, she was still alive. Perhaps she had just been brought in, and therefore closer to the front door, and the atmosphere made it seem as if they were conducting some kind of experiment, especially in a medical station. Tang Tian was just about to tell Shen Boyun and discuss strategy when she felt a gust of wind pick up around her. Wait, how could there be wind in such a sealed room? Would the poisonous fog also come in with it? Tang Tian suddenly realized when she turned her head and saw Shen Boyun, his eyes fixed on the bed. This must be his ability. Hey, who are you and how did you get in? A man dressed in a white lab coat, even wearing a medical mask, shouted. This drew the attention of the other white-coated people scattered around the room. Tang Tian was about to use her ability when a sudden, hurricane-like force of wind suddenly erupted in the room. Straight, invisible gusts of wind flew forward like sharp blades, not only slashing the white-coated people to the ground, but also severing the tubes on some of the beds and the surrounding equipment, causing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Tang Tian was stunned. Could it be that Shen Boyun's ability was wind-attributed? The vast majority of the psychics in the base now possess passive abilities that enhance their abilities, followed by natural abilities. Water and earth are the most common, followed by fire. It's said that a wood-attributed psychic has also appeared. But there's been no news on wind-attributed psychics. Tang Tian, however, understood wind-attributed psychics. They once saved the Tang family. Wait! Stop! Another man rushed out, waving his hands. Tang Tian looked closely, and saw that he was the director of the medical station. Now everything made sense. After the poison patients recovered, they were taken over by the medical station and sent to the observation room. He was even the one who reported the initial discovery of the psychic. Who could have imagined that he would go down such a wrong path and cause such a thing? Oh, I know you guys. The director adjusted his glasses, his eyes sharp but also admiring. Tang Tian and Shen Boyun from the armed team. Deputy Captain Yang once told me about you. Shen Boyun, I was right. After the poisoning symptoms and high fever subsided, it was impossible for you not to be a psychic. I was forced to release you at the time due to regulations, but I didn't expect you to use your powers anyway. Could it be that using powers is related to the psychic's emotions? I need to write this down quickly. Seeing his delirious expression, Tang Tian felt the station master was hopeless. Isn't this the look of a completely obsessed scientific researcher? Shen Boyun felt a dull pain at the back of his head, but he clenched his fists and asked through gritted teeth, "What did you do to my sister?" The station master replied calmly, taking notes. "Since you're a psychic, to verify my genetic hypothesis, your biological sister might also become one. This is definitely good news." Good news? Didn't you consider that the poisonous fog would still kill most of them? And you deliberately poisoned them, Tang Tian said coldly. The station master shook his head, seeming to lament the former's foolishness, but continued to explain, "I'm doing this for Chomping Base. Other bases, and the central base have more espers than we do here, and it's proven that the number of espers determines the success of a base. As long as we can discover more and more espers, the construction of Chomping Base will be accelerated, ultimately leading to its prosperity. Unfortunately, Deputy Director Yang disagrees with me, so I can only proceed with my plan privately." He then turned to look at the flushed Shen Boyun and smiled, his tone full of praise. "Shen Boyun, ever since you awakened, I always been optimistic about you. Keep going. Keep using your powers. What I haven't seen in the observation room, I must see with my own eyes now. Bang! Tang Tian fired a shot into the station master's head. A bloody hole appeared on the station master's forehead, and he staggered, his glasses falling to the ground. But his eyes remained fixed on Shen Buiyun's direction, and finally, like a light bulb with a power outage, he collapsed to the ground. Tang Tian sheathed her gun. This station master was mentally disturbed. She had simply killed the main culprit in a major crime, and it wasn't overstepping her bounds. Pa! Shen Buiyun, using his supernatural powers for the first time, slowed down a bit, unleashing another wide wind blade, damaging some of the equipment again. Dizziness followed, and Shen Buiyun stumbled backward, only to be helped to his feet by Tang Tian. Knowing that Shen Buiyun was mentally exhausted, she quickly opened a candy and stuffed it into his mouth, hoping it would have some effect. Hiding candy was nothing, but having freshly squeezed juice at this time was strange. Feeling the sweetness emanating from his mouth, Shen Buiyun gradually regained consciousness, but his first words were, "Hurry, Yao. Don't worry, the armed forces and the security team are here, and everything can be settled." Tang Tian's calm and resolute voice calmed Shen Buiyun. It turned out he had been unconscious for a while. That's good. After all, I don't want Yao to have any special abilities. As long as I can survive, that's all that matters. The armed forces, whom Shen Buiyun had contacted earlier, were checking for any other enemies. The security team took possession of the station master's body, finally solving the missing person's case. A group of medical staff from the medical station also arrived, though many of them were unaware that their immediate superiors were the source of all this. However, the most important thing right now is to transfer all the people being experimented on in this room for treatment. So, in the end, Qin Yaowei was admitted to the hospital. Shen Buiyun, seemingly having regained some mental strength, declined admission. Was that my ability just now? Chen Buiyun muttered, a hint of weakness still lingering. But I couldn't use it in the observation room. Maybe I was provoked by him just now, but the power required is too much. Although it's powerful, if it consumes so much energy every time it's used, the cost effectiveness isn't great. It's worse than using real guns and ammunition. Tang Tian pondered for a moment before answering, is there a possibility? I mean, maybe. That unleashing superpowers requires energy? Just like the MP needed to unleash skills in games, if the MP is depleted, the superpower user will naturally feel the symptoms, and won't be able to unleash their powers. Qin Buiyun recalled his own headache, and licked the sweetness from his mouth. He thought Tang Tian had a point. Is that why you gave me candy? Sugar is indeed a vital energy source for humans, and I do feel much better. Well, you can try it a few more times. Besides, there were those superpower novels before the apocalypse. Most of them talked about how practicing superpowers could increase your energy levels. Maybe it would be helpful. Tang Tian explained vaguely, and the interrogation room was sealed off by the security team, temporarily closing the case. It was unknown whether Qin Yaowei had been forced to inhale the poisonous mist by the station master, but after being taken to the medical station, she showed no symptoms of poisoning, only a high fever. It seemed as if everything had been done. After all, the poisonous fog hadn't dissipated yet, allowing anyone to inhale it. It all depended on whether the person could truly transform. The base took this matter extremely seriously, and other medical stations were also under investigation. Those who died from forced inhalation of the poisonous fog were taken directly to the crematorium by the station commander and cremated. Since most of them were alone, this was completely unnoticed. For those whose relatives reported the crime, the base also compensated them. For those who were alone and became psychics, the base would also ensure follow-up arrangements. The girls from the red light district were also found. Almost half of them were dead, but at least there was an explanation. So, Qin Yaowei, who had a high fever, and the others with the fever were transferred to a general ward. Yan Chuanhua's heart finally settled. Seeing that Cheng Jing was taking care of them back and forth, Tang Tian took Shen Buiyun out temporarily, as there was little space between beds. Although Shen Buiyun instinctively followed her out, he felt a little confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Tian glanced at him, half-smiled, and said, "Of course, I don't want to be a light bulb." Shen Buiyun didn't understand for a moment, but then he understood, and his face immediately frowned slightly. TSK. Isn't it really what I thought? After all, she's my own sister, and as her brother, I naturally hope that day won't come as soon as possible. But Shen Buiyun couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, it was Cheng Jing, that kid. At least he knew him well. After all this series of events unfolded, it was already early morning, almost dawn, and everyone, worried, hadn't slept all night. Tan Tan was already struggling to hold on. He lay sprawled on the floor of the medical station, his eyelids twitching. This time, he had made the greatest contribution. Seeing this, Shin Boyun said to Tang Tian, "I stay. You go back and rest. I'll let you know if Yao wakes up." Tang Tian was about to leave, but a thought suddenly struck her, and she stopped and turned, saying, "Why don't we go back together? Aunt Yin and Cheng Jing are here. You just used your powers. Once you rested, we can make a replacement." Shin Boyun was stunned. It seemed as if she had always acted without hesitation, and if he had made a suggestion, she would have already followed it. This was supposed to be this way. When had it suddenly changed? But this is fine. Shin Boyun thought, nodded, and went home with Tang Tian and Tan Tan. After explaining the general situation to Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi, Tang Tian and Tan Tan slept for a few hours. They woke up, took a shower, and emerged to find Tan Tan already tucking into a hearty meal. To reward him, Tang Tian retrieved a whole smoked chicken and a large bone from the system, and left him to gnaw on it. It was already morning, and breakfast was ready. Tang Yi ate first and prepared to go to work. Wei Mingxia had even saved some for Tang Tian. Tang Tian only then felt her chest pressing against her back, and she joined Tan Tan in eating until she let out a long burp. Having just completed her mission, the armed forces wouldn't keep her working non-stop. They would likely give her a day off. She planned to return to the medical station shortly. Arriving at the medical station again, Tang Tian arrived at the ward. Qin Yaoyue's fever had mostly subsided, and she had regained consciousness. If nothing unexpected happens, she'd be discharged this afternoon. So, becoming a psychic still requires going to the observation room. But the director of the medical station has been killed, so naturally, this rule can be broken at will. The Shin family doesn't want Qin Yaoyue to go, and no one can force them. For them, whether Qin Yaoyue has psychic powers or not is irrelevant. The most important thing is that she's alive. Yin Chanhua personally brought breakfast to Qin Yaoyue, who seemed to have a hearty appetite, devouring her steamed bread. Tang Tian, as usual, brought 2 jars of honey as a hospital gift. Standing nearby, Shin Boyun, who had arrived early, folded his arms, his eyes darting. He turned to Qin Yaoyue, then to Cheng Jing, and finally, perhaps unable to hold back, coughed a few times and asked, "When did you start?" Qin Yaoyue choked on the steamed bread, and Cheng Jing's face instantly turned red, like a newly planted tomato in the underground station. Yin Chanhua had experienced this before, and she could actually see that Cheng Jing and Qin Yaoyue's relationship was growing closer by the day. She just didn't expose it, waiting for them to explain themselves. To her surprise, it was still her brother who lost his temper. Qin Yaoyue stopped coughing, her spirits returning to normal. She pouted and retorted, "What do you know? This is just the way it should be. Ever since you came back from the apocalypse, you haven't spoken much to Mom or me. I don't know what you're thinking." So, I had no choice but to go find Cheng Jing. From the looks of it, it seemed like they were just growing attached. Shin Boyun was speechless for a moment. Cheng Jing scratched his head sheepishly. After all, they were brothers, and now he's become her brother-in-law. No brother-in-law would be happy about that. Yin Chanhua smiled and said, "I think it's great. This way we can become a family." The two blushed again, hesitating. Tang Tian suddenly thought of something and asked, "Didn't the other Aunt Yin come?" If she remembered correctly, Yin Shuangmei still lived in the Shin family, but she had a broken arm and both legs were good. She didn't even bother to pretend. At the mention of Yin Shuangmei, Yin Chanhua frowned, lowering his voice 2 notches. "Actually, while you were away, there were Cheng Jing and me at home, and she was the other one. She stayed in her room and didn't come out. She didn't respond when I knocked. I thought she had an accident, so I used the spare key to open the door. But then I found out she was secretly eating food, and it wasn't from our house." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yin Shuangmei was used to eating for free, and later, under pressure, she took odd jobs to earn points. Later, he became disabled, often resorting to this to gain sympathy. It was impossible for him to suddenly possess a large amount of food, especially since it didn't belong to his family. Now that things had happened, they had to connect the dots. This might be a deeply hidden conspiracy. Shin Boyun and Cheng Jing's expressions gradually darkened, and the atmosphere at the scene froze. "Mom," Shin Boyun took a deep breath and spoke slowly, "we might have to do something in the future, so we're telling you in advance." Yin Chanhua seemed to already know what it was. She sighed, then looked at Qin Yaoyue, and finally nodded, deciding to let them handle it. What happened next could be heard through the door at the Tang family. "Ah! What are you trying to do?" A continuous scream echoed from outside the door. The voice sounded both familiar and unfamiliar, but Tang Tian was certain it was Yin Shuangmei's. Shen Boyun. I'm your aunt. How dare you do this to me? And do you have any evidence? Yin Shuangmei initially raged with accusations, but Shen Boyun seemed unwilling to listen. Because he had found supplies in her possession, some of which were still in the medical station, it was obvious that she had taken supplies from the dean. As for whether it was a passing of information or hush money, the Shen family no longer wanted to dwell on it. They simply wanted to remove Yin Shuangmei, this nuisance, and deal with her on their own. Seeing the cold expressions on Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing's faces, Yin Shuangmei finally gave in. With a trembling voice, she clung to the doorframe and confessed, I was wrong. Boyun, I was really wrong. I won't do it again. And, you're a member of the armed team. Aren't you afraid of the higher-ups coming after us? Please let me go. Yin Shuangmei was already panicking. Given Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing's personalities, she might actually die, but her threats were ineffective. Besides, she was alone. Yin Lei and Yin Huai had already moved out. If the Shen family hadn't taken her in, she would have likely become one of the refugees at the base. Killing her was too easy. Even if the higher-ups really bothered to investigate, they could simply say she accidentally inhaled the poisonous mist and died before reaching the medical station. They wouldn't bother to find out the truth. After all, there were so many people dying from this. Her only mistake was plotting against the Shen family. Therefore, no one would forgive her. Instead, they would make her pay the price immediately. The voices in the corridor gradually faded away. After finishing their melon feast, the Tang family returned to their own business. Chapter 97. After a comprehensive overhaul of the medical station, officials conducted background checks and selected a new director. The missing persons case was finally resolved. The poisonous fog persisted for several months, but it stopped rising after reaching a height of 6 stories, as if it had reached its peak. Afterward, the height began to slowly descend, but it would take some time for the fog to completely dissipate. But in the eyes of the people, this was a good sign that the poisonous fog was about to dissipate, and their constant fears could finally be temporarily alleviated. After the 4 bases simultaneously reported to the central base, they also exchanged information. The poisonous fog indeed attracted many psychics, most of whom were survivors of the fog. Some of these psychics could even be directly used in post-disaster repair work and base construction, which could significantly change the future direction of the relationship between the authorities and the survivors. What cannot be ignored is that the poisonous fog also caused a large number of human deaths, and buildings and facilities were more or less corroded by the toxic fog. Especially in the cultivated areas outside the city, the land, which had been painstakingly cultivated, was also contaminated by the toxic fog. Fortunately, the underground planting and livestock areas continued to operate smoothly, and a batch of vegetables previously researched had already been grown. As for the livestock areas, the base decided to initially raise chickens, rabbits, and edible insects. They had originally transferred some chicks from other bases to start raising them, and were almost ready to produce, but the toxic fog disrupted their production. Fortunately, they have since recovered. But it's obvious that the price of meat initially released to the market will definitely not be affordable for everyone. Edible insects offer a good value for money, but not everyone is willing to devour them. They must be processed before they can be marketed. All that can be said is that this toxic fog has its pros and cons. It remains to be seen when the base will finally become humanity's final home. From the day the official announcement of the complete dissipation of the toxic fog was made, Tang Tian counted the days, realizing that 3 years had passed. When conditions were good, it didn't seem long, but looking back, it still felt a bit exhausting, not to mention the other survivors. Besides, they had no idea what natural disasters would strike after the toxic fog passed. One by one, people removed their protective suits and gas masks, but a faint odor lingered in the air, and the sky remained gray. Regardless, repair work on the base began. Some facilities needed repair, but most importantly, the above-ground planting areas. To feed the entire base's survivors, the underground areas alone wouldn't be enough. It would be best if the above-ground areas could be renovated and reused. The soil contaminated by the toxic fog was unusable, so the base staff prepared their equipment and decided to clear the contaminated soil. The soil produced by Earth-type espers was even more suitable for planting than the soil before the apocalypse, so the base began recruiting these espers to contribute to the planting effort. Of course, water-type espers were also highly sought after, with compensation determined by daily workload. The base was bustling with activity. However, it was later discovered that the Chongping base had very few Earth-type espers. So, after contacting other bases, Yangon prepared to strike a deal with the Chang'an base to the west. Chang'an base, on the other hand, lacked water-type psychics and had an abundance of earth-type psychics, a perfect complement to the others. So Tang Tian's mission, this time, was to safely transport these psychics to Chang'an base. There was no poisonous fog, and the journey was smooth. But after the men and women psychics were seated in the car, Tang Tian could sense a hint of dissatisfaction and disdain in their eyes. It wasn't just an illusion. This car is a bit too old. The escorting team members wore helmets, but they all frowned slightly. Hey you. Tang Tian was the only woman on the bus. A man, chin raised, arms folded, asked, "Is there no water or food on this bus? We've been treated so well elsewhere, but only at your Chongping base are we treated like this?" The others echoed this, as if in deep disgust. Tang Tian glanced sideways and said calmly, "You're hired here to work for the base. You're paid only after you finished your work. Isn't that how it is these days? Stop complaining. It's not like we don't have Earth-type espers." "You?" The man threatened to lose his temper, but the other team members restrained him, even pointing their guns directly at them. Tang Tian's words echoed their own thoughts. While they couldn't be impolite, it also made them feel more at ease. Besides, the armed forces were still mostly male, and the few female members were almost unheard of. However, they knew Tang Tian's abilities. Additionally, Tang Tian wasn't unattractive. Before they got to know her, they thought she was aloof, but after getting to know her, they felt they could get along. It was said that some of them had their own ambitions, but after being encouraged by the others, they didn't dare to approach. So if anyone from another base dared to cause trouble, the team members would be the first to disapprove. Many of today's espers are still capable of producing resources, but rarely of using them for offensive purposes, such as firearms. Several espers instantly shut up, and the man curled his lips. With that breath, he half hid one hand and quietly formed a lump of earth in his palm. The people nearby saw this, and couldn't help but sneer. This man is arguably one of the best earth-based espers in the Chang'an base, producing as much earth as 2 or 3. Most importantly, he can also use his earth attribute for both attack and defense. Few espers are more powerful than him. For this reason, other bases are looking to invite this man to help with production. After all, agriculture is the most important priority right now. After all, he's been to various parts of Spring City and has been pampered. Now, facing Tang Tian's ironclad opponent, the man is naturally unhappy. The dirt in his palm gradually transformed into finger-long arrows. He assumed the armed forces wouldn't dare actually fire. They were just trying to scare them. Swish, swish, swish. Snap! Tang Tian raised his arm, which was equipped with an arm shield, blocking all the small earthen arrows. The earthen arrows fell to the ground, quickly crumbling into soft soil. The man's eyes widened in shock. He had experimented many times with weapons made of supernatural earth, and ordinary defenses couldn't stop them. How could this ordinary arm shield? Most importantly, how had this woman discovered he was using supernatural powers? Before he could fully recover from his surprise, he suddenly felt a dull pain in his abdomen. His face paled, and he collapsed onto the carriage, crying out in pain. Several other supernatural users were also stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the rest of the armed team felt their faces burn as if they had been slapped in the face. They raised their guns again and said in unpleasant tones, "Please stop your transgression, or we will report you. There are surveillance cameras in the car." Then several psychics helped the man up, reluctantly quieting down and waiting to be taken to the base. Tang Tian glanced around and sneered inwardly. It wasn't that she saw the man's furtive movements, but as a veteran psychic, she could now sense the fluctuations of his powers, and knew without even seeing that he was about to unleash them to attack her. Although it looked like an arm shield, she had already added a layer of protection. After defending herself, she immediately used telekinesis to strike a lesson to the complacent man. She couldn't hurt him. After all, he still had to work. The journey from this point seemed smoother, except that after entering the Chongping base, the car didn't go to the living area, but directly to the outskirts of the planting area. The planting area had been completely cordoned off with equipment, with large plots of land visible from afar. Tractors and other machinery could be seen operating, and even humans were shoveling soil. The atmosphere was quite lively. The remaining task for the armed team was to watch these espers begin to produce soil. However, not all team members had to participate. In the end, only Tang Tian and another team member remained, while the others left to pursue other tasks. This task might seem monotonous, but the reward came with watching from the sidelines, making it quite convenient. Many people wanted to do this but couldn't. Arriving at the designated area, they saw numerous containers, where several local Earth-type espers were already producing soil. It was unclear how long they had been working, but some were still wiping sweat from their brows. The man from the Chang'an base looked around. Perhaps sensing their weakness, yet wanting to show off, he waved his hand and declared, "You're all no match for me. Watch me." He took a deep breath and spread his hands. A slowly growing ball of soil immediately formed between them. It grew until it reached the size of 2 fitness balls. Then he slammed it into the container. With a bang, the container was almost half full. True enough, one man was worth 2 or 3 men. From Tang Tian's perspective, this Earth-based ability was at least level 4. However, whether it could continue to produce at this rate remained a question. As more and more people with special abilities appeared at the base, Tang Tian discovered that everyone had a different starting point. Some could only produce a handful of water, while others, like this man, could produce vast quantities of soil from the start. Perhaps it was to see the physical and mental strength before the ability was acquired. Still, the man's actions drew envious glances, which he found quite rewarding. But just as Tang Tian had expected, the man was clearly all show and no substance. After producing that one soil ball, he began to slack off. The soil was all watery and sloppy, clearly draining of energy. Tang Tian glanced at him and reminded him with a half smile, "You were so impressive just now, why don't you continue? If you don't produce the required amount within the specified time, according to Chongqing base rules, you won't get any food or pay." The man's face flushed redder and redder. He rudely rolled up his sleeves and said nonchalantly, I know. No need for you to tell me. Watch me." Unwilling to give in, the man held his breath and continued producing soil balls until his neck turned purple. After finishing, he gasped like a fish starving for air, wiping the sweat from his forehead like everyone else. Tang Tian then ordered a rest period. She knew the feeling of mental exhaustion, even if they were making a fuss. She knew the feeling of mental exhaustion. The Chongqing base had invited Earth-type psychics, but conversely, they had also sent Water-type psychics, which Chang'an base was short of, as if they were on a business trip. So these psychics would stay at the base for a few days, completing their work before returning, while Tang Tian naturally continued her guard duty. The man, having been secretly taught a lesson, finally half succumbed and settled down to work quietly. Seeing the former submission, the others had no choice but to get back to work. The soil produced by these psychics would soon replace the land contaminated by the toxic fog, completely renovating the planting area. The contaminated soil would be quickly disposed of and shipped out in baskets. Tang Tian would occasionally glance at it, only to notice something gently wriggling from within. Is that an earthworm? Can earthworms survive in contaminated soil? Tang Tian frowned, feeling a weight hanging over her heart. Furthermore, in some of the dug pits that were about to be filled, she used her clairvoyance to spot densely packed, tiny, light-colored objects, like sesame seeds. Tang Tian ultimately chose to report what she had witnessed. She was now an official employee, and even if she didn't value the points, she still had to be responsible for her work. Of course, whether the authorities believed her or were willing to investigate further was another matter. After all, they had many other trivial matters to deal with. And then, perhaps sensing Tang Tian's special status, the psychics from the Chang'an base came to curry favor with her, and the man remained silent. Tang Tian's attitude remained indifferent. She worked when it was time to work, and rested when it was time to rest. People working in the plantation generally brought their own rations, and she was no exception. The psychics at the Chang'an base did receive some food, but it was just ordinary compressed biscuits and other edibles, which they no longer complained about. Tang Tian ate her homemade steamed buns, made from mixed grains to avoid attracting attention, which had a unique flavor. Spreading a layer of homemade soybean paste inside, and then filling it with dried vegetables and meat, she had a Chinese-style burger perfect for a Yen Nation baby. With every big bite Tang Tian took, the people watching from a distance swallowed their saliva. It looked so delicious. The compressed biscuits in her hands tasted like chewing wax. They could also see that Tang Tian was businesslike, and didn't want to bother with anyone outside of her. The psychic's strange pride was beginning to prevent them from trying to curry favor with the unwelcome. Tang Tian finished half her meal, and took out her water bottle to drink. Glancing to the side, she noticed the young team member she was guarding with was also craving something. This team member was actually a newcomer who had just arrived. It was said that before the apocalypse, he was a high school student hoping to apply to a sports university, and had already been a second-level athlete. After a few years, he was now a male college student. It wasn't clear why he had joined the armed forces, but it wasn't too late. They needed more help right now. If she remembered correctly, he actually had a slightly more refined name. Song Wenjuan. Tang Tian felt that this was a bit of an old-timer mentoring the new, but that was normal no matter where they were, especially since she was a senior. So, she thought for a moment, put the jar of soybean paste over, and said, "Try it too. It's quite flavorful." Song Wenjuan's face flushed slightly beneath his helmet, and he stammered, "No thanks, Sister Tang. It's okay. I have more after I finish eating, but if you miss this time, there won't be any next time." Tang Tian honestly said she wasn't planning on bringing soybean paste tomorrow. Song Wenjuan's face flushed even more, but she compromised. "How about this? I buy some." "Sister Tang, name your price." Tang Tian was speechless. It was obvious he was a stubborn guy. He was fussing over a few bites of sauce. She could only ask for a few points coupons as a token of her gratitude. Song Wen took them, then dipped compressed biscuits into the soybean paste, devouring them silently, his expression filled with satisfaction. 3 days later, this group of Earth-type psychics were leaving. Under Tang Tian's supervision, none of them dared to slack off. They even worked harder than at other bases, their faces pale. The armed forces sent them back, and also brought back their own batch of water-based psychics. But this was far from enough to sustain the entire base's production. Thankfully, for the next few months, no visible natural disasters occurred. The temperature remained stable at around 25 degrees Celsius, the sun shone brightly, and, with no rain, the weather was even better than before the apocalypse. But the better the weather, the more uneasy Tang Tian felt. Although she didn't know what would happen next, she didn't believe the natural disasters would end just yet. Perhaps some people shared this sentiment, working diligently every day to accelerate progress. The renovated land began to be cultivated. In addition to fast-growing crops and vegetables, officials also began planting crops that could produce byproducts. For example, there are crops that can be used for oil extraction and sugar production, as well as cultivated edible fungi. Even fruits and traditional Chinese medicine are part of the plan. The livestock in the animal husbandry area are also growing well at this stage. A batch of laying hens has begun laying eggs, and broiler chickens and rabbits are gradually entering the market. In addition, the base has also acquired a batch of quail for further breeding. However, these are bound to be expensive initially, so the base still focuses on insect farming in the animal husbandry area. Some insects provide more protein than animals, and are easier to raise. Tang Tian knew that in addition to earthworms, there are also crickets, pea greens, and mealworms, some of which are also used as feed. However, these insects cannot be sold directly. The base factory processes them into nutritional blocks, which are much cheaper than meat. Therefore, even though people can guess what they are made of, they still buy them. After the planting area was revitalized, the Chuncheon base decided to reclaim paddy fields, mainly planting rice, and also planting root crops, and even cultivating symbiotic freshwater organisms. As for the paddy fields, naturally, they also require the combined assistance of earth and water-based psychics. As a result, the community cafeteria and convenience store have expanded their selections, attracting more and more people to shop there. Wei Mingxia had visited before, and the cacti were still available, at about the same price as usual. Additionally, previously expensive grains and vegetables have seen their prices reduced by a few points, leaving only newly grown crops to be available at a fraction of the price. A pound of chicken costs 40 points, a pound of rabbit meat 30 points, and eggs are even more expensive, costing 8 points each. But the so-called nutritional blocks made from insects only cost 8 points per pound, which is truly inexpensive. Moreover, if the base is given some time, the price will likely continue to fall. So, unless someone is already well off, no one will buy much for now. Counting the days, the national grain reserves have been continuously delivered. But what sounds like hell is that, because of the constant harvest of lives in the apocalypse, a strange balance has been reached. At least so far, the grain reserves have not been exhausted. It's just that the Yin Kingdom has always loved to store grain. Without reserves, it feels like a sense of uncertainty, so being as self-sufficient as possible is paramount. The reopened trading market is slowly seeing more people setting up stalls. Wei Mingxia also visited, and sure enough, there are many more items for sale than last time, and the prices are rising steadily. But they're mostly crops, there are no private farmers yet. However, with the gradual changes at the base, the number of stalls offering valuables has decreased. Most people have become accustomed to using point coupons, and their circulation has greatly expanded. Perhaps the people disappeared, or perhaps the Chongping base itself was simply gone, so the Tang family could only continue to cook and sell food at the gourmet shop to earn gold coins. The coupon policy hasn't ended, but there's currently a good supply of food, and therefore more coupons. Only for items like meat, seasonings, other byproducts, and specialized supplies does a strict per-person coupon requirement apply. Wei Mingxia purposely dug 2 notebooks out of the warehouse, and made food coupon books for Tang Yi and Tang Tian. How can this not be considered a modern beginner's account? Do you think I should find a job? It seems like jobs nowadays all issue coupons, albeit with varying quantities. Wei Mingxia gazed into the distance as she spoke, perhaps recalling moments from the past. We're not short of food at home right now, and it seems like opening a shop or stall gives us more freedom, and we can also get food coupons. Tang Yi worked with Yin Chunhua in the logistics department, so she was more familiar with the current policies. For self-employed business owners or farmers, they could go to the designated locations to collect their food at set times, or directly exchange it for crops they grown. For Wei Mingxia, this might be even simpler. Although Tang Tian's initial stockpile of seeds had almost been planted, the food harvesting areas were still full. She could simply take out a batch every so often and exchange it for commercial bills. Speaking of food harvesting areas, Tang Tian sipped a glass of ice-cold jasmine milk tea, opened the system, and spent gold on the valuables she had accumulated in her warehouse. After checking her gold coin column, she immediately purchased the last food harvesting area. Ocean. Ocean was extremely expensive, requiring nearly 10 million gold coins. However, through the Tang family's continuous sales of expensive UR-grade ingredients, combined with gold, they had finally gathered enough money in sum. This ocean isn't just for harvesting seafood, most importantly, they can use the system to make salt. Salt and sugar are still among the most expensive in the base, so their importance goes without saying. So Tang Tian used her remaining gold coins to purchase salt-making equipment. Simply add seawater to the system to start making salt, and harvest it at a certain time. Tang Tian used the rest of the money to expand her ability pool, bringing her own to 20, while Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia also reached 18. With 20 abilities, if all of them were useful in the scene, she'd be invincible, right? Thinking this way, she already completed at least 70 to 80% of the entire food system. All that remained was unlocking new dishes, learning new abilities, and upgrading them, right? Tang Tian thought happily as she prepared another batch of dishes, especially UR-level dishes to sell. The scene shifted, and she set her sights on the commercial street, wanting to see if there were any newer equipment. Chapter 98. Suddenly, a device piqued Tang Tian's interest. It was called the Essential Oil Distiller. Wait. Is this thing even considered a gourmet food? And it's not cheap, so I guess I can't buy it in bulk, let alone make a profit. But seeing that the amount on the gold coin column was just enough, Tang Tian bought it out of curiosity. The system explained that once the essential oils were made, they could be sold directly at a gourmet food store. The system would automatically sort them, eliminating the need for hassle. And the price wasn't cheap either, making it a good way to earn gold coins. The essential oil recipes were still described in abstract terms, requiring the user to find the ingredients themselves. Each recipe required a lot of ingredients, and Tang Tian planned to research them when she had time. Closing the interface, she used the candy machine, yogurt pot, and coffee machine to make gourmet food. Many of these items could replenish her mental energy, and she was already accumulating batches of soda every day. There were also delicacies that boosted the upper limit of spiritual power, many of which could be used for breakfast. Tang Tian could go to work right after eating in the morning, and her shift lasted anywhere from half a day to a full day. Tomorrow, the Chongping and Chang'an bases had already established a long-term partnership, and another batch of Earth-type Aspirians would be sent to work. Tian, Shui, I made you some food in the braising pot. How about you bring it with you tomorrow? Wei Mingxia said. One of the benefits of the increased variety of food at the base was that it wouldn't arouse suspicion if they brought extra food. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, the armed forces, logistics, and medical departments were all well-paid jobs, so it wasn't surprising that they could afford those ingredients. The braised pot was naturally filled with meat. Tang Yi usually brought a lunch box, while Tang Tian was more casual, simply dipping everything into a large pancake. But speaking of braised food, she couldn't help but recall the braised goods she and Tang Yi had found on their free shopping trips during the early days of the extreme cold. She wondered when she would be able to eat them again. Braised food was also perfect for a late-night snack. Tang Tian felt a pang of appetite, and pulled a few cans of beer from the warehouse. Unfortunately, Wei Mingxia had to go to bed and get up early, and Tang Yi wasn't interested today, so she had to listen to their instructions and enjoy the meal alone. Nothing had happened recently, so Tang Tian even left the balcony window open. Against the backdrop of night, the lights at the base were brighter than usual, and the faint sound of voices could be heard in the distance, making the atmosphere more lively. The clear daylight continued into the night, and Tang Tian could smell the faint, fresh scent of earth wafting through the air. The Research Institute had long studied the soil produced by Earth-type psychics. It was a completely new type of soil, bringing a fresh atmosphere to the base. Wei Mingxia's pot of stew contained both meat and vegetables. Tang Tian decided to eat only the vegetables this time, leaving the meat for tomorrow. Potatoes, mushrooms, dried tofu, bean curd sheets, wood ear mushrooms. These were all ingredients stored in the warehouse. Especially the kelp harvested from the ocean, which was made into kelp knots and braised together, dyeing everything a rich red. Vegetable ingredients are naturally refreshing, but when they are braised together, the marinade is infused with the fresh aroma of the meat, making the chewing experience feel like eating meat, delicious and juicy. Tang Tian opened a can of beer and found a movie on the projector. She didn't turn up the volume, perhaps she was just taking a break. Halfway through her drink, the intercom seemed to vibrate. Tang Tian felt as if the breeze from the balcony had reached her, causing her face to feel cool. She picked up the phone and answered. It was a message from Shen Boyun. Sorry, was my volume too high? Tang Tian asked. No, I just saw your window was still lit. Shen Boyun had just finished his night shift today. He looked up and saw that while the lights were down next to him, his neighbor's window was still brightly lit, a rare sight. But he wasn't just joking. If Tang Tian hadn't slept, he did have some news to share. It turned out that after all the progress in agriculture, handicrafts, and commerce, the government hadn't forgotten to revitalize modern technology. The first step was to repair the signal stations. After all, not everyone has wireless communication devices these days. If someone still had their old cell phone, perhaps they could have achieved instant communication. But after all the natural disasters, few people would have kept their cell phones. But Shen Boyun instinctively felt that the Tang family must have some, so he told her the news first. If all goes well, the next thing to be restored will be the internet. Currently, only a portion of the official internet is operational. Full network coverage remains to be seen. Tang Tian's slight drunkenness faded after hearing the news. Unfortunately, all their phones are in the warehouse. Time remains frozen in the warehouse, so taking them out now will definitely work. She smiled and replied, Great. Do you still have your phones? We can exchange contact information. Shen Boyun was stunned. It seemed like the first time he had heard Tang Tian's cheerful voice. He was on the floor. The door to the next room was closed, but he didn't raise his hand. He simply returned to his own home. Then I have to go look for it. It will be announced, but there are probably some other regulations for making calls, and the intercom isn't very convenient. The two exchanged a few words before hanging up. The next morning, she was pissed. Unlike her previous food streams, she almost overslept. Today, she had the task of picking up a psychic. Tang Tian quickly washed and ate breakfast before heading out. She needed to report to the armed forces team first, then catch a bus. Unexpectedly, at the community gate, she ran into Song Wenchuan. Tang Tian hadn't told the team her address, and she didn't include her house number on her registration form. One could only assume that Song Wenchuan also lived in community number 6. Song Wenkun immediately said good morning, a hint of shyness between his brows, but Tang Tian, having drunk the night before and yawning twice, didn't notice. They left and headed for the armed forces, and the next second, two furtive figures peeked out from the gate. Qin Yao squinted at the figure that quickly disappeared into the street and asked, Cheng Jing, have you seen this guy? Cheng Jing scratched the back of his head and replied, Yes, he must be from the armed forces, and he's new. What's wrong? Qin Yao said nothing, but sighed quietly, silently comforting Shen Boyun. Forget it, I have to go to the medical station first. They've been having a lot of patients lately. Cheng Jing frowned and asked, Did something happen again? After the incident with the poisonous fog and the medical station director's human experiments, she became a little nervous whenever anything related to that was mentioned. Qin Yao shook her head. No, it's the surgery. Okay, see you tonight. Life has been peaceful at the base lately. Once the need for food and clothing is resolved, humans can't help but turn their attention to other things. So this month, while the medical station remains overcrowded, the number of patients scheduled for surgery, and specifically abortions, has suddenly increased. In the past, they've seen a few, mostly women from the red light district, not as many from other residential areas as now. But this isn't like those traumatic injuries, it's a serious surgery. Real doctors are rare, and many are transferred to the medical station mid-career or work odd jobs there. Qin Yao only managed to stay in her position because she seized this opportunity. As for the children's birth condoms, forget it. They're even more expensive than food, and people simply can't afford them. All in all, the medical station is likely to be busy again. There are actually many children under the age of 11 at the base, some of whom have lost their parents, and some who have simply been abandoned. The authorities can't stand by and watch such young lives disappear, so they established an orphanage to provide them with food. But they couldn't just eat and drink for free. There would be people teaching them the various knowledge needed in the apocalypse. They had to learn to survive from a young age, and this knowledge would continue into the future. Qin Yaowei couldn't help but glance up as she walked. After passing through the poisonous fog, some of the former colleagues at the medical station had gained superpowers and had left, leaving them even more short-staffed. Qin Yaowei had been forced to inhale the poisonous fog last time, and although she luckily awakened her superpowers, she still didn't understand what they were. Shaking her head, she decided to finish her work for the day. But upon entering the medical station, she was shocked. At this hour, the room was already packed with patients. All of them looked haggard and red-faced. Some were so emaciated that they were being supported by their companions. Judging from the appearance, there were residents from both the core area and the civilian area. But they didn't look like they were here for surgery. Instead, they looked more like the scene after a widespread epidemic before the apocalypse. Oh, you're finally here. The medical station is suddenly overwhelmed, and the patients all seem to be suffering from the same symptoms. The already bustling colleagues practically pushed Qin Yaowei to join in, as they simply couldn't handle it all. Qin Yaowei pursed her lips and hurried in. Tang Tian gradually brightened up and, along with Song Wenquan and other team members, retrieved the Earth-type Esper. The show-off man from last time wasn't here. I heard he developed a high fever after being supervised by the devilish Tang Tian, and he specifically warned the other Esper not to underestimate him. So, this time, the Esper all lowered their composure and sat as quiet as chickens in the car, silently wondering when they would reach their destination. The armed team said nothing upon learning of this, but they had already handed the task over entirely to Tang Tian and Song Wenquan, apparently privately believing they had done a good job. Tang Tian smiled. It's okay, just relax. I'm easy to talk to. The psychic, eh? I don't believe you. Song Wenquan looked at Tang Tian with even more admiration. This time, the main task was to cultivate paddy fields, but the most important thing was the high-quality soil produced by the Earth-type psychics. The work went smoothly. And Tang Tian had indeed not brought soybean paste this time, but instead a jar of sesame and peanut chili sauce. He spread a layer of it all over the pancake, then added the braised eggs and chicken thighs. The aroma was even richer than before, gradually wafting to other places, making everyone salivate. Song Wenquan still paid for the meal, and Tang Tian accepted the coupons without hesitation, believing hers might be even better than the food at the community cafeteria. Ah! Everyone was resting when a sudden scream erupted from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. What happened? Oh my god, so disgusting. Bug suddenly crawled out of someone's mouth. What? How could this happen? Tang Tian's brow furrowed at the key words. She temporarily handed the task over to Song Wenquan and headed in that direction. Meanwhile, several armed forces members arrived from other locations, guns drawn. When they approached, everyone was shocked, including Tang Tian. In the field, someone lay sprawled on the ground, their abdomen prominently protruding. A stream of red and white, even wriggling, liquid continuously gushed out of their mouth. Even their nostrils, ears, and eyes were pierced, instantly covering the entire person, with some burrowing into the soil below. A few compressed biscuits lay nearby. They were probably the person's rations for the day. However, while they were eating, a strange incident occurred. The compressed biscuits were also covered in the creatures that had been moved. These things were bugs? And they were swarming like noodles. Could they be parasites? Someone nearby took a few more glances and felt nauseous and vomited. Even the armed team members looked a little uneasy. Before they could act, a wave of alarms blared from the direction of the base's living quarters, gradually spreading across the vast land. One team member's face twisted slightly, and he said anxiously, "This is a level 1 alarm at the base. Something's definitely wrong." Tang Tian immediately shouted, "Are there any fire-type psychics here?" She called out several times, but no one answered her except for scrambling to get away and looking at each other in confusion. That was understandable though. Earth and water-type psychics were most prevalent on the land. I heard there were some fire-type psychics who had awakened, but because of their offensive power, they already been dispatched on missions and wouldn't be here. Luckily, a member of the armed forces, who had rushed over after hearing the news, raised his hand and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" Tang Tian nodded. Please burn him to prevent the insects from spreading further. What? Everyone was shocked. A companion who appeared to have come with a man devoured by the parasites glared at him with bloodshot eyes and roared in dissatisfaction. Just burn him. He's still alive. With so many parasites gnawing at him, do you think he'd still be alive? Tang Tian said coldly. And if we don't burn him, what if the parasites spread somewhere else? Can you take responsibility? Besides, the dead were already taken to the crematorium. This is just a premature cremation. The crowd immediately changed their tune, unanimously agreeing to cremate him, fearing the risk of parasite infection. The armed team member also agreed, raised his hand, formed a fireball, and threw it at the man with a bang. A fireball doesn't require ignition to start burning, and can reach temperatures much higher than an incinerator, without spreading to other areas. It's controlled by the psychic. So, besides attacking, fire-type psychics are also excellent fuel. At least there's no need to worry about making fire. In the burning flames, the man's body, along with the parasites, was charred, then turned black, and a pungent smell filled the air. Afterward, the team members retracted the flames. The corpses had already been reduced to charcoal, while the motionless parasites were reduced to ash by the wind. It seemed the flames were effective. Just then, many members of the armed forces received a call. The official orders were being issued. Work in the soil was suspended, and everyone returned to their quarters. Food was distributed. The armed forces followed the order, and sent those working in the soil home. But the psychics at the Chang'an base were not happy, and demanded to return. Tang Tian glanced at them. Do you think the Chang'an base doesn't have these anymore? That's not necessarily true. One of the psychics muttered, honestly, our base is much better than yours. We might have fewer patients. If we contracted an insect disease here, wouldn't that be a loss? At that moment, Tang Tian wanted to throw a fireball over. Tired, let's destroy it. But then Song Wenchuan stepped forward, sternly and sharply dissuading them. After all, he was a member of the armed forces. He couldn't always rely on Tang Tian. He had to grow on his own, and he had to do it faster. Tang Tian was naturally pleased to see him so quickly become independent, and together they settled all the people with special abilities. Just as she finished this task, another message came through her intercom. But this time, it wasn't an official order. For the time being, absolutely no food or water. Chen Buiyun spoke succinctly, stating the most important point first before beginning to explain. I heard from Io that the medical station has received many patients with similar symptoms today. Fatigue, fever, headache, abdominal pain, bloating, and diarrhea. During the examination, one patient even had worms crawling out of his body, and stool examination revealed worm eggs. The medical station immediately reported the matter to the authorities. This kind of parasite is likely caused by ingestion, so for now, absolutely do not eat or drink anything. Wait for further instructions. Got it. Are you all alright? Tang Tian asked, understanding the situation. Yeah, fortunately, Cheng Jing, Mom, and I have all been checked out, and we're fine for now. Chen Buiyun replied, his tone still urgent. Also, tell Aunt Wei, Tang Yi, and Aunt Wei. Both parties hung up. Song Wenchuan also heard the news, his face slightly horrified. This? I have to tell my parents too. Not to mention him, every member of the armed forces, if able, was contacting their families. They might be the breadwinners of a family, or even their children. With such a widespread disease, notification was imperative. Tang Tian also managed to break the news to Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi. Today, Wei Mingxia brought a batch of supplies to exchange for commercial bills, and Tang Yi was still working in the logistics department. However, they generally only ate food from the system, so the problem shouldn't be a big deal. But they hadn't expected to know about this before Tang Tian, because there were also patients with the insect disease outbreak there. Afterwards, all the survivors temporarily returned to their bases, awaiting official testing and the distribution of supplies. The armed forces, except for a group who stayed behind to maintain order, were also able to return. Tang Tian and Song Wenchuan were also able to go home first. On the way, she saw Shen Buiyun and Cheng Jing, who had come the other way. Shen Buiyun glanced at them, and said directly to Shen, let's go home together. Cheng Jing glanced at them. Hiss. Why did he feel like Brother Yun was deliberately emphasizing certain notes? Tang Tian didn't think too much of it, just taking it as a side trip. She kept thinking about those densely packed, rice-like things she'd seen earlier. Could they be insect eggs? But perhaps because of her own report, or perhaps because someone else had also reported it, the authorities responded quickly. Not only did they issue a notice, urging everyone on base to go to a nearby medical station for a checkup, but they also took out insecticides from the drugstore. The amount of insecticide was small, but fortunately, during the period of recuperation, drug research and pharmaceutical companies had also begun their own efforts, and now they were racing against the disease. The insect eggs and the resulting parasites were also sent to the research institute as research subjects. But not everyone on base was willing to follow orders. Some truly couldn't afford medical treatment, while others, not yet ill, believed they didn't have the disease and didn't believe it could be so serious. So they didn't seek examinations and continued to eat the food they had. As a result, after just a few days, they too began to experience abdominal pain and diarrhea. Before I could even get to the medical station for insecticide, the worms inside my body began scrambling to burrow out of every hole. Perhaps the food inside me was no longer enough for them. This must be a new type of parasite. Although the parasites from before the apocalypse also devoured humans, they weren't as fast. The bodies devoured by the parasites had no choice but to be taken directly to the crematorium and burned. Since the incinerator was running low on space, fire-type psychics were asked to fill it up. It sounded pretty hellish, but every parasite-infested corpse had to be disposed of. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxia stayed at home, their diets supported by their systems, but Tang Tian wasn't worried about the parasites. She was deeply concerned that other insects might appear in the future, besides parasites. So whenever she had free time these days, her family would make extra insect repellent balls to keep on hand. Tang Tian's newly purchased essential oil distiller also came in handy. Insect repellent, mosquito repellent, bite repair, and repellent for moths, ants, and cockroaches. She tried her best to find the ingredients to make all of them. Essential oils need to be diluted with water, so a single bottle can be used many times. Without the necessary ingredients, there's no need to make much in the early stages. The authorities understood this, so while pharmaceutical companies were producing internal insecticides, they were also producing pesticides within the factory. Everyone who voluntarily visited a medical station could receive a free insecticide. However, if they wanted to purchase more later, they would have to pay for it with a commercial bill to prevent people from deliberately hoarding the stock and selling it privately, depriving those in need of it. The Tang family received the insecticide, but none of them had any insect eggs in their bodies, so they stored it for now. The Shin family members all underwent examinations and were found to be parasite-free. However, to prevent the possibility of undetected parasite eggs or those that had been deposited over time, they still took preventative medication. After hearing that the medication was free, and having witnessed the tragic deaths of people whose stomachs had been ripped open by parasites, the remaining people finally became frightened and flocked to the medical station to collect the medication. Some also clamored for more medication with coupons and commercial bills, ultimately leaving Chongping Base's insecticide in short supply. So the Chuncheng bases banded together to help each other, and Chongping Base decided to purchase a batch of raw materials, a task once again assigned to the armed forces. However, another member of the armed forces had contracted parasites, so this time it was Tang Tian's turn. Tang Tian didn't mind. It was a good opportunity to go out and see if there were any other dangers, and to report them to the authorities in a timely manner so they could prepare in advance. Furthermore, after the psychics at Chang'an Base had responded countless times, they also boarded the return vehicle, taking their own psychics with them. Tang Tian boarded the bus, carrying her bag. She glanced around briefly. There were familiar faces, as well as team members she met a few times before in the administrative district. For example, Shen Boyun and Song Wenchuan, sitting next to each other. "Sister Tang, you're here?" Song Wenchuan was the first to greet her. "Come on, the bus is about to start." Tang Tian nodded, but without a second thought, she sat down next to Shen Boyun. Shen Boyun's expression had been sullen, though he always been like that. But as soon as Tang Tian sat down, his features softened, a faint smile playing across his face. He had to admit, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Chang'an Bay Psychic, Looks like there's something fishy going on? Chapter 99. The vehicle slowly started up, and soon pulled out of the base, and onto the main road. The cabin remained silent. The psychics from the Chang'an base were both concerned for Tang Tian and eager to return home, so they kept quiet, but they couldn't help but glance around. Song Wenchuan, wearing a helmet, lowered his head slightly and said nothing. This was work, and Shen Boyun wouldn't bother chatting about everyday matters. However, for some reason, he seemed to detect a faint scent, like a combination of flowers and spices. It was a long time before the apocalypse, and if Shen Yaowe hadn't been working in the beauty industry at the time, he probably wouldn't have recognized so many scents. The question was, where did this scent come from? It seemed a bit out of place in the apocalypse. And the person sitting closest to him was Tang Tian. Could it be that Tang Tian still had that kind of supplies? But if it was something like a bottle of perfume, it could probably be stored for years. Chen Boyun didn't want to dwell on it anymore. He simply quietly absorbed the subtle fragrance, feeling even his stress gradually ease. Or perhaps, it was simply because she was by his side. Tang Tian had no idea what he was thinking, but she would occasionally glance out the window. As for the scent on his body, it was of course from using the insect repellent oil at home after making it, so it was more or less stained with it. The vehicle was also on the elevated highway. Once it crossed, they would reach the Chang'an base, where they could send the psychics off and conduct transactions. About 20 minutes later, they arrived safely. Seeing the base gate, the psychics breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly picked up their bags, and waited to get off. Vehicles need to register to pass through the gate, but the gatekeeper unexpectedly said indifferently, "Entry into the base requires a test report proving you've been free of parasite eggs within the past 24 hours. It seems there are also patients with parasite eggs at the Chang'an base. This proves this isn't just a scourge at the Chang'an base." Tang Tian frowned upon hearing this. She hadn't even taken insecticide, so where did she get the proof? Not to mention her, half the armed team members in the car hadn't, and they had never heard of such a case. This rule was actually just announced, unless they knew it beforehand. The psychics hurriedly said, "We were previously members of the base. Here are our ID cards. It doesn't matter if they get in or not. Let us in first." To their surprise, the staff uniformly refused. "No, this is a newly issued rule, and we're just following orders. Otherwise, if parasite eggs were allowed into the base, none of us would be able to bear the consequences." After saying this, he glanced at them a few more times, intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were the ones carrying parasite eggs. The psychics were stunned. They had made contributions to the base after awakening their powers, but now, just for a business trip, they just turned their backs on them. Some were so angry that they were practically throwing dirt into their hands, wanting to smite the people in front of them. Luckily, some of the armed forces did have test reports, especially Shen Boyun, who had a team at the medical station. After some discussion, it was decided that these members would enter the base first, both to conduct the transaction and to report on the psychics. The psychics, indignant, re-entered the car, their hearts already chilled. Tang Tian and the other team members also boarded the car, opening the trunk completely. 10 minutes later, the water-type psychics, who had originally been at Chongping base, began to return one after another. They had even gone to the medical station to get their test results during their stay. It seemed the man was right. The conditions at Chang'an base might indeed be better than those at Chongping base. At least with this report, these psychics wouldn't be plagued by parasites. They couldn't even drink water now, but staying in the train compartment in warm weather was bound to make them thirsty. Thankfully, the water-type psychics were there. They still had extra mental energy to produce water, which would definitely be free of insect eggs. It could be said that during their time at Chang'an base, they relied solely on psychic water, and most people outside wanted it too, making them a good profit. This made them all feel very happy, sharing the psychic water, including the earth-type psychic. The air in the train compartment suddenly became relaxed, and they all started to chat about their current lives. Tang Tian couldn't stand being isolated. Just as she was about to use another canteen to get some water, Song Wenchuan, who also didn't have a test report, came over with a canteen. "Sister Tang, this supernatural water is for you." "Thank you." Tang Tian used the canteen to collect the water, but didn't drink it. Fortunately, she had a thirst-quenching drink before leaving today, so she wouldn't be thirsty for a while. Transactions at the base were also going smoothly. The armed team members loaded the goods onto other vehicles, and then gathered on the other vehicles. His eyes darkened, but there was a seat nearby, so he sat down. Tang Tian, ? No 2. This mission was finally halfway completed. Two daemons suddenly asked, "Are you from Chongping?" From the tone of their voices, it seemed they no longer wanted to tangle with the base. There weren't any special requirements, and if they could accommodate these psychics, that would naturally be the best. The armed team members explained, but they expected Chongping base to have similar regulations in the future. As the convoy returned, Tang Tian continued to gaze out the window. Despite the sunny breeze, a vast expanse of deserted land appeared, making the desolation even more apparent. But just then, the driver shouted, "Hey, look up there!" A sudden slam on the brakes jolted everyone awake. The armed team members looked and saw a group of dark, tennis-sized spheres rolling down the road ahead. "Oh my god! Are those bombs? Is there an enemy attack?" "Impossible. There shouldn't be any outside forces nearby. Tang Tian immediately leaned out the window and saw the small, round objects. But after a closer inspection, she suddenly realized that it appeared to be a living creature. A few luminous patterns appeared on its surface, pulsing slightly, growing brighter and brighter. Bang! 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 Before she could even speak, a series of explosions erupted, shaking the entire carriage. The only lingering smell was the burning smell. Earth-type psychics, create a wall of earth shields. Everyone get out! Tang Tian shouted, kicking the door open. The Earth-type psychics reacted quickly, following the command and creating a wall of earth that nearly enveloped everyone before exiting the train. Bang! 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 The chain of explosions continued without stopping, quickly burning the convoy to a crisp. After landing safely, Tang Tian quickly discovered that the explosion was indeed caused by those round objects. Without a closer look, they certainly looked like bombs. There were some other objects nearby that were still unmarked. Tang Tian took out a dagger and picked it up, only to be surprised. It was actually a beetle. The patterns were on its shell, and underneath it were limbs. It was clearly a bug. Previously, there were parasites, but now there were these exploding beetles. Could they also be mutants? Thanks to Tang Tian's timely command, the Earth-type psychics deployed defenses. The soil they produced was not only suitable for farming but also extremely strong, minimizing casualties. It was a pity that only a portion of the recently traded supplies was salvaged. Song Wenyuan hurriedly used his communication equipment to contact the base. Shen Boyun and Tang Tian exchanged glances and asked, "Is this the next natural disaster?" Calling it a natural disaster isn't quite right, but it's definitely something we need to deal with together, and we don't know how long it will last. Tang Tian replied softly, pointing at the beetle carcasses. These are definitely mutants, but we don't know if there will be other mutants in the future. If this were true, this natural disaster would probably have to be renamed an insect plague. Hey! Those round things are rolling over ahead again. Someone screamed in fear, and before they could even catch their breath, their hearts were in their throats. The armed team immediately opened fire. Fortunately, as expected, the mutants, like bombs, could be detonated in advance, and the explosions would spread across the entire area. The Earth-type psychics quickly built a defensive earth wall, and with the combined efforts of both sides, they were able to temporarily suppress the wave. The vehicles were destroyed, and the survivors could only constantly call for support and seek safer ground. Thankfully, this place wasn't far from Chomping Base, and the last convoy of support vehicles arrived. Back at the base, the groups parted ways, each still terrified by the aftermath of the exploding beetles. Reporting the information to the office building, Yang Gan immediately issued orders to expand the base's perimeter, install defense systems, and strengthen attacks. Even routine patrols were to be expanded, and any insects encountered would be dealt with directly. Furthermore, after a call with Chang'an Base, they planned to implement a testing report requirement, otherwise, travel to other areas might be temporarily impossible. Of course, the medical station still had many patients with parasitic diseases. Come to think of it, all the survivors at the base, excluding some children, have already been trained at the training camp. But most of the survivors currently possess psychics, so I wonder if psychic training should be put on the agenda as well. Yang Gan crossed his arms and thought. Although he himself lacked psychic powers, he had access to information on numerous psychics, and could examine their abilities. Shen Boyun pondered for a moment and replied, "Captain Yang, Earth-type psychics can not only produce high-quality soil, but can even be used for attack and defense. I wonder if everyone knows this. And psychics with other attributes might be able to do the same. Perhaps we could give it a try." Tang Tian remained silent, having never demonstrated her true psychic abilities in front of others. The matter was finalized, and the authorities, without further elaboration, shared the details with every survivor at the base. Mutants have struck again, and because they're mutated insects, no one can predict what kind they be or how many more rounds they attack. It's practically a state of national mobilization. Perhaps the authorities have also recognized the need for mental strength, and they opened up psychic training to the training camp, though this time it's not mandatory. It's just that those psychics who believe they're superior might actually opt for training. At the medical station, patients with worm infestations continue their treatment. Although this parasite grows rapidly, fortunately, current medications can kill some of the infestations. With more treatment, the eggs can be completely eliminated. However, those who are already gnawed by the insects before treatment, or who lack the funds for additional medication, will ultimately end up in the crematorium, or even be burned directly by fire-based psychics. Earthwork has also gained a new task, effectively exterminating insects after uncovering the eggs. After settling into Chongping, the Earth-based psychics originally stationed at the Chang'an base found their work more convenient, taking on the additional task of exterminating insects. If you wish to leave, you must go to the medical station branch in advance for an egg test and obtain a report. This applies to both entering and exiting. After the defenses surrounding the base were completed, the explosive beetles arrived. When the sentries in the watchtower spotted the swarm of beetles slowly rolling towards them, they immediately sounded a loud alarm. All the beetle surfaces were covered in yellow streaks, emitting a shimmering golden light. Compared to the size of tennis balls seen last time, some had grown to the size of rugby balls. The streaks on their bodies had become denser, covering their entire surface, and their shells seemed to have become even harder. Thankfully, the authorities were aware of the attack method and immediately launched a long-range attack, even deploying helicopters. The sounds of strafing and the rumbling of detonations continued, with explosions and fires cascading one after another, filling the scene with thick smoke. These exploding beetles seemed to be carrying out suicide attacks, their own destruction upon detonation. But as the chain of explosions grew, they eventually destroyed some of the base's defenses, allowing some smaller beetles to slip through and reach the main gate. Boom! Boom! The small explosions continuously pounded the base gate, attempting to breach it and allow the next wave of beetles to follow. But the base had already summoned Earth-type espers, who continuously produced solid soil behind the gate to block it, like a shield. In addition, some had awakened other esper powers, which they used only after training and gradually mastered. One team let out a forceful roar, and larger rocks slowly formed in the air around their hands. These rocks were even harder than soil, indicating the presence of stone-type esper powers. Several more espers continued their efforts, tightly connecting the large stones to the base's gate, forming a more solid defense. These were the gold-type espers. The tower defense battle raged for several hours, and finally, all the explosive beetle swarms that could be monitored outside the base were detonated, averting the crisis. A pungent odor slowly enveloped the front of the base, but almost everyone could hear the continuous explosions on the front lines. Only after confirming the end of the attack did all the armed forces retreat back to the base. This time, thanks to the espers, casualties were minimized. Otherwise, with such a high concentration of forces, the gate might have been breached. After this battle, the espers' reputation within the base soared, earning them much acclaim and admiration, becoming something of a savior. Some psychics were able to remain modest, while others became complacent, not only enjoying everything but also demanding more from the base. They would become sullen at the slightest dissatisfaction, and some even left Chongping base in anger for other bases. Several bases had been attacked by mutant insects, and understanding the importance of psychics' abilities, they offered high rewards to attract more psychics to join, making it seem like a large-scale auction. However, some psychics, who had grown accustomed to Chongping base remained, but chose to secretly develop their own businesses. Water-attributed psychics were especially lucrative, selling water to the point of making a killing. The authorities, however, turned a blind eye, as long as they didn't go too far. Afterwards, the base was indeed attacked by 2 more waves of explosive beetles. With increasing skill in resisting, they emerged victorious. The authorities officially designated this disaster as an insect plague. Tang Tian listened to the news on the radio while tapping on the system and casually preparing a few new psychic delicacies. Garlic's ability is Dispel, but it's used as a seasoning in dishes. She hadn't expected to find coconuts in the ocean, a prime source of food. Coconuts can be made into desiccated coconut using a grinder, coconut oil using an oil machine, and coconut milk using a can, all of which can be used in special dishes. She also made a coconut milk osmanthus cake, which significantly boosts her perception. Tang Tian also remembered the earth sensibility she had unlocked earlier. Combining these two would be very useful during an insect infestation. After enjoying a quick snack, Tang Tian retrieved her phone, which still had some battery left. Sure enough, there was a signal, but I couldn't connect to the internet yet. I casually opened an app left over from before the apocalypse, but it was completely empty. And I heard the base would soon release a new phone card, completely revitalizing the era of communication. Buzz? After finishing her coconut milk osmanthus cake, Tang Tian immediately noticed the subtle movement and clapped her hand to the source. Woof woof. Tan Tan jumped and flicked his tail, trying to see what it was. But when Tang Tian opened her palm, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was a completely shattered mosquito, a black mass, more than 10 times larger than the blood-sucking mosquitoes common before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, mosquitoes this large would have been feeding on nectar, but in the apocalypse, she didn't think mosquitoes would be so friendly. This must be a mutated mosquito, Tang Tian frowned. Perhaps the temperature had been normal recently, so the house was well ventilated, and these mutated mosquitoes had bred in through the cracks. She quickly closed the doors and windows of her home, added an extra layer of protection, and asked Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia to continue making insect-repellent balls and mosquito-repellent oil. The current temperature was indeed ideal for the reproduction of various mosquitoes. Even though the cleanup team at the base had done their best to dispose of all the carcasses, it seemed they still couldn't keep up with the insects' rapid growth. Officials had carried out pest control in the planting and livestock areas, and the parasitic disease had just stabilized, but the subsequent situation remained critical. Woo! Tan Tan raised his paw and scratched the back of his neck. This was a normal movement for him, but this time he did it from time to time, making a humming sound. After a bath, Tang Tian felt something was wrong. She parted the fur in that area and discovered a small bump. Although Tantan's hair was short, it was a darker color, almost black, and the bump was so tightly attached to the skin that it was practically invisible without close inspection. Could this be an insect too? Tang Yi asked. Recently, Tang Tian often took Tantan with her on patrols. After a temporary reprieve from parasitic diseases, common insects like mosquitoes, flies, fleas, and ticks have reappeared, seemingly mutated and with noticeable differences in appearance. Flies constantly lay maggots, and other insects can trigger severe allergic reactions upon bite. Blisters and red rashes are considered mild symptoms, but some people still suffer from unbearable itching, scratching themselves, and eventually dying from infection. In civilian areas, where sanitation is particularly poor, not only are these insect bites spreading diseases, but authorities are now focusing on large-scale pest control in these areas. Ticks are even more difficult to prevent. Sometimes people don't even notice they've been bitten, and ticks must be handled by professionals. Self-removal can easily cause injury. Dogs are also very susceptible to tick bites, which is why there are so few dogs at the base these days. Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxia surrounded Tan Tan, who was sticking out his tongue. If they had superpowers, this would be much easier. Tang Tian found a pair of tweezers, increased her speed to maximum, and quickly extracted the tick. Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, meanwhile, prepared their purification and healing powers, one ready, the other ready, as soon as the former had found the tick. This would detoxify and quickly heal the wound. Woof! Tan Tan barked, sounding a little relieved. While Tan Tan's case was easily dealt with, most of the others were still affected, forcing the medical station to begin pest control. Even several members of the armed forces were bitten by mosquitoes, requiring surgery or contracting infectious diseases, instantly reducing their combat effectiveness by more than half. If another Zerg attack had occurred at this point, the possibility of the base being invaded would have been even greater. The awakening of the psychic powers seemed to have strengthened the physiques of the psychic. While they were injured, they weren't fatal, but they were still severely tortured. So the authorities resumed the air spraying, twice a day, with notices issued before the operation, asking everyone to temporarily return indoors and wait. Helicopters and drones flew slowly across the sky, leaving behind a strong, pungent odor. Tang Tian, thanks to the insect-repellent essential oil, avoided mosquitoes and even found time to get a new phone card. The number of phone cards was limited, and just like the internet, which was only accessible in the administrative district office building, only personnel in a few staff positions were eligible, and they had to pay a fee. Call packages vary in price, but the cheapest ones require several hundred points. It's simply out of the question for ordinary people to shell out the money, especially since they might not even have a phone. Tang Tian thought she'd give it a try, so she opened 3 of the cheapest ones and used them at home. She also installed them for Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia. It wasn't much use for calls or texts, but the signal in the central area was pretty good, almost always full. Luckily, the Shin family hadn't thrown away their phones. Firstly, they still had a lot of stuff in them, and secondly, they figured they'd eventually be able to communicate again. Now, the wait had finally come. After hearing that the Tang family had also activated call service, Chen Yaowei connected, and the two exchanged contact information. Shen Boyun's ability to summon wind allowed him to create a protective shield around himself, and he could also extend it to others, so Cheng Jing was fine. As for Chen Yaowei, she was currently at the medical station, where the disinfection was at least effective, keeping out mosquitoes. But one day, Tang Tian suddenly received a text message from her, which read, "Tang Tian, I discovered my superpower." Chapter 100. Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. It seems that Chen Yaoyue's ability must be different from many others, otherwise she wouldn't have texted herself. I hadn't noticed it before, but later I realized that I seemed to be able to heal wounds. I tried it once, but it was exhausting after just one try, so I didn't tell the medical station yet. Could it be a healing ability? That would be quite rare for the base. Chen Yaoyue's approach was quite correct. If the medical station, which was often on the verge of collapse, knew about it, who knows how it would be abused. So what are your plans for the future? Well, I have an idea. I want to change jobs. Tang Tian didn't know. After all, it was Chen Yaoyue's own idea. She didn't expect to see him in the armed forces just a few days later. Chen Boyun sighed helplessly. Chen Yaoyue wanted to resign from the medical station. Her family had no objections. She just had to make up her mind. But unexpectedly, after leaving, she turned around and joined the armed forces, under the pretext of working with her brother. Come on, who exactly could she be working with? But part of the reason was Chen Yaoyue's mysterious supernatural power. Tang Tian pulled Tan Tan, becoming interested, and asked curiously. It was the evening shift, and the snow-blue sky gradually overshadowed the dim chrysanthemum red, and a crescent moon slowly climbed up. The view was dim, with tiny tea-sized lights on the buildings, and a faint smell of insecticide lingered on the tip of her nose. Chen Yaoyue opened her palm, and released her supernatural power. A palm-sized ball of light quickly appeared in her palm. Tan Tan stared at the ball of light, its reflection reflected in its dark pupils, as if it had found an interesting toy. He sat beside Tang Tian, wagging his tail. I originally thought it was just a light, something to illuminate. But then I discovered that if placed next to a wound, this ball of light can heal, especially external injuries. If the wound isn't large, it heals at a visible rate. Tang Tian touched it and found that, unlike her own light-attributed orbs, it didn't feel warm, but rather a chill. This feeling was more like the moonlight I imagined. Tang Tian withdrew her hand and smiled. This ability is quite suitable for the armed forces. After all, the armed forces have logistics and medical services. If you master this ability, it will be very convenient. Chen Yaoyue put away the ball of light, and put her hands on her hips, proudly. Because she had a son, Shen Boyun, at home, she had already obtained her training camp certificate. Logistics is a bit slow. I'm directly on the front lines, where I can treat the wounded as soon as I see them. Isn't that great? Alright, you should practice your powers more first. Chen Boyun squinted, his voice strangely jealous. However, the authorities had also noticed that psychics might have MP bars, and Tang Tian reminded them that practicing powers and cultivating mental strength had become a daily necessity for all psychics. Of course, some people didn't believe it. Those who were born with stronger mental strength than ordinary people, and could unleash more superpowers, naturally didn't believe it. After a few jokes, the three of them and the dog began their night patrol. On this relatively quiet night, besides patrolling, those still working probably had to include the cleanup team as well. They passed many people sweeping the streets. But with fewer bodies, the only ones left to clean up were the dead insects, which gave them a glimpse of just how numerous the insects were. Tang Tian also applied insect repellent essential oil to Tan Tan, which should keep fleas and ticks at bay. Chen Boyun also applied Qi Feng protection to himself and Chen Yaoyue, but they could still occasionally hear the lingering buzzing sound. Using flashlights, they had already reached the area near the planting area. Thankfully, these insects didn't seem interested in the plants. Overhead, there was a faint sound of rotor blades, probably from a drone used for reconnaissance. Since the planting and livestock areas began operating in an orderly manner, the petty thefts that had previously occurred had resurfaced, and their patrols were now covering these as well. After their inspection, Tang Tian and the others were about to leave when a sudden thud was heard not far away, followed by something crashing to the ground. The sound was remarkably similar to a drone crash. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sudden sound of insects, accompanied by the rustling of wings, was enough to give one goosebumps. Tan Tan jumped anxiously on the spot, barking loudly. The rustling sound intensified. The three of them focused their lights on it, only to discover that a dense swarm of insects was flying in from afar. And these insects weren't going anywhere, targeting only the fields in the planting area, quickly descending on the various crops there. Tang Tian quickly shifted the lights, only then could he see that the large insects had already begun to devour the crops. The drone from before had successfully destroyed them. Chen Yaoyue's face changed. Huh? Locusts are pests to everyone, and there's even a separate disaster called a locust plague. Every locust plague involves a large, widespread invasion of large numbers, devouring farmland in a short period of time. Furthermore, since they usually hide at night and come out during the day, even their habits have changed. Tang Tian and Shen Boyun had already turned on their walkie-talkies to report, but the cropping area wasn't limited to this one. Perhaps other cropping areas were also affected by the locust plague, and the authorities responded swiftly, dispatching pest control equipment shortly thereafter. But the locusts seemed to sense the danger, and most of them began to fly away, leaving behind the ravaged crops. Tang Tian and the others left the area after noticing the insecticide spray, and their patrol came to a temporary halt. But the locust plague was truly ongoing. The mutated species could invade large swathes of crops at any time of day or night, devouring them with incredible speed, even those newly planted. So, in addition to the official exterminators, many powerful psychics also joined in. Fire-based psychics, in particular, have almost mastered the ability to control their flames. Some exceptional ones can even direct their flames to the locusts without harming the crops below. Batches of scorched locusts fell, emitting a fragrant aroma. While individual locusts are edible, a swarm of them produces toxins, especially when they are mutants. The authorities, knowing people's nature, repeatedly warned against eating these locusts, but faced with this potentially free bite of meat, some still secretly took them. Agriculture is fundamental, and everyone joined the locust extermination effort. To quickly resolve the locust plague, the base's exchange center reopened, allowing people to exchange locust carcasses corresponding in weight for points and food coupons. Those who owned land and cultivated the crops hated the locusts even more, even paying exorbitant fees to hire psychics to exterminate them. The authorities also began to improve the ecological environment of the locust-stricken areas. After all, before the apocalypse, people had various control methods. All they needed to do was rearrange the areas as best they could. Tang Tian didn't rush to exchange items this time. Instead, she and Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia did their part to prevent other insects from entering their homes. After a while, the locust plague gradually subsided, though agriculture was still decimated. Thankfully, it wasn't completely destroyed, and the underground planting areas hadn't been devoured by the locusts. They were still growing and producing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including the Tang and Shen families. However, Tang Tian still had the ability to sense in her ability column, and her intuition told her that the insect plague hadn't ended with the end of the locust plague. But after using Earth Sense, perhaps due to a low level, she didn't sense anything in the soil. However, after using the coconut milk-based cooking sense, she could always detect signs of insects, even if she couldn't see them with her own eyes. Luckily, she had an extra trick up her sleeve. Tan Tan, who was incredibly sensitive to alien creatures, Tan Tan lived up to expectations, baring his teeth in a certain direction and making a sound to warn them, practically speaking out loud. But the windows at home were mostly closed lately, and they were using various insect repellent measures. Would insects still come in? Tang Tian still chose to trust Tan Tan and used her supernatural sense again. An outline quickly formed in her mind, a bright color emerging in the darkness, indicating that it had been sensed. And that silhouette was an insect, more like a large fluttering moth. Boom! Tang Tian impulsively fired a fireball in that direction, aiming it to burn only the object she intended to harm without damaging anything else. As the flames touched it, the insect materialized and fluttered to the ground. It was a fluttering moth, reduced to charcoal, motionless. But as it fell, a wisp of scale powder emanated from its wings. The colorless, odorless scale powder made Tang Tian dizzy. She quickly pulled out her gas mask and put it on, telling Tan Tan to stay away, while Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia took up defense. If it only manifested itself when attacked, then not only was it a mutated fluttering moth, but it might have already quietly infiltrated the base. Tang Tian hurriedly reported the news, while Tang Yi informed the Shen family. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late in their discovery. The medical station was already overflowing with patients suffering from injuries requiring treatment. They were extremely resistant to treatment, and even attacked medical staff, causing even greater harm. Some were self-harming, others were suddenly attacking each other. If they were using cold weapons, it would be fine, but with the high destructive power of hot weapons and supernatural powers, the casualties were even greater. After Tang Tian finished her report, she turned around and saw Tang Yi frowning. It turned out that she had made several consecutive calls, but no one from the Shen family had replied. Remembering that it was a day off, Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. She immediately went to the next door, and used telekinesis to force the door open. As expected, Yan Chanhua, Shen Boyun, Shen Yaowei, and Cheng Jing, who were not as prepared as the Tang family, had all collapsed in the living room. Using her perception ability, Tang Tian discovered that the room was filled with a dense swarm of giant, fluttering moths, covering every wall. This sent a chill down her spine. Knowing that these fluttering moths could become invisible and emit poisonous scale powder, poisoning an entire family would be a piece of cake. Tang Tian immediately summoned a fireball. No, given the sheer number of moths, she had to summon a wall of fire. Boom! One by one, the burning moths materialized, their bodies cascading to the ground, some reduced to ash. And these flames wouldn't harm the Shin family. After dispatching most of the poisonous moths, Tang Tian quickly unleashed her purifying ability to mitigate the toxicity. Shin Boyun, the psychic, was the first to awaken. Squinting, he spotted the fireball in Tang Tian's hand and opened his eyes in shock. She is also a psychic? You're awake? Tang Tian immediately explained. A new Zerg has appeared. This time, they've probably already entered the base, easily crippling its defenses. Hurry up and find a gas mask and put it on. The scales of these insects are poisonous. She then adjusted her own mask and kicked the insect corpses on the floor. Shin Boyun struggled to his feet and obediently found several gas masks for everyone to wear, then put on his own. Suddenly, his voice was grave. You are also a psychic? When were you poisoned? Shin Boyun naturally assumed that only poisonous fog could give people a chance to awaken their powers. Tang Tian paused before finding an excuse. Just a while ago. The symptoms were mild, and I recovered before I even went to the medical station for treatment. And then I developed my powers. Now that Shin Boyun had seen her, she'd probably only be able to use her fire powers in front of others. That wasn't a big deal though. Fire powers are currently one of the most powerful. Others would simply say she was lucky to have awakened it. But Shin Boyun didn't seem to think so. For some reason, beneath his mask, he seemed a little angry. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "How can you not go to the medical center just because the symptoms are mild? What if it's a new symptom?" Only after he finished speaking did he realize he'd been a little harsh. He never treated Tang Tian like that before. But her rather nonchalant attitude and tone had infuriated him. That was a poisonous fog with a very high mortality rate. Even if one could awaken powers, the vast majority of people would still die. How could Tang Tian say that so casually? Only then did he realize he was afraid she suffered the same fate. The thought of her leaving filled him with anger instead of fear. Tang Tian didn't say anything, and Shin Boyun was also silent, leaving the atmosphere slightly awkward. But Tang Tian understood that he'd lost his composure entirely out of concern for her. Shin Boyun coughed lightly. "Sorry." Before he could finish, Tang Tian suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. "I understand what you mean. I won't do that again next time, okay?" "No, maybe you don't understand." Shin Boyun silently replied, his hand unconsciously grasping the hand on his arm. The calluses he already developed from training must have thickened, they tickled as he rubbed them. His palms were warm, but his fingertips still held a hint of chill. Thankfully, they were still wearing gas masks, so they couldn't see each other's faces. Otherwise, Tang Tian suddenly felt like he might have lost his composure. Ahem. A noise interrupted them, and the two men immediately let go of each other's hands. What happened? Chen Yaowei and Cheng Jing also woke up. They touched their gas masks, and seeing Yin Chunhua beside them, they hurriedly stood up to help. After Shin Boyun finished his explanation, they were fully awake, and Yin Chunhua also slowly woke up. This kind of venomous moth only needs to be attacked to reveal itself. Shin Boyun's wind ability should also be able to do it, so Tang Tian prepared to go back. Looking at the Shin family's door, she said embarrassedly, this door might need repairing." Shin Boyun smiled. "It's okay, you go back first. Tang Yi and Aunt Wei are still home." In the hallway, Tang Tian also threw a few fireballs, and as expected, the bodies of venomous moths fell. It was unknown how far the entire base had been invaded, but outside, the sounds of various weapons, and the unique light of fire-type psychics could be heard again. The next day, the official radio broadcast announced the arrival of this new type of insect. This moth's peculiar mimicry isn't so much a cloak of invisibility, as it is a hallucinogenic one, making it so easily undetectable. And its scale powder is indeed toxic, even hallucinogenic, which is why it attacks its companions or harms itself. Therefore, precautions must be taken, just as they were during the poisonous fog. Because the moths are invisible, it's currently unknown how many there are within the base, so a comprehensive sweep is necessary, which will be a significant undertaking. Tang Tian's supernatural powers couldn't be concealed, and Yang Gan was naturally delighted to learn of them, especially fire-related ones. The armed team went on their mission as usual. To combat the phantom moths, the armed team even recruited several fire-related superpowers to help them hunt them down. When Tang Tian first teamed up with them, she could clearly sense their complacency and disdainful looks. "Little girl, you haven't used a fireball much yet, have you? Would you like me to teach you?" One of the team members, a cigarette tucked between his ears, extended his index finger, and a wisp of flame appeared at the tip. It was truly the best lighter. These people must have trained in their abilities at training camp, where each attribute was trained separately. Since they had never seen Tang Tian at training camp, they naturally assumed she was the weakest among them. Forget it, just watch us do it. The man, seeing Tang Tian's expressionless face and feeling bored, quickly transformed the flame into a fireball and launched it in a certain direction, incinerating a group of venomous moths. Tang Tian quietly used her perception ability. The venomous moths were so numerous that a single fireball anywhere could incinerate a whole wave. But now, thanks to the fireball thrown by the man, Tang Tian could see many venomous moths fluttering their wings and flying straight towards them. She snorted coldly and suddenly unleashed her supernatural power. A barrier of orange-red flames, like a giant egg, completely enveloped her. Hiss! The sounds of roasting raged in the air. The poisonous moths, like moths to a flame, crashed into the flame barrier, each revealing its true form. The other team members then realized that they had already begun their active attack, but the man with the cigarette's pupils trembled when he saw Tang Tian use the flame barrier. His initial mental power was already deeper, and after training, he had figured out how to use fire-based supernatural powers for defense. He was the first to come up with this method, and he had taught it to other supernatural users, earning him much praise. How could this young woman in front of him possibly have mastered it so easily? Must have heard it from someone else. Boom! Just as he was thinking this, a fireball suddenly exploded before his eyes, causing screams to echo. Fuck, are you crazy? Why are you attacking us? You're crazy! Supernatural fireballs are dangerous. However, Tang Tian had already sensed the attack and had already slipped away more than 10 meters away. But those team members, who hadn't expected to be attacked by their own people, were in trouble. The man with the cigarette next to his ear not only caught fire, but also his ear. Tang Tian looked over. The team member who had launched the fireball had his gas mask removed at some point. His eyes were bloodshot from absorbing a large amount of hallucinogenic toxic scale powder, and he was still rubbing the fireball in his hands. She sighed, then took the initiative to draw her gun, aiming and shooting at him. The gun wasn't loaded with live ammunition, but rubber bullets. She crippled him first. After all, psychics use their hands to release their powers, because humans often use their hands. If they don't have hands, they can actually release them anywhere with practice. Psychics can also try to control their magical power, unlike ordinary people who are absolutely bound to escape once touched. In the end, they extinguished the fire, but they did get burned. What bad luck. Hey, hurry up and make a barrier out of the flames. The man, upset after wasting a cigarette, simply ignored Tang Tian and put on a serious attitude, focusing all his energy on the moths. He then called for support to carry the downed man away for treatment. The man never even glanced at her until all the moths in the area were eliminated, and Tang Tian didn't care. Mission accomplished, mission accomplished. Later, the raw materials for insecticide production ran low again, but the authorities suddenly remembered the possibility of using drugs to repel insects, and were currently considering a solution. Tang Tian couldn't help but think of her own collection of Chinese medicinal herbs. She had already prepared a batch of herbal remedies, and the level 3 herb garden was consistently producing herbs, so there must be herbs the authorities needed. So Tang Tian picked a day off, registered, and drove out. After pretending to be busy all day, she contacted Gu Bin before returning. After entering the base, she would only greet Gu Bin briefly or see him at training camp or in the armed forces. It was said that he had also awakened a superpower during the poisonous fog, a highly supportive water-based superpower, so he should be working elsewhere at this time. However, he had been a new recruit before the apocalypse, so he was very obedient and went wherever he was told. After all, he was contributing to the base, and still had connections with the authorities. After contacting her and explaining his reason for contacting her, Gu Bin readily agreed. Tang Tian, you're amazing. I heard there's a shortage of medicinal herbs everywhere in Chuncheng right now. Where did you get them? Tang Tian casually made up a barter excuse, saying her home needed pest control. Gu Bin quickly believed her, and said he would help make the contact. So Tang Tian drove back with the goods, but nowadays, only point coupons and commercial bills were in circulation, so the exchange of goods was actually less frequent. Furthermore, for some daily necessities, medicine, and fuel, commercial bills were more important than point coupons. However, with Tang Tian's cargo, she could exchange it for a large amount of point coupons and commercial bills, achieving what ordinary people would consider as sudden wealth without much difficulty. Although the officials were puzzled, and Tang Tian's actions did evoke suspicions of past speculation, the cargo was genuine, so there was no hesitation. Instead, They returned to express their gratitude. Happily, Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxiao returned to sort out the point coupons and commercial bills, and then went out to make some purchases. But they didn't expect that after a while, someone stumbled to the 10th floor and knocked on the door of the Shen family next door. Chapter 101. That day, Yan Chunhua was taking a break. She opened the door, only to find Yan Huai, who had already moved out. Yan Huai's face was pale, with faint dark circles under his eyes, yet his eye sockets were red. And he pursed his lips, looking as if he was about to cry but couldn't. My dad is completely crazy. Yan Huai still worked in the logistics department, but since he gained water-attributed abilities, like most people with abilities, he'd been working in water production, an easy job with a good pay. It was a good job, but he initially didn't know about mental energy and often felt exhausted from exhaustion. Yin Lei, who hadn't awakened his abilities, had no idea and didn't believe his son's words, believing Yan Huai was just slacking off. Or perhaps Yan Shua's death had had a profound impact on him, and he placed all his energy and hopes on Yan Huai, becoming even more demanding and forcing him to work even harder. Especially with the insect infestation, the serpentine moths are hiding everywhere. Exhausted and unable to bear Yan Lei's nervousness, Yan Huai finally sneaked out to find Yan Chunhua, hoping to be taken in, at least to rest. Before Yan Chunhua could answer, Shen Buiyun, who had listened to the entire process from behind the door, stepped out in her place. He had heard from other psychics that after consuming the mutated cactus from the base, their strength seemed to be restored. Since people already understood the concept of mental power, they believed that the mutated cactus could restore the mental strength of psychics. After the authorities learned of this, they immediately began to plant cactus in large quantities again, and the price subsequently dropped. It has become an indispensable food on the tables of psychics. Unexpectedly, after Shen Buiyun finished speaking, Yan Huai suddenly became anxious. He leaned against the door and shouted, "Of course I know all that, but that's not what I want. Aunt, cousin, my dad's gone mad. He just wants me dead. Just trust me, let me stay at your house for a few days." Yan Huai spoke, tears welling up in his eyes, and he even tried to force his way in. Yan Huai and Yan Lei had already moved out, and their relationship with the Shen family was fading. Now, in the end times, Shen Buiyun couldn't let them back in. As they were struggling at the door, someone suddenly climbed up the 10th floor. After taking a few breaths, they came forward and grabbed Yan Huai, their face filled with anger. "Yan Huai, how dare you run away here without me? Come back with me." It turned out to be Yan Lei. The former kept pulling, but Yan Huai clung to the door frame, refusing to let go, his throat emitting strange cries. Yan Chunhua couldn't bear it, and tried to persuade him. "Come on, as a father, you don't even care about your son's health? Yan Huai is already so exhausted, and you're forcing him to work. He's already been skimping on food and water." But Yan Lei, for some unknown reason, immediately let go, veins popping out of his forehead as he flew into a rage. "What's your business? It's only natural for me to care for my son, unlike your son who kills without blinking an eye." Yan Chunhua's face darkened. "Third brother, what are you talking about? Isn't it?" Yan Lei, seemingly ready to vent his anger, immediately opened up. "Don't think I don't know. You killed Xiao Shu. If I had evidence, I would have sued you and had you arrested and executed." Shen Buiyun looked at the enraged Yan Lei without saying a word, but when he looked at the dazed Yan Huai, he sensed something was amiss. Yan Huai came here, seemingly without protection? Oh no! Wait! Shen Buiyun pulled Yan Chunhua over and led her into the house. He quickly donned his gas mask and asked sternly, "Uncle, didn't you and Yan Huai take any protection all the way here? There are poisonous moths everywhere now. They'd be poisonous." "Bullshit! Don't try to change the subject. Besides, the base is sending people out to eliminate them every day. Where do all those poisonous insects come from?" Yan Lei glared at Shen Buiyun, like two sharp knives, determined to slice him into pieces. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Yan Huai, come back with me." Yan Lei, completely disbelieving Shen Buiyun, grabbed Yan Huai again and was about to leave, but Yan Huai seemed to come to his senses. His eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly pulled a dagger from his pocket and stabbed it straight at Yan Lei's arm. Yan Lei screamed in pain and let go, but Yan Huai, like a madman, stabbed him in the neck again, drawing blood with every strike. "I told you to force me. I told you to force me. If you have the guts, go awaken your own superpowers. Why rely on me?" Yan Lei instinctively tried to stop him, but Yan Huai was young and well-trained, and his strikes were swift and accurate. A large pool of blood soon formed on the ground, and he gradually fell silent. But even until Yin Lei's death, Yin Huai didn't stop stabbing, still mumbling. Looking like he was deeply poisoned, he must have been. Shen Buiyun frowned tightly. He unleashed his superpowers, forming a hiss. The poisonous moths that were attacked fell one after another. The corridor was clearly sealed, so how could they have gotten in? Luckily, whenever he went out, he always wrapped himself in wind attributes. After destroying all the poisonous moths in the corridor, Yin Huai finally stopped wielding the dagger. His body staggered, and he fell into a pool of blood, splashing several streaks. It's unclear whether he realized he was dying, but when Shen Buiyun turned him over, his face showed no fear, but rather a hint of relief. Shen Buiyun went into the house and told everyone what had happened. There was only silence and occasional sighs, but no one said anything. After that, he immediately rushed to report the death to Yin Lei and Yin Huai and sent them to the crematorium. The poisoned bodies had to be cremated to completely eliminate the poison. Just moments ago, they were meeting, and the next moment, they were reduced to ashes. There were so many unexpected things in the apocalypse. The Tang family was unaware of this. After splitting up into 3 groups to make their purchases, they each quietly stored the supplies in the warehouse before returning. After some observation, Tang Tian discovered that the 10th floor had fewer, if not none, venomous moths than the other floors. This was likely the work of the Shen family. The 3 of them possessed flame barriers, keeping the moths at bay. The phantom moths' movements were inherently invisible and mysterious. Although they would reappear after being attacked, they couldn't unleash large-scale weapons fire on the living quarters, and psychics couldn't just attack like headless flies every day. So, the more supportive water, earth, and wood elements each developed their own attack methods, causing a chaotic swarm of elements throughout the base, all aimed at repelling the hidden moths. However, before the moth problem was resolved, a new species of insect was discovered underground. Aside from their fist-sized bodies, they looked like ordinary ants. But in an insect plague, all insects were no pushovers. So the first victims appeared. Stung by these ants, they either felt like burning or developed blisters and tissue necrosis. If they developed further allergies, they didn't even have time to get to a medical station. Some, after losing their aggressiveness, were dragged underground by the ants. Clearly, these mutant ants were extremely dangerous and aggressive to humans. As a member of the armed forces, Tang Tian, who could frequently travel, naturally observed this. She witnessed the mutant ant colony with her own eyes, countless ants marching in an orderly manner across the ground. Their originally red carapaces looked more like a stretch of red copper, and from a distance, they even resembled a flowing flame. But based on the habits of ants before the apocalypse, the authorities quickly devised a countermeasure this time. First, they used smoke bombs and chemicals to forcibly disrupt the attack. Then, they used heavy firepower, such as large-caliber weapons, to suppress the attack. It was said that other bases even deployed heavy machinery, such as tanks, to crush the enemy. The next most pressing concern is the flames wielded by fire-type psychics. It seems no creature in this world can completely defend itself against them. Even so, the mutant ants continue to appear in endless numbers, often launching surprise attacks, causing unbearable distress to the inhabitants of the base. After using her earth-sensing ability, Tang Tian visualized a dense swarm of ants, but beyond that, there was a massive outline, like a small castle. Oh, ant colonies always have a queen. The queen is always protected underground and possesses a powerful reproductive capacity. If she isn't eliminated, the mutant ant colony will continue to grow in number, perhaps even more. Fortunately, Tang Tian possessed this special ability, allowing her to barely sense the queen ant's location. She just had to make up a pretext to get everyone else on the road. So, officials began digging underground to search for the queen ant, at least to eliminate all those near the base. But the plague continued, and the ant colony had grown to an unknown size. Humanity had no choice but to further reduce its living area, keeping most of the danger at bay. And because the death toll had increased significantly, the base had become even more sparsely populated than when it was first built. Finally, after discussion, officials decided to merge Chunqing's 4 bases into 2, excluding the central base, allowing the survivors to continue to group together. Chongping Base already had fewer people, so the remaining survivors would be relocated en masse to the central area, becoming the safe base. This plan was met with opposition from some. Some didn't want to group up with the others, some were reluctant to part with their gains at Chongping Base, and most felt the journey was dangerous. But this was different from the previous shelter's decision to accommodate the survivors. It wasn't Chunqing's own idea, but a decision made by the Yin nation. Spring City is relatively small in China, and the surrounding larger cities are even more remote and uninhabited. All of this requires merging previously established bases, placing people in a central location. So it's not a matter of willingness, but an irresistible order. But fortunately, they still need some time to prepare before the migration, so they can't move immediately. The Tang family didn't mind, as they had a system warehouse. They only needed to pack most of their belongings there, including their points and food coupons, and bring a few extra bags for appearances. The entire base began preparing to move, and of course, they would also find time to deal with those annoying bugs. However, the insects were proliferating in such large numbers that the base had to find a way to get the survivors to join in the extermination efforts. So the mission center, which hadn't been opened properly for a long time, reopened to the public, and was open 24 hours a day. Tang Tian discovered this one day while finishing her patrol. She shifted her rifle to the side and walked right in. The mission center was dimly lit. The blackboards and boards on either side remained unchanged, with a few pieces of white paper and black writing taped to them. Only a few people stood quietly by the blackboards, squinting at the papers. Some came alone, some in groups. The mission center still had a reception desk, but the staff member's face looked a little drowsy. Tang Tian went forward to examine the board, and naturally, seeing her in her armed forces uniform, the others didn't say much. I didn't expect even the armed forces would take on part-time work. That's incredibly hard work. What reason would they have not to work hard? Most of the tasks listed on the paper were pest control tasks, exterminating an entire area of phantom moths, for example, or finding mutant ant nests, high-level tasks. There were also extermination tasks, specifically targeting insect eggs, mosquitoes, flies, fleas, and ticks. Of course, the mission center wasn't limited to these tasks. There were also tasks like land reclamation, planting, and water conservancy projects. However, since relocation was imminent, taking on these tasks meant moving to more distant locations. The rewards were the same old things: points, coupons, and commercial bills, along with the various supplies the survivors always needed. As Tang Tian watched, someone had already made their choice, removed one of the papers, and went to the front desk to register. But those were only the later missions. There were no actual missions to eliminate the mutant insects. After all, high-level missions are high-level precisely because they're difficult. One person can't accomplish them alone, they must form a team. But finding the right teammate is difficult. A lack of internal strife is a good thing. The most annoying thing is the uneven distribution of rewards. So Tang Tian tore off a mission to eliminate the phantom moth, which she could definitely complete solo. "Hey Tang Tian, are you here to claim a mission too?" A familiar voice sounded, and Tang Tian turned to see it was Luo Qi. The red light district is a gray area, with its own patrol teams. Even the armed forces rarely set foot there. This relocation was a mandatory order, and those in the red light district had to leave. Whether they would disband or start over at the new location was unclear. From this perspective, the possibility of her being unemployed was very high. Luo Qi was naturally worried about this, so she planned to proactively claim missions in exchange for more points, brokerage tickets, and supplies to use in her new location. It just so happened that the mission to eliminate the poisonous moths had been taken up for the time being, leaving only the task of finding the mutant ant nest. But these missions usually involve teams, and the rewards are generous, so Luo Qi accepted it anyway. Tang Tian had an idea and said, "Why don't you join the armed forces? It'd be a great job at the new base. The conditions aren't bad either. If you're interested, I can help you find one." This idea was indeed a good one. Besides, they were acquaintances, so it would be much more convenient if they could team up for a mission someday. Luo Qi thanked him profusely. For the ordinary people in the base, this was an opportunity, and they had to seize it at all costs. So Tang Tian found time to quickly visit the office building, which also happened to allow her to complete her mission in the area where the poisonous moths were being eliminated. She activated the flame barrier, and a few more fireballs flew past, incinerating most of the moths into charred ash. Boom! A strange noise came from the distance. Tang Tian was startled. Why did that sound so much like thunder? But when she looked up, the sky was still cloudless, with no sign of rain. The lack of rain had always been a sore point. It was said that after seeing clouds on the horizon, the authorities even launched several artificial rain bombs, but unfortunately, they still didn't work. She headed towards the sound, only to run into Shen Boyun and Cheng Jing. It turned out that the Shen family had similar ideas to Luo Qi's. It was always a good idea to save some money before leaving. Tang Tian, you don't know. Most people are tasked with exterminating poisonous moths. If I hadn't been there early, I have missed the mission, Cheng Jing said. Since the mission could be completed as a team, he would of course go with Shin Boyun. Tang Tian nodded and asked, "What was that thunder just now?" At the mention of this topic, Chung Jing's eyes lit up, but he automatically lowered his voice. That's a new ability that Brother Yun discovered himself. What? Could it be that Shin Boyun doesn't just have wind abilities? Tang Tian's first thought was, could he be a dual ability user? After all, awakening superpowers is a far-fetched concept, but given the number of people, it's not surprising to see a dual ability user. Actually, I stumbled upon it while practicing my abilities. Shin Boyun explained, extending a fingertip, and a small flash of lightning flickered. He paused, then added, and before that, what I released wasn't actually lightning, but a hazy mass. If I had to use an analogy, it was a bit like clouds in the sky. Tang Tian rubbed her chin, a strange thought coming to her mind. Shin Boyun, try releasing the cloud-like thing again, or try to release something else, like mist? Shin Boyun didn't understand why Tang Tian made these requests, but she was usually willing to comply with her requests. In the training camp, they had been taught how to release the superpowers they desired, so Shin Boyun concentrated and held his breath, and a faint mist gradually filled his surroundings. Even he was stunned. He hadn't expected to be able to release such a thing. In fact, even the lightning he discovered was an accidental release. Tang Tian hesitated. I doubt you're a wind type or lightning type Esper. Perhaps this is a special ability. Weather? You can release all sorts of meteorological energies. Shin Boyun and Chung Jing were both shocked. But since there were clouds, wind, lightning, and fog, it actually matched Tang Tian's description. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. Oh my god, Brother Yun, you're a superhero now. After a long pause, Chung Jing finally muttered these words. Shin Boyun was at a loss for words. That's just the beginning. Didn't you see how small the lightning bolt was? Even though it's a rare ability, it still needs to be released. Chung Jing chuckled and began to flatter Tang Tian again. As expected of Tang Tian, you can spot the problem right away. Tang Tian smiled. If it came to supernatural powers, she could be considered a veteran. Practice makes perfect. 3 months later, the survivors of Chongping Base began to relocate. Most people in the civilian areas didn't have much luggage, and were riding in buses sent by the government. If they were allowed to go on their own, they would likely become even more repulsive and resistant. Most residents of the middle class and core residential areas had cars, and could follow the main group. Those without cars continued to ride buses. The Tang family also drove, following the seemingly endless convoy. To quickly settle all the survivors, the convoy moved quickly, reaching its destination in about an hour. It looked like a newly built area, with basic living facilities comparable to those at Chongping Base. The first issue was accommodation. There was still a real estate center here, ready for renting and buying, ready to move in. The Tang family still decided to live in a mid-rise apartment. After parking in the parking lot, they met up with the Tang family and went to the real estate agency together. The two families still wanted to be neighbors, and those who had recently arrived at the Chongping Base had already moved up to the 10th block of the community. With the increased circulation of the points coupons, the rent had increased slightly. Fortunately, Wei Mingxia regularly visited the market to trade, so she still had some points coupons. After signing the contract and collecting the keys, they quickly arrived at room 1101, building 10, community 15. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be their new home for a long time. The Shin family lived next door, in room 1102. The two families greeted each other, and went in to get ready. Upon opening the door, it was indeed empty, but at least the house had been decorated, so it was unclear whose family it had belonged to previously. After checking and cleaning, the mother and daughters unloaded the necessary furniture from the warehouse, and placed it there. This move took several days to truly settle in. After all, the previous conditions were what they had been, and they had to follow almost exactly as they were. This so-called merged base finally calmed down and resumed its normal life. From then on, apart from the central base, Spring City consisted of the Ping'an base in the northwest and the Dawn base in the southeast. Other major cities also gradually merged from the original several, or even dozens, of bases. The bases held survivors still clinging to life, while the dangerous mutants still lingered outside. Now, unless one was extremely stubborn, no one would likely remain outside. The armed team also needed to regroup. Tang Tian reported in at the appointed time and met many unfamiliar members. She also met Luo Qi, Song Wenquan, and others in the armed team. They should have all been settled. Soon, the armed team began carrying out various missions, with patrols still making up the bulk of the work. The mission center was also open, but the simpler missions were quickly accepted. Difficult missions remained underrepresented, and most still required the armed team to complete. After 2 more attacks by mutant ants, officials issued an order to organize personnel to search for possible new mutant ant nests outside. This time, they were all familiar faces. Tang Tian, Shen Buiyun, Cheng Jing, Luo Qi, and Song Wenchuan were also present, making for a small team. In addition, officials also issued automated digging equipment to aid in the search. Any traces found could be excavated, ideally destroying the ant nest as well. Shen Buiyun drove the equipment, while the others sat in the back. Tang Tian, in order to use her earth-sensing ability, spent the latter half of the trip feeling the ground before starting to sense it. The area outside the base was a barren wasteland, its terrain covered in potholes and uneven ground. A faint, strange odor could be detected. The outline of a nest finally formed in her mind. Tang Tian paused and shouted, "This is probably it. There are even signs of insects." Confidently, Shen Buiyun brought out his equipment and began excavating. Chapter 102. The excavated soil was piled on either side, and indeed, a number of insects crawled out of the hole, clustered so densely together that it sent chills down one's spine. However, Luo Qi frowned and asked, "These insects don't look like ants?" Stopping the equipment and observing carefully, some of the insects were half the size of a fist, while others were only the size of a finger. Under the sunlight, they were even slightly translucent, yet their oval abdomens at the back seemed filled with a liquid like ink, and the front was embedded with a row of compound eyes. This is... Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Why did it feel like I dug up another kind of insect nest? Oh no! Get out of here! As soon as she finished speaking, with a whoosh, several insects suddenly leaped onto Tang Tian's face. The distinct itching sensation of their movements touched her cheeks. Shen Buiyun swiftly slashed out with a wind blade, separating the insects from her face, and simultaneously blowing away most of the insects on the ground. However, these creatures, which looked more like spiders, began to leap up and gather around him. Tang Tian immediately used her fire powers, but compared to other insects, this insect could withstand much more flames. She immediately shouted, "Hurry up! Get someone else!" No! Wait! The 3 without powers used their weapons, but against the insect swarm, ordinary weapons would not only fail to harm all the insects, but might also harm the 2 who were already close to them. Song Wenchuan didn't want to leave. He was eager to get Tang Tian away from the insects, but Cheng Jing and Luo Qi seemed determined. They each grabbed one side and prepared to flee. Song Wenchuan, his face almost twisted in disbelief, shouted, "Are you crazy? Just leaving them to escape?" "No, it's because I calmed down," Cheng Jing said sternly. "The 3 of us don't have special abilities. In this situation, minimizing casualties and not hindering others are the most important things. I believe Tang Tian and Brother Yun will find a way to escape." Although Luo Qi was also worried, she chose the best solution. This was the conclusion learned by the survivors with their lives. Song Wenchuan couldn't refute him. He could only watch helplessly as more and more jumping spiders leaped onto Tang Tian and Shen Buiyun, as if completely drowning them. The 2 suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of their necks, and finally, unable to bear it, they fell into darkness. "Tang Tian, get up! The authorities have sent relief supplies. It's so cold." Tang Tian hadn't even opened her eyes yet when she felt her hands and feet numb with cold, and countless chills penetrated her pores. It was a familiar voice, but when she came to her senses, she opened her eyes instantly. What caught my eye was the ceiling. And it definitely wasn't the ceiling in the base room, it looked more like the one in Shen Yuan's room? "Hey, are you half asleep? Your mom and sister might not be well, so you're the only one left to go. How about this, let my wife and Tang Nan come with you, so you have company along the way. If I'm not your husband, why should I go too? We can just get the supplies between us, right? Zirwei can't leave me." Tang Tian tilted her head, her pupils trembling. It was Tang Haifeng, dressed in thick clothes and looking condescending, and Lai Meiyan, looking reluctant. "Aren't they dead?" "No, I should be at the base, just attacked by an unknown insect, and the current scene is clearly an extreme cold period, and my home in Hexin Garden. Clearly following the same trajectory as my previous life. Dad, we're running low on supplies. If we don't go soon, what if someone else takes them all?" Tang Zirwei looked nonchalant, his mind preoccupied with supplies. "Oh, there's nothing I can do. It's a pity Xiao is sick, so I have to trouble Tang Tian." Jiang Yao leaned against the door with his arms folded. He shrugged, his face full of a smug look. Tang Tian sat up with a swish, and beneath her lay a cold sheet on the floor. What the hell was going on? Did I die because of those insects, then be reborn and reborn at this point in time? Or was this caused by those insects? After all, the poison of the poisonous moth can cause hallucinations. Tang Haifeng scoffed, "You're still claiming to be sick, but aren't you quite energetic? Okay, hurry up and pack up and go get the house. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? How dare you look at your dad like that?" Tang Tian glared at Tang Haifeng with hatred, wishing she could devour him alive, and she did just that. Remembering every martial arts technique she learned, she suddenly leaped up, thrusting her fist into Tang Haifeng's eye socket with such force that it left a deep black bruise. A sharp scream erupted in the room. Tang Tian ignored all that and calmly punched Tang Haifeng, but unfortunately, she had no sharp weapon. "Fuck you, Tang Tian, why don't you stop her now?" Tang Haifeng screamed in pain. Lai Meiying came over and pulled Tang Tian aside. Tang Tian's strength had been completely exhausted after the barrage of punches. Tang Haifeng finally stood up, covering his face and spitting blood. Apart from the troublemaker, Tang Tian, the only ones who had rebelled against him were either trying to take Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi with them, or refusing his orders. Now that was it. Those punches were clearly meant to kill him. "I couldn't keep this daughter," Tang Haifeng shouted in exasperation. "Dare to hit me like that? Throw her out the window. I pretend I never gave birth to this daughter." At Tang Haifeng's command, the other three, who had long held a grudge against each other, immediately restrained Tang Tian and dragged her straight to the balcony. The howling blizzard sent large, white flakes of snow pelting Tang Tian's face with startling realism. For a moment, she felt as if she had truly been reborn back to the pre-apocalyptic era, and was about to die all over again. "Go to hell!" The three men roared, joining forces to throw Tang Tian out the window. Their arrogant laughter seemed to echo in the wind. Gusts of cold wind, sharp as a knife, raked her cheeks, but it only brought her back to reality. She hadn't been reborn. Perhaps this was just a dream. If it wasn't a dream, even if the snow had piled high, without her powers, she would have died if thrown down, right? But she didn't. She could feel herself lying on the hard, cold snow. Clusters of snow fell on her, and soon the snow began to pile up, almost burying Tang Tian completely. If she didn't leave quickly, she would probably be completely buried, merging with the snow. But it's so cold. For some reason, an inexplicable despair shot up Tang Tian's spine like an electric current, forcing her to close her eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought this way, because there were so many people waiting for her beside her. Swish. Swish. Tang Tian noticed the rustling noise, her entire body frozen, but she still forced her eyelids open. Is that the sound of someone digging in the snow? Hurry! Just a little more. We're almost there. We must save her. Woo woo, Sister Tian, please don't die. Countless familiar voices echoed again, but certainly not as damning as those of Tang Haifeng and the others. With the last few sounds, an extremely bright light flooded in, and Tang Tian narrowed her eyes. But she still saw many figures above the snow cave, familiar people she had met since the apocalypse. At the front, of course, were Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, and Tang Tian was shocked, her eyes widening. Those people didn't say anything more, but instead silently extended their hands toward her, their silence speaking louder than words. Tang Tian pursed her lips, and, with all her might, reached out toward the light. Tang Tian suddenly opened her eyes again, her breathing rapid. But her vision was only a faint glow, so she had to reach out a finger to create a flame, illuminating the cramped space. When it became brighter, she found herself lying on the ground. Unsteadily, she sat up, and finally saw where she was trapped. Raising her hand, she touched it. It felt like a vast, densely woven silk, so fine that even a bare hand couldn't move it. She slapped her head and body again, leaving a trail of sparse webs on the ground. Tang Tian picked up a strand and was startled. This thing looks a lot like a spider web? It felt like a long nightmare, and only after calming down did she remember what had happened at the beginning. She used her earth perception ability to discover an insect nest, but it wasn't a nest of mutant ants, but of another mutant species, and she and Shen Boyun were under siege. Could it be that they had been dragged into an underground lair by these mutants, and this thing in front of her was a cocoon to confine themselves? There were spiders living underground before the apocalypse, but she hadn't expected to encounter them this time. She had underestimated them. Even if she hadn't encountered them this time, there was no telling when these mutant spiders would quietly attack the base. And based on her own experience, these spiders could very well cause mental damage. At the very least, she didn't want to see Tang Haifeng and his group again. Is this another mutant they must eliminate? Oh right, Shin Boyun. Tang Tian quickly illuminated her surroundings, and, sure enough, she saw Shin Boyun lying next to her. His body was still tangled in sticky threads, his face twisted as if haunted by a nightmare. She quickly removed the threads and pushed him, shouting, "Wake up! Shin Boyun! Wake up!" Shin Boyun gradually regained consciousness. The light was bright enough for them to see each other's faces clearly. But upon seeing Tang Tian, Shin Boyun's pupils suddenly constricted. He sat up abruptly and pulled her into a hug. Tang Tian? ? He held her tightly, his arms trembling slightly. Was he also having a nightmare? Tang Tian didn't resist, but quickly recounted the entire situation. At the mention of mutants, Shin Boyun regained consciousness. He frantically let go, his expression instantly turning the same flame as the flames at Tang Tian's fingertips. Tang Tian was a little curious about his dream, but it was definitely a nightmare. It was more important to escape. With this thought, she pulled a dagger from her tactical belt. The armed forces carried many weapons on their belts, but their larger weapons were no longer with them. Holding the dagger, she began to cut at the cocoon. Tang Tian was startled. She hadn't expected the cocoon to be corrosive to metal. Then why hadn't they been corroded yet? They couldn't be planning to stay and gnaw away at it. In short, as long as they stayed here, they might be the next to be corroded. There's no other way. I can only use my supernatural powers now, Tang Tian whispered, frowning. Flames erupted from her palms, illuminating the cocoons even more blindingly. With her skill, she could easily burn only the cocoons without harming them. Whoosh, whoosh. The flames repeatedly struck the cocoons, but unexpectedly, these silk-like materials were so durable that Tang Tian's top-level fire ability burned for a long time, barely scratching the fur. Shin Boyun, watching from the side, grew worried. Besides wind blades, his most powerful attack was probably lightning. But lightning wasn't particularly powerful, and he couldn't guarantee it wouldn't injure anyone. Besides, it seemed the most important thing right now wasn't this. Cough, cough. Shin Boyun began to cough, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, as if he were being strangled. Tang Tian realized that after all, they were underground, and there might not even be an exit, so the oxygen would be even less. She pursed her lips and rummaged through her belt again, actually pulling out two small, pill-like objects from a storage compartment. She handed one to Shin Boyun and said, "Eat this." Shin Boyun was still coughing, but he didn't suspect anything. He took it and ate it. Tang Tian's heart trembled again. The taste wasn't great, a bit like the cheapest food in the community cafeteria, with a slightly sweet aftertaste that went down immediately. Miraculously, within minutes of eating it, Shin Boyun felt his breathing become smoother, practically the same as on the ground. This was, of course, a supernatural dish Tang Tian had concocted. The main ingredient was barley, and eating it would provide oxygen for a specified period of time. However, Tang Tian couldn't think of a time to eat this dish, so she made a batch and kept it on hand once she had enough, sending the rest to a gourmet store. Unexpectedly, it would actually be used now. She ate it, and after receiving oxygen, she continued using her fire powers to burn the cocoon. Shin Boyun didn't want to dwell on what he consumed. As long as it worked, it was fine. Besides, Tang Tian seemed to have close ties to the research institute. Perhaps it was a newly developed drug she got an early access to. With the problem now solved, he looked at Tang Tian, who continued to use her fire powers to burn the cocoon, feeling compelled to help. "Host, your mental energy is running low. Please recover before continuing to use your powers," the system kept reminding him in his mind. Tang Tian temporarily retracted the flames. The front layer of the cocoon finally melted, a sticky liquid slowly dripping out. But even after exhausting all his mental energy, he still hadn't managed to burn a hole in the cocoon. How thick was this cocoon? Tang Tian had no choice but to quickly unwrap a piece of candy and eat it to regain her strength. She had already brought out a special dish in front of Shin Boyun, so it wasn't surprising that he'd bring out a small treat. But just then, she felt her shoulders suddenly sink. It was Shin Boyun leaning over. And the next second, one of his hands rested on Tang Tian's, his fingertips cool as the tip of a hard pin. "Use my wind power." Shin Boyun's deep voice echoed in Tang Tian's ears, his breath tickling her ears. His voice seemed as soft as clouds, delicate as silk threads. But Tang Tian immediately understood what he meant. Use his wind, and your own fire, to create a greater fire. At this thought, she ignored her mental strength and nodded vigorously. A cyan mark appeared on Shin Boyun's hand, transforming into an increasingly large ball of wind. Tang Tian unleashed flames once more, the two colors tangling and intertwining, instantly igniting a blaze powerful enough to spread across the entire cocoon. As a precaution, Tang Tian unleashed another flame barrier, completely enveloping the two of them. From the outside, the entire cocoon resembled a dazzling pearl, its center gradually darkening, a sign of scorching. Hiss! The burned hole grew larger and larger, finally reaching a size large enough for a person to pass through. The flames and wind subsided, and Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Waves of weakness coursed through her body, causing her to limp. Suppressing the slight trembling in her limbs, Tang Tian pulled out 2 more candies, stuffed them into her mouth, and hurriedly climbed out of the cocoon. The space suddenly opened up, but darkness remained, barren only by a faint glow and a ghostly light emanating from their compound eyes. Be careful. These spiders are probably poisonous, and could easily send you into a hallucination. Hearing Tang Tian's warning, Shen Boyun froze for a moment, his fists clenching involuntarily. Just before waking, he had a dream. He dreamed that everyone he cared about had perished in the apocalypse, with each natural disaster claiming someone's death. Especially Tang Tian. She died in the nearest insect plague, gradually devoured by the swarm. He tried to reach for her hand, but found himself helpless. He could only watch helplessly as she vanished into the swarm, leaving no trace of her body. This, presumably, was the work of these spiders, and it was bound to inflict a nightmare that deepened fear and despair. If he hadn't been awakened, he might have remained trapped in this nightmare until he was devoured by the spiders. As Shen Boyun thought of this, a green aura rose around him again. He should have transformed it into sharp blades, actively killing those damned spiders, but reason once again stopped him, and he simply formed a shield around him to prevent sneak attacks from the spiders in the shadows. Tang Tian touched the hard soil, his brows twisted into knots. They didn't know how many meters underground they had been dragged, but they had to find a way to move upwards to escape. Shen Boyun. Tang Tian paused, then whispered, "Actually, I have dual abilities. I have to find a way out. I leave those spiders to you." Shen Boyun. Tang Tian actually has dual abilities? Perhaps other bases might be lucky enough to have 1 or 2, but at least there was no news of this happening in the current base. Tang Tian ignored him, instead manipulating her Earth Attribute ability. Even a level 10 Earth Attribute ability was enough to shake the solid soil. The dirt above her head began to stir, and even the surroundings seemed to tremble slightly. Just trying to escape from underground to the surface would surely require considerable effort. Shen Boyun regained his composure, and obediently took defensive action. If he encountered a spider that threatened to attack, he would use his wind blades to deal with it, even severing the silk threads it attempted to spit out. Boom! Hiss! Tang Tian's temples grew damp, and a thin sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. The system kept warning him in his mind. But with his effort, the Earth Attribute ability actually dug a hole above, which continued to deepen. The excavated soil was either piled to the side or floated in midair. Boom! A ray of light shone in, then grew larger and larger, revealing the cave entrance before them. The two were delighted for a moment, but their smiles quickly faded. The cave entrance was roughly a dozen meters away. How could they get up there? Did they have to continue climbing? Tang Tian suddenly had an idea. She grabbed Shen Boyun's arm and shouted, "Quick, keep using your wind power. I've seen people use wind attributes to jump from over 10 stories and emerge unscathed. With wind, maybe we can float too." Okay, she couldn't claim that she was the one who emerged unscathed, but she had indeed used wind abilities before, and had a rough idea of what they felt like. "Okay, I try." Shen Boyun clenched his fist, and the light green shield that had been hovering around him suddenly grew thicker, until the wind was so strong it formed a vortex, actually carrying the two of them up. Hiss! Another group of spiders approached, as if reluctant to part with the too hard-won prey. Tang Tian launched another fireball at them. The wind grew faster and faster, and the two of them soared upwards, finally reaching the cave entrance. With a snap, Tang Tian reached out to grab the edge and took a deep breath. Her body finally felt the ground, and even the air she inhaled felt refreshing. Saved. The two of them lay on the ground, their minds blank. This time, they had truly stepped into the gates of hell. Tang Tian? Shen Boyun felt that he had used up most of his mental energy, with only a sliver remaining to sustain him. They had to return to base and rest quickly. Looking out into the distance, thanks to the numerous directional signposts placed between the bases, he could vaguely make out a few standing ahead. But then he realized that Tang Tian hadn't moved since she lay on the ground, startling him to take a closer look. Tang Tian's face was dusty, but her complexion was even darker than the dust. Her eyes were closed, as if she were asleep, or perhaps unconscious. At least she was still breathing. Shin Boyun breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't that dream scene. And it was obvious without hesitation that Tang Tian must have exhausted her mental energy from using her supernatural powers too much. Shin Boyun would occasionally accidentally use too much, and he knew exactly what that felt like. Pursing his lips, Shin Boyun carried Tang Tian on his back. Once she was steady, he immediately headed towards the base. The most urgent task was to leave this place as quickly as possible and return to the safest place, but Shin Boyun couldn't hear the system's voice. It continued to broadcast in Tang Tian's mind. Host's mental energy has been detected to be severely insufficient. Host's mental energy has been detected to be severely insufficient. To ensure the host's safety, a forced shutdown will be implemented. Ding. Starting automatic scanning. Tang Tian felt nothing during that time, except for floating in darkness. The system's voice lingered in her ears, and her entire body ached as if it had been disintegrated and then reassembled. In the past, they always said that mental energy was exhausted, but it would always be cured by replenishing it. But this time, it must be truly exhausted, right? Could it be some severe punishment? Tang Tian thought vaguely, and suddenly felt a lightness behind her. She began to fall freely in the darkness, not knowing where to return. Chapter 103. Tang Tian suddenly opened her eyes. The room was dimly lit by the drawn curtains, and the faint scent of disinfectant lingered in her nostrils. This scent was familiar to her, and she felt something soft behind her. This must be the ward at the medical station. Tang Tian closed her eyes again and relaxed. Her memories probably lingered on the moment she escaped, then faded away. But it was clearly Shin Boyun who brought her back. I wonder how he's doing. This thought froze her, and she felt as if a warm breeze had washed over her face. Host, you've been in a coma for 2 days. The system has activated an automatic scan. Currently, aside from a weak constitution, you're not seriously injured. The system's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, and for some reason, Tang Tian even heard a hint of accusation in it. There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Good news? The good news is that after this experience, the host's mental power limit has been raised again. However, next time, please don't use such dangerous methods to increase it, or I can't predict what will happen. Oh, wasn't this an emergency? What's the bad news? The bad news is that you, the host, won't be able to use your supernatural powers for a while. When will you be able to recover? This is indeed bad news for her, but she should probably rest for a while. Even if she wanted to, the others would probably stop her, so it wouldn't be a big deal. Tang Tian slowly sat up and stretched when someone entered the ward. You're finally awake. Anxious and worried voices followed. It turned out to be Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi. Tantan probably didn't bring anything with him, because he couldn't come inside the medical station. After hugging each other, Tang Tian comforted her. Mom, sister, don't worry, I'm almost well. Wei Mingxia glared at her, but couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. Instead, she tapped her forehead and complained, I'm telling you, you always put yourself in such dangerous situations, and you never think about us? Okay, Mom, Tian just woke up, so keep quiet. We brought some food with us, Tang Yi advised. Tang Tian had indeed been in a coma for 2 days. She couldn't eat normally after waking up, so she needed a hospital meal. Wei Mingxia cooked chicken soup with wontons, egg custard, and steamed chicken. Luckily, these ingredients were not rare at the base these days. Tang Tian savored the delicious flavor in her mouth, and after a few sips of the hot soup, her stomach immediately soothed. Even though she hadn't eaten much, she still asked the question that had been on her mind. Tang Yi smiled like a fox, and replied with a hint of ulterior motive. It was Shin Boyun who carried you back then. He received treatment, but his condition wasn't as severe as yours. And the authorities have also learned about the mutated spiders. Don't worry. That's good. Tang Tian was indeed relieved by Tang Yi's words. She lowered her head, and stirred the soup in her lunchbox with a spoon. Wei Mingxia watched her quietly, seemingly understanding something. After all, she was her daughter. What mother wouldn't understand her daughter's feelings? Wei Mingxia thought about this, rolled her eyes, cleared her throat, and suddenly asked, Tian, what do you think of Shaoxin? Tang Tian paused. What do you mean? Tang Yi, naturally sharing Wei Mingxia's thoughts, continued with a smile, don't play dumb. As the saying goes, a bystander sees more clearly. We saw it clearly from the sidelines. What do you mean by clearly? Tang Tian's heart pounded in her chest, a little nervously, but she still feigned composure. Wei Mingxia, however, dropped her earlier smile and said seriously, Tian, I know what you're worried about. You have that secret, So you've been restraining yourself this time, right? Tang Tian fell silent. Of course, she understood the secret Wei Mingxiao was referring to. She was reborn in this life. With the experiences and lessons learned from her past life, her only concern in this life was to protect herself and her family, and to eliminate all obstacles from her past life. To achieve this, she could be extremely selfish and profit-driven, even willing to sacrifice others for her own benefit. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have survived with Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi until the day they could see the country restored and life in the apocalypse be better. But from the very beginning, something unexpected happened. She clearly remembered that in her previous life, only Chen Yaowe and Yin Chunhua remained in the Shen family next door. Tang Haifeng and Jiang Yao considered going to the house to ask for supplies, relying on the fact that the family only had women. They even considered sending their daughter and mother to persuade and threaten them, but they refused. Tang Tian died shortly after the snow melted. She didn't know what became of the Shen family mother and daughter, but in the apocalypse, a peaceful ending was unlikely. Something changed. Shen Boyun joined the family, altering the future of the Shen family, and becoming increasingly close. After Tang Tian's rebirth, she hadn't initially considered getting involved. Besides, as a reborn person, she should. But she knew in her heart that in reality, Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi had even noticed. Tian, we understand what you mean, but have you ever considered that you might still insist on having something you can continue in the apocalypse? We just don't want you to regret it later, so this is your choice. Wei Mingxia's tone was soothing. If she had some thoughts before the apocalypse, now she just wanted her two daughters to live. Yes, Tang Yi said, placing a hand on Tang Tian's shoulder. Besides, we all know you're not the kind of person who's truly heartless, without desires, or who would close off love. Tang Tian listened intently, her heart beating rapidly, each beat echoing every word. Since the apocalypse began, she felt her heartbeats more genuine than ever. She had to admit, she did have some feelings for Shen Boyun, but because of her previous thoughts, she had suppressed them. At least they could be good friends, along with Chen Yaowe, Cheng Jing, and the others. Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi left for a while, and Tang Tian lay back on the bed, her hands clasped behind her head, her mind in turmoil. But before long, she keenly heard a series of hurried footsteps outside the door. Perhaps due to its special nature, the ward assigned to Tang Tian was a precious single room, making it even quieter. Her heartbeat, which had calmed down, began to leap again. Could it be him? Tang Tian sat up immediately, and as she settled, someone entered from the door. But it wasn't Shen Boyun but Song Wenquan. Song Wenquan's face flushed. Seeing Tang Tian awake, he seemed finally relieved. He hesitantly stepped forward and whispered, Tang Tian. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Thank you for coming to see me, Tang Tian replied with a smile. Song Wenquan's face and neck were flushed at this moment, as if he had made up his mind. He then spoke again, Tang Tian, actually, I want to tell you something. Tang Tian suddenly recalled her school days. She had a classmate confess his love to her, but for some reason, he always did so while she was eating. So, all she could think about was eating. Besides, she was working with Tang Yi on a video at the time, and apart from her studies, she had no time for a relationship. Even before Song Wenquan opened his mouth, she seemed to have a vague answer in her mind. He wasn't much different from those boys. So, Tang Tian politely declined him, just as she had then. Song Wenquan couldn't hide the disappointment on his face, but he didn't insist. Things like this just needed to be explained. Tang Tian watched him leave, sighed, and lay back down. Her body was still a little weak, and since she had just finished her meal, she began to feel sleepy. She closed her eyes gently, and the surroundings fell silent again. The occasional sound of surveillance equipment and the footsteps of medical staff outside the door reached her ears. It felt like it had been ages since she felt such a peaceful moment. After all, the apocalyptic scene outside was still etched in her mind, and she couldn't fully relax. Squeak. That's the sound of the door opening. Who's coming again? Tang Tian was awake, but she didn't open her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly regretted her decision. Are you asleep again? Shen Boyun murmured, but instead of leaving, he sat down beside the bed. In just a few seconds, he reached out and placed his hand over the back of Tang Tian's, his palm warm. It doesn't seem like a coincidence, but when you wake up, I definitely tell you everything I want to say. After this incident, I realized that if I hold back, I might never get the chance again. Tang Tian, huh? No way again? She could even vaguely sense Shen Boyun's gaze lingering on her face. Unlike Song Wenquan's intense gaze just now, his intensity was strong, yet soft and fluffy like a cloud. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended to be asleep. Opening my eyes at this point would have been incredibly embarrassing, wouldn't it? Thankfully, after a few minutes, the intercom buzzed again, and Shin Boyun went to the door to answer it. Tang Tian finally let out the breath she had been holding back, rolled over in bed, and covered the lower half of her face with the corner of the quilt in her hand. Oh no, judging by the tone, he was definitely going to confess. Most importantly, she was momentarily unsure whether to agree or refuse, like a scale on a leash, unable to stop. If it were someone else, why would she be so conflicted? Just as she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang from behind her. Tang Tian, were you awake just now? Tang Tian gasped, neither answering nor turning around. But unexpectedly, as if determined to end the matter today, Shin Boyun took the initiative and walked over to the other side of the bed, looking down at Tang Tian. Tang Tian blinked, and instantly possessed by the actress, she feigned weakness and said, my hearing still seems to be bad. I really didn't hear anything. Really? Let me see. Shin Boyun immediately bent down, cupping Tang Tian's face with his hands. The closer he got, the more he smelled like hand sanitizer. You? Tang Tian paused, then gave in, helplessly saying, okay, I heard you, so what do you want to tell me? Although he had already guessed most of what was going on, Shin Boyun, seeing this, didn't know what he had been thinking during the 2 days Tang Tian had been unconscious, but he suddenly spoke directly. Tang Tian, I like you. Not the kind of friendship, but the kind of love I want for a romantic relationship. You know my family's situation, and perhaps you know what kind of person I am. But it's okay if you don't like me. We can still be friends and continue surviving in the apocalypse. I just suddenly felt that I should have said this sooner. Shin Boyun seemed to be trying to feign composure, but the color of his face betrayed him, and with every word, the red grew deeper, until his earlobes and neck were a deep red. Perhaps Tang Tian knew what kind of person he was, but Shin Boyun believed he only knew half of her. A thin layer of fog seemed to linger around her, holding secrets that he couldn't discern no matter how hard he tried. But he couldn't deny that he liked Tang Tian. Even though he thought she wouldn't fall in love easily, once the feeling took hold, even he couldn't shake it off. He couldn't quite pinpoint when it started, he simply felt a constant attraction to this adorable little hedgehog. So he was a little nervous that Tang Tian would ask such a question. Tang Tian was silent for a moment, not clearly agreeing or refusing. She hesitated, saying, but maybe I'm not as good as you think. What? I'm not a good person. Nothing is more important than my survival and my family, so I don't think I'd be a good lover in the eyes of the public. Tang Tian said softly. And she did have a secret. Even if she agreed, she wouldn't tell him everything. However, after hearing this, Shin Boyun's face strangely relaxed. Perhaps for him, as long as it wasn't a harsh rejection, it was fine. I thought it was something else. Shin Boyun's lips curled. He sat down again and placed his palm on Tang Tian's, warm and cozy. Tang Tian, no one in this world is perfect. Besides, it's the end of the world, so it's normal for all the dark sides to be magnified. But actually, I also want to understand your thoughts better. And only by getting to know you can we know if we're compatible, right? Shin Boyun didn't say anything like, your flaws are my strengths, but instead, Tang Tian felt a slight swell in her heart. After a long pause, she snorted softly in response. Shin Boyun tilted his head in confusion, momentarily confused as to what this meant. Tang Tian smiled and turned his hand over, their palms pressed together, their warmth rising. Let's give it a try, see if we're a good match, eh? Shin Boyun was petrified, as if he crashed and hadn't expected this kind of answer. Tang Tian, however, calmed down and smiled at him, taking the initiative. After recovering, he quickly stood up and pulled Tang Tian into a hug. Tang Tian could sense his heartbeat, just as erratic as her own, its thumping heartbeat creating a resounding roar in the quiet ward. Is this real? Shin Boyun whispered in her ear, still a bit incredulous. Do you think you're still dreaming? After being bitten by those mutant spiders? Tang Tian also raised her arms to embrace him, smiling faintly. Shin Boyun muttered, that's not necessarily true. Those spiders actually made up nightmares. Oh, never mind. I take it back. Tang Tian feigned indifference, expressionless, and tried to withdraw her hand. No! I believed it. Shin Boyun held her tightly, his breath warm against her cheek. That's great, Tang Tian. I like you, I really like you. I know. Don't say any more. Tang Tian felt her earlobes grow hot. She forced down the corners of her mouth, continuing the warm embrace. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden noise came from outside the window. As a member of the armed forces, Tang Tian recognized the alarm going off at the base. Could it be another mutant insect invasion? But Shen Buyin remained motionless. Tang Tian said helplessly, "The alarm's been sounded. Why don't you go check it out?" "Well, I've done so much, received so many awards. Let me be willful today." Shen Buyin's voice was a bit lazy, something Tang Tian hadn't heard much of. Then, he tilted his head slightly, leaning on her arm. Tang Tian felt a mixture of laughter and tears, tapping his nose. "Even if you don't want to, someone will definitely come looking for you soon. Okay, you can hug me anytime you want." "Let go." Shen Buyin raised an eyebrow and let go. But this hug was like a recharge. He suddenly looked refreshed. He raised his hand to touch her face and said with a smile, "Okay, I go first and come back later." The base's alarm soon died down. This time, it was probably locusts, toxic moths, or mutant ants, mutated species whose attack patterns they already knew, so the war should be over. Tang Tian lay down again, her hands clasped behind her head, but this time, her mood was different. Perhaps from now on, she'd be able to let go of her feelings more freely, right? Tang Tian stayed at the medical station for another 3 days. During that time, many people came to visit, including Yang Gan, who had also taken time to visit. It was quite a sight. But judging by their expressions, Shen Buyin probably hadn't told everyone about this yet, otherwise someone would have come to ask for details. Shen Buyin would visit the medical station whenever he had free time, always bringing something, mostly food, packed in lunch boxes that were still steaming from the moment they were opened. Tang Tian smelled the aroma. Stir-fried mushrooms, omelets, and stewed potatoes with green beans. A truly delicious meal, emitting a fragrant aroma. She opened another bowl, only to find it was chicken porridge. Tang Tian sensed something was wrong and asked, "Did you bring this too?" Shen Buyin scratched his head, then said sheepishly, "Actually, I just ran into Andy in the hallway." He'd been calling her Andy Wei, but now, he changed his tune. Tang Tian sighed, fearing Wei Mingxia had figured something out, so she picked up her utensils and began eating. After all, the medical station wasn't like the pre-apocalyptic hospital. There was no cafeteria or patient meals, and the medical staff had to bring their own food. After a few bites, Tang Tian noticed Shen Buyin staring at her, holding a glass of liquid. "What's wrong?" Shen Buyin pursed his lips, handed her the glass, and said, "This cactus juice can restore your mental strength. We discovered several other crops that can restore spiritual energy at the base, so we're planning to set aside a dedicated area to grow them." Tang Tian took the juice. Actually, when no one was around, she already used the food in the system to restore her energy. However, she still needed to listen to the system's instructions on when to resume using her abilities. She squinted suspiciously. "I don't think that's what you're talking about." Tang Tian's intuition proved accurate, and Shen Buyin said sheepishly, "I just wanted to ask. How do these dishes taste?" He couldn't have asked that for no reason. Tang Tian quickly figured it out. Did he make these dishes himself? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. Tang Tian smiled faintly. "They're delicious. You know, before the apocalypse, I was a food blogger. I wouldn't eat anything that wasn't delicious. First, it was the end of the world, and she wasn't picky. Whether it was delicious food in the system or compressed cookies in reality, she could eat it all. Second, it was made by Shen Buyin himself, and she wouldn't waste such a thoughtful gesture. Besides, it tasted just as good as it did before the end of the world." Shen Buyin smiled brightly. It seemed he had never smiled so brightly before. His eyes seemed to be shining. For some reason, he became a little silly, but in Tang Tian's eyes, he seemed a little lovable. The next day, however, Tang Tian began to toss and turn in her bed, insisting on being discharged. She had been in the hospital for almost a week. She wasn't worried about the cost, but she was practically paralyzed from lying there. If she didn't leave, she felt like she was going to get a mushroom. After much persuasion and a doctor's visit, Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi finally agreed to discharge Tang Tian, and went to complete the paperwork. Tang Tian quickly got up and packed her luggage, mentally questioning the system about her health. "Host, I still suggest you take it easy. Although you've been discharged, it's best to plan your use of your abilities appropriately." Evidently, the system, having lived with them day and night, was beginning to feel a tinge of human fear after this experience. Tang Tian had just finished offering a few words of comfort when a voice came from behind her. "Tang Tian." She turned around and saw Shen Buyin, his hands behind his back. She jokingly asked, "You're incredibly well informed? You knew I was going to be discharged?" Shen Buyin shook his head. "There's no need to ask. With your personality, you probably didn't want to stay here anymore." Just as he finished speaking, he reached out his hand from behind, holding something. Tang Tian was startled. It was a bouquet of red flowers with yellow stamens. The thick, pointed petals resembled a vibrant flame. Tang Tian took the bouquet and sniffed it, finding a faintly refreshing fragrance. She asked delightedly, "Is this cactus?" After all, her family had grown cacti themselves, and the base was currently planting them en masse, so they were bound to bloom. Cactus flowers weren't originally very useful, but civilians still used them as food, mixed with cacti. You know, flowers aren't a mainstream crop these days, so having a bouquet of cactus flowers was a nice touch. "Well, this is for you. Congratulations on your discharge." Chen Buiyun didn't mention the incident in the mutant spider's lair, nor did he mention his special powers or strange places. In his eyes, Tang Tian's complete recovery was the most important thing. Tang Tian seemed to understand his meaning and reached forward to hug him, causing him to stiffen. Ahem. Someone spoke from outside the door, a voice that sounded like a chuckle. "Well, haven't you been clamoring to go home? Or do you think it doesn't matter as long as someone's around?" At the door were Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia, who had just completed their discharge paperwork, looking at the two with smiles on their faces. Shen Buiyun reacted, his neck choking as if he were speechless, his face flushed. Tang Tian, however, was more composed, pulling him and his luggage out. As for how Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi interrogated him on the way, that's another story. Chapter 104. But this matter would eventually be known to everyone around them, and it soon became official. After a period of excitement, it became no different from usual. After all, this is still the end of the world, and how to survive is humanity's most important priority. Another ant colony extermination. The armed team successfully killed the queen ant and brought the body back to the base, officially confirming that all ant colonies within a radius of dozens of miles have been eliminated. Of course, whether new Zerg will be born in the future is another matter. In addition, for flying Zerg like the poisonous moth, the base can only increase patrols by psychics, while pests like locusts require more attention to various prevention and control measures. After being discharged from the hospital, Tang Tian did not return to the armed team for a while, but often went to the mission center to work as a bounty hunter. Killing mutants is easy, and there are also points, securities tickets, and supplies to be obtained. This is much easier than the armed team. Shen Buiyun didn't restrict her movements due to her injuries. He simply confirmed she was feeling better, and let her do whatever she wanted. They could always see each other again when they had free time. "Miss Tang, congratulations on completing this mission. This is your reward. Please keep it." The front desk clerk smiled and handed over a bundle of points and some commercial bills. Tang Tian accepted them, nodded, and then turned and left the mission center. Tang Tian was already considered a veteran here. She completed missions quickly, smoothly, and efficiently, without any complications. So not only had she become familiar with the staff, but they also enjoyed hosting her and were incredibly friendly. Over a month had passed since she was discharged from the hospital. While the Zerg still occasionally attack humans, the frequency was not as high. The base also tried its best to isolate them from the buildings, except for the mutant Zerg that could fly in and hide. Taking advantage of the Zerg's absence, the base also stepped up to strengthen its facilities and continue developing agriculture, animal husbandry, and industry, ultimately achieving a period of peace and tranquility. Tang Tian arrived at the administrative district office building. Wei Mingxiao was already waiting for her downstairs, waving at her. After the officials had some time to recuperate, they also transferred some of the pre-apocalyptic measures to the base. A notice was just issued that every citizen in the base can now create their own ID card, which contains all their personal information. Simply swipe the card to enter, exit, or do anything else. With an ID card, citizens can also apply for a points card, which allows them to deposit their points, eliminating the need to carry around stacks of points coupons. Not only did the base continue to offer phone calls, but it also connected to the internet. It was no longer just the administrative district's internet, and citizens could now access the internet. However, accessing the internet required additional procedures, and the cost was even higher than making calls. Even if you were connected to the internet, there weren't many software or apps you could use. It was usually something only wealthy individuals would consider. Tang Tian was very interested in this, so she and Wei Mingxia came here to apply for an ID card and a points card, and also for the internet service. Tang Yi still worked in the logistics department, so she could just come and apply for the card herself. After speaking with the front desk, she followed the instructions and went to the service office. There were a lot of people applying for cards, so Wei Mingxiao waited there while Tang Tian went to another office to apply for the internet service. The office was now empty, practically empty. Tang Tian arranged with the staff for a home installation. After obtaining her ID card and points card, Tang Tian first deposited the points coupons she received from the mission center onto the cards. Wei Mingxia also brought some from home and deposited them there. The remaining accumulated funds could be deposited at the newly opened deposit point in the community cafeteria, which was very convenient. Because few families needed internet, the staff arrived promptly and completed the installation quickly. The warehouse also contained a batch of electronic gadgets, including phones, tablets, and computers. When they connected them, they saw the logo in the upper right corner. Although there's not much software available right now, I heard from a colleague that the authorities have created a nationwide survivor forum, which serves as a place to disseminate official news, and it's now fully open. Here's the website. Tang Yi, understanding Tang Tian's thoughts, immediately shared the news with her. As expected, Tang Tian was excited and immediately typed in the URL. The page paused, revealing a simple, plain color. The words Survivor Base were labeled in the upper left corner, the black text framed. It looked like a forum created during the early days of the internet before the apocalypse. Tang Tian dragged her mouse downwards. Posts on the forum were labeled by location, indicating that it wasn't just Spring City. People from other cities, including several neighboring cities, were also posting. At the top were official announcements and notices, such as the revised Code of Conduct and Management Regulations, all pinned to the top. There were also polls, suggestion boxes, and recruitment posts. The rest were posts from civilians, sharing information using scraps, sharing information from various locations, bounty announcements, and posts that were clearly just for fun by people who weren't struggling to survive. But soon, one of them caught her attention. Trade buying supernatural water purification at a high price. Meet in front of the community cafeteria in the core residential area. Trade selling homemade knives, fishhooks, and other tools. Buy more and get a flint. Pickup is also available. Trade buy, plus trade notes, and extra solar panels. The official posts haven't been deleted, indicating that it's easy to do, as long as there's no damage. The forum still hadn't many posts. Tang Tian refreshed the page again and found a new one. Trade: is there anyone selling cigarettes and alcohol? I can buy them with points and trade notes, and get a bonus of gold bars. New Tang Tian's eyes lit up, and she clicked on it to check. Number 1. Are there any cigarettes or alcohol left? Any brand is fine. Baijiu is best, I've been thinking about that. There are plenty of points vouchers, and the gold bars were hoarded before the apocalypse. My family won't let me throw them away, so I give them to you if you want them. If you're interested, leave a message. Below are a few pictures of the packaged gold bars. Considering how many gold bars Tang Tian has collected, they must weigh at least 50 grams. However, the territory is a city thousands of miles away from Spring City. Besides, the money spent on adding these gold bars to the system isn't that much, considering the current system, so a trip like this isn't cost-effective. At least on this forum, she can continue to trade, and the scope of exploitation is much wider than before. Tang Tian's ideas kept turning into bigger and bigger ideas, but she wasn't sure if they could be done. And as long as she had an internet connection, finding the address and the person wouldn't be difficult. But since she was already there, she decided to make the best of it. She registered an account on the forum and posted her first post. The phone dinged. Tang Tian knew who it was without even glancing at the note. She picked it up and asked with a smile, "Off work?" "Yeah, you too?" It was indeed Shen Boyun on the other end. Although Tang Tian hadn't yet returned to the team, she was still taking on missions at the mission center, which was considered work. And since anyone who purchased a call plan had free time this month, no matter how much time they had, the two of them spontaneously chose to chat on the phone. Tang Tian sat on the sofa, continuing to browse the forum and respond. Even though the day might have been filled with trivial matters, chatting like this didn't seem boring. But Tan, who wasn't far away, looked over, suddenly got up from his bed, came to the sofa, and licked Tang Tian's hand. Tang Tian, still busy talking, simply stroked the dog's head. Tan, shock! When Tang Tian used to do this, she would stop what she was doing and give it a good rub. Why is she being so perfunctory today? Does her master no longer love her? Woo. Tan, anxious, nudged Tang Tian's hand again, whining non-stop, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Tang Tian immediately took out a piece of dried meat and offered it to him, but he wouldn't eat it and instead nibbled at her sleeve. What's wrong? Shen Boyun noticed the commotion. Tang Tian said helplessly, what else could it be? He's only focused on you. Tan is jealous. Well, But then again, we live next door. Why would we need to call? Even though it's free. Tang Tian rolled her eyes and asked with a smile, how about we go out for a walk? The other person paused, then quickly agreed. Okay, I change and be out. After hanging up, he hurried off. Qin Yaowei had recently been considering whether to move out with Cheng Jing. Seeing Shen Buiyun looking like he was about to leave, she asked, brother, where are you going? You don't usually go out this late. Shen Buiyun coughed twice, but didn't answer directly. He simply said, just a little while. I'll be back soon. It won't be too late. Qin Yaowei finally realized what was happening, and squinted her eyes at his busyness. TSK, he's truly a young man in love. Tang Tian also patted Tan Tan's head. Okay, I take you for a walk, okay? Tan Tan's resentful expression immediately vanished. After a few barks, he ran to the door and waited obediently. It was the recovery period at the base, and Tang Tian had such a large dog, much like a guard dog, so he still needed to be on a leash. She changed her clothes, put a leash on Tan Tan, and opened the door. They lived next door, and Shen Buiyun was already waiting in the hallway. But the moment Tan Tan saw him, his grape-like eyes narrowed and he whimpered. But he wasn't being mean. The Shen family was already on his wife list. He simply reverted to that plaintive expression. Why does someone have to come between me and my master? Shen Buiyun had to kneel down and pat his head to comfort him. Then he stood up, scratching the back of his head and asked, where are we going? Anything's fine. Just think of it as a walk. Well, we can go somewhere closer to the core area. The facilities there are always good, even a commercial street. It's suitable. Shen Buiyun said, taking Tang Tian's hand, and the two of them and the dog went downstairs. A cool evening breeze blew across their faces, and more windows lit up on the buildings. The residential area was quiet, and the streetlights were few, but having walked through it so many times, they quickly exited the community. The community cafeteria was bustling as usual, especially the second floor, bustling with people. Tang Tian and Shen Buiyun walked hand in hand, passing many pedestrians as they went. The base, now safe and sound, looked more harmonious than usual. Just then, she felt another gentle breeze brush against her face. It must be Shen Buiyun's wind attribute. However, he had already been confirmed to possess a miraculous weather-attributed ability, capable of not only attack and defense but also support. Drinking water simply summoned rainballs. And what was there at the moment must be the wind shield surrounding them. They soon arrived at a commercial street near the core area, where most of the people shopping were residents of the core residential area. The commercial streets were naturally dominated by shops, but the items sold there were different from those before the apocalypse. Canned goods, water purifier cartridges, handmade tools and weapons, electronic components, handwritten books, and even services. There were also a few food stalls, typical of night markets, selling fried mushrooms, steamed vegetables, roasted potatoes, and juice, but the cheapest was cactus juice. Some people even made jams and candies from cactus fruit and sold them at their stalls. This was thanks to the increased production at the base, but most people carefully calculated their spending and rarely spent on such items. Tang Tian wasn't hungry, so she continued strolling with Shen Buiyun, enjoying the faint aroma. Outside, there were more streetlights, and she spotted men and women holding hands like them. Because of the natural disaster, the very young and elderly had long since passed away, leaving the majority of the population in their prime. This was their first time in love, but they could never have imagined that their first love would begin in the apocalypse, which hadn't yet ended. By the way, are we really dating? Tang Tian asked with a smile. Shen Buiyun's face was clouded by the dim light of the streetlights. He held her hand tightly before saying, if this were before the apocalypse, we would have more places to go. At least there would be more options for a date. It doesn't matter. As long as I can be with the one I love, anywhere is fine. Tang Tian calmly responded, but having experienced the negative experiences of her previous life, this was certainly her view. Even with the refreshing breeze shield beside him, Shen Buiyun felt a flushed heat on his face, a heat that wouldn't go away. But he became increasingly convinced that he truly loved the person before him. Besides, if it weren't for the apocalypse, the two probably wouldn't have met. After all, Tang Yi had bought the house in Hexinuan, and Tang Tian would surely buy somewhere else in the future. Even if she occasionally visited Tang Yi, she wouldn't necessarily run into Shen Buiyun, who remained at his post daily. But now they stood side by side, holding each other's warm hands. Shen Buiyun felt a warmth rising in his heart, flowing slowly, and filling every part of his body. Yet, Tang Tian, looking at the lights and figures before her, felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. In the apocalypse, survival occupied most of one's time, and fear tormented them daily. Even if conditions improved in the future, one might still be exhausted and unable to focus on anything else. Forget finding a suitable lover. Even those with wealth and power viewed it as a welcome change in the dreariness of the apocalypse, let alone love. In the apocalypse, everyone is in danger, and the trust crisis is magnified to its maximum. Tang Tian, Reborn, is even more prepared to maintain a certain distrust of everyone except her family. She thought she would continue like this forever, but then Shen Boyun suddenly appeared. She had the ability to view this as a welcome change, a way to increase her unique dopamine production, but she didn't think he saw it that way either, judging by her knowledge of him over the past few years. Besides, she herself didn't seem to see it as a welcome change. Since letting go of those lingering concerns, she had to admit that she did have a slight crush on Shen Boyun. Tang Tian thought with a hint of self-mockery. What's wrong? Sensing that Tang Tian was lost in thought, Shen Boyun asked. Tang Tian thought for a moment before looking straight at him and asking, Shen Boyun, I have a question. On what basis are you dating me? Shen Boyun's throat tightened, and he pouted slightly aggrievedly before whispering, I don't want to break up yet. Tang Tian smiled, and shook her head. I'm not saying break up. It's just, now is the end of the world. We're destined not to be like we were before the end. Even if we eventually decide it's right, we can't get married or raise children. By the way, I don't want children at all. She said the last sentence with uncanny conviction. Even before the end of the world, let alone the end of the world, she hadn't had such thoughts. But finding someone who shares the same desires wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, Wei Mingxia didn't push her. Her work barely qualified her for this position. The two had already left the commercial street and arrived in a dimmer area. Shen Boyun breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and hugged Tang Tian, resting his chin on her head. Of course I do as you say. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Tang Tian, I'm already lucky to have met you. Before the apocalypse, Shen Boyun was a member of the anti-theft squad, basically, plainclothes officers. Besides regular duty, they staked out locations, especially markets and subway stations. This led to his constant focus on his work, never allowing him to think about anything else. After the apocalypse arrived, he worried daily about his future survival, which is why he became the taciturn big brother in Shen Yaoyu's eyes. Because he had developed a photographic memory, he probably thought Tang Tian looked familiar when he saw her, but he didn't take it seriously at first. But he hadn't expected to be gradually drawn to her, and by the time he realized it, he was completely captivated. What a blessing in the apocalypse. So Tang Tian's concerns were completely irrelevant. He had already decided that having her was enough. Tang Tian, feeling the warmth of his embrace, buried her face in his chest and hugged him back. Shen Boyun was slightly surprised. Could this mean that Tang Tian had gained a little more trust in him? It was late, and they should have gone home. Even Tan Tan yawned several times, looking at the two of them with a helpless expression. For some reason, he smelled a scent that only spring could bring. After talking it out, Tang Tian reported to the armed forces. Some time passed, and she suddenly remembered the posts she had made on the forum. One day after get off work, she checked them out. The post has been slammed down to dozens of levels, with comments from various bases. But Tang Tian scrolled down and saw that most of the comments were complaints, ridicule, and spam, with almost no useful information. Number 3. No, how could anyone still be willing to trade supplies for things like gold and jade? Are you sure you spelled the title the wrong way? #9. Speaking of this makes me angry. When everyone moved, we had to grit our teeth and throw away everything we had saved in order to travel light. Number 15. I strongly suspect the poster is testing something. Everyone go away. Of course, there were a few replies like this. #23. I still have gold at home. I sent you a private message. Let's chat privately. Number 25 replied to number 23. Brother, you're so confused. What if this is a scam? There's been a lot of this happening around the base lately. Apart from that, there were only 2 or 3 replies claiming to have gold. I'm probably just trying to see if they can get supplies. Tang Tian opened her private message box. With the network connected everywhere, all sorts of people appeared. Some were outspoken and directly insulted her, without any blocked words. Some seemed to have noticed that Tang Tian's account was female, and were flirting with her. It took a lot of effort to filter out the private messages that had been sent for transactions, and only one of them was from Spring City, at the central base. Tang Tian inquired and learned that this person had been a wealthy family before the apocalypse. They had purchased a lot of gold, and after the apocalypse, like other wealthy people, They had converted it into supplies, but some was still left untouched. If it was at the central base, the 100 grams of gold would have been enough for Tang Tian to make a trip. Tang Tian also asked what supplies the person needed. Naturally, the wealthy, who never lacked for ordinary supplies, wanted more than just food and water. So Tang Tian decided to trade cigarettes, alcohol, tea, honey, and Chinese medicinal herbs acquired through the system. These were still hard goods, and she even took a few photos to verify their authenticity. The transaction went smoothly, and a time was agreed upon. Tang Tian chose a day off, spoke with her family and Shin Boyun, then registered at the main gate and drove off. The elevated road in Spring City hadn't been corroded, and more vehicles were traveling on it. New traffic lights and road signs had been installed everywhere. This thriving scene made Tang Tian suddenly feel as if the apocalypse was drawing to a close. Although she hoped so, the insect plague had just subsided, and the crisis hadn't reached its peak yet. She believed the natural disaster wouldn't give up its rampage so easily. But ultimately, the new traffic rules still had to be followed. Finally, they arrived at the central base. As before, they needed to register before entering. Fortunately, they had agreed to trade in the outer areas, so they wouldn't have to pay any extra fees. Tang Tian spotted 2 cars gathered in a circle from a distance. After examining the license plates, she slowly drove over. Sister Tian, it's you? A familiar voice echoed from a car. Tang Tian also leaned out the window, only to see Li Feiyong unexpectedly. What a coincidence, right? And indeed, it was. The person coming to trade wasn't Li Feiyong, but another young man, a friend of Li Feiyong's. They'd been in the same circles before the apocalypse. Li Feiyong had previously been living in Area S, but Tang Tian had later sent him to Area A. Naturally, they met and continued to mingle in the same circles. The young man genuinely wanted to exchange supplies, but he found the post interesting, so he told Li Feiyong about it. As soon as he heard the post, Li Feiyong, for some reason, instantly thought of Tang Tian. Happily, he had nothing else to do, so he came with the young man. Who knew him better than to think it was her? Since they were all acquaintances, the deal went much more smoothly. The two quickly exchanged cash and goods. Tang Tian swiftly climbed into the car, waved, and drove off. The young man nudged Li Feiyong with his elbow and teased, "Great. I didn't expect you knew such a beautiful girl. You seem to have plenty of supplies, so why didn't you go to Area A?" Li Feiyong came to her senses, blushing, and slapped him on the back. "What nonsense! Okay, let's get back." On the way back, Tang Tian encountered a convoy of Pinyin bases resting. Each base had its own unique sign, making it instantly recognizable. Among them was someone Tang Tian knew well. Gu Bin. Gu Bin had suffered a bone fracture from a mutant gerbil during a sandstorm, a recurring injury that ultimately forced him to leave the armed forces. Fortunately, he awakened his water-based abilities within the poisonous fog. To this day, the water produced by his water-based abilities is always a top-tier commodity, sought after everywhere and at all times. Even after leaving the armed forces, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. "Tang Tian, are you out looking for supplies again?" Gu Bin asked. Although there probably aren't any legitimate supplies to be looted outside right now, they all been collected by the authorities. Tang Tian shook his head and told the truth. Gu Bin smiled and said, "That's pretty much what we do. Right now, I'm mainly producing water in this fleet and selling it elsewhere. It's also a job for the authorities. I heard other bases have similar businesses. This fleet is almost entirely made up of water-based abilities. It's more like a merchant caravan than a fleet. It seems the authorities don't control these things anymore." A new thought suddenly occurred to Tang Tian. Chapter 105. After returning home, Tang Tian first invested all the gold she had earned into the system. She then gathered a batch of ingredients, crafted a range of low and high-level dishes, and sold them at the gourmet shop. The salt-making equipment had already begun to produce a steady stream of salt, and the level 1 ocean was also producing a large amount of seafood, including fish, shellfish, shrimp, and algae like kelp and seaweed. Since the food consumed at home couldn't keep up with production, they would use a dryer to compress it into processed products, and find a dedicated storage area in the warehouse for this seafood. With the ingredients, Tang Tian could continue to unlock new dishes and learn new skills. This time, she planned to learn a few delicious white dishes: tofu, which generates a repelling shield, white radish and yam, which boost the respiratory system and resist toxic gas and smog, and milk and soy milk, which can remove toxins. She wouldn't stop until she ran out of more delicious dishes to unlock. Currently, 2/3 of the base is occupied by psychics, whose powers were activated by the poisonous fog. Therefore, The sight of psychics flying around is almost daily, and with the upcoming natural disasters to contend with, this psychic power is inevitable. One day, during a break from work, Tang Tian and Shin Boyun had lunch in the administrative district cafeteria. Unexpectedly, just like before the apocalypse, the food in the administrative district cafeteria was actually better and cheaper than in other community cafeterias. The baked potatoes were upgraded to stewed potatoes, even with chicken in them. Tang Tian ate them with rice, her face puffed up. Eat slowly, there's more. Shin Boyun smiled and pushed a glass of juice over. He enjoyed watching Tang Tian eat. It was very satisfying. He wondered if she had already been like this when she was doing food streaming before the apocalypse. He barely had time to watch those so-called live streams. But at least now, he liked it no matter how he watched it. This juice wasn't cactus juice, but lemonade. After planting vegetables, the base quickly moved on to fruit cultivation, initially focusing on easy-to-grow fruits like kumquats, strawberries, grapes, and blueberries. Later, researchers discovered that just as several vegetables had mutated like cacti, so too had some fruit, including the lemon. Not only had it grown in size, but it was also incredibly juicy. After experiments, it was discovered that it could restore mental strength, quickly becoming a popular energy source for psychics. Of course, lemonade was more expensive than cactus juice, but Tang Tian and Shin Boyun could afford it. Tang Tian took a sip of the sour-sweet lemonade and suddenly felt that whether she was dating Shin Boyun or not didn't seem to make much difference. If they weren't dating, they could still come to the cafeteria to eat and chat like this. Could it be because they were already quite familiar with each other before this? Besides, they agreed to get to know each other, but aside from the familiar family details, it seemed like there was nothing else they knew. Why are you suddenly staring at me? Are you full? Shin Boyun asked, chewing his food. Tang Tian took another sip of her lemonade. It just suddenly struck me. Is this really like we're dating? It seems like just like everyday life. She stroked her chin. Shin Boyun paused with his cutlery, as if he was about to say something. Tang Tian noticed and blinked. What? Do you have anything to say? Yes, but it's a bit abrupt. Shin Boyun seemed to have made up his mind before continuing. We've been dating for a few months, and Io and Cheng Jing have already moved out, so what do you think about us moving out too? Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. Tang Tian understood. So they were living together. Before the apocalypse, this was something couples would naturally develop. It was just a matter of speed. In fact, Shin Boyun had his own selfish motives. Until now, he and Tang Tian had only seen each other during work, sometimes not even in person. At night, after returning home, they would still talk on the phone or go for a walk. But he still wanted to see her more often, to feel both at ease and happy. However, he also understood that proposing now was a bit hasty, so he didn't expect Tang Tian to agree immediately. To his surprise, Tang Tian tilted her head, thought for a moment, and replied, "Okay, let's give it a try." Huh? Shin Boyun was startled, then slightly stunned. Tang Tian narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled, saying, "Since you brought it up, you probably already thought about it, but you're just not saying it." Shin Boyun didn't answer, but his earlobe slowly turned red. "Okay, that's true. And I saw a house at the real estate agency. It's not far from our homes, and it's in the same building. I can go back anytime I want. Housing is arguably one of the most abundant resources in the base these days. It all depends on whether the survivors have the conditions to live there." Shin Boyun's voice grew quieter as he spoke, a hint of embarrassment lingering at the end of his words. However, Tang Tian thought this was a good way to strengthen their relationship, so she told Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia after returning home. They were familiar with Shin Boyun's character, so they didn't hesitate to refuse his offer. So, they chose another day, and Shin Boyun and Tang Tian went to the real estate agency to look at a house. It turned out to be right next to him, just a dozen steps away from their hometown. The rent for the mid-level apartment had increased, but it was now $3 per month, which was acceptable to them. They signed the contract and received the keys without any problems. It had been renovated, so all they needed to do was move in the furniture. Next came the packing and moving. Her personal belongings were easy, and Tang Tian, with her enhanced strength, carried the furniture herself, without even hiring movers. But Shin Boyun was there to help, and as they were going upstairs, they happened to run into their future neighbors on the 12th floor. Room 1202 was occupied by a young couple, their heirs suggesting a relatively well-off family. Nowadays, many people in core residential areas prefer high-rise apartment buildings in the mid-level areas, fearing the possibility of toxic fog or insect infestations, as they prefer to live in villas. But Tang Tian's attention wasn't on the seemingly loving couple, but on his wife's slightly bulging belly. Forget it, it's none of her business anyway. 1203 had 3 bedrooms and a living room. The largest bedroom faced the sun, and there were still slight traces of a double bed in the middle. Chen Boyun coughed softly upon seeing this, and suggested sleeping in separate beds, for the time being. Tang Tian squinted and tooted, but agreed, and 2 single beds were placed in one bedroom. Now it felt more like a hotel. After cleaning and tidying up the rest of the internet, the kitchen, the bathroom, and the living room, she suddenly felt like a little home again. A comfortable, safe, and perhaps even a little warm home, shielding herself from the horrors of the apocalypse. Looks like not so bad. Tang Tian, in high spirits, prepared to throw another grand housewarming party. Although she'd been a food streamer before the apocalypse, she learned a few tricks from Tang Yi and was no problem cooking properly. But even a good cook can't cook without rice. Creating delicious dishes with limited ingredients was a challenge. Tang Tian volunteered to go grocery shopping, then retrieve some of the ingredients currently available at the base from the system, while Shen Boyun was already ready to help. Stir-fried mushrooms, braised chicken with scallions, dry pot rabbit, and finally 2 more stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of spinach and egg soup. Dishes arrived one by one, and Tang Tian finally pulled out another goodie. It was a small bottle of baijiu. Baijiu was now a hard currency between bases, and its presence was more common than other wines, such as fruit wine, or beer. When the time came, Tang Yi, Wei Mingxia, Tan Tan, Yan Chanhua, Chen Yaowe, and Cheng Jing all arrived, bringing gifts to celebrate the housewarming. However, they hadn't expected the housewarming feast to be so sumptuous. By comparison, their gifts seemed inadequate. Wei Mingxia and Yan Chanhua sat at the head table, initially polite, but after a few sips of wine, their true colors showed, even calling them in-laws. After a delicious meal, it was time to say goodbye, but Tan Tan refused to leave, clinging to Tang Tian's feet, sniffing and acting coquettishly. Chen Boyun smiled and said, "Just let Tan Tan stay. After all, you're its owner. Even though it's only a short distance away, it still wants to see you every moment." "Yeah, that's true." Tang Tian squatted down, stroking Tan Tan, and playfully lip-synced to him, "Just like you." Shen Boyun was stunned for a moment, coughing to hide his embarrassment. After cleaning up the living room, night quickly fell, seemingly just like any other night. Tan Tan obediently returned to his newly found bed, and lay down. Tang Tian changed into pajamas, went to the bathroom to wash up, and returned to her made bed to browse the forum. My posts seem to have gone quiet since then, perhaps buried by new posts. Such a worthy topic, surprisingly, hadn't received any comments. But Tang Tian did see the account from the previous transaction. It had posted a picture below, confirming that someone was indeed willing to trade supplies for gold, which drew a wave of incredulous replies. Well, it was a disguised form of advertising, wasn't it? Shen Boyun walked in, wiping his head with a towel. His bed was actually only a nightstand away from Tang Tian's. The base has basically achieved full power supply, but water is only partially available, and the cost is quite high. Many people still prefer to buy water from water-based psychics, which is more cost-effective. I heard that some psychics have even begun to gather water-based psychics together, forming an organization similar to a water plant, specifically to produce water, and sell it within the base. So, during the initial period of moving into the new home, the water used was also purchased from there. As for cooking, electric cookware or fuel are acceptable. Tang Tian closed her laptop and stretched her body, her joints crackling. Only the night light on the bedside table emitted a bright yellow glow, slowly flowing, and the light gradually dimmed as it moved further away. "Tired after a long day, aren't you?" "Go to sleep," Chen Boyun said, stroking her head. Tang Tian didn't respond, but instead reached up to the hand above her head, slowly intertwining their knuckles. Shen Boyun's breathing suddenly hitched, and he quickly pulled his hand away and went to his own bed. "Ahem, I'm sleepy. Good night." Tang Tian, that was too obvious. With a snap, the nightlight turned off, and they both went to sleep. But after some time, Tang Tian became alert and heard a strange noise coming from outside. This noise was like waves crashing against rocks, sometimes loud, sometimes quiet. How could this noise not trigger the alarm at base? Woof woof. Tan Tan immediately rose from his nest and barked out the window. Tang Tian opened her eyes and got out of bed. Shen Boyun noticed, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. Tick tick tick. The closer Tang Tian got to the balcony, the more she could hear a different sound, and it sounded remarkably like rain. Could it be raining? the shouts outside weren't surprising. After all, the survivors had been waiting for this rain with such trepidation that seeing it now, how could they not howl with excitement? It looks like it's raining. Tang Tian was naturally delighted. Rainwater was a vital resource for the base, and would benefit all the survivors. Shin Boyun breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. The authorities will surely do their best to collect this water. Not only the authorities, but even the survivors would be eager to store this hard-earned water. The Shin and Tang families might have done so before, but now they didn't have to. Since they didn't have to work, Tang Tian and Shin Boyun went back to sleep. But not long after they lay down, Tang Tian suddenly heard the alarm, blaring from outside. It was a sharp, piercing level 1 alarm. The two of them, and the dog stood up again. The interval was so short. Could this not be just ordinary rain? The two didn't open the door to the balcony to observe. Instead, they pulled out their communication devices and began contacting people. After contacting their respective families, they were all awakened by the alarm. A loudspeaker gradually blared from outside. Survivors, please do not linger outside to avoid burns from the acid rain. If you absolutely must go out, please take protective measures. One more notice. Tang Tian and Shin Boyun were startled. It was raining, but corrosive acid rain? It was obvious that those who had just emerged from the house had also suffered varying degrees of corrosion. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the rain grew shorter, and in a blink of an eye, it had become the level of a moderate rain before the apocalypse. And the dense raindrops indeed produced a slight sizzling sound, as if corroding anything corrodable. Tang Tian instructed Wei Mingxia and Tang Yi to immediately protect the house, preferably sealing the windows. The three mothers and daughters had a tacit understanding. The latter quickly understood that Tang Tian was asking them to use their supernatural powers for defense and immediately agreed. I didn't expect to be hit by another natural disaster just after moving into a new home. Tang Tian sighed and said, we need to protect ourselves here too. Tomorrow I see if I can find any scrap metal and find a gold-type esper to make a shield to seal the windows. There don't seem to be many gold-type esper in the base. Shin Boyun also felt a headache. It was still night, and there was no telling what the scene would be like outside tomorrow morning. We still have a few hours to go. To prevent the rain from getting worse and overflowing, we should take turns keeping watch. We can't get completely rested, Tang Tian said, reaching out and producing thick soil. She couldn't use her gold-type esper in front of Shin Boyun. After all, she was already a dual-attribute esper. Having esper with more abilities was unheard of. After placing all the soil near the balcony door, the two of them watched the night and the acid rain until the first light of dawn appeared in the sky, and the downpour gradually became visible. Unnoticeable in the darkness, the rain was actually a dark red. Droplets as large as small beans continuously pelted the earth, occasionally raising a thin layer of smoke. Tang Tian had never seen acid rain before the apocalypse, but she felt it wasn't like acid rain, but something even stranger. But since it was corrosive, metals, concrete, electronic equipment, and transportation and communication vehicles would likely be in trouble. If it dripped onto humans, it would probably be quite serious. Tang Tian went downstairs and returned home. As expected, Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia had already used their metal-based abilities to create protective shields to seal the windows. Metals processed with metal-based abilities are stronger than ordinary metals, and should be able to withstand some of the acid rain's corrosive effects. Tang Tian also used her metal-based abilities to create protective shields suitable for room 1203's windows, planning to bring them back later. When he returned, Shin Boyun was already dressed. Today was a workday. When he left, he planned to use the weather attributes of wind and cloud to ward off the acid rain. Tang Tian, along with him, naturally followed suit to provide defense. The two of them set out for the administrative district. As expected, all the visible buildings and facilities they passed bore traces of corrosion. There were also pedestrians on the road, all of them psychics, who had mastered the art of using their powers for protection, acting like a flame barrier to block the acid rain from the sky. Even with the acid rain, life at the base continued as normal, survival continued. All important facilities and equipment were urgently retrofitted with protective systems. Pingan Base also obtained the technology for special protective clothing from the central base, and the factory began working overtime to produce it. However, it was very expensive, and it was also a special material requiring a trade invoice. But the survivors without special abilities could only rely on purchasing protective clothing to continue living in the base. Naturally, the Tang and Shin families each received one. The authorities continued broadcasting information, instructing people on simple defensive measures, not only for their bodies, but also for their footing. Most people complied. Those who had previously discovered it was raining late at night and gone outside, letting the rain pour down on them, or who had collected rainwater for use, eventually developed symptoms. Their skin began to ulcerate, but the sores were not simply red and swollen, but a deep black, oozing streams of foul-smelling pus and blood, causing severe infection. Some were still conscious and went to the medical station for treatment, while others developed a fever and passed out, ultimately being sent there. The medical station was once again overcrowded. Rain should have been a good thing, but now it had become a bad thing. Unknowingly, the acid rain had been falling for over half a month. The base's drainage system was severely damaged, requiring only manual drainage to drain the accumulated water. Thankfully, water-based psychics could control the water source and simply manipulate the accumulated water to drain it all, without having to get close. The dark red rain continued to dance across the ground like dancing beads, and the air was filled with a strange, sweet, fishy smell of grass and rotting flesh, which weighed heavily on Tang Tian's heart. She had already shielded her home, and the rains pounding against the metal shield echoed throughout the house. Tang Tian, look! Chen Boyun controlled the wind and clouds to protect the two of them, but he still frowned and pointed forward. Tang Tian looked in the direction of the sound and was stunned. Unexpectedly, something dark green had grown at the base of the building they passed, resembling climbing plants like creepers. But closer inspection revealed something different. It looked more like strands of hyphae, like a network, and nearby, tiny umbrella-shaped mushrooms had even sprouted. Who knew if they would grow larger? Given the temperature and the recent humidity, mold, and the growth of these things were normal. But because the authorities still treated it as acid rain, and the broadcasts promoted it as such, the number of infected patients at the medical station continued to climb. The inflammation caused by the skin ulcers had gradually spread throughout the body, its path becoming like blood vessels. To the few medical staff who had any real experience with medicine, it looked more like a fungus. In some cases, the inflammation even entered the body directly through the eyes, nose, and mouth. Like the last parasitic infection, their abdomens began to swell, a particularly terrifying sight. The nights echoed with the agonized groans of the patients, making the medical station, where countless lives had been taken away, even more eerie. The necessary equipment and facilities had been retrofitted and, barely avoiding corrosion, Tang Tian was even able to continue browsing the online forums. The forums were indeed awash with wailing, filled with complaints and requests for help. The forum homepage was pinned with several announcements, some concerning security directives, an increased curfew, recruitment for various trades, and the most common ones concerning sanitation and epidemic prevention. Those on the base, who could stay home were to stay home, and those who died from skin infections caused by rain exposure were to be cremated. Regulations were also announced regarding the proper disposal of bodies. Tang Tian scrolled down and suddenly came across a post titled, "Help, there's a lot of mold growing near my house. This can't be explained by just mold." Clicking on the post, the poster also shared several photos. The mold there was even larger than what Tang Tian had seen. Many replies also claimed to have seen it, especially at bases in northern Yin country. This rain has fallen across the country again, and after it fell, mold has grown everywhere. Tang Tian frowned as he thought. The officially recruited staff were still building protective measures, shielding the facilities that had finally been completed. But the medical station, seeing too many patients showing signs of illness, decided to report the situation to the authorities. Most importantly, the supply of anti-infection drugs was running low. The dark red rain continued to fall relentlessly, leaving a thin layer of water on the roads. The bacterial colonies on the buildings were gradually expanding, and the mushrooms in the corners grew taller and taller, seemingly unfazed by the rain. Rainwater can easily reach anyone without proper protection. With the infection rate still stubbornly high, the base had no choice but to place most people under home quarantine, leaving only a small group on duty, implementing a shift system. Mold had also grown on the facade of Building 10 and was spreading. Tang Tian had replaced the metal shield, which blocked their view of the scenery outside the window, like a sandstorm. She and Shen Boyun were both home this time, listening to the sound of rain outside the shield as they and their dog enjoyed a simple meal. With electricity rationing in residential areas these days, and the possibility of mold in the water source, the supernatural water produced by water-based psychics has become even more popular, and is either in short supply or commanding exorbitant prices, so everyone has to use it sparingly. Fortunately, the tools and fuel were all there, so food was a solution. Tang Tian had previously seen live rabbits and chickens for sale at the base market, so she bought a few rabbits and chicks. There was a spare room, which she planned to convert into a breeding shed. Although there were pastures within the system, they provided fresh meat as soon as the harvest began, but there were no such fresh animals. A little farming at home would provide a source of meat in the real world. Supplying food for the rabbits and chickens wasn't difficult. Tang Tian was in charge of the feeding, and Tan Tan immediately became a herding dog, diligently watching over the chicks. Even if he stared at them for too long, a crystal pendant would appear around his lips. Tang Tian also brought back a few cans, saying she was going to make pickles. Various processing methods can help preserve raw ingredients longer. Shin Boyun, of course, fully agreed with her proposal and offered to help. As for now, I wonder if Tang Tian will use the high-quality ingredients from the system as her rations. The rabbits and chickens are growing rapidly. They each took out one, butchered it, and then used their fire powers to season it. The fragrant roasted chicken and rabbit were ready. The rich aroma of barbecued meat filled the room, and Shin Boyun used the stove to cook instant noodles produced by the base factory. These were much more delicious than compressed biscuits. Each of them ate the hot noodles, filling their stomachs and warming their bodies. Except for the rain that continued outside, it could be called any other day. Tang Tian wiped her mouth and suddenly said to Shin Boyun, "Do you think this rain isn't acid rain?" Chapter 106. Shin Boyun had used his supernatural powers to create a small ball of rain. It looked quite cute, and it was also raining, though the rain was much cleaner than outside. After collecting the rainwater, it could be used to wash dishes. He paused, then sighed and said, "You ask, so I guess you already have an idea?" "Well, I've been looking at the forums, and it's not just Chunchung that's experiencing mold growth. People are getting infected, and everywhere else is experiencing the same thing. And the strange things growing across the country are because of this rain, so this might not be acid rain, but fungus rain." Even though Shin Boyun had a clue in mind, hearing it from someone else changed his mood. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the connection between the rain and the mold. But this was even worse news. If it were just acid rain, at best, it would destroy the base's structures. But if it were the unprecedented fungus rain, then the consequences would be much more difficult to control. No one knew what these molds and mushrooms would eventually develop into, or what threats they might pose. After the medical station reported the situation, the authorities promptly corrected the information. It turned out to be no ordinary acid rain, but a bizarre and strange mushroom rain, causing mold and mushrooms to grow everywhere and potentially infect humans. In the outdoor planting areas, the newly laid soil was also covered in mold. The mushrooms grew with unstoppable force, absorbing almost all of the other crops as nutrients, leaving them shrunken masses. The livestock previously stationed outside were quickly brought indoors, but because the indoor and underground areas needed ventilation, fungus hyphae still seeped in through the ventilation system, causing widespread spread. After being infected, plants and animals began to mutate, a mutation that was different from what would otherwise be considered edible. Animals began to become aggressive, similar to the mutants encountered previously, and plants even began to attack. The cacti, planted first, most abundantly, and most widely, in particular, each grew sharper spikes, which launched upon sensing human presence. Some staff members in the underground area of the research institute were forced to temporarily retreat, looking distraught. These infected plants and animals could not be left alive, as they posed a threat to humans. The authorities had no choice but to dispatch armed teams with offensive abilities to painstakingly eliminate them, including the surrounding mold. Tang Tian and Shin Boyun were naturally among them, and they clearly saw the mutants. Unlike the previous ones, which attacked from the outside, these were transforming from within. Any delay would pose a significant threat to the survivors' base. Tang Tian generously unleashed level 10 fireballs, each one directed at the red-eyed animals or the attacking plants. Shin Boyun also used wind blades and lightning. Fortunately, he was becoming increasingly proficient in his abilities. While things were still going on here, a riot broke out at the medical station. But this time, the riot wasn't caused by humans, but by the infected patients. Their bodies had festered and turned black, constantly dripping black and red pus and blood. The stench was overwhelming, and they looked inhuman. And just like the animals and plants, they began to attack those around them. The officials, along with all the survivors, felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. In the past, it was only the animals and plants that caused the mutations, so eliminating them was not a burden. But this time was different. Human-based mutants had appeared. Knowing they were no longer human, they were still hesitant at first. After receiving this news, Tang Tian and Shin Boyun rushed to the medical station. That area was arguably the worst affected by the bacterial plague. The entire building was practically buried in mold, and the fishy sweet smell grew stronger. Tang Tian and Shen Boyun donned gas masks. Help! Help! Several medical staff wearing specialized protective suits rushed out of the main entrance, followed by a group of human mutants. Perhaps due to their human mutation, they were also able to run, relentlessly pursuing living flesh. Amid the pouring rain, deep roars emanated continuously from what was still visible as their mouths, a cry for help or perhaps a cry for help. Tang Tian, looking at this terrifying scene, suddenly recalled pre-apocalyptic zombie movies. But calling them zombies isn't quite right, as the mutants are covered in mold. It seems even if they aren't attacked, even if they're close, they'd be infected. Fungal corpses is more accurate. An inexplicable chill ran down his back. Tang Tian immediately hurled a massive fireball, which crashed down upon the mutants with a boom and began to ignite. At least that thing on their bodies ignited easily. The rest of the armed team seemed to suddenly realize something, and they all directed their special abilities in that direction. The fungus, like nails scratching a blackboard, seemed to be piercing an eardrum. By the time they finally collapsed to the ground, they were reduced to charcoal. The rescued medical staff gasped for breath, stuttering. Those strange black ulcers, truly. But by the time they realized what they were, it was too late. They had mutated into zombie-like creatures. A small number of the other patients also began to mutate, but instead of becoming fungal corpses, their bodies began to swell and eventually explode. But what erupted wasn't flesh and blood, but a dense, splattering fungus that obscured vision, leaving only corpses. But those corpses didn't seem to be wasted. Some fungal corpses came nearby and began to eat them, as if they were the best nourishment. The sight made the medical staff nauseous, and they almost gave out, unable to escape. I hadn't expected to witness such a bizarre scene of cannibalism under such circumstances. They had tried to resist, but even after being knocked down by ordinary cold weapons, or even firearms, the fungal corpses would rise again, making them impossible to kill, like immortal zombies. Noticing the faint wriggling of mold on the corpse's face, perhaps these strange fungi had somehow managed to sever the human nervous system, controlling movement and transforming the person into this half-human, half-ghost appearance. The medical staff abandoned the medical station and fled first. At this point, it seemed likely that only psychic powers could kill these corpses. The medical staff said sternly, "Quick, put on your gas masks. These things are releasing explosive spores. Even if you don't get close, you could be infected. According to our incomplete research, this is most likely a mutated zombie fungus." But this news seemed a little too late. Tang Tian and Shen Boyun were unharmed, but one or two psychic users in the distance had their hands stained with the fungal splatter sprayed by the corpses when they died. Furthermore, all medical stations within the Pingan base have been compromised, and the highest number of infections has been reported in the civilian areas, particularly the residential areas. The base has once again sounded a level 1 alert, ordering everyone to stay home and remain indoors, also to isolate potential infections. The armed forces have reorganized, taking comprehensive precautions, and then conducting disinfection. Their mission is to continue killing mutants, including the surrounding bacterial colonies, otherwise they will only continue to appear. Of course, they can't rely entirely on psychics. After all, even to this day, psychics still have varying levels of mental power, and can't unleash their powers constantly. So, the base will also retrieve weapons of mass destruction, and the fungicide they've been developing for a while. The fungicide will be sprayed everywhere to suppress growth, while the weapons are specifically designed for fungal corpses, ensuring that nothing remains. But for a fungal corpse that has been assimilated into mold, even a few ashes are unlikely to be enough. After all, the fungal rain is still falling, and there's a chance it could resurrect in the same place. The ubiquitous mold gradually seeped into the residents' homes. Tang Tian and Shen Boyun, having exhausted their mental energy, arrived at the base's specially designated rest area for psychics. This area was completely shielded from the intrusion of mold. There were furniture and items for rest, as well as a food supply station, a spiritual beverage area, a water tank, a first aid kit, and so on. However, the most effective way to restore mental energy was to drink various drinks made from mutant ingredients, which also quenched thirst. Tang Tian and Shen Boyun each poured a glass of lemonade and rested on the sofa nearby. Seeing no one was around, Tang Tian retrieved a few candies from the storage area and placed them in Shen Boyun's hands, whispering, "Eat this." Shen Boyun didn't object, opening one and eating it. I hadn't expected it to be fruit candy. But making candy isn't difficult, and now that there are several kinds of fruit, it's no surprise that Tang Tian has some. Ever since he could sense his own mental energy, Shen Boyun had learned to control it. Unexpectedly, holding this candy in his mouth actually felt like his mental energy was recovering. Could it be the sweetness? Just as he was thinking, a loud cry came from the other end. Oh no! He has black spots. At that cry, those resting stopped resting, those taking a short nap stopped taking a short nap, and everyone jumped up from their seats, as if they could just raise their hands and throw their supernatural powers in that direction. After understanding the origin of the fungal corpses, the condition of black, ulcerated inflammation on the body was generally referred to as black spot disease. And whenever these black spots appeared on the body, regardless of the cause, everyone was to be on high alert and on full defense. No, don't kill me! The armed team member quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Black spots also appeared on his hands and arms, where infection was most likely. He looked young, stammering fearfully, I haven't turned into a zombie yet. And I feel fine, I definitely won't. At the end, his mouth was knotted, and he collapsed to his knees, wailing and pounding the ground, tears welling in his eyes. No! No! I won't die! I don't want to die yet. Tang Tian and Shen Buoyan said nothing. They both silently put their gas masks back on. It seemed that even in this lounge, it wasn't completely safe. A few vibrations came from his trouser pocket. It was Shen Buoyan's walkie-talkie. Because of the fungus rain, just in case, Shen Buoyan packed every communication device he could, using whatever he could get through. This time, the person who contacted him was Shen Yaowe, who was temporarily at home with Cheng Jing. But her voice didn't sound good, even a hint of tears. When Shen Buoyan heard what she said, his head buzzed, and he froze in place. Tang Tian frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Shen Buoyan pursed his lips a few times before clenching his fists, veins etched on the back of his hands. Finally, his voice raspy, he replied, "My mom has developed black spots too." Tang Tian's heart trembled. I wonder if the mold has already entered the building, or if they were already infected before, and the symptoms only appeared now that they were at home. The authorities had ordered nearly everyone to quarantine at home for this very reason. But the person who showed symptoms this time was Yan Chunhua, which was something they didn't want to see. Tang Tian then noticed Shen Buoyan's slightly reddened eyes. She had rarely seen him with that expression. Since Shen's father's death, Yan Chunhua had raised 2 children alone. Although caught up in the apocalypse, the children had both done well. As the base continued to develop, she should have enjoyed a relatively stable life, ready for retirement. But a bacterium rain had destroyed all of that. And anyone with black spots was shunned, let alone treated, unless someone possessed the necessary abilities. Tang Tian lowered her head slightly, then finally took Shen Buoyan's hand and said, "Come on, let's go back and take a look." Shen Buoyan finally came to his senses and returned home with Tang Tian. "Brother." Chen Yaoyue's eyes were slightly swollen, and she looked like she already cried. Seeing Shen Buoyan, she felt like crying again, saying, "My ability is useless. It can probably only heal external injuries, not those molds. Mom's almost unconscious now. What should we do? People with black spots haven't been treated. Ultimately, there are only 2 outcomes: transformation into fungal corpses, or exploding and dying, becoming food for the corpses. Either outcome is death." The atmosphere in the room was frozen and sad. Chen Yaowe simply hugged Cheng Jing tightly and burst into tears, as if she had already given Yan Chunhua notice. "Where is Mom now?" Shen Buoyan seemed to have accepted this outcome, wanting to see her one last time, his voice still trembling. "In the bedroom," she said. She wanted to isolate herself. Chen Yaowe sobbed in response. Tang Tian said nothing more. She and Shen Buoyan put on their gas masks again, and asked Chen Yaowe and Cheng Jing to keep theirs as well, then entered the bedroom. Yan Chunhua lay half reclining on the bed, his exposed arm covered in soft bacterial plaques, as if he would soon rise again, completely controlling this body. "Mom," Shen Buoyan called softly, but Yan Chunhua, already in a semi-conscious state, seemed not to hear. She simply closed her eyes, awaiting the final judgment. Shen Buoyan raised his hand to cover the upper half of his face. While fire-based abilities could burn mold, it was impossible to tell whether it had already penetrated the body, and the ability couldn't reach that point. But if it could penetrate the body, then... Tang Tian remained silent for a moment, and quietly transformed a kettle into something in his hand. Then she stepped forward, suddenly grasped Yan Chunhua's lower face, opened his mouth, and lowered the canteen's spout, pouring the entire contents into him. Luckily, he could still drink. It wasn't hopeless. "Tang Tian?" Shen Buoyan watched in amazement. A few seconds later, the mold on Yan Chunhua's arm began to flake off, until normal skin returned. Even his complexion, slightly blue, turned rosy. Tang Tian then used her fire powers to incinerate the mold. The liquid she poured into Yin Chunhua was a white, mold-killing lychee ice milk she had specially prepared in her system. She always carried it with her whenever she went out, just in case she and Shen Boyun were affected by the mold. Unexpectedly, neither of them had been affected during this time, while Yin Chunhua had been the first to be affected. Shen Boyun watched in disbelief. Could it be that the research institute already has a cure for melasma? Why hasn't the official information been released? There's been no news of any patients being cured. But Yin Chunhua looks like. He looks cured. Tang Tian cleared her throat. After some thought, she still wasn't ready to tell the truth, so she continued to make excuses. Salt water, garlic, ginger, vinegar, tea, these things can help, so I thought I'd give it a try. Luckily, the kettle she was using wasn't transparent, so she couldn't see what was inside. But before she could finish, Shen Boyun hugged her tightly, his strength so strong it seemed to crush even bones, and he trembled slightly. Anyway, thank you, Shen Boyun said in a deep voice, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Tang Tian felt as if a gentle raindrop were dripping down her ears, incredibly hot. If there was suspicion, perhaps Shen Boyun would have suspected it long ago. But he never said it. That wasn't his concern. He cared most about the people around him, and how to continue surviving as usual. This allowed Tang Tian to focus less on hiding. Tang Tian didn't answer. She simply raised her hand, and wiped it across Shen Boyun's face, the wet, hot corners of his eyes. The person in the bed slowly woke up. The two of them quickly let go, and Shen Boyun wiped his eyes before asking, "Mom, are you awake? How are you feeling?" Outside, Shen Yaowe and Cheng Jing had been waiting outside the door. Upon hearing these words, they rushed in, their eyes wide open. Yin Chunhua's first sensation was a sweet taste in her mouth, but she was wary of the dark spots on her body, so she quickly said, "Hurry, get out. It's bad if you get infected." "It's okay, Mom. You're recovered," Shen Boyun said, helping her to her feet. Yin Chunhua touched her arm in disbelief. How is this possible? There's no official notice saying these spots will disappear on their own." Tang Tian smiled faintly and said, "Those who survive a disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. Auntie, take care of yourself. I go home and see you." Before leaving, she glanced at Shen Boyun, who understood. As for how Shen Yaowe and Cheng Jing later came to express their gratitude, that's a story for later. When Tang Tian returned home, she found that Tang Yi and Wei Mingxia had already sealed the doors and windows. The air purifier was operating inside, and it had a purification function. Tan Tan, who had been temporarily placed there, was also alive and well. She finally felt relieved. They even made some extra metal shields specifically for Tang Tian, though there was still some scrap metal left in the warehouse. As long as the rain continued, preventing mold from entering homes became a top priority for everyone at the base. The fungus rain continued for another half-month. Every day, they took turns draining the water and disposing of the dead mold. Tang Tian and Shen Boyun felt like doing nothing when they got home, wanting nothing more than to fall into a baby-like sleep. Sometimes, they were so sleepy they barely noticed, and simply slumbered together in the same bed. Of course, it was just sleeping. There was nothing else to do. Finally, one day, Tang Tian was startled awake and quickly sat up in bed. A glance at the alarm clock revealed it was her usual time to get up. Shen Boyun slept beside her, his face almost half buried in his pillow, nearly suffocating. Tang Tian was about to wake him, but she suddenly realized something was wrong. She hurried toward the balcony. Although shielded by a metal shield, under normal circumstances, the rain would still have hit it, making a loud noise. But this time, it was different. It was surprisingly quiet. Could it be? Shen Boyun slowly woke up, yawning as he sat up. Before he could say anything, he was suddenly hugged by someone, who said joyfully, "Boyun, the rain has stopped." Shen Boyun was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening as he finally saw Tang Tian's smile. Woof woof. Tan Tan had also woken up and left his nest. Perhaps sensing Tang Tian's mood, he barked a few times as well. The rain has stopped. That's great. It wasn't just them. Everyone else, the entire base, Spring City, and even the people of Yen Nation, all felt relieved. As long as the fungus rain stopped, there would be no more black spot patients, and no more transformations into fungus corpses. Now, all that was left was to eliminate the remaining ones in the base. Outside, only a few drops of rain remained, dripping from the heights, and mold-spotted fungi growing on buildings and roads. The largest had even extended a network of hyphae, densely covering everything. Anyone who approached would be attacked, and spores would automatically be released. But at least, we're safe for now, right? Both of them thought, their bodies relaxed. Qin Boyun's hand, intentionally or unintentionally, ruffled the hair at Tang Tian's neck. It had been short at first, but after several trims, it had grown longer. The hair tangled around his fingertips, occasionally brushing against her neck. Tang Tian realized she was still hugging Qin Boyun, but he was her boyfriend after all, so what was wrong with hugging him? Thinking of this, Tang Tian hugged him even tighter, leaning her head against him. The fungus rain had caused everyone to feel unspeakably exhausted. But soon, she heard another noise. It wasn't as dangerous as the mushroom rain. She could hear the heartbeat growing stronger in her chest, like the beating of a drum. The surroundings suddenly grew warmer, with a touch of the dampness that only rain can bring. Qin Boyun's slightly rough hand rested on Tang Tian's cheek, his thumb resting on her chin, framing her thinning jawline. Tang Tian raised her eyes, and everything else followed her upwards. It was actually a perfect angle. Their first kiss, their lips were exceptionally soft, their noses touching. But precisely because it was their first time, just their lips touching, it felt passionate yet immature, like a wisp of smoke just drawn from tinder. Qin Boyun's eyes dodged for a moment before he whispered, "Sorry, I should have asked you first." "No need," Tang Tian interrupted softly. "Don't ask me about this again." Although it was their first kiss, she felt neither awkward nor resistant, as if they had experienced the same magical feeling before. Besides, she had also confirmed that her liking for Qin Boyun wasn't due to the suspension bridge effect or some weird psychological effect. It was simply because of the person in front of her. Qin Boyun smiled and lowered his head again. But then, suddenly, a thought struck him, and he paused, rubbing the tip of his nose. He looked embarrassed but pretended to be serious, saying, I go brush my teeth first. The most common item at the base right now was soap, followed by toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, and so on, all of which were more expensive than soap. But the two of them hadn't yet pooled their assets. Tang Tian had taken these out when she moved, and was willing to share them. So, Qin Boyun was self-righteously convinced that she was a clean person. Tang Tian sighed, "Okay, go ahead. If you don't want to kiss me, forget it. I guess I'm no longer attractive." Qin Boyun's head buzzed, and he practically danced with his hands, his face red as he denied it. No, I just... How could he not want to kiss her? He thought about it long before, but fearing Tang Tian wouldn't want to, he held back. Tang Tian chuckled and pushed him to the bathroom. "Okay, I know what you mean. Let's go brush our teeth together." As for how he tasted that light minty flavor afterwards, that's a story for later. Chapter 107. The rain had stopped outside, and people no longer needed to wear protective gear. However, the remaining water on the road still needed to be drained, as well as the moldy fungi and dead animals. The cleanup team was reorganized, and fire-type psychics became the most suitable cleanup personnel, burning all harmful substances to ash on the spot. But the entire base alone had countless areas to clean up. Those outside the perimeter and beyond would have to wait until they had time to do so later. The crop and livestock areas suffered heavy losses, but fortunately, a group of survivors remained uninfected and could continue to survive in the cleaned areas. The emergency protective measures also protected several important buildings and facilities. Even if some were damaged, they only needed to be repaired promptly. Listening to the official radio broadcast, the mushroom rain covering the entire country had temporarily ceased, and the various bases began to enter a period of recovery. But Tang Tian didn't remove the metal shielding from the house. She could still see the clouds lingering on the horizon, each one a dark gray, casting a gloomy, overcast sky. These strange clouds appeared when it rained, so she thought this fungus rain might be like a sandstorm. There was always another one coming, so she couldn't completely relax. The Tang and Shin families were all well, and the people at the base gradually returned to their duties. Time slipped by again. Tang Tian reconnected to the internet and logged onto the forum. The latest posts had grown to several pages, but most of them were wails for help, mourning lost relatives and friends, and complaints that they had discovered the mold long before, only to have no one take them seriously. Some, like writing a paper, meticulously listed the different forms of fungal corpses and the appearance of mold-spotted mushrooms. The followers, calling them big guys, were either members of the armed forces or researchers. But apart from these posts, the majority of the remaining posts were requests for supplies. Some bases within Chuncheng were trading with each other, while others were engaging in trade with other cities. Water and food were now the most scarce resources. After all, without these, humans would truly be unable to survive. After refreshing, Tang Tian discovered an official post. It turned out that a base with a large number of water-based psychics had sent aid to a neighboring base. Of course, this aid wasn't entirely free. Like the previous situation where Chongping and Chang'an bases had exchanged psychics, each side took what it needed. I wonder if the same thing would happen at Ping'an base. If so, Tang Tian couldn't help but think of Gu Bin's water-based convoy and the conversations they had shared on the road. Tang Tian rested her laptop on her lap, a soft pillow behind her, and sat at the headboard, lost in thought. To be honest, perhaps because she'd been a live streamer before the apocalypse, she didn't really enjoy routine jobs and routines, like simply following orders and staying at the base every day. She'd rather be out and about, seeing the world. Besides, she had enough supplies, maybe she could even find her way back to the base. Before she could react, she felt a slight dip beside her, an arm wrapped around her shoulders, and a small, warm mark appeared on her face. "What are you thinking about?" Shen Buiyun's soft voice asked. Tang Tian couldn't help but recall how much he initially hoped she could join the armed forces, and how Yang Gan wouldn't likely agree if she truly resigned. So she shook her head and said it was nothing. But Shen Buiyun seemed to have noticed something. He took his notebook and laid down with her in bed. It was afternoon, a perfect time for a nap. "Don't keep it to yourself. The end of the world is already hard enough, and I'm willing to listen, as long as you're willing to tell me." With every word, he puffed against her earlobe, causing a slight itch. Tang Tian tilted her head slightly. The metal shield was still in place, preventing light from entering the room. It was already dim, and now was a special time, so the power wasn't fully restored. But a rare light-type psychic had appeared in the base, the kind that could create psychic light balls. These balls could last for a while, and could be used as a light source, so many people went to buy them from the psychic for illumination. Tang Tian pretended to buy some, but in reality, she rolled a few balls of light and took them back. By controlling their direction and altitude, they would float there, emitting light. So now, she could clearly see Shen Buiyun's face, his sparkling eyes. From such a close distance, it seemed as if she was the only one in his sight. Tang Tian remained silent, but she used her mouth to do something else. She pulled Shen Buiyun's neck and kissed him. Perhaps, for the moment, she simply wanted a more relaxing kiss. Shen Buiyun was not shy either. He pecked Tang Tian's upper lip, then nibbled it, or simply held it in his mouth, circling it, now and then, from top to bottom. It has to be said that after all this time But we can't kiss too long, or it becomes suffocating. After releasing each other, they hugged for a while longer, their inner thoughts lingering. The hand on his waist paused noticeably, and Shen Buiyun's eyes widened as he asked, "So, you never liked working in the armed forces?" "No, I thought it was pretty good at first. It's stable, and the conditions aren't bad." Tang Tian spoke slowly, "But now I'm thinking about doing something else. In pre-apocalyptic terms, a job change? A change of scenery?" Shen Buiyun said helplessly, "How hard is it for everyone else to find a stable job? I guess you're the only one who thinks that way. The key is that you can think that way." But he also understood that Tang Tian had a relatively free job before the apocalypse, so it was normal for her to have such thoughts. Besides, she had the qualifications and ability to choose the job she wanted. So, after a moment's thought, he nodded, "Then do what you want. I support you. After all, we're not breaking up." It seemed that in Shen Buiyun's eyes, this was more important. Of course, it was also because he didn't want to restrict Tang Tian. If he hadn't told her, you'd think he was forcing her to stay. Tang Tian felt a warm sensation in her heart, but she still asked jokingly, "Really? Then maybe we'd be in different places later? And aren't you afraid that if I go further afield, I meet someone better, and then?" Shen Buiyun's face changed slightly, but the words were already out, so how could he take them back? For a moment, he looked like a wilted eggplant. "It's okay. I believe you won't. Besides, you're not that kind of person anyway." Shen Buiyun's expression quickly shifted to one of assurance, his tone firm, which Tang Tian found endearing. Tang Tian smiled and kissed him again, letting the pleasure linger. As they deepened the kiss, their breathing became a little more erratic, as if it wasn't just a matter of degree, but had gradually reached its limit. Shen Buiyun came to his senses and released him, his face flushing again, but this time the color was noticeably different, even a faint blush. Tang Tian lifted her leg with a half smile, as if she sensed the inexplicable changes that had already taken place in his body. Wait. Shen Buiyun tensed, a bit at a loss. "I still want your consent first," he said sincerely. "Besides, right now, we can't take proper measures." Tang Tian stared at him silently, then opened the drawer of the bedside table and pulled something out, dangling it before his eyes. It was a child's burp mask. Shin Boyun? Question mark. No, why does this seem like it's been prepared in advance, waiting just now? I only have one request. Tang Tian said with a smile, take a shower before that. Shin Boyun was stunned and didn't reply for a long time. Tang Tian cleared her throat and said, 10 minutes to go. If you don't want to, forget it. With a whoosh, Shin Boyun stood up and rushed towards the bathroom, his speed astonishing. It was at this moment that Tang Tian suddenly realized that there seemed to be a height difference between her and Shin Boyun. And the height difference wasn't just about height, it was also about the difference in physique. Even though Tang Tian had been working out since the early days of the apocalypse, she was still able to be held in Shin Boyun's arms. Lying beneath him, she felt like she was lying in a soft cloud, while the pounding of hot rain pelted her skin. Damn that poor figure. Afterward, Tang Tian was still awake, but, as she known, she felt a little sore in certain places, so she could only lie in bed, grumbling to herself. God knows how someone who seemed so innocent and respectable could suddenly become so naive. Tang Tian felt like she couldn't look a police officer in the eye again, it must be just a job. Sighing, she shifted to lie flat on her back, and the aroma of food gradually filled the air through the open door. After an entire afternoon, it was already this time, and she was indeed hungry. Are you okay? Shin Boyun approached her, looking incredibly energetic. This energy level seemed nothing compared to the hand-holding, hugging, and even kissing they experienced before. It was like a floodgate had been opened. Tang Tian glanced at him sideways, but didn't answer. Shin Boyun knelt down and stroked her cheek, smiling faintly. If you're hungry, you can eat first. The bath water is already heated, so how about I give you a massage? As he spoke, he moved his hand down to her waist. No, thank you. Tang Tian decisively declined. They were now in a state of turmoil, one raging like firewood, the other raging like fire. They probably wouldn't even be able to eat. After all, she felt quite comfortable, and with the improved food, Shin Boyun's lost abdominal muscles had returned a little, and they felt quite satisfying to the touch. Luckily, Tan Tan wasn't here this time, having gone to Tang Yi's place. Otherwise, she could imagine him pawed at the door pitifully. Since things had come to this point, she might as well enjoy the heated bath water and the prepared meal. Tang Tian later found a time to go to the administrative office building, and told the front desk that she wanted to see Yang Gon. Yang Gon was the former leader of the Chongping base. The Chong'an base also had a leader. So, after the merger of the two leaders were the most powerful, and ordinary people could not easily see them. But Tang Tian was no ordinary person. At least with Yang Gon, she was well known, and the other lesser leaders knew her, including the front desk staff who had been instructed by him. So, instead of ignoring Tang Tian, the front desk staff was very attentive and responsive to her every request. Unfortunately, Yang Gon was in a meeting, so she had to wait a while. Tang Tian rarely came to see him on her own initiative, and Yang Gon was quite surprised to hear this. After the meeting, he asked her to come to his office. When Tang Tian entered the office, she directly stated her purpose. As expected, Yang Gon frowned and clenched his fists. Tang Tian had been at the shelter for quite some time. He had witnessed everything she had done, and she was truly an exceptional member. When someone like this offered to leave the armed team, Yang Gon's first reaction was that something bad had happened. He was even afraid she would leave the base and settle elsewhere, such as the central base, where conditions were better. So he offered to let Tang Tian state her requirements, and he would grant them all. Regardless, he refused to let her leave the armed team. Tang Tian had anticipated this scenario, and she hadn't considered leaving the safe base, even though she still had several tickets to the central base. It wasn't just because Shin Boyun was there, but given the conditions around her, any base would be the same, so there was no need to move around. Tang Tian glanced to the side. They weren't the only two in the room, there were also people who looked like secretaries and staff. Yang Gon saw she had something to say, so he asked everyone else to leave. But Tang Tian remained silent, glancing up at the ceiling. Yang Gon sighed. Tang Tian, do you have something to say? I have someone turn off the surveillance. It's mainly because I have something secret I want to tell you, but no one else can know it except the two of us. Tang Tian's tone was mysterious, and even Yang Gon couldn't help but feel inexplicably nervous. He asked her to sit down. This sounded like another story. Captain Yang, I actually discovered recently. I developed another superpower. Yang Gon was shocked. Some people had previously discussed the possibility of dual superpowers, and some bases in certain cities had already seen dual superpowers. But the Ping'an base hadn't appeared yet, and yet that person turned out to be Tang Tian. How could Yang Gon not be excited? Yes, what superpower? Yang Gon's voice trembled slightly. I recently discovered that my other ability has a small space, and every once in a while, a certain kind of supply appears within it, mostly food. Tang Tian half-seriously explained that it was actually her food system. She didn't explain it too clearly, but she made a key point. She had no shortage of supplies. In fact, in Yang Gon's eyes, the Tang family had always been like this. Coming to the base, they had no worries about food and drink. Now with this ability, she would have even more supplies on hand. No wonder she proposed to quit the armed forces and go into business. Now it seemed like a better fit. Seeing Yang Gon's expression shift to a slightly relieved, though still somewhat conflicted, Tang Tian continued, Captain Yang, it's still all about working for the base, just in a different way. And with your help, Pinyin Base will definitely grow even better. Although Yang Gon felt helpless, he remembered that Tang Tian would still be at the base, so he finally agreed. After all, if their relationship became strained, it wasn't impossible for Tang Tian to leave the base in anger. However, during this meeting, I felt something had changed about her. As if something good had happened. Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the office. She hadn't mentioned her food storage space out of sheer goodwill. Rather, the food source was continuously producing, and her warehouse was nearly full. The warehouse needed to store not only food but also other essentials for future survival, so it had to be consumed on a large scale. And there was no better place than the base. Besides, Tang Tian's original intention was to see the base and the official organization continue to improve. After sending these food, there would be another batch arriving, so she wouldn't be at a loss. Tang Tian ultimately left the armed forces without incident. Some members of the team were indeed reluctant to let her go upon learning of the situation, but that's a story for another time. To prove her point, Tang Tian first sent a cart of vegetables over, but she also made 3 rules with Yang Gon. First, she couldn't let anyone else know about her special ability. Second, she would trade under the name of the Pinyin Base. And third, she couldn't control this ability, so it wasn't clear when the ingredients would be available. These had to be made clear up front. Yang Gon was delighted by the full cart of fresh vegetables, and since he also wanted Tang Tian to stay safely, he naturally agreed to all the rules. Relaxed, Tang Tian immediately set her sights on the central base, where she had acquaintances. There were also posts on the forum regarding the area. Because the central base was small, it would be short of supplies if it suffered a serious disaster. On the other hand, it had more technological and medical resources, so the other bases in Spring City relied on mutually beneficial trade. So Tang Tian drove her car, took Tan Tan, and headed straight for the central base, where she first met Li Feiyong. The Li family held a high level of influence in the central base, and knowing that Tang Tian was a member of the official establishment, they welcomed her even more. Not only did Tang Tian successfully secure a large order, she also secretly asked Li Feiyong to secretly collect gold and jade, giving him a batch of supplies. Li Feiyong agreed, saying he would take care of it. Giving away money is fun for a while, but it's fun to keep giving away money. Until the system is fully upgraded, one must continue collecting valuables. But in reality, her system was also fully upgraded, otherwise, she wouldn't have had so much left to turn in. After Yang Gon brought back the first batch of supplies from the central base, he didn't hesitate. This was considered an escort mission for the armed forces, but there was a chance of mutants along the way. Tang Tian could deliver them safely all by herself, making the cost-effectiveness incredibly high. After this, Tang Tian not only visited the 3 bases in Spring City, but also extended her journey to the neighboring city. She saw bases built into the mountains, some completely underground, and the furthest even an entire island. A rumor gradually spread within the forums. It was said that a female merchant, accompanied by a majestic dog, traveled extensively for trade, claiming to be from a certain base, but no one had ever seen her true appearance. The discussion thread was so popular it reached over 100 floors, with all sorts of theories about her identity, some even claiming she was a mutant with a mind. Tang Tian, that's way off. But she wasn't always on the road. After each transaction, she'd go home and rest for a while. This time, she returned early, but it was dusk, the setting sun dyeing the sky blood red. It seemed like it had been a while since the mushroom rain. Using his key, he returned home, and was greeted by the fragrant aroma of food. Tan Tan ran into the kitchen, his tongue hanging out. "You're back?" Shen Boyun stroked the dog's head, then looked up to see Tang Tian's beaming face. Curious, he asked, "What's wrong?" With his hands behind his back, Tang Tian suddenly pulled out something and said with a smile, "For you." Shen Boyun was momentarily surprised. It was a bouquet of roses. He hadn't seen such flowers in ages. Where did you get them? Had they already started growing flowers? Shin Boyun took it carefully, his nose catching a whiff of the fresh floral fragrance. Tang Tian smiled silently, and took off her sunglasses. Where would a base grow these now? Of course, they must have come from the system's flower garden. After all, roses can be used in cooking. And because they were obtained from the system, they wither more slowly than ordinary flowers. She just wanted to give them to Shin Boyun, whom she hadn't seen in a while. The night was as passionate as this bouquet of roses, and the flowers on the bedside table emanated a light fragrance, fittingly enough. Tang Tian hugged her pillow sleepily, her eyelids drooping as Shin Boyun gently pressed against her waist. But halfway through the massage, he paused and quickly walked towards the balcony. Tang Tian had barely rubbed her eyes when a dripping sound began outside the window. Her heart skipped a beat, and she threw on a shirt, ignoring her sleepiness. This might be another fungus rain. Fortunately, they had waited and hadn't removed the balcony shield. And just as they reached the balcony, the alarm went off again. They both contacted their families, confirmed they were safe, and gave them instructions before lowering the alarm. Thankfully, the fungus rain wasn't as severe as the last time, but it still had mold infested the area they had so painstakingly cleaned. Tang Tian had no choice but to suspend her trading and stay home. She also made a batch of strong acid bottles for Shin Boyun, who was still serving in the armed forces. These could combat mold. Thanks to the previous experience, the number of melasma patients had decreased, but those with special abilities who ventured out were still in a dangerous environment. Some even transformed into fungus corpses and were able to use the same abilities. The danger posed by fungus corpses had greatly increased. Fortunately, Tang Tian still had dozens of supernatural powers at her disposal, so the problem wasn't too serious. This mushroom rain lasted only half a month, eventually fading from large raindrops into wispy, ethereal threads in the air before finally stopping. But this time, not only did the rain stop, but everyone, including Tang Tian, Tang Yi, and Wei Mingxia, simultaneously looked up at the sky. The dark gray clouds that had previously stretched across the horizon also vanished, revealing the azure sky, a pristine blue. Does this mean the mushroom rain is completely over? Shin Boyun rushed back, but first removed his protective suit outside to confirm there were no traces of mold on his body before entering and hugging Tang Tian tightly. Welcome back, Tang Tian said with a soft smile. After monitoring, officials officially confirmed the end of the mushroom rain, and the base resumed a new round of repairs. Besides, before the next round of natural disasters arrived, they had to seize the opportunity to continue developing agriculture, industry, and other areas to ensure a better life for everyone. As for business, Tang Tian continued to travel between cities, incredibly busy. But every time she returned home, there was always someone waiting for her. In their cozy little home, they ate, slept, and chatted, just like they would in normal pre-apocalyptic times. As time passed, the base gradually became brightly lit and bustling with activity. The indomitable and resilient humanity eventually strengthened the base and prospered once again. Is the apocalypse over? Tang Tian wasn't sure. Perhaps it had already quietly ended, or perhaps natural disasters would strike again in the future. But she believed that the days ahead would continue to improve, until complete peace and prosperity prevailed.